This young man was originally just an ordinary person. He held a manager position at a supermarket. But he was unlucky enough to be caught in an era where the world. He had actually managed to stockpile quite a bit of supplies back then. Yet his life still ended miserably, when that bitch from work tricked him into opening the door. After that, a group of neighbors worse than beasts broke into his house, fighting over the supplies. They even cut off parts of his body to use as food. The extreme pain at that moment made him grit his teeth, swearing that if there was a next life, he would definitely repay this grudge 100-fold, 1,000-fold, and it seemed like. His resentment even moved the heavens to pity, so he was reborn. He returned to December 11th, 1 month before the apocalypse was set to occur. The sky over Tianhai City was still clear and blue, as if it was all just a nightmare. But he knew clearly that what he had experienced was absolutely not an illusion. On December 20th, 2050, the Earth would be affected by a supernova explosion. From 500,000 light-years away, the light would trigger a global storm. And Tianhai City, usually so warm, would also suffer temperatures dropping to -67 to 70 degrees, with blizzards lasting a whole month, engulfing the city. Mass extinctions of species would occur, including humans. In his past life, he didn't have it easy either. He had to rely on his identity as a supermarket warehouse manager to stockpile supplies. Yet, he ended up being targeted by a group of people worse than beasts. They even dismembered him and used him as food. Since he's been reborn, he absolutely cannot let that tragic scene happen again. Not even once. His most urgent task right now is to ensure his safety. Stockpile enough goods to survive when the apocalypse arrives. Only then can he take revenge on that trashy bunch. Speaking of supplies, he had already calculated everything carefully. First, he must secure enough food. Then, some entertainment items for the apocalypse, like a gaming console, and he also needs enough weapons to beat those people until they have no strength to fight back. Just as he was lost in thought, something suddenly whizzed past and caught his eye. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Then, he was shocked to discover that, by some power, he had acquired a strange, infinite space, just like in a sci-fi movie. With this, he could store resources without any worries. If he could use it to clear out the Huainan warehouse of the supermarket, which he managed, then he wouldn't have to worry about supplies for 10 lifetimes. Thinking this, he relaxed his mind. Now that he had this strange space in his body, the issue of people eyeing his supplies no longer seemed so serious. He then planned to enjoy a feast of delicacies. After all, in a month, he wouldn't have the chance to eat them anymore. With that thought, he headed to the most upscale restaurant in the city. Tianhai ordered a table full of delicacies and devoured them ravenously. The waiter, while holding the bill for payment, looked at him with a very sympathetic expression, then thought to himself, where did this nouveau riche come from? Eating so fast and so much, is he in a hurry to reincarnate? Zhang Yi pretended not to see the other person's gaze. He knew exactly what this person was thinking. But when the apocalypse comes, how many people will have to fight tooth and nail over just a single pack of instant noodles? By then, wanting to eat these dishes truly won't be possible anymore. Therefore, he still focused on eating and drinking, until his stomach was full and he paid the bill of 50,000 yuan. Zhang Yi was finally satisfied and left. He even received the restaurant's VIP card. When Zhang Yi walked out of the restaurant, he accidentally caught the eye of Fan Yuqing and her best friend. Zhang Yi had always been pursuing Fan Yuqing, but in his past life, it was she who lured him into opening the door, leading that group of neighbors to swarm in, causing Zhang Yi to die a miserable death. Fan Yuqing and her best friend were both materialistic people. Seeing Zhang Yi walk out of the restaurant, how could a 5-star establishment be ignored? Fan Yuqing, you're really lucky. The puppy dog chasing you turns out to be a hidden rich second generation. Fan Yuqing's best friend lightly nudged her. Seeing this, Fan Yuqing decided to probe a bit. She walked over to Zhang Yi to strike up a conversation. Zhang Yi, what a coincidence. Where are you headed? The other party's fake innocent demeanor made Zhang Yi want to vomit. How could he forget that it was because of this woman? That in his past life, he was chopped into spare ribs and made into soup? That grudge wasn't easily let go. So Zhang Yi also wanted to let that woman slowly experience the pain before tasting the sweetness. Just now, he had to collect 10 supplies. A free laborer like Fan Yuqing came knocking on his door herself, so why not use her? Thinking this, Zhang Yi pulled a VIP card from his pocket, then said generously, I'm planning to go to the supermarket to buy some stuff. Fan Yuqing and her best friend's eyes lit up. What a coincidence! We were also planning to go shopping. Perfect, we can go together since it's on the way. Right. We can even help you carry the bags. We're neighbors, so we should help each other out. Zhang Yi sneered inwardly, utterly disgusted by this act. But he still let them follow. Once inside the supermarket, he started frantically grabbing items. Fan Yuding and her best friend pushed 2 carts piled high with food behind him and began to doubt. Zhang Yi, with this much food, how many people are you preparing for? Are you having some event? You didn't tell us anything. Yeah, are you going camping or something? Even 2 big families wouldn't eat all this. Zhang Yi replied in a half-joking, half-serious tone. The weather can be unpredictable with storms. What if one day the apocalypse comes? How would we survive? I have to stock up to survive the day. Of course, Huang Vu-tin and her best friend didn't believe these words were true. They thought Zhang Yi was just making up a clumsy excuse. Since he didn't want to reveal his real purpose, they stopped asking. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Today, we pushed the cart for you and got so tired. Later you have to treat us to a meal, Huang Vu-tin said coquettishly. I've been busy lately and don't have free time. Let's do it next month. Zhang Yi added another pile of food to the cart. Then he replied indifferently. The cart got heavier and heavier, making Huang Vu-tin and her best friend pant from exhaustion. But because they wanted to cling to a rich second generation like Zhang Yi, they could only grit their teeth and endure being his beasts of burden. A rich guy like you is really stingy, Huang Vu-tin's best friend saw him dodging and couldn't help muttering. Hearing this, Huang Vu-tin turned pale with fear, worried Zhang Yi would overhear and get upset. She quickly spoke up to flatter him first. Tai Nin was just a bit tired and talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart with her. We're all good friends. Right. Tai Nin finally calmed down and added, I've measured a gentleman's heart with a petty man's mind. Please don't mind it. Of course I don't mind, Zhang Yi replied cheerfully, but his expression clearly had nothing to do with the words. I don't mind. Zhang Yi took another stroll around the supermarket, bought a few more items, and only then was satisfied as he pulled out his card to pay. Huang Vu-tin and Tai Nin still had to keep helping him push the supplies all the way to the foot of the apartment building, truly exhausted to the point of being out of breath. However, the sight of him stockpiling so much food had been seen by many people. But this was exactly the effect Zhang Yi wanted, because he intended to use this information to lure the enemy into the trap, to make the villains covet him during the apocalypse, thereby taking revenge on those with wolfish hearts and dog-like natures who had killed him in his past life. Yet before the apocalypse even began, some malicious people had already developed greedy intentions. When they saw the shopping carts full of goods belonging to Zhang Yi, a typical example was the neighbor, Aunt Lin. She was holding her young grandchild, while slowly approaching to strike up a conversation. Little Zhang, why did you suddenly buy so many things? How can you possibly finish all this food? How about sharing some with Aunt Lin? She spoke while deliberately moving closer. She let the young grandchild she was holding in her arms grab a pack of snacks from the full cart. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi was not polite at all. He didn't show any respect for the elderly or the child. Instead, he directly snatched that pack of snacks back. Sorry, but I want to keep these for myself to eat. Seeing Zhang Yi so aggressive, the old woman and the child from next door began to throw a tantrum. The little boy in Aunt Lin's arms, who had seemed so well behaved just a moment ago, now started screaming, flailing his arms and legs while cursing. You're a bad guy. Give back the snacks, or I'll beat you to death. Looking at his fierce demeanor despite being so young, the translator knew this child had been spoiled by his family. The more he acted like this, the less he needed to show any restraint. Ben Bei's expression was terrifying as he snapped back. Say one more word, and I'll tear your mouth apart. That child was frightened by his expression and words. He immediately burst into tears, then buried his head in his grandmother's shoulder. The grandson had already lost the fight, so this time, it was Grandma Lin's turn to step up. Clearly, she and her grandson were in the wrong first. Yet she arrogantly accused the translator as if he were the one at fault. You're this grown-up now, why are you still arguing with a child? Isn't it just a box of cakes? What's the big deal in giving it to him? How about this? I'll buy this box later and pay you for it. Acting like someone's trying to take advantage of you. Grandma Lin grew even more aggressive, but the translator didn't back down. He held up a QR code in front of her, saying if she wanted to buy it, she had to pay right now. Otherwise, she could go buy it at the supermarket herself. Grandma Lin had no intention of paying from the start. She never expected to meet such a stubborn young man, and she turned purple with rage. She began cursing nonstop. You insolent brat, what's wrong with showing a little respect to me? I'm a cadre from the neighborhood management committee. You miser, squeezing water out of a stone. Let's see how you live here from now on. Zhang Yi completely ignored her curses. He and the 2 people from Fan Yu's group carried the goods home. After they left, Zhang Yi immediately stored all the supplies away. The space hasn't bought much today because I wanted to confirm. whether the stored supplies in the dimensional space would be effective. After that, I'll continue stocking up. Since it's an extreme cold apocalypse, Zhang Yi has also outlined ideas for upgrading the house, adding an extra layer of insulation, buying a heater, and reinforcing the bunker with steel to turn the apartment into an impenetrable fortress. Finally, for weapons, crowbars, knives, and axes are all easy to find. The only thing is, he doesn't know where to buy firearms like guns. However, there's still a whole month until the apocalypse, so Zhang Yi is still quite relaxed. He secretly plans to sell off all his assets during this time. With money, there will always be a way. The next day, Zhang Yi took some items from the dimensional space to check. The meat wasn't spoiled, but the live fish he stored yesterday had died. Still, it hadn't decayed. It seems this dimensional space can't sustain living creatures, but its time flow is different from the outside, so preserving fresh items is no problem. Thinking this, Zhang Yi's mood brightened considerably. He pulled out his phone and called the Hong Fu Tianxia restaurant, asking to meet the manager directly, saying he needed to order a banquet for 500 servings, to be held over 3 days and 3 nights. The restaurant manager, landing a big deal, couldn't hide his excitement in his tone. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm the restaurant manager. A 500-serving banquet costs no less than $1 million. If you need it, we will prepare it immediately. But a deposit of 200,000 is required first." "No problem. Send me your account number later, and I will transfer the money to you." After hanging up, Zhang Yi opened the safe and took out his house's red deed. He didn't hesitate and took it to the bank. After all, in a month, both money and laws will become useless. But right now, he urgently needs money to stockpile supplies. So Zhang Yi used this red deed to borrow 6 million renminbi. However, after mortgaging the house left by his parents, plus all the savings he had accumulated over time, he still didn't have enough money for the plan. Except for the over 1 million spent on that 500-table banquet, the remaining amount should be enough to reinforce the house's defenses. But aside from those expenses, he still had to buy a large quantity of medicine and weapons. While he was racking his brain over where to find the rest of the money, Zhang Yi suddenly heard a voice. "Hey bro, are you in need of money?" Zhang Yi turned around. It was clearly a completely unfamiliar face. This person introduced himself as working at a finance company. Approval was easier, and the loan limit was much higher than the bank's. As soon as he heard this, Zhang Yi knew it was a loan shark company. However, in this era on the brink of doomsday, this guy was essentially bringing money right to him. Zhang Yi immediately showcased his godlike acting skills. Putting on a troubled expression, he replied, "Can you really lend me the money? I need 5 million. If you can help me get through this tough period, then within 3 months at most, I can pay you back. This matter is easy to negotiate. Our loan budget is very large. Let's go back to the company and discuss further." Then, this loan shark led Zhang Yi to meet his boss. That man, upon seeing that he was still young, immediately launched a preemptive strike. He bluntly stated that his company's loan interest rates were very high. But Zhang Yi didn't care about that at all, because from the very beginning, he had no intention of borrowing and repaying. Then, seeing Zhang Yi so earnest like that boss nodded and said he could lend him 5 million, but with a 40% interest rate, he would need to repay 7 million. Truly worthy of being a loan shark, to be able to come up with such an exorbitant figure. Of course, to establish a loan contract, he still needed to offer something of value as collateral. Earlier, Zhang Yi had already mortgaged his parents' house to the bank. Now, he was also mortgaging the apartment he was living in, plus a Mercedes-Benz worth 300,000. But the other party still wanted to drive the price down further. "Mr. Zhang, this apartment of yours is worth, at most, only 4 to 5 million. If you want to take 5 million from here, my company will take a bit of a loss. Boss Chin, you must help me out. I need the money urgently right now. As long as the money can be transferred today, then I'll be fine with just 4.5 million. Zhang Yi was so earnest, but he was still rejected by the other party. After several rounds of bargaining, that boss also put on a show, examining his red deed documents for a very long time. Finally agreed to settle at a price of 4 million, but when paying, still demanded the full 7 million. Zhang Yi had achieved his goal and felt extremely smug inside. The extreme cold apocalypse was less than a month away from unfolding. These two pig-brained idiots probably wouldn't dream, even in their wildest dreams, that they would never be able to get back that 7 million yuan ever again after signing the contract with them. Zhang Yi quickly left. Those two fools still thought they had scored a huge bargain from him, so they were immersed in joy, completely unaware that their death day was drawing very near. Zhang Yi returned to his car. His phone quickly rang with a notification sound, signaling that 4 million yuan had arrived in his account. Now he had enough money to reinforce the defenses for his house. Immediately, Zhang Yi drove to the Zhanlong Security Company. This was one of the largest security companies in the country, providing security services to countless politicians and famous business tycoons. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had heard about this company building a top-tier safe room, worth 1 billion for the son of a real estate magnate. And later, during the apocalypse, that rich young master was able to live quite comfortably thanks to that room. So in this life, Zhang Yi sought them out. After being invited in by the receptionist, Zhang Yi quickly met with the business department manager of the company, named Wu Huairen. Wu Huairen hadn't even finished his greeting when Zhang Yi stood up and grabbed his arm. I need you to build me a safe room, with the highest possible level to withstand the apocalypse. Seeing a big spender, Wu Huairen became especially enthusiastic. He immediately presented to Zhang Yi a price list for construction items. He didn't find Zhang Yi's thoughts strange at all. After all, there are many rich people in this world who worry about their own lives. Their security company, Zhanlong, also makes money from this. Zhang Yi wanted to reinforce his room with top-grade materials. Not using 200mm thick alloy, he directly replaced the previous foundation walls and floor, and the windows had to be changed to the strongest bulletproof glass, which wouldn't undergo any major changes, even under extreme temperatures. Next was the ventilation system. It had to be installed with air circulation functions to prevent any harmful gases from entering the house. Then there was the monitoring system. Cameras had to be installed, with 360-degree coverage and no blind spots both inside and outside the apartment, along with an instant alarm activation mode. Finally, the door had to be reinforced, replaced entirely with a thick, sturdy anti-theft door, made of the same material as a bank vault door, which would be difficult to break even with a small bomb. After hearing Zhang Yi's requirements, Wu Huairen was a bit stunned. Even though this was just an apartment of less than 120 square meters on the 24th floor, but through these renovations, adding more weapons, it will turn into a bunker. Oh, you even researched bunkers? Zhang Yi asked excitedly. Yes, I used to be a mercenary abroad, so I know a lot about military knowledge. Hearing this, Zhang Yi felt like he had struck gold. He leaned closer to Wu Huairen, then whispered, asking him if there was a way to buy guns. Hearing this, Wu Huairen's expression turned serious because, not only for him, but privately owning guns was not allowed. Mr. Zhang, have you encountered some terrible enemy? Seeing the other party seemed genuinely concerned about his situation, Zhang Yi continued to showcase his acting skills like a movie star in response. Yes, I've offended some people up top. They are ruthless, and they have guns too. I spent 8 million on this safe room project. If anything goes wrong during that time, you guys won't have an easy time explaining it either. So, if you help me get a little toy for self-defense, I'll feel much safer, right? Wu Huairen chuckled inwardly. There was certainly a way to get guns, but he couldn't just casually provide them to someone with an unclear background like Zhang Yi. So, Wu Huairen tactfully replied that he would finish renovating the safe room for Zhang Yi within half a month. During this time, if there was any news about getting guns, it will then report back to him. Zhang Yi nodded and then also left the security company. His next destination was the hunting club. It would be easy to find some cold weapons there. Importantly, during his free time before, he had already obtained a hunting license. So now, buying a whole bunch of bows and crossbows at once. Even if he goes hunting, he won't have to worry about getting caught by the AI. After preparing all these things, Zhang Yi returned home. Just then, he encountered several cargo transport trucks being stopped at the entrance of the residential complex. You guys can't go in. Bringing in so many things like this definitely requires the owner's approval. I can't just let you in on my own. It turned out to be Uncle Wei, the security guard. Zhang Yi quickly walked over and said loudly, Uncle Wei, these are all trucks delivering food for me. Just let them in. As soon as he said this, not only Uncle Wei, but all the onlookers gathered around were stunned. 10 trucks full of food from Hongfu a famous 5-star hotel restaurant. Such a large quantity, not to mention the money spent, had already reached millions. They were truly curious where Zhang Yi planned to store it all. Wu Ting was also in the crowd at this moment. Last time, when she saw Zhang Yi eat a meal worth 50,000, she was still half believing, half doubting. But now, seeing Chi preparing a lavish feast worth millions, he was convinced that Zhang Yi truly wasn't short on money. So he started scheming ways to make him stay devoted to him, so he could freely milk him dry. Move it to the warehouse first. I've already spoken with the manager over there. After finalizing the deal with Uncle View, Zhang Yi then gave the signal for the convoy to enter the residential complex. He had already spotted Fan Yuqing in the crowd, but he still wanted to lure her into the trap. Wait until the apocalypse truly unfolds. Then he himself would be the one to drag her into hell. The staff of the Hongfu Tianxia restaurant, after moving everything into the warehouse, quickly left, leaving only Zhang Yi standing before a massive pile of food, with an indescribable joy. Back then, he thought he'd have to endure a meager diet after the apocalypse. Who knew he'd suddenly get a different space? These delicious dishes plus water, the concentrated hot pot base he had pre-ordered, and fresh ingredients. Living in the Huana warehouse, these were the most luxurious delicacies in the apocalypse, and he owned a ton of them. It seemed he was set for life in terms of food. With the food issue settled, the very next day, staff arrived at Zhang Yi's apartment to start reinforcing the defenses. All of this caught the neighbors' eyes, and everyone thought he was crazy. Has this Zhang Yi been drinking the wrong medicine lately? Why is he working himself to the bone all day? A few days ago, I even saw him buying 3 cartloads of food at the supermarket. You'd think the apocalypse was coming or something. Stockpiling so much food like that is just wasteful, isn't it? That guy's definitely got a few screws loose. Zhang Yishu, acting as if he didn't hear the neighbors' gossip about him. Anyway, in less than a month, they'll all be green with envy towards him. But the important thing right now is that Wu Huairen got back in touch, saying that in 3 days someone will be able to provide what he needs. It's just that the price is a bit steep. No problem, as long as the quality is good, Zhang Yishu immediately replied. With food and weapons secured, everything basic is set, decided Zhang Yishu then handed over the apartment renovations to the construction crew, while he went to stay at a hotel for a few days. He also used his identity as the manager of the South China supermarket warehouse to approach Director Zhou, buying a large amount of supplies from that warehouse at double the market price, while also writing a request for a 20-day annual leave to conveniently monitor the progress of the house reinforcement. Everything is going according to plan. With the amount of food, daily necessities, and tools he has accumulated, forget about just surviving the apocalypse. Even supporting 1,000 more people wouldn't be a problem. It's just that Zhang Yishu is also someone who plans ahead. Because he has been reborn, he is very afraid of the butterfly effect occurring. That's why, just in case the apocalypse comes a week early, he absolutely must transport all these supplies away as quickly as possible, not allowing any mistakes to happen. As he was about to leave the office, Zhang Yi happened to catch sight of Fan Yuqing, chatting with a colleague named Zhou Bing in the break room. Fan Yuqing, are you free this weekend? I have 2 concert tickets. How about we go together? Thank you, Zhou Bing, but I already have plans with someone else this weekend. Sorry about that. Fan Yuqing tactfully declined because she only wanted to cling tightly to Zhang Yi. Just then, Zhou Bing spotted Zhang Yi walking by. He had always been a thorn in his side, since they were both pursuing Fan Yuqing. So, without a second thought, Zhou Bing glared at Zhang Yi and loudly cursed him, calling him unworthy of being a man. How dare you make Fan Yuqing carry your stuff all the way up to the 24th floor? She's been complaining about back and neck pain all day at work today. You even made Zhang Yi pay Fan Yuqing 500 NET for a checkup. Zhang Yi sneered. This treacherous woman had already started bragging about him hoarding supplies. The apocalypse hadn't even arrived yet, and she was already like this. So, the things that happened in his past life were actually not that hard to understand. But he really didn't like the attitude of that Zhou Bing guy. Zhang Yi had planned to ignore him, but suddenly he stepped closer, his face cold and fierce as he stared down the other man. Fan Yuqing offered to help me move the stuff herself. I never asked or begged her. Besides, who do you think you are to point fingers at me? Do you really think you're a human being? The intimidating aura of Zhang Yi made the cow-like figure unable to resist, stepping back 2 paces, stammering. I am just negotiating with you, alright? Why do you have to shout like that? Wu Yuqing, see that? I told you this Zhang Yi is no good. From now on, you need to stay away from him. Fan Yuqing's eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi's back, her heart secretly anxious. Because these past few days, Zhang Yi had seemed to turn into a completely different person. He didn't initiate conversations with her, nor did he send her private messages wishing her good night anymore. Certain that something must have happened, Fan Yuqing grew even more restless, afraid she might lose her golden opportunity. The day Zhang Yi left the Huanan supermarket, he went to the Hongfu Tianxia hotel, rented a room to rest. Just after finishing his shower, he received a message from Fan Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I feel like you've been a bit strange lately. You started hoarding supplies and fixing up the room. Did something happen recently? Besides, we seem to have been in less contact lately, haven't we? It really makes me feel a bit lonely. It seemed this woman wasn't stupid. She had begun to suspect him. But even so, Zhang Yi had no intention of replying to her, ignored by him. Fan Yuqing on the other end was so furious steam was practically coming out of her ears. Is this damn Zhang Yi possessed or something lately? This young lady actually reached out to him first. He actually dared not to reply to my message. Bastard. Now I know why he bought so much food and drink. Tai Ning, who had just stepped out of the bathroom, chimed in with a few words. Fan Yuqing pondered something for a long time. Then she quietly asked her best friend. Ning Ning, tell me, will something really happen in the coming days? Could it be that Zhang Yi has gotten some news? Is that why he started stockpiling supplies? In response, she let out a loud laugh. Tai Ning thought, Fan Yuqing has been reading too many apocalypse novels, to the point of going crazy. If something were really going to happen, the government would notify all citizens soon, not just Zhang Yi alone. We should just live calmly. If we go stockpiling like Zhang Yi, we'd just become a laughingstock to others. Fan Yuqing felt her friend's words made sense. Only then did she feel at ease and go to sleep. She still had to endure being treated coldly by Zhang Yi for another week, because throughout the following week, Zhang Yi's mind was only on the hot item that Wu Huairen introduced. A week later, he finally got to hold that gun in his hands. Although the price was a bit steep, it was very useful. Having it in hand, Zhang Yi felt much more at ease in this world. While he was still fondling the gun, the doorbell rang again. This time, it was a delivery of a large quantity of medicine for him to deal with illnesses during the apocalypse. The translator thought for a moment, then said to the delivery person, Actually, I still have some items that need to be ordered on the food delivery app. If you don't mind, could you send this notice over there first? No problem at all. Where do you want the delivery sent? To my house. I'm heading home now anyway, so I can take you there. When the translator got home, the security company's personnel had already arrived for the inspection. The sturdy construction was complete. Both the quality and the renovation speed were beyond reproach. They had done exactly as the translator requested. 200mm thick alloy plating throughout the room. A ventilation system using military-grade air handling, capable of filtering out all harmful airborne particles, preventing any gas attacks from outside. Additionally, the room's heating system had been redone, using specialized materials from the Arctic Scientific Research Institute to meet the translator's insulation requirements. All demands were satisfied. The windows had also been replaced with bulletproof glass, even sturdier than the alloy walls inside the room. Moreover, it was one-way glass, convenient for letting in light and observing the outside. Finally, to ensure the client's safety, they had specially installed a surveillance system throughout the entire building, totaling 300 cameras, helping the translator monitor every floor of the entire building. All of this was completed in 10 consecutive days and nights without rest. The quality even exceeded expectations. This made Zhang Yi extremely satisfied. According to the contract, he needed to pay the remaining amount within the next 3 months. He said he would definitely pay on time, but Zhang Yi had no intention of doing so. Because even if the apocalypse came, they might not survive, and money would no longer be of any use. After the security company personnel left, the last supply truck finally arrived. It was the rarest and most important thing when the entire world was frozen over. Clean water. Seeing Zhang Yi buy an entire truckload of large water containers, the people in the same neighborhood grew curious again. They gathered around to watch. The day before, it was over a dozen trucks of food, and now it was a whole truck full of water tanks. They all thought Zhang Yi had lost his mind. Only Uncle Wei, the neighborhood security guard, genuinely cared about him. Little Zhang, why did you buy so much water? If you need any help, just tell me, and I'll help you. Zhang Yi recalled that in his past life, when the world froze over, Uncle Wei had given his last portion of food to a mother and child who were starving to death, and in the end, he himself lost his life. This elderly man was also one of the few who treated him well in the neighborhood. So Zhang Yi whispered into his ear, Uncle Wei, the temperature this year is a bit unusual. I got news that this winter will be extremely bad. Just in case, you should prepare some food and drinks too. What if supplies go up in price later? Little Zhang, is this real or fake? Is this news reliable? Uncle View asked again with half belief and half doubt. Look, I've already prepared so many things like this. You can stock up on some instant noodles and drinking water. These things won't go bad even if stored for a long time. After thinking for a moment, Uncle View nodded. Alright, I usually live alone anyway. Stocking up a bit more stuff won't hurt. But just as he finished speaking, another person grabbed him and pulled him away, advising Uncle View not to trust what Zhang Yi said. Because recently, he's been acting all secretive, buying so many things. The whole neighborhood is buzzing that he's gone crazy. Don't say that, I believe him. Uncle View replied but was still dragged away by that man. Still, he tried to shout back to Johnny. Uncle Xing was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart, little Zhang. Johnny naturally didn't take it to heart. He had already warned those he could. Whether they believed it or not was their business. The remaining time until the apocalypse was 20 days. During these days, besides eating like a starving tiger at the restaurant every day, Zhang Yi also deliberately trained his physical fitness and archery skills. He also intentionally stockpiled more supplies from the supermarket as much as possible. After all, no one knew how long the apocalypse would last. Having more supplies meant a better chance of surviving longer. When the countdown was 3 days away from the apocalypse, Zhang Yi's leave had also ended. He returned to work at the supermarket, but his real goal was to stock up on supplies one more time. That day, Zhang Yi had put sleeping pills in the tea, then offered it to his colleagues and subordinates. Since it was cold, no one could refuse a steaming, fragrant cup of tea. So, just about half an hour later, they all collapsed and fell asleep. Even a thunderclap right next to their ears couldn't wake them up. Zhang Yi was extremely satisfied. Now he could safely go get the supplies. After turning off all the surveillance equipment, Zhang Yi went down to the supermarket warehouse alone. Using his dimensional space, he quickly cleared out all the goods in the warehouse. He even found a batch of high-quality clothing. It was the latest scientific product from 2050. Winter gear that could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. With this, even if he had to face a freezing ice age, Zhang Yi could still survive confidently and comfortably. After busying himself for a while, he had moved everything in the warehouse, without anyone noticing a thing. Under normal circumstances, this was absolutely not something an ordinary person could do. That's why he wasn't afraid of being suspected. Afterwards, Zhang Yi returned to the office, drank a cup of tea with a smaller dose of sleeping pills himself, then collapsed onto the chair. As long as he wasn't suspected for the time being, this secret would be lost forever when the apocalypse arrived. Not long after, the employees groggily woke up. The disappearance of the warehouse goods was quickly discovered. Zhang Yi, pretending to be in a daze, was grabbed by the shoulders by an employee, who shook him wildly until he woke up. Manager, something big has happened. Wake up quickly. We've been haunted. Our entire warehouse is completely empty. What? The translator pretended to be shocked and jumped up. Then he went down to the warehouse to check. But without even checking, he already knew full well there was nothing left down there. The translator once again pulled out his award-winning acting skills. He kept scratching his head and pulling his hair. What on earth happened here? How come all the goods in the warehouse are gone? Zhang Yi's acting was truly divine. Not a single employee suspected him. This matter quickly reached the higher-ups. The director just called. He asked Zhang Yi what exactly had happened. The voice on the other end of the line was filled with anxiety. Zhang Yi, someone said all the goods in the warehouse have disappeared. What is the meaning of this? We don't know the specific situation either. The time. We only had a 2-hour gap between shift changes. Yet all the goods in the South China warehouse have vanished into thin air. Zhang Yi replied with an innocent tone, but it only made the person on the other end even more anxious. That's impossible. Did you little brat, take advantage of the shift change and the guard duty to steal the goods? Although he was directly accused, Zhang Yi was not afraid at all. After all, before his rebirth, he was a dedicated warehouse manager for the National Treasury. He would never do such a thing. The manager, who was so wicked, was actually the one who knew this matter very well. Moreover, no one knew that he had a different space, so they absolutely couldn't imagine that he had the ability to move tons of goods from the warehouse in just an instant. In my opinion, this matter is serious, to the point that we can no longer handle it. Maybe we should report it to our superiors and actively cooperate with the investigation. If we delay the time for investigation, it will only get worse, he proactively suggested. His manager felt that this reasoning made sense. He immediately reported it to the general manager for them to handle this matter. After hanging up, he calmly calmed his subordinate employees. The manager has decided to report it to the superiors. Wait a moment, someone will come to investigate. Everyone just needs to cooperate fully. There's nothing to be afraid of. That's good, thank you, manager. Upon hearing this, a few people secretly sighed in relief. Taking turns to rest is a normal thing. No need to take it to heart. If you haven't done anything wrong, you don't need to fear a knock on the door. A month's salary of a few thousand yuan for guys like you, how would you dare to take such a reckless risk? He continued to reassure them. Because after all, the culprit was him, and these people were innocent. Of course, the police wouldn't find anything. Very soon, someone from above was dispatched to conduct an investigation alongside the police. He, as the warehouse manager, was the first to be interrogated. But from start to finish, he remained extremely calm in his responses, because he had already calculated every step of the way. After the interrogation ended, the police officer reminded him that over the next few days, he must absolutely not leave Tianhai City. Until the case is resolved, of course I won't go anywhere, the chapter translator replied firmly. How could he go anywhere when the apocalypse was only 2 days away, and the base he had spent all his savings to build was located in the city? News of the large-scale theft at the South China supermarket warehouse quickly spread throughout the city. But to the chapter translator, this matter wasn't very important. The most important thing was that only 2 days remained before the apocalypse would truly begin. At that moment, the first snowflakes had already started to fall. Passers-by were in a great hurry, rushing home while wiping their faces and cursing the weather. This year's temperature was already significantly lower than last year's. But absolutely no one knew about the impending danger. Seeing this scene, the chapter translator couldn't help but sigh. In just 2 days, this world would truly be wiped out. For the next 2 days, he stayed indoors, as the investigation at the supermarket was still ongoing. At exactly 2 a.m. on October 12th, the effects of the supernova explosion impacted the entire globe. The temperature dropped sharply, bringing with it a catastrophic disaster for this planet. The chapter translator, watching the heavy snow and rain through the window from inside his home, slowly took a sip of warm water and murmured to himself, "What had to come has finally come. His house is warm." A stark contrast to the scene outside. It's just that the others, seemingly still unaware of this danger, in the Fan Yuding employee group chat, even happily sent a selfie. They seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the snowy winter scene, a thick snowfall that people from the south like them rarely get to see. Zhang Yi, looking from the balcony, saw her and Tai Ning happily taking photos in the courtyard of the apartment building, and sneered inwardly. After all, this is only the beginning. This blizzard will last at least 3 months. Then the temperature will keep dropping. By then, those people, they won't be in the mood to admire the snow anymore. The next morning, many people on the first floor couldn't even get out of their houses, because their doors were completely blocked by snow. The weather forecast hadn't said it would snow this heavily, so they started to panic. The temperature kept dropping lower and lower. Many people, lacking thick enough clothes, had already fallen ill. Johnny, burrowed in his warm blanket, felt none of these initial hardships at all. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he was suddenly jolted awake by the piercing ring of his phone. Early in the morning, Fan Yuding had already called. Zhang Yi answered the call, and from the other end came an extremely excited voice. "Zhang Yi, it's really cold outside today. You stocked up on so many things last time. Is it because you knew the temperature would drop so low?" "Yeah, I just happened to hear a friend mention it. But I didn't expect the temperature to drop this much." Zhang Yi stretched and walked into the living room. Indeed, the snow had fallen thickly today. No wonder he had stocked up on so many supplies. He's really so annoying, keeping this kind of thing from me, and now I'm freezing cold. Hearing Fan Yuqing's voice, so syrupy it could melt into water, Zhang Yi genuinely felt goosebumps all over. His whole body was covered in them. He couldn't stand her acting cute anymore and replied indifferently, "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Fan Yuqing panicked and shouted, "Wait a minute!" But it didn't change Zhang Yi's actions at all. He answered her with 3 cold, beeping tones. Fan Yuqing was both angry and started biting her nails nervously. "What's gotten into this guy lately? How dare he hang up on me? No, I have to think of a way." After hanging up, Zhang Yi truly felt speechless. Even he hadn't expected Fan Yuqing to be so shameless as to call and blame him. But for now, he didn't need to focus on her much. He got up to wash up, prepare breakfast, and then check the public's reaction outside. As for that morning's breakfast, Zhang Yi enjoyed a top-grade steak with red wine. This chill vibe was completely out of sync with the apocalypse unfolding outside. Outside, as expected, the news broadcasts were all reporting on the mysterious cold air mass. This global attack has caused temperatures in many places to drop by over 70 degrees Celsius. The source of the cold air mass is still being investigated by the Meteorological Office. The government has also issued a notice advising people during these days, if not necessary, don't go outside. Also, don't believe in rumors and hoard too many goods, causing prices to skyrocket. The news broadcast just ended. Jean show Lego un mensaje de Fan Yuding. Entonces esta blanca flor realmente no tiene vergüenza. If she can't reach him by phone, she sends a message to complain, and even says she wants to borrow some food. Espero hasta que termine la nieve y luego lo devolverá Jean. Solo lamento que ya no seas un simple mano. Otra vez Jean traduciendo, abra la cámara. and took a picture of the premium breakfast he was enjoying for her. En esta vida, aunque fuang viking lo sween. But she could never get any benefit from him again. After being toyed with by him, she died a miserable death. That was her ultimate value. Fuang yuching mo tin nan wa tu zhang. Then her mouth dropped open in shock. One look and she knew that steak was top-grade beef. Beside it was French wine worth at least 20 to 30,000 yuan. Zhang Ji solo vive en la casa, pero tambien vive lejos. It really made her jealous to the point of red eyes. Feng Yuding immediately replied to the message. I love it so much, I want to eat steak and drink wine too. If you want to eat, go buy it at the supermarket. The translation chapter's message truly made Fan Yuqing so angry her eyes nearly popped out. Her hands were already on the keyboard, composing a short 300-word essay, cursing him for not being man enough, but in the end, she still had to delete it. She thought to herself, calm down, don't get angry. Can't let one fish in the pond mess with my mind. While Fan Yuqing was thinking of ways to beg and plead, the translation chapter had already tossed the phone aside. Then he took out his computer, the panel linked to the building's surveillance system. Look, it's only the second day of the apocalypse. The apartment complex is already in chaos. The people in the district want to go outside, to stock up on some food and warm clothes. They're being blocked by that nasty Aunt Lin. Everyone, don't rush. This bad weather will last at most 2-3 more days, and it'll be over. Absolutely don't go out to fight over supplies. The neighborhood committee will also help everyone find a way to survive this blizzard. This old woman is truly beyond help. The people in the district are now in complete chaos. With such heavy snow, no one knows when it will stop. The residents have no food stored at home, and no warm clothes either, but she's still fiercely blocking anyone from going outside, even warning that if anyone insists on going out, she'll report it to the local authorities, making everyone a bit hesitant. Seeing such a good show, Zhang Yi decided to go out and add fuel to the fire. So, taking advantage of the chaos, he went downstairs. Aunt Lin, do you know how long this blizzard will last? What if it really drags on? By then, everyone will have no food. Who will be held responsible? As soon as his voice rang out, the eyes of everyone present immediately turned to him. Everyone felt indignant. Zhang Xing angrily spoke up. That's right, Auntie, if you don't give us supplies, then by that time, when we run out of food and drink, who will be to blame? Wu Jing beside him questioned. Will you give us food then? Su Chunhe forced a smile and quickly tried to calm everyone down. Everyone, rest assured, the neighborhood committee will take responsibility for this. Supplies won't run out, and the blizzard will pass very quickly. In her heart, she was cursing that damned brat. He blatantly contradicted her in front of so many people. Wasn't he trying to embarrass her? Pointing at Zhang Yi, Su Chunhe loudly warned. And you, don't stir up everyone right now. What you're doing is a violation of the law and discipline. Hearing her say this, he waved his hand dismissively. Oh dear, I can't wear such a big hat. Zhang Yi turned around to leave, while also reassuring, don't worry, it's so cold outside. Even if you told me to go out, I wouldn't. It's up to everyone. Watching his retreating figure, Su Chunhe felt a surge of anger in her heart. This Zhang Yi really doesn't know his place. She turned back. He had to find an excuse to detain him for a few days. A few days later, the blizzard outside the window grew increasingly fierce. The translator was happily sitting on a chair in the room playing games. He used both hands to open a bag of snacks, making a rustling sound. It was truly satisfying in this freezing winter. Enjoying delicious food while passing the time, the translator couldn't help but sigh. No need to worry about work or the ways of the world. A life like this was much more refreshing than before. Suddenly, the phone beside him vibrated. He wondered in surprise who would send a message at this hour. It turned out to be Chun He sending a message to the neighborhood owner group. The translator said, Now the snow has covered all the roads. Later, bring the tools outside and help clear the snow. He looked at the message and immediately understood. Deliberately calling me out? Revenge came quickly. The translator smiled and then calculated. Right now, the first floor is basically buried. This snowstorm will last at least 3 months. Going out to clear it won't be faster than the snow falling. Although he was indoors at this moment, Chun He was also shivering in front of the heater in the group chat. The translator's reply message appeared. In this cold weather, going out will freeze you solid. Even if we clear it, we should wait until the snow stops. The group members immediately agreed. That's right, it's minus 70 degrees Celsius outside. Going out would definitely freeze you. We don't even have cold weather gear here. How can we go out? She gritted her teeth in anger as she stared at the phone screen. Just now, no one said anything. This kid just said one sentence and started making a fuss. Xianha suppressed her emotions and sent a message. What kind of attitude is that? The snow clearing duty isn't for me. Everyone is a strong young person. When disaster strikes, they don't proactively serve the people. They want to shirk responsibility, huh? Then she threatened the translator, forcing him to go out and shovel snow. Now is a time of crisis. We must unite. Anyone who objects is opposing the leadership. After the blizzard ends, they will be dealt with by the organization. He read the message and sneered. Relying on a bit of power from the neighborhood committee to give orders? Everyone else is waiting for me to offend her, while they all hide themselves. The translator's face suddenly turned cunning. Today, I'll completely burn bridges with you. He decisively sent 2 more messages in the group chat. Since you're from the neighborhood committee, you should lead by example and go shovel snow. Why are you only calling us? Is it because you think we're easy to bully? Why don't you call those gangsters and the rich second generation? The others immediately agreed. The translator is right. It's exactly what I was thinking. You only look for honest people. Why don't you go find Qin Zhenghao and Su Hao? Mentioning those 2, everyone knows. Qin Zhenghao on the 6th floor is a gangster with hundreds of underlings. The person on the 8th floor is the rich second generation, Su Hao. His family also has connections with high-ranking figures. Zhang Fan took a bite of a snack. His eyes were fixed on the bright phone screen. If Uncle Lin is that capable, then call Qinjing. Hao and Su Hao, come down and shovel the snow, he said with a thoughtful look. Zhang Yi recalled something from his past life. The one who broke into his house was Qinjing Hao. Su Hao was the one who attacked him with a knife, except for a few neighbors. The rest of them divided up his assets after he died. He poured himself a glass of wine and carefully considered the situation. Both of those guys were no good either. Since he despised them, he had to see it through to the end. At that moment, Chun-Hee clenched her phone tightly, furious. That damn Shang-Yi even pointed out my full name clearly. He's deliberately trying to embarrass me. She frowned, staring at the message on the screen. Then she muttered to herself, if I don't do anything, what will people think of me from now on? The scene shifted to him lying on the sofa, surrounded by empty beer bottles. Qinjing Hao glanced at his phone and cursed. Damn it! Who the hell would be bored enough to cause trouble in this freezing weather? Then Chun-Hee's message appeared in the group chat. My neighborhood snow removal depends on everyone. I hope those with free time can bring their tools and come down to shovel the snow together. Qinjing Hao Su Hao. Seeing his name tagged, he exclaimed in surprise. Huh! Qinjing Hao angrily yelled at his phone. The snow outside is this heavy. Shovel your damn head. If you're crazy, go to a mental hospital. Don't go nuts here and bother me, or I'll beat you to death. Startled by his threatening roar, Chun-Hee had to move the phone away and didn't dare say another word. Su Hao also sent a voice chat message at the same time. What does you guys shoveling snow have to do with me? I don't need to work. Staying home every day is fine with me. After recording, he casually hugged the delighted Qing Xiao with one hand, right beside that mad dog. Every day, he throws his weight around using the sect leader's favor. He even thinks he's the real master. How ridiculous. Holding a beauty in his arms, Su Hao said arrogantly, getting to where I am today is all thanks to my parents and family's power. Not like you bunch of poor wretches. He picked up his phone. While filming a short, affectionate video with Qing Xiao, he taunted, if you want to shovel snow, hurry up. You still have to go out and earn money for your meals. Only after you finish shoveling the snow can I go out and enjoy myself. Su Hao's message was immediately sent to the group chat. When Chun-Hee saw it, she was fuming with anger. Unable to control herself, she shouted loudly, it's all Zhang Yi's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have offended them. In the kitchen at that moment, Zhang Yi was busy preparing a meal. He had just finished frying the meat when his phone rang beside him. An angry voice shouted, Zhang Yi! Are you trying to make things difficult for me, huh? No one is going to shovel the snow now. Are you satisfied? Are we all supposed to be trapped in here forever? Carrying the plate of fried meat to the living room, Zhang Yi sat down on the sofa and replied without hesitation. Don't pretend to be tough when you're actually a pushover. You wouldn't even dare to fart after being scolded. Are you coming to me just to feel important? His expression turned dark, and he calmly warned. Let me tell you, I'm not someone you can push around. If you keep barking like a mad dog like that, you'd better watch your own neck. Xian-He was terrified after hearing this, crouching down and grinding her teeth. Damn lunatic, just you wait for me. You won't have a good ending. Zhang Yi was still enjoying the meal he had just prepared, when a loud banging on the door erupted outside, accompanied by curses. Zhang Yi, you bastard, get out here right now! Xinzheng Hao, weren't you all talk earlier? Come out and face me in the group chat. Let's see how I deal with you. The banging outside continued without stopping. Zhang Yi quietly moved toward a thick cabinet, as if to retrieve something. Xinzheng Hao's voice rang out, full of rage. I'm going to break down this door and drag you out now. Just you wait. He opened the peephole to observe. A crossbow had already appeared in his hand. The scene was now extremely tense. The two faced off, separated only by a door. Zhang Yi raised the crossbow, aiming directly at the man's position. Even an AI subduing another AI isn't certain. Zhang Yi aimed but didn't fire the bolt hastily, calculating in his mind. No, I don't need to send this guy to his grave just yet. He directed the bolt toward Chen Jinghao's leg. Letting you die so easily like that. Wouldn't that be no fun at all? Outside, Chen Jinghao was still unaware of the danger closing in and kept shouting, You coward hiding in your shell! Hiding in there and not coming out? If I go in, you're dead for sure. In an instant, a powerful arrow tore through the wind and shot forward. It immediately pierced precisely into the ankle of Chen Jinghao. He fell to the ground, clutching his wound, screaming in agony. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Looking through the observation window, Zhang Yixia saw Chen Jinghao writhing on the ground and muttered in admiration. The effect was excellent. It directly pierced through one foot. He slung the gun over his shoulder and pondered. At temperatures lower than -70 degrees Celsius, the wound pierced through the foot would definitely be crippled there. If not treated promptly in a situation lacking medicine, infection would be inevitable. At this moment, with no other choice, Chen Jinghao hurriedly dragged himself step by step away from the door. Zhang Yixia left long trails of blood in the hallway. Thinking of his face contorted in pain from the wound, he predicted that this guy would likely die miserably in pain and cold. Chen Jinghao barely made it to the elevator to escape. He leaned against the railing, his face showing some terror. That kid really. He truly wanted to take my life just now. The elevator control panel displayed that it had arrived at the selected floor. Chen Jinghao limped out, hurriedly making a phone call, needing to find someone to treat him quickly. It's so cold that the wound is about to freeze. At this rate, my leg will be ruined in less than half an hour. Sorry, this number cannot be reached. Please call again later. He stood in front of the door, looking at the phone in his hand, crying out in helplessness. What a ghostly weather this is. Not even an ambulance can drive through here. Chen Jinghao grits his teeth against the pain and rummages through the first aid kit at home. There's no time. I have to perform surgery to save this leg first. Sitting on the chair, he uses a pair of scissors, intending to cut off the tail of the arrow. First, he sees that the blood from the wound has stopped flowing. Jinghao takes the clamp and snaps off the arrow's tail, muttering to himself that it's frozen solid, so there's no need for anesthesia. The sound of tearing flesh rings out, and red blood immediately spurts forth. Right after, the arrow in his leg is thrown forcefully onto the floor. Chen Jinghao collapses onto the chair, sweat pouring down as if he's bathing in the middle of winter. Grabbing his phone, he hisses through clenched teeth. Johnny, I'll make sure you pay for this, you bastard. He sends a furious message into the group chat. Johnny, just you wait for me. If I don't deal with you, then my name isn't Chen Jinghao. Johnny immediately replies. Who the hell do you think you are to mess with me? I'll cripple your other leg too. Xian He and the other residents in the group are startled by the messages, shocked that Zhang Yi dares to go head-to-head with Chen Jinghao. It looks like one of his legs is still injured. Furious, he grits his teeth and quickly makes a phone call. On the other end, the line picks up. Boss, what are your orders? Chen Jinghao commands. Get your ass over to Yulu Residential District right now. Anyone who can hurt someone, get over here. With a crazed expression, he snarls. Today, I have to get rid of that bastard. The next morning, snow continues to fall, blanketing the Yulu Residential District. Deng Luan has gathered all his underlings in the room. Let's hurry over there. That unlucky bastard dared to mess with our boss. He's really asking for it. Before he could finish, Zheng Hao cut him off. Save your breath. My leg is about to be crippled by Zhang Yi. That brat is in room 2401. Be careful not to let him succeed in a sneak attack. Break down the door and send him off. Deng Luan led his men aggressively. They charged to the door of Zhang Yi's room and shouted, Open up! How dare you shoot our boss? Today is your last day. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Come out and surrender. He slammed a large knife against the door. The blizzard has frozen the door solid. It took a lot of effort for us brothers to get here. It's useless to call for help now. They kept pounding on the door. Suddenly, the blade flew off the handle and shot toward Hu Fei. It made him tremble violently. The whole group saw it was no joke. They panicked and scrambled around for a moment. This door is actually made of pure metal. It's this heavy. How are we supposed to break it down? How many enemies could there be? This door is thicker than a city wall. At this moment, the image of the noisy crowd outside the door was recorded and displayed on the screen inside. Zhang Yi watched them for a while, then sighed. Tisk, I have to do it again. He hadn't provoked them yet through the surveillance screen. Can't you guys put in a little more effort? Haven't you eaten? This infuriated Deng Lun, who shouted, "You coward! What skills do you have? If you've got guts, come out here!" Upon hearing this, Johnny took a hose and connected it to the faucet on the sink. He turned on the water to prepare for some plan. Such big firepower? Let me cool you guys down for free. Zhang slowly pushed a pipe through from one end. Seeing this, Qinyu sneered, thinking it was the same trick again. He wanted to use it twice? Dream on. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sprayed with water. It splashed all over him. The people behind him couldn't avoid it either, and they started screaming and yelling. So cold. It's so cold, we're done for. Stop spraying. Stop spraying. The whole group was drenched by the water, scattered and lying on the ground. Some shivered, while others scrambled to get up and run away. Wait, my pants are frozen solid, I can't move anymore. Inside the warm room, Zhang watched and whistled contentedly. I originally wanted to use a crossbow to teach you guys a lesson, but dousing you with water is safer. The effect isn't bad, is it? A moment later, Xinghao was aggressively interrogating his underlings. Where is that brat? Did you catch him yet? Xinghao received no answer. Angrily, he threw the blanket at the group opposite him. Someone explain to me. What the hell is going on here? Deng Lu, after wrapping himself in a new blanket, sniffled and replied. Zhang is too despicable. I don't know how thick the front door is. We kept banging on it, but only chipped off a bit of paint. Then he doused us with cold water. We couldn't stand it at all. Finally, after hearing his report, Xinghao fell into deep thought. When I broke through that kid's turtle shell door back then, it was indeed abnormally tough. However, he cracked his knuckles and gritted his teeth as he gave the order. It's fine. I don't believe he can hide in the house forever without coming out. You guys stay nearby. The moment he steps outside, immediately gang up on him for me. Of course, Deng Lu immediately responded. The boss is right. Wait until he sticks his head out, then we'll deal with him. He's still too cold, only sneezing in support. Meanwhile, right below the apartment complex gate, some residents had given up on shoveling snow to clear the path. Uncle View had been clearing it for half a day but still hadn't reached the ground. It's impossible with just a few of us. Even if we clear the snow in the neighborhood, we can't shovel our way to the supermarket. Kagwang wiped the sweat off his forehead, thought for a moment, then sighed. Well said, the snow is falling so fast. Without a snowplow to handle it, it's useless. Everyone, go home quickly, don't stand out in the cold anymore. Zhang Yi silently stood on the balcony, watching this entire scene. Back already? You still lingered to check the situation before turning away. Zhang Yi returned to his room, sighing inwardly. It seems he also realized that human strength is fundamentally no match for a natural disaster like this. He sat on the chair, watching the news broadcast, and heard them announce that it was time for Xinjiang's final offensive. The last snowstorm in the Great M Empire caused heavy casualties. Due to poor preparation, they urge everyone to stay calm and trust the government's guidance. After watching for a while, Zhang Yi got bored. He yawned repeatedly and silently assessed the scale and duration of this snowstorm. It couldn't be estimated by common sense. The outside world was too optimistic. At this moment, Zhang Yi was sitting in his room, checking messages on the group chat. The Chunhe residential area sent many reassuring messages. Everyone, don't worry, we are capable of handling the snowstorm. Those who need supplies will be supported. No need to hoard things. Everything will be fine. Suddenly, a message from Wu Ting arrived for him. Brother Zhang, are you okay? He sneered inwardly. Sending a caring message now? She's probably checking if I'm still alive. But he still replied briefly. I'm fine. Seeing this, she immediately responded. Oh, that's good then. Wu Ting messaged again. We've run out of food at home. I remember you bought quite a bit. Can you spare some for us? I'll treat you to a meal later. He coldly read her flattering words. Showing your true colors so soon? Zhang decided to take a photo with his phone for her. He silently cursed. Wasn't I just at the supermarket last time? You bought quite a few things with Lin Kaining, huh? After just 2 days, you're already turning your hand to beg me? He sent a photo of an irresistible plate of shrimp along with a challenging text message. Want to invite me to dinner? I already ate. Look, it made Wu Ting gnash her teeth in anger at this chapter. I was originally planning to keep him as a backup, but now, his priority has dropped to the very last of the last. Master Ning, sitting beside her, also chimed in. That's right. He doesn't even look at what kind of person he is. This type of man deserves to be single for life. However, Master Ning quickly turned around and sent a text to advise him. Why are you so stupid? Now Wu Ting is upset. Do you know how serious this problem is, huh? Reading these lines only made him despise him even more. I'm not falling for this trick of yours. He quickly replied to one who was deceiving. One was threatening, quite the act indeed. Seeing this, she immediately retorted nonsense. The blizzard will last a few more days. You go hungry for 2 meals, then trick Wu Qing into your hands. You'll surely make a big profit, right? Seeing Zhang Yi didn't reply, Ning immediately threatened further. You can't even part with such a small thing. I think your feelings for our Wu Qing aren't sincere at all, he read and commented leisurely. A white lotus combined with a green tea, this combo is really skilled. Zhang Yi indifferently replied with one word and a smiley face. This directly angered Ning, who furiously scolded. After all that talk, still the same attitude, what does he mean? She turned around and tattled to her good sister Wu Qing. This Zhang Yi, I really had good intentions. I borrowed some food for you from him. But he ignored me, and Wu Qing blinked as if erasing all memories. She asked back, Zhang Yi, is that an AI? Do I know him? Don't mention that name in front of me anymore. Ning leaned in close to her. Gently nudging her hand, she instigated. This Zhang Yi is unreasonable. Don't you still have other flash drives? We can't go out now. Just have him help us with some errands first. Wu Qing's emotions changed in an instant, acting coy. She called the next victim. Hello, is this Zhou Ping? Actually, I need a favor from you. A moment later, Zhou Ping arrived at the door carrying a bag of items. Greeting cheerfully, Wu Qing brought all the discounted items over and handed them to her. Even though they were clearance items from the warehouse, everything he picked out was the best and most expensive. She blushed shyly and praised him. Thank you, Zhou Ping. You're so kind, which made him happily exclaim. No problem. For you, I can do anything. Lord Ning took the bag in his hand and quickly closed the door. Wu Qing glanced toward the door. The smile on her face had vanished at some point. With his bear-like appearance, he still dares to dream of me? Wait for the next life. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. Snow was still blanketing the entire sky. Zhang Jie held a chicken leg in one hand, and a phone in the other, calculating the time. It's almost time. The good show should begin now. With a pop, the entire apartment building was plunged into darkness. Residents asked each other in confusion. Wow, why did the power go out? What's going on? After the blackout, the hallway was packed. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Louis spoke up to ask, does anyone's house have electricity? Li Mei hugged the baby tightly, crying nonstop, and replied timidly, no, and the water supply system has stopped too. There's not even hot water to make milk for the baby. Lu Yi's husband appeared beside her, wiping his glasses and complaining. It's so cold, and the air conditioner can't be used. There's no way to use the heater either. What should we do next? Li Mei continued to soothe. Good girl, don't cry, baby. Murmurs kept echoing from the hallway. Endless chatter from residents. It's below 30 degrees, and the heater's broken. The house is out of food, but we can't go to the supermarket. Yet no one's stepping up to handle this. How much longer will this drag on? The delivery guy had just set a plate of steaming hot chicken on the table, picking his teeth and sneering. At this point, don't count on the government. He walked to the corner of the room and turned on a generator he had prepared earlier. Planning ahead and acting first, that's the real way. A room with warm yellow lights suddenly appeared in the middle of the pitch-black building. Building 3. Lost in the blizzard, at the same time, Xianhao was holding her grandchild in her arms, wrapped tightly in a blanket. It's okay, we can manage. A few days ago, things were fine. Why did it suddenly? A flood of messages from residents was also bombarding the neighborhood group chat. I heard this blizzard is a once-in-a-millennium event, like the apocalypse. Many cities have already shut down. The authorities can't save everyone. If you want to survive, you have to stock up on food and heating supplies right now. After reading those messages, Xianhao also had her own plans. Right, I need to get supplies now. Those people still don't know this news. I'll find them. Begging for warmth but getting none, little Tiger looked up with innocent, uneasy eyes and asked, Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Mom and Dad come back? She hurriedly comforted him to ease his mind. Little Tiger, it's okay. Once this blizzard passes, Mom and Dad will come back. Looking at her little grandchild suffering from the cold, Xianhao was heartbroken, so she rose up with determination. She must protect her 2 grandmothers and herself. She must survive. While everyone was in a panic, they suddenly received a notification message from Xianhao. Everyone, the disasters are only temporary. The weather outside is too cold. The power and water outage issues have already been fixed by workers. Not stopping there, she also issued a threat. The government has assigned the neighborhood committee to manage this. If anyone refuses to cooperate and causes consequences, they will be arrested by the police for investigation. Shenghao didn't bother reading it all and tossed his phone aside. The situation outside is this serious? What the hell is going on? These threats didn't affect Shenghao at all. He sneered and mocked. Using borrowed power to bully others, are you addicted? How annoying. That damn old hag is making a mountain out of a molehill. She can't solve anything, so why is she giving orders here? His henchmen sat in a corner on the floor, wrapped in blankets, shivering violently. How, boss? We can't go out now, and we don't have any medicine. How long do we have to endure this? These words directly angered Zheng Hao, so he shouted loudly. It's all because you guys are useless, couldn't beat that bastard Zhang Yi, and you got handled by him instead. Meanwhile, while everyone was struggling against the blizzard, Zhang Yi was leisurely finishing a game. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and the screen showed a new message. It was a message from Xian Ha sent in the apartment group chat to reassure everyone. At the same time, she announced a new plan to everyone, due to the severe impact of the blizzard. To help everyone get through this, starting today, the neighborhood committee will collect supplies from each household, and then proceed to distribute them. He stared at the last message and immediately understood the issue. It was the same trick as in his previous life, just a sudden chapter. Noticing the private message she sent him, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. No one was fooled, it was all aimed at him. Out of curiosity, he opened it to take a look, and saw that Xian He had sent several messages. Little Zhang, you work at the warehouse. You must have quite a lot of stuff at home. I remember you even bought 3 cars worth of supplies. Now it's time for you to step up, don't worry. Everyone will definitely pay you back. Reading these hypocritical words, he couldn't help but recall the unpleasant memories from his previous life. She led the charge, shouting for everyone to hand over their supplies. I was kind enough to give her a little, but in the end, it just invited the wolf into the house. He pretended to be naive and sent a voice message to Xian He with a cheerful tone. That's great, Aunt Lin. If you collect 10 supplies, then remember to share a portion with me. In his heart, he had already devised a personal revenge plan. In my past life, I was sent off to sell salt, and when you think about it, it was all related to her. Xian He certainly didn't believe this naive act of his. She furrowed her brows and angrily said, What, are you trying to fool the devil, you brat? You people working in the warehouse usually take plenty of discounted items, so your house must be stocked with a lot of stuff, right? But then she thought of her own little grandson. He patted its head while telling himself to stay calm. He must not give up, as long as he could hook a translation chapter. The two of them, grandmother and grandson, could get some supplies. At least they could hold out for a week. So, Xian He suppressed her anger and continued to persuade and urge him. Translation chapter. Dear, I'm the warehouse manager of a big supermarket. How could there be a lack of food at home? This is an order from the organization. You must listen to me and obey. He still pretended to be clueless. While picking his teeth, he said, I'm really not lying to you, Auntie. There's nothing left to eat at home. This year, even the local landlord doesn't have any surplus grain. How about you give me a few packs of instant noodles first to play the leading role? Xian He could no longer keep up her fake facade. Furious, she shouted into the phone. Translation chapter. I tried talking nicely to you, but you didn't want that. Now, on behalf of the organization, I'm telling you, if you refuse to hand over the supplies, I will definitely deal with you later. Under this threat, he still didn't care and just let out a snort. Translation chapter looked down on her and then spoke up to challenge her. She represents the organization? She's just a neighborhood committee cadre at best, let alone being a civil servant. She's not even a decent career worker. Xian He's face had turned extremely ugly. Seeing this, he added another sentence. It's fine to fool yourself on normal days, but do you really think you're a leader? If you have the guts, do whatever you want. I'll be at home waiting for you to come. She angrily hung up the phone and threw it onto the sofa. That damn brat, is there really no way to deal with him? After all, I am the leader of this district. Xian Ha had just come up with a new plan but quickly dismissed that thought. To have the people of the district put pressure on him together. No, if everyone follows his example and refuses to hand over supplies, then there will be trouble. The urgent task now is to trick as many people as possible. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived, and the snow covered everything even thicker. Zhang Yi sat in his warm house, eating noodles while watching the surveillance. Through the monitor, he saw Xian Ha collecting supplies. There really are fools who treat money like dirt, offering it to her in abundance. Holding a bowl of steaming noodles in his hand, he calculated the supplies in the house for a long time. An ordinary person could hold out for at least 3 to 5 days. Plus, the low temperature would cause them to deplete quickly. But they willingly handed it over. It had nothing to do with him. Zhang Yi pondered deeply. Looking out the window, he saw the blizzard still hadn't stopped. On the contrary, it showed signs of getting worse. The outside had already fallen into a state of chaos. Only with supplies could one continue to live. Otherwise, they could only wait for death. A few days later, on the group chat, Someone in the residential area directly called out Xianha to confront Uncle Lin. Uncle, you said after taking the good supplies, you would distribute them to everyone. My family has run out of food for 2 days now. Please give us some. The phone notifications kept coming, but Xianha was busy feeding her grandson. She didn't care about a bunch of idiots. All these things are mine. She looked towards the stacks of supplies piled up in the house and laughing gleefully at the supplies this old woman worked so hard to swindle. How could I possibly return them to you people? Just then, little Tiger pointed at the phone to remind her. Grandma, your phone, she sneered inwardly, watching it ring endlessly. Those idiots are only now figuring it out, huh? But when she picked up the phone and saw the number on the screen, he couldn't help but panic for real. What does he want with me? She broke out in a cold sweat. But as soon as she answered, the voice on the other end spoke first. Hello, Aunt Lin. You really are a capable person. Everyone's supplies have all fallen into your hands. This one sentence was enough to startle Xianhe. She coughed to hide her fear. Ahem. As the neighborhood committee officer, managing everyone's supplies is my duty. Just then, the person on the other end didn't let her finish. He directly cut her off. Haha, that's perfect then. Right now, my house is in dire need of supplies. Bring them over to me now. Unwilling to hand them over, she quickly made excuses. I still need to sort them out a bit more. Some people haven't handed theirs in yet, so I can't distribute them temporarily. Hearing this, the other side dropped all pretense. You rotten old hag, don't you have any shame? You've taken them all for yourself, haven't you? Jinghao, tired of dealing with her, gave her a final ultimatum. Tell her to obediently hand over all that stuff to me. If not then, el sabía que en la casa de Xianhe solo vivían la abuela y la nieta, por lo que directamente las amenazó. I'll personally come with over a dozen people to take it. The door of the room suddenly made a loud banging sound. Entonces Xianhe, alarmada, intentó detenerlo. Don't come in. This is breaking into someone's home. Jinghao led his thugs in and slapped her straight in the face. I despise you for cheating the neighbors out of supplies. I am carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. At this moment, Zhang Yi was leisurely eating a sausage, enjoying the drama. Aizu, they've started tearing into each other, watching them fight over every little thing on the screen. He suddenly had a new idea. How about posting this video in the homeowner group chat, so everyone can see it? No sooner said than done, Zhang Yi happily started operating the computer. Their reactions will surely be very interesting. Over here, after giving Zhou Xianhe a slap, Jinghao immediately ordered all his thugs to search the house. Take all the food and drinks in this house. Those things were saved up by the neighbors with great effort. Can't let her profit. Hearing this, she was terrified, jumped up, and grabbed his leg, begging, please, you can't take everything. Some of it is my own family's stored supplies. If you take it all, how will my granddaughter and I survive? Jinghao looked down at her with contempt, then threatened, what's that got to do with me? Let go. Xianhe still shamelessly clings to his pants. Leave us a way to survive, I beg you. He had lost all patience talking to her. He stretched out his leg and kicked her, shouting, get out of here! Xiao Hu was silent. He stared at the spot on the floor where his grandmother had just been pushed down. He desperately grabbed a sharp object and charged out, yelling at the thugs. All of you, get out of here right now! This stab directly hit Hu Fei in the butt, making him scream in pain. He turned around angrily and looked at the kid who was only as tall as his waist. His voice trembled with pain. You want to sell salt, huh? Hu Fei kicked Xiao Hu with immense force, sending him flying like a ball. He only managed to let out one cry. Now I'll grant your wish. A child's strength is no match for an adult's. He fell onto the chair and lay still, not moving. Seeing this, his accomplice praised him. Ha ha ha, old five, since when did you get such a good kicking leg? You even kicked that little rabbit away. Impressive, impressive. Hu Fei threw down his tool. He was just about to accept his brother's praise. Handsome, isn't it? You guys should have recorded that scene. Xianhe trembled as she crawled over to her grandson. But she didn't dare touch his wound, only calling his name. Xiao Hu, my grandson. Jinghao saw this. Instead of feeling pity, he spat in contempt. Serves you right. One old, one young, both worthless. He led his gang to loot everything clean, then left the grandmother and grandson behind. This is the price you pay for cheating your neighbors, old woman. I'm just carrying out divine justice. When the surveillance footage was sent to the group chat, everyone was gloating over Xianhe's outcome. Ha ha ha, the scammer got what she deserved. Brother Hao is so mighty. For people like her, you have to use such ruthless methods. Zhang Yi looked at the messages sent by those residents. He sighed. They still haven't fully grasped the root of the problem. Those homeowners weren't just mocking Xianhe. They were also praising those thugs. If it weren't for Brother Hao, We would have no way to deal with a shameless person like her. Brother Hao, be careful. She might call the police and report you. A dangerous glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes as he spoke slowly. Today, he could break into Uncle Lin's house and steal things. Sooner or later, he'll break into your houses too. But he didn't want to waste words on these fools. So he just shrugged it off. It's a pity, but it has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A new message appeared in the homeowner group. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes when he read the content of Xianhao's message. Does anyone have medicine at home? My nephew was injured by Qingjing Hao. Dr. Chu is performing surgery and urgently needs medicine. He naturally recognized this doctor. He was just a bit surprised by her choice to save someone. Chu Ke'er, she wanted to perform surgery on Lin Xiaohu. In the group chat, Ke'er urgently announced the situation. The temporary treatment for Lin Xiaohu's wound couldn't hold out much longer. If anyone has medicine, come find me, according to Zhang Yi's memory. She was a doctor in her past life who had saved many people. She could be considered a good person. As soon as she saw her words, Xianha immediately messaged, "My little tiger needs medicine. I beg everyone for help." Sheng Hao then sneered, "Kneel before us." Sao and the others also showed their disapproval. Seeing this, the chapter translator couldn't help but shake his head. He's usually so cold and aloof. Today, he actually spoke up to help Lin Xiaohu. It's truly a matter of human heart, but he himself was also curious. What's the point of saving that brat anyway? The blizzard was still raging, but the outside had already come to a standstill. He can't hold on much longer anyway. At the same time, Li Ming looked at the weather outside and couldn't help but worry. What do we do? The snow is about to bury the first floor. Meanwhile, Tai Jiao inside the house held his head in terror. The news said this is a once-in-10,000-year blizzard. What will become of us in the end? A week later, the entire world was buried by the blizzard. Even in some northern cities, the temperature dropped to over -100 degrees. The snowfall continued for days without letting up, and even intensified, burying many cities. Residents who hadn't evacuated in time were also trapped in the snow. In the district group chat, Xianha arrogantly announced, "Everyone, hand over your supplies now, or you'll be penalized for violations. I can pay a high price." Someone immediately bargained, "I'll sell for 1,000 yuan a pack." But Su Hao outbid him. "I'll pay 2,000 yuan for the whole lot." While they were all buzzing with discussion, the translator just sits back and watches the drama unfold. Something more interesting is coming. Le Min read Su Hao's message and was overjoyed. He found a pack of instant noodles worth 2,000 NET. Am I seeing things? On the other side, Hong and I also chimed in. Don't you guys raise the prices of supplies like this? I'm starting to get a bit scared. This matter has forced Zhang Yu to step in. Stop joking. Do you really think it's the apocalypse? Shuyin lounged on the bed, adding her 2 cents. It's just a bit of heavy snow. It's not like we're surrounded by zombies. Why make such a fuss? Reading her retort, the translator silently assessed. Being surrounded by zombies is an extreme situation compared to this. This ice age is still too naive. That group of people all pointed fingers at Su Hao. 3 against 1, don't you guys be so nosy. I have money if you agree to sell, message me privately, otherwise, forget it. Seeming kind-hearted, but Su Hao had already calculated. The current situation is very tough. While you can still use money, you need to quickly get the supplies from those poor fools. Le May's indignation was clear in her message. How can you be like this? Buying food now is saving our lives. Yet Su Hao argued, did I rob you? If everyone agrees to sell, what can you do about it? With the current awkward situation, Le May had no choice but to beg. Please everyone help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. I have nothing to eat, so I have no milk for her. Who would have thought this trick was already seen through by Zhang Yi? The situation is pitiful at first glance. But once someone responds, they'll definitely get bitten and never let go. Still, it's very strange. In just a moment, he sank into a state of deep thought. However, in the past life, the mother and daughter held on for a very long time. Tao Li Mei is definitely not as simple as she appears on the surface. Time flew by, and 10 days later, Zhang Yi was now in the home gym. At the same time, the phone rang, catching his attention. As soon as he confirmed the caller was AI, Zhang Yi's face lit up. Counting the days, it was certain. Most families had nothing left to eat by now. These 2 green TB* cheese can't hold back anymore, So when he answered the call, he deliberately aimed the camera at the plate of food on the table. Why do you want to video call me? Look at you two, you're all skin and bones. Congratulations, just as expected. Wu Qing and AI Ning are starving, drooling. He still has that much food? Desperate, both of them intended to cling to Zhang Yi. How do you still have so much food? Your place is really warm, huh? Why are you still wiping sweat? Zhang Yi took the chance to tease them, saying it's just some junk food. Eat if you're bored, or just leave it there. Not only that, he showed off even more. Plus, my house has in-wall heating installed. This thing keeps you very warm, but the house is so hot it's unbearable. Finally, Wu Ting threw away all her shame and let out a whiny voice. Zhang Yich, you're really amazing. You're so well prepared, I admire you so much. Can I come to your place to see it? Now, Wu Ting had no choice but to flatter him. It's been so long since we last met. I really miss you. Inside her heart, she still held a naive thought. Give him a little sweetness, secure a long-term meal ticket, then we'll talk. Hearing the words from Wu Ting's mouth, Zhang Yich, despite feeling disgusted, still had to try to soften his words. With the weather this cold, maybe you should just stay home and rest. In truth, he was feeling utterly disgusted inside. Back then, my brain must have been broken to chase after her. Zhang Yich's expression suddenly changed the next second. Although he didn't know exactly how cold it was outside, he still used a provocative tone, but looking at their appearance, the temperature must have been very low. Indeed, it successfully made Wu Ting furious. Zhang Yich, don't go too far. We're cold and hungry, and you won't help, fine. But then you spout these sarcastic words. Not only did he stay silent, but he also blatantly exposed them. Aizu, not pretending anymore? When there's profit, you come knocking at my door. I don't see you guys chasing after anyone else. Don't treat me like a fool. Wu Ting, struck right in her dark heart, yelled. Zhang Yich, shut up! Having achieved his goal, Zhang Yich added fuel to the fire. To be honest, why are you so agitated? We're not close. We don't even know each other. Why should I help you? Wu Qing was furious. You despicable bastard! Ignoring her screams, Zhang Yi directly hung up the phone. On the other end, Wu Qing was venting her anger by slamming her phone hard. You bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you scold me? Getting nothing out of it, Lin Aining shifted the blame. Wasn't it because you didn't hold on tight in the first place? If you had, we could be enjoying ourselves right now, with all of Zhang Yi's stuff. Then she pointed at Zhang Yi's photo on the screen. Next, she sneered. Now he's way stronger than the second richest. Still putting on airs of purity? Your true colors are showing. As if he's something so special. In a fit of rage, Wu Qing lunged forward and punched Lin Aining, that bitch. And just like that, the two of them rolled around on the bed, fighting. In contrast to that scene, Zhang Yi was leisurely browsing information. Tianhai City News broadcast. To meet electricity demands, power will be supplied at 1:10 p.m. and 4 p.m. Only enough to power small appliances. Shilin TV News emphasizes. Currently, power plants are temporarily shut down. We urge everyone to be mindful of conserving electricity, to avoid widespread blackouts. After hearing this, Zhang Yi assessed. The disaster level is severe, to the point where even the government can't hide it anymore. As usual, he checked the group chat messages. Everyone was discussing the latest news bulletin. Seeing that someone was still trying to earn money by doing translation chapters was truly beyond words. They clearly knew the world was facing the apocalypse. Yet they still wanted to exchange supplies for money. Right now, the blizzard outside showed no signs of letting up. Life still went on, even if hope was lost. But no one wanted to die. Even if it was just barely surviving, they had to grit their teeth and keep going. En este momento, en la casa de su hija, ella está lamando angustiada al nombre de su nieto. Little tiger, don't fall asleep. If you go, how am I supposed to explain to your parents? Aquí está Hauchung recostado tranquilamente recibiendo tratamiento. Dr. Chu is truly both beautiful and kind-hearted. Thanks to you, I was able to keep this leg. Kani fatlo loy ken nan man veo chian chin. After you're done, remember to give me the supplies as agreed. Otra oportunidad para su hao está surgiendo. Like this, I can hold on for a while longer. Debido a la disputa anterior, ai ning si ha sentido lijos de dong ming. What are you planning to do now? Besides the translation chapters, there's nothing else to rely on. Vu tin dang ap yukahoch, nu kong tan song tse su ly chuang dike. Let's seize his house. Right now, she was on the phone. Cho binga bien que inmediatamente escucho y hablo francamente. Just the two of us isn't enough. We can't let too many people know about this. Chao bang vu den noit vu tin lin mak leo kem theo loi bi dat. The translation chapter is too much, relying on having a lot of food at home. Insulting her, wanting her to sleep with him. After hearing that, he exclaimed in shock. What? He was so furious he wanted to devour that person alive. This bastard Zhang Yi actually dares to do this kind of thing to her. I have to deal with him. Wu Qing took the opportunity to flatter Zhou Bing. Let's think of a way to snatch his house. We can live there together in the future. What do you think? Zhou Bing felt his pride was restored by this. Leave it to me, but that selfish, shameless bastard Zhang. You will definitely fight back, so we need to bring weapons over there. Lord Ning, trailing behind, suggested. Why don't we just beat him up directly? Now they were holding hot weapons and standing in front of the door, the target to be eliminated. After steadying their formation, Zhou Bing knocked on the door to execute the plan. Zhang Yi, are you home? It's me, Zhou Bing. Hearing the voice clearly, he turned on the camera to check. Zhou Bing? What does he want with me? Zhang Yi's intuition warned him. This guy coming to find me is definitely not good news. And the pile of weapons they were carrying immediately caught his eye. Knowing their malicious intent, Zhang Yi was furious. You want to get rid of me? Just with you people? Seeing no response from inside, the people outside continued to speak. Zhang Yi, it's me, Zhou Bing. Our food has run out. For the sake of being colleagues, can I trade some fever medicine for your food? Suddenly, Zhang Yi's eyes caught something. He looked at the pot of food left in the corner of the room, and an idea immediately arose. Oh, fever medicine? That's too generous. Let me think about it for a moment. It seemed as though the prey had taken the bait, and the expression on Liu Bang's face was one of satisfaction. It's fine, we're really hungry now, and we're colleagues after all. It's better for you to benefit than for someone else to take advantage. Hurry up and open the door. He answered with his mouth, but his hand was already guiding the water pipe through. The gap in the door is right here. Hearing this, the whole group assumed a combat-ready stance. Before they could even see anyone, they were sprayed in the face with that dirty water. Lord Ning was horrified as he looked at the stuff on him. What is this? Vu tin estaba a punto de desmayarse en el lugar al darse cuenta. This is leftover food. Ya no fingia como un bui, sino que mostraba su verdadera naturaleza. Salto aquí para que pueda destruir por completo. Estás enfadado y encima ti Berlin. ¿Acaso no es sufficient hambre? Here, I'm treating you to some leftovers. Why aren't you thanking me? Esto confundió a Zhang Bing, como pudo saberlo él? So he could only bluster and threaten. Just you wait. Once I get in, I'll deal with you. With that, he violently slammed the door handle repeatedly. His goal was to eliminate the person inside. But the moment he touched the door's surface, las manos de Tong Bang se sienten heladas. Then he collapsed onto the floor, screaming in agony. El capítulo describe ling en términos despectivos como alguien que no sabe su lugar. You're just lounging with your feet up on the table, watching the show, aren't you? If I can stay inside, I absolutely will not go out. I won't risk even 0.01% danger, boil you all alive, until you can't take it anymore. After provoking that group, Zhang Yi decided to go to bed to rest. Then a noise startled him, and he reflexively jumped up. At the same time, he detected the sound of gunfire. This made Zhang Yi suspicious. Does someone in the neighborhood have a hot weapon? So he grabbed his iPad to check. At that moment, the truth was finally revealed. Chen Zhenghao. He was still alive. Through the screen, he could see Zhenghao and two of his underlings carrying supplies, with a small basin of water in the corner. That made Zhang Yi deduce that after the water supply was cut off, they basically had to go out and dig snow to melt it for drinking. He and his henchmen had seized this opportunity. If he hadn't grasped the situation clearly, the third-floor house would have been doomed. Supplies would be looted, and they'd be eliminated. There was no way to hold out for long. On the other side, Wu Fei excitedly announced that Hao was all set. What do we do now? Xin Zhenghao came up with another scheme. Don't rush. Let's intimidate these cowards first, then deal with the homeowner group. He arrogantly threatened and sent more images to intimidate them. Now we can't rely on anyone. From now on, I'm in charge of these 25 houses here. Everything is decided by me. Listen to me, and you'll live in peace. Otherwise, you'll see. Through his tricks, Zhang Yi had to admit that Qin Zhenghao was indeed clever. No wonder he could rise so smoothly in this society. However, he could see through the scheme. He couldn't possibly handle the entire building. So first, they use a carrot-and-stick approach so everyone resents him, but can't do anything about it. It doesn't stop there. There's something else that catches the chapter translator's attention. They create another new group. The people in the area, frustrated, form a private group to expose him. Tran Qinhao had robbed 3 houses by breaking in through the doors. And one house, he directly used weapons to handle it. The other 2 were scared into handing over all their food. They continue discussing, we must unite against him. But he has firearms. What can we do about firearms? If we all rush him, how can he withstand that? So when do we act? The chapter translator has a comment. Is this planning an armed uprising? The chat group is now plotting strategies. We can definitely deal with him. After all, He's a criminal with a record and has underlings. We need to discuss this more thoroughly. Right, we must use our intelligence. These words make the chapter translator laugh. Right from the start, they shout about winning with intelligence. Just now, they were so arrogantly calling for action. It's probably just to get others hot-headed and take the bullets for them. Then a message from Kakwang leaves him stunned. We can't let Tren Shinhao continue like this. Otherwise, everyone will be dealt with by him. Even if he doesn't use firearms to eliminate us. If he robs all our food, won't we be left with no way to survive? So, he steps up in frustration. I can lead. Everyone come with me to teach those beasts a lesson. Seeing this call, the whole group immediately agreed. I support you, Brother View. Do you need weapons, Brother View? Tran Shinhao is a bastard. Brother View, go find a chance to ambush him like this. Don't give him a chance to assess the current situation. Kakwang can tell us they have 5 people coming later. They also have firearms. Going there alone is definitely not a good idea. I need at least a dozen young men with me to be safe. Out of nowhere, someone suddenly raised an objection. No way, Uncle Lam from the new neighborhood swindled all our stuff. Who knows if Brother View is like that woman? Lu Nim angrily sent a voice message. That old woman tricked me out of my life-saving items. If you take all the fighters to surrender to Tran Shinhao, what will happen to the elderly, women, and children left behind? Right now, the group is split into 2 factions. They're about to start fighting each other. Are we just going to sit here and wait for Tran Shinhao's men to deal with us? Lu. DM is right. Who knows if Brother View is a spy? Truong Dike looked at the chaos and sighed in frustration. I expected too much from them. After that, he scooped his delicious meal onto a plate. By then, Truong Dike was so helpless he couldn't even be bothered to read the messages. Things have come to this, and they're still blaming each other. Most of these people deserve to go to hell for their sins. Lost in thought, he accidentally put the plate of hot soup into his mouth. Hot! Hot! He exclaimed without thinking. In some house, loud noises rang out. Clearly, Shinhao was giving orders while holding a firearm. What's taking you all so long? Waiting for dinner? Hurry up! Feeling that this action was too cruel, Tran Vu voiced his opinion. And how, maybe you should stop. The others in this house probably still have food. There's no need to turn on your own family right now. Before he could finish, the guy pointed his weapon and scolded him to stop talking nonsense. I told you to do it, so just do it. That person is already sick and won't survive, and you're keeping them in the house. Do you want to end up like them too? Tran Vu, scared by the threat, had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Don't, and Hao is right. That person is already dead. So we should use them to help us survive. Isn't that a good thing? Hearing this, Chin Hao cheered up. You understand, that's good. Don't let my hard work go to waste. But he knew deep down. If he didn't have a weapon in his hand, these people might not have listened. Only by eating the meat together would everyone be considered on the same side. The brutal scene just now was fully captured by Chuang Dike's eyes. This Chin Hao guy is truly vicious, leaving them at the door. Probably preparing to use them as emergency food when supplies run out. After that, he stretched comfortably. If he really tries to mess with me, I'll find a chance to deal with him. The next day, messages in the group chat suddenly exploded. Everyone, please come save me. Right now, Tran Shinhao's group is breaking down the door to the live stream room. Please save me, I can't trust these people. Everyone, unite again. Now Lai Hoa sat inside the house, trembling in fear. If something happens to me, you'll be next. The sound of banging on the door outside. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her chest. In no time at all, those people had already poked their heads inside. Li Hua could only plead desperately, begging them to spare her. I'll give you all the food in my house, just let me go. But that cruel group still heartlessly dragged her away. Li Hua's tears streamed down as she cried out in vain for help. It seemed like there might be some sympathy, but in the group chat, it was nothing but malicious comments. Karma's finally here, huh? This is definitely retribution. Good thing she was the first to be targeted. At least it buys everyone some time. Now even Wu Ting was getting worried. We have to think of something. They can do this to others. Sooner or later, it'll be our turn. And AI Ning is always on the defensive. What are we supposed to do? If we can't get into Zhang Yi's house, we'll end up like Lu Dian. Exactly. Wu Ting bit her nails, racking her brains. Spread the news about the supplies in Zhang Yi's house. To people we can trust. We'll join forces and take over his place. Right then, Zhang Yi's phone lit up again. A notification. Welcome to the new group, support squad. As soon as he clicked on it, he saw Wu Ting's plea for help. Zhang Yi, it's way too dangerous outside now. Your house has a balcony and a broken door. We hope you can join our team. Zhang Yi smirked after seeing that. Sun Jichao and Wang Min had already joined the group chat. Looks like Wu Ting had filled them in on the situation. Not bad. She didn't even ask how the barefoot guy got crippled by the system. Then, Zhang Yi quickly sent a voice message. Thank you, I'm living very comfortably on my own. Look elsewhere, Zhang Yi thought to himself, even considering himself. Did they really think this trick would work? Everyone kept pleading and doing everything they could to move him. Now even the AI is in danger. Only by sticking together can they survive, however. Zhang Yi only replied briefly before leaving the group. Survival depends on each person's own skills. You all are worthless to me. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Yi's heartless reaction. Wu Ting clenched her phone tightly with both hands. He's truly heartless. We're all acquaintances, yet he says such inhuman things. How could he even say that out loud? Wang Min finally spoke up. Out of respect for my cousin, I let you all in. Moreover, you promised to persuade him to let us into his house, but now he doesn't agree. What do you mean? These words made her and AI Ning panic until their faces turned green. Just then, Xi Chao offered a suggestion. No need to be polite with this kind of person. We'll just force our way into his house. Hearing this, Lu Dao also agreed. Just do it. This kind of person only thinks about himself. He doesn't deserve such a good house. Then he started bragging, saying he used to work at a lock company. I can open all common types of locks. Wu Ting, as if finding a lifeline, cheered him on. As long as we open the anti-theft door, we can all rush in. Let's see how he can resist then. Then the group watched Lu Dao begin to carefully examine the door. From behind, Wu Ting flashed a malicious smile as she thought to herself. Aside from that, you really have no other tricks up your sleeve. She smiled triumphantly while the 6 thieves were working. Once we get in, you're done for, Zhang Yi. However, all the schemes of those on the other side had already been caught by him secretly. Breaking the lock, Zhang Yi smirked at the safe house control panel. The safe door added 5 layers of defense, on par with a bank vault's anti-theft door. If it were that easy to pick, wouldn't my money have been wasted? Without hesitation, he activated the high-voltage protection function. The 6 thieves outside were electrocuted and screamed in pain. His 7-pitched screams terrified everyone. Save me! Finally, he quickly rolled onto the floor, his body completely charred. Seeing this, Wu Qing could only cover her face and shriek in fear. At this moment, Shi was furious. Yet, unafraid, he cursed Zhang Yi. You bastard! Get the hell out here. Wang Min still pretended to reason. Originally, we came here to negotiate about the shared house. Why did you resort to killing? Aren't you going to explain? However, Zhang Yi, behind the door, took out a crossbow and continued to feign. Interesting, huh? After you break the lock, the next step is to eliminate me, or drive me out to fend for myself. He coldly raised his weapon and began to aim, ready to send any intruder to meet. King Yama, this was originally my home, yet you all plan to divide it among yourselves. It's as if you newcomers are the true masters, recklessly risking your lives. Zhang Yi pulls the trigger. The arrow quickly flies out from the window, heading straight for Ji Chao. The arrow sinks deep into his shoulder, and he screams in pain. Seeing his comrade injured, Zhou Biao swiftly hoists Ji Chao onto his shoulder. Then he turns and flees headlong. Let's get out of here first. Zhang Yi really wants to kill us. Ding Feng also nods in agreement. As long as we keep the green hills, we won't lack firewood. Let's retreat. Before they even finish speaking, 2 more arrows are shot out. So fast that no one can react in time. Unsurprisingly, this time, both Ding Feng and Zhou Biao are wounded. Not far away, Wang Min has already sprinted ahead at full speed, leaving AI Ning and Wu Qing frantically chasing after her. Wait, don't leave me behind. Wait for us, Sister Wang. A moment later, they arrive at a spot where Wang Min sits down beside the lying Zhou Biao, while the other 2 stand in silence. After checking the wounds for a while, she suddenly flinches. Oh no, these arrows are all rusted. This statement infuriates Xi Chao. That cowardly turtle is truly vicious. He deliberately used rusted arrows to deal with us. Ding Feng then speaks worriedly. Without antibiotics in this kind of weather, if you get hit, you can only pray to God. Clutching his bleeding wound tightly, he grits his teeth and groans in pain. No, how could this happen? Unable to contain her anger, Wang Min doesn't hesitate. She swung her hand and slapped Wu Qing, the wretched woman, right across the face. It was all her fault. Then, she continued to vent all her anger on her. Didn't you guys say that only the door in his house was sturdy? Then why is there still a crossbow? You must have known about it for a long time, so you ran far away, right? Now, Wu Qing could only cover her face and sob and whine. I didn't know either. The last 2 times we went there, he didn't use the crossbow to attack us. Seeing the situation getting more and more tense, Zhou Ping also stepped in to mediate. Cousin, don't be like this. I can testify that Wu Qing really didn't know. GC stepped forward and grabbed Wang Min's shoulders. We're all injured now. Someone needs to take care of us. Hearing this, she immediately yelled, "Hurry up and come over here to help!" While Ning's group went to the rescue. Wang Min pulled out her phone with a tense expression. With such a serious injury, we can only ask Dr. Zhu for help. Not long after, Canoe arrived. Wang Min placed all her trust in Dr. Zhu. The lives of my family members are in your hands. As soon as she saw Zhou Ping's wound, she couldn't hide her surprise and blurted out, "So it was an arrow wound." These words made Wang Min suspicious. Is there anyone else who was injured by an arrow? Kanoa paused for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. No, it was a patient from before at the hospital. After the examination was done, she immediately announced the results to them. The wound is too deep. Unless there is professional equipment to perform surgery, I'm not entirely sure either. Next, he emphasized the importance, scaring Wang Min so much that tears flowed. Handling it simply. Whether treating it or pulling the arrow out, it would get infected. Without antibiotic treatment. By then, mere seconds later, she collapsed to her knees in despair. This chapter translation is truly cruel. Even if we take over his house, we wouldn't take his life. Kanice silently wondered. Is the chapter translator the room owner? Were these wounds actually caused by him? Finally, she spoke up to advise, in short, if there's no medicine, pulling the arrow out recklessly is very dangerous. I hope everyone can understand. These words startled Wu Qing. Medicine? It turned out she had just thought of something important. I remember at Zhang Yi's house, about a month ago, I saw with my own eyes someone delivering a lot of medicine to his place. Wu Qing began sharing information. She had gathered it about a month ago. Zhang Yi started hoarding supplies frantically. Every day, goods were seen being delivered to his house. Once, a pharmaceutical company truck came to Zhang Yi's neighborhood, and he went to receive it. Hearing this, Kuni didn't seem too surprised. Antibiotics aren't some rare medicine. If he knew the disaster was coming and stockpiled goods, he would have plenty of antibiotics and fever reducers. The prospect of dying slowly and painfully scared Ji Chao out of his wits. Then let's quickly find Zhang Yi so he can save me. Ding Feng, lying weakly on the sofa, also forced himself to say to Theo, I think I'm about to die. Hurry and think of a way. The urgent situation made Wang Min even more anxious. He was just chased away by him. How could he possibly give us the life-saving medicine? Wu Qing changed her tone, saying we didn't even harm him. And we even planned to leave some supplies behind after breaking through the door. She didn't see herself as wrong, and even asserted firmly that it was because he didn't understand good intentions that he struck. We are the ones in the right, so what are we afraid of? Unexpectedly, when Wang Min heard this, he immediately ordered that this matter be handed over to her instead. Since Zhang Yi had once pursued her, she was the most suitable. Ji Chao also agreed, saying that if it weren't for her, then they wouldn't have been injured either. Even Zhou Ping couldn't defend her anymore. Wu Qing, you'll have to bear with this for a bit. Only if we live in peace can we protect you. Under everyone's pressure, she finally reluctantly agreed. I'll try my best. Afterwards, they asked Ka and I to take care of the injured. Dr. Chu, help them pull out the arrows first. Just relax your hand. A miserable scream of pain rang out. At the same time, Zhang Yi's voice came through the phone. Hello, what's wrong? As soon as he answered the call, she started crying and whining. Zhang Yi, Lu Dao is gone, and the people from Niu Bang were hit by your arrows. They're about to collapse too, but the only response was a mocking laugh. He's already gone to heaven, so it's only a matter of time anyway. At that moment, Zhang Yi was leisurely preparing a delicious dinner. Don't tell me you guys actually think you can survive this blizzard? As he cut into a piece of bright red beef still reeking of cold blood, he thought about how the blizzard had blanketed the entire city. This building had become an isolated island. The residents inside were all trying their best to hold out. Once supplies run out, the remaining people, even if they aren't sent to meet the king of hell by Qinzhenghao, will either freeze to death or starve and give up. Even so, Wu Ting still tried to tug at his heartstrings. Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault. I betrayed your true feelings. I'll change. Can't you ever forgive me? Wang Min was truly sick of watching her continue to beg. So pathetically, they were hit by his arrows. There's no medicine left in the house. They'll get infected. Didn't you buy a lot before? Please give us some medicine. Finding it a waste of time, he immediately snatched the phone and yelled. Zhang Yi, we live day by day, with Qinzhenghao causing trouble. Don't be so heartless. You might need us later. This arrogant remark made him laugh. Heartless? Then guess why I used a rusty arrow to shoot them? Before she could answer, he coldly emphasized the reason. I specifically wanted to see you all end up wounded and infected, suffering in pain. tormented and collapsing in despair and agony. Not wanting to stop, Zhang Yi continued to rub salt into the wound. Why haven't your accomplices taken this away yet? The resentment is endless. Helping you wait for the day you come to take revenge. Wang Min tried to argue. We are not that kind of people. However, Zhang Yi gave them a glimmer of hope. Stop talking, it's truly boring. For now, considering that I once pursued Fan Yuqing, I can consider letting only her come over. Yuqing was like a fish finding water. She immediately retrieved her phone and agreed obediently from then on. Qing'er is my woman. Whatever you want to do to Qing'er is fine. Whatever you want, Qing'er will listen to you. Zhang Yi smirked and replied to Yuqing. Alright, come over here quickly. Seeing her friend find a lifeline, Ai Ning quickly approached. Take me with you, take me with you. But before she could rejoice for long, he reminded her. However, Yuqing, the one I love is only you. You must maintain distance from those dishonest people. Don't let them hinder us, right? Hearing this, she immediately pretended to be obedient. Everything is up to Big Brother. Qing'er will listen to you completely. With that, she immediately prepared to leave, abandoning the group behind. I'll come over right now, wait for me a moment. Immediately after, Yuqing shook off the hand of her former best friend. Decisively, get out of my way, don't stop me from going to Zhang Yi's place. I've had enough of these days. Wang Min couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to slap her directly in the face. This shameless wretch has ruined us. Now she wants to run away without taking responsibility. No soons con el buffalo con dolor exclamó Wu Qing. I can assist with that request. Do you want to be his woman? I didn't expect that in return it would be Wu Tin's true face. I'm just pursuing my own happiness. Staying with you all was only temporary. After you use up all the supplies later, won't you just be waiting for the end anyway? He replied, trembling. Before that, she had grabbed his hand, crying and whining. Trao bangan es una buena persona pero ella me alguien. You have to hope they're happy, right? Although you've helped me before, in the end, I can offer you many things like program translations. These words shocked him into utter collapse. One min thea min mat het tin den lin tien den chanen. Brother, don't get angry at this kind of wretch. Your life is what's most important. Mientras tanto, ai ning todavía ses fuerza por reclamar sus derechos. En que ese basa fuang vu para aprovecharse de tu para sí misma? Then Nai Ning immediately pinned down Wu Qing, causing her to scream loudly ah. Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! Wang Min and Han Chong Yu ka ai Ning chu wai den wu. You saw it too, that woman. Only thinks about herself. She's never once considered anyone else. Keep an eye on her for me. Don't let her escape. At that moment, Ka Ni had just finished temporarily bandaging everyone's wounds. That was only a temporary fix. Without medicine, there's a high chance of infection later. Everyone should prepare themselves mentally. Suddenly, Tri Siu had an idea. I still have one way to deal with this. Chapter translation. Bang Man turned back, puzzled. What way? He gently adjusted his glasses and began to analyze. Inside chapter translation's house, there's a fireplace built into the wall. They have a lot of fuel stored, and the food in the room is also plentiful. Seeing that no one had any objections, Tri Siu continued, why not leak the news outside? Let the entire building know. Then we can also get a share. Feeling that her own interests were threatened, Wu Tin immediately objected. You people are too shameless. I'm going to be living with chapter translation from now on. If you do this, what am I supposed to do later? Wang Man immediately raised her hand to slap her. It's all your fault, and you still have the nerve to argue, you bitch. However, just as she was about to act, she was stopped by Trao Bang. Stop it, Wang Man! Hearing this, she was furious. Ha, she ruined us like this and now wants to run into another man's arms? What's there to like about her? But he still tried his best to protect Wu Tin. Don't talk about her like that. I truly love Wu Tin. Sooner or later, she will love me too. Then he turned back to comfort her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Wang Man gritted her teeth. Whatever, I'm done. Begging is useless. Let that bitch be. Just worry about your own damn life. Without any hesitation, he immediately spread the news to the entire building of neighbors. Now I finally realize that there are still people living happily like this. Such selfish behavior is truly utterly shameless. Xing Hao and his cronies read Wang Min's messages, drooling with envy. Deng Lun's eyes widened. This Hao guy was driven by greed, nurturing a sinister plan. This brat's house actually has so many good things. Perfect. Old grudges and new scores can be settled together. In the apartment complex's group chat, residents were frantically calling for Zhang Yi. Hurry up and hand over the supplies to help us. As an elder, I demand you hand them over. Just let me stay at your place, and I'll give you all my assets. After reading the messages, Zhang Fan, well-fed and warmly clothed, sneered. Looking at the neatly cut meat on the plate, he mocked. Why should I be familiar with you people? The clean fork reflected his sarcastic expression. Back then, I was just like this piece of meat, torn apart by you all, wasn't I? He tossed the phone aside, continuing to enjoy his delicious meal. You can't reason with people who have no sense of gratitude. Meanwhile, Ji Chao was extremely anxious. This guy isn't afraid of death? One drop from each of us would drown him. Over at Chun he sighed. She was equally furious. This guy is really worthless. At a time like this, he dares to enjoy himself alone. Su Hao even muttered threats under his breath. Once this snowstorm passes, I'll deal with that bastard of yours. In the apartment complex group chat, dissatisfaction begins to erupt. We're neighbors. Shouldn't we be helping each other out? You have to contribute to society, but you're hoarding information. If not, why would we be in such a miserable state? You must make amends. Despite the chaotic conversation in the apartment group chat, Zhang Yi leisurely pours himself a drink. As he savors the flavor, several pleading messages are sent his way. Li Mei continues to use her child to soften his heart. Si Wu is even ready to offer herself. Meanwhile, when Chan uses their bond as a reason, Zhang Yi pays no attention to these messages. His gaze only follows the falling snowflakes. Staying home is so boring. How about I go out for a bit? Suddenly, an idea pops into his head. That's right, I still have a few snowmobiles. He strolls around with a bright smile, muttering to himself. Even though I can't go now, my future safety is guaranteed. I can go out and get some fresh air. Suddenly, his attention shifts to something else. On Zhang Yi's phone screen, a message notification from Kunoa appears. In every word, she reveals her hardship. Mr. Zhang, my family truly has run out of food and medicine. This piques his interest. Not bad, a doctor who's very rational. Not begging for charity, but wanting to trade, huh? He ponders a bit about his impression of Kunoa. En su vida pasada, ella felicio al ceder su comida a la madre y hija, ta la mai. Though she looks cold, she's quite warm-hearted at crucial moments. An idea gradually emerged in the mind while translating a chapter. Maybe I should let her stay and take care of me. But smart women are prone to betrayal. Thinking this, he lazily stretched. I'm really afraid of death, you know. Then he raised his hand to stroke his chin, pondering. Chuka ni puede considerar eso, pero no estoy 100% seguro. I can't let her in. Mientras que ese estremecía de frío, Zhang respondió. If you want to trade, at least come up with something useful to me. She quickly sent back a voice chat. How about an advance consultation fee? I really can't hold on anymore. Her hand gripped the phone tightly, cold and filled with shame. I've never begged a stranger like this before. El otro lado, Zhang Zhidien envió una respuesta tranquila. I can give you necessities, but you have to help me. Cani está un poco curiosa sobre algo. Immediately, his request was made, very simple. Those neighbors will soon lose patience. I want you to monitor their actions and report back to me anytime. He even used a provocation tactic on Dr. Chu. You can choose to betray them and follow me, or go with the crowd and keep observing. Esto hace que Kani se sienta confundida. Muy rápidamente, después de eso, Kani dio una respuesta. I agree. Esto estaba dentro de las expectativas. El capítulo fue traducido muy bien. Hooked. Then he deliberately added more instructions. She had to use intelligence to trade for supplies. She had to do what she already knew. In response, Kani coldly replied, I understand. After finishing the exchange with Zhang Yi, she stared blankly at her phone screen. At the same time, the residents' side showed clear urgency through their messages. Where the hell is Zhang Yi? Did he deliver the goods or not? Zhang Yi was also a bit surprised by the sheer audacity of these people. You're pushing your luck, aren't you? Then, he taunted them with a teasing tone. Even if I burned them, I wouldn't give them to you. On the other side, Ji Chao was now grinding his teeth in fury. You're about to die, yet you're still stubborn. Just wait, you brat. Right after, Ji Chao invited Zheng Hao into the resident group. He began to manipulate public opinion. Our current target is Zhang Yi. Once we take him down, we'll have plenty of supplies. But this time, half of the supplies must go to me. Naturally, Zheng Hao supported him. It's time to set aside our grudges. Our united goal is to attack Zhang Yi and take our supplies. When Keguang saw this message, he panicked. They've all gone mad. I have to warn Xiao Zhang. Even Kuni immediately sought out Zhang Yi. They're making a move. You need to tell him quickly. She sent a warning message to him. They're coming to your house. Despite this, he still showed no sign of panic. I know. The situation was so serious that even Kuni was anxious for Zhang Yi. After watching the video, they went crazy. Aren't you going to think of a way? Seeing that she was genuinely panicked, he sent a comforting message. This time, you are not allowed to come here, I'm only telling you once. He already had a gun in his hand. Then just wait and watch the show. Meanwhile, the residents were carrying clubs to the translator's house, shouting, "The translator's head is in my hands, kill the translator." Not only did they not feel guilty, but they also cursed him. Beat that selfish bastard to death, he deserves it. They gathered together, ready to break down the door. Translator, get the hell out here, this is your last chance. By the time we barge in, it'll be too late for everything. Through the surveillance monitor, Zhang Yi saw everything. Sun Jichao and Qin Zhenghao, truly good teammates, letting you guys be the scapegoats. Then he pressed a button with a lightning bolt icon. At the same moment, a resident was about to swing a club to break down his door. Zhang Yi, get the hell out here. When that person's hammer just touched the door, his entire body was violently electrocuted. Not just that one person, but anyone standing nearby also got electrocuted. One of them realized it and shouted, "It's high voltage! Get back!" As the electric current subsided, that was also when the unlucky group lay unconscious on the ground. This terrified all the remaining residents, their faces turning pale. Immediately, they turned to report to Qin Zhenghao and Inhao. The translator's house door has high voltage. Several people have already. Obviously, he didn't care at all about the lives of those people. He even pointed his gun at the person who just spoke to threaten them. "So, are you guys planning to retreat?" The one who broke the tense standoff was GC, that bastard. "That translator dares to kill our neighbors. We must take revenge." He rallied everyone with a tempting list of spoils. "Everyone, just use wooden sticks to smash the door. After all, he doesn't have many tricks up his sleeve. Warmth and food are waiting for us." With just a few words, he successfully stirred up the residents' hatred. After struggling miserably for over half a month with that translator, getting into that warm room would be worth dying for. A heavy log slammed into the sturdy door. They carried that log together to break the door down. "Brothers, follow me to take out that translator." The loud noise outside gave the translator a huge headache. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, he yawned lazily. How long are they going to keep arguing? With that, he even reached for the remote to taunt them. "If they keep at it, I'll play some music to cheer you guys on." The translator's provocation enraged the residents. "Just wait and see how arrogant you are later. You'll pay for my brother's life." Their momentum was strong, but they quickly grew exhausted. "No, I can't. What's going on?" The door, which had been hit repeatedly, only had a few scratches, leaving them baffled. "Why is this door so hard? At this rate, when will we ever break it down?" At that moment, Yanqing stepped forward to check the lock and concluded, "This is a bank vault's anti-theft door from where I used to work." Hearing this, they fell into even deeper despair. "Damn it, so this thing can't be broken?" Of course, he could only sigh helplessly. This type of door couldn't be broken even with a bomb. While he was analyzing that without a key, Zhang Yicheng had already brought a crossbow close to the door. A small opening was silently revealed, exposing Yan Wuxing discussing plans inside. Only the most advanced lockpicking expert could open it. An arrow flew like a flash, striking straight into his neck, leaving even the AI stunned. Yan Wuxing was immediately severely injured. A warning was issued, "He has a weapon, be careful." Using him as an example, the residents now knew fear and panicked, abandoning their belongings. "Why are you pushing me?" "Clearly you pushed me. Watch out, or I'll take you out first." However, he didn't spare a single AI as a barrage of arrows was fired. Some unlucky ones, like Ji Xichao, were even surrounded by arrows. "Zhang Yicheng, you beast! Some people have already fallen because of your arrows." Curses and complaints echoed endlessly in the hallway like ghosts. "Why don't you go to hell?" Despite the curses, Zhang Yicheng continued preparing to shoot arrows. Just then, Ji Xichao stepped forward to calm the crowd. "Everyone, don't rush. I have a way." Ji Xichao placed his hand on the wall and muttered softly. "His door is made of alloy. We can't open it." His words kept repeating, but they actually made the residents think of another plan. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? We can smash this wall." They quickly set to work, smashing every wall of the house. Zhang Yicheng seemed to have victory in his grasp. Ji Xichao was extremely gleeful. "That dog thief Zhang Yicheng won't be laughing anymore." The thin wall soon cracked open into a small hole. A resident holding a wooden hammer prepared to put all his strength into this one strike to break through. However, just as the hammer hit the wall, he was repelled by the recoil force, numbed to the point of screaming in pain. "Ouch! Why is it so hard?" Behind that thin layer of cement was another solid iron wall. This left Ji Chao extremely astonished. "Is it still iron inside?" The iron walls significantly drained the residents' morale. Some began to drop their weapons, complaining to the heavens and earth. "Why would anyone build a wall out of steel? I don't believe this house is made of iron. A few more persistent people tried using tools to chisel at other sides of the house. Of course, Zhang Yi knew everything that was happening, but he had no intention of stepping in to stop the chaos. You guys go ahead and think about it. The outer wall is reinforced with 20 centimeters of refined steel, and you're trying to break it with axes and picks? He turned on the noise reduction function. Go ahead and waste your energy on these pointless tasks. After a struggle, the residents realized they couldn't break into Zhang Yi's house. Murmurs gradually arose. Who builds a house like this? I never thought he would renovate his house like this. Ji Chao was so furious he choked, staring at Zhang Yi. He began to voice accusations. He knew a disaster was coming, so he prepared against us. His words once again stirred up the residents' anger. You despicable villain! If we all die, what meaning does his life have left? Don't you feel lonely? Don't you feel guilty? A resident even knelt down crying. Then you will regret this day for the rest of your life. At this moment, Xing Hao stood up to boost morale. What's the rush? Doesn't his house still have a roof and a floor? He assigned tasks clearly. Split the troops into 2 paths to destroy it. I don't believe we can't break this iron box. Everyone, follow orders. He divided them into 2 small groups to break through the floor and the roof. From inside the house, the translated chapter had already sensed noise from multiple directions. But he only sneered. Zheng Hao's mind was very sharp. Unfortunately, I'm not stupid. The group breaking the roof, after much effort, still hit iron walls. No way. How do we get in here? The group breaking the floor was equally desperate. The bottom was the same. This house is just an iron box, isn't it? No gaps. Someone was so exhausted they had to sit down. A resident had been hungry for too long. Seeing others as tired as himself, he felt extremely disheartened. So hungry, like I'm about to starve to death. Then, looking at everyone, a savage thought arose in his mind. That's right, isn't this meat? The intense hunger drove the group of people mad. They looked at each other until they drooled. However, the remaining human consciousness was still enough to keep them sane. It's been so long and it's still hot? Right. That's driving me crazy. Meanwhile, Ji Chao was so anxious he was sweating profusely. Could it be that there really is no other way? In the end, he was so desperate that he could only scream in pain. The damn translation chapter. How can you live like that compared to so many of us? Can't you sacrifice yourself a little? Can't you? Right at that moment, Yi Qing also stepped forward and voiced his opinion. Maybe we could try the balcony and see. Louis also thought the same. He had already repaired the window frame. The soil on the rooftop had been replaced with transparent glass. A whole large pane of glass. Who knows, there might be a chance to break in. Those words once again reignited hope and stirred up excitement in the hearts of the desperate people. The window. If there's a window, there must be an exit. They can have sealed everything. As long as there's one window, we can charge in. Ha ha ha! Without any pause, they had just finished their ecstatic declaration, when they immediately brought out tools and began to carry out their scheme. Meanwhile, the translation chapter was leisurely enjoying a steaming cup of coffee in the freezing snowy winter. Even though right before his eyes was a group of people besieged by hunger, he calmly pondered if there really were zombies. Witnessing this frenzied scene, but in the end, he still relaxed and sighed. They would probably be just like this group of people right now. At this moment, they had already erupted. The curses. I'll smash this glass. You're done for, you selfish, scumbag bastard. Greed, mixed with unwillingness, filled every sentence. Every word hissed through their teeth. You don't have much time to go crazy. Today will be the day you die. So many delicious things will all be mine. They will all be mine. Yet the translator still hasn't shown any concern, or even fear. He still had the leisure to slowly enter the kitchen. Soon enough, he had prepared a homemade bomb. Very soon, you won't be able to call out anymore. Then he casually tossed it away with a delighted smile on his lips. Let me warm you all up with these frozen demons. Don't forget to thank me. The noise drew the crowd's attention. There's something on the ceiling. Until it came directly into their view. It was a jar blazing with raging flames. Then, as the first to notice, one among them took the full brunt without any chance to dodge, followed by the panicked screams of those standing around. Ah, fire! The translator threw a Molotov cocktail. As for the unlucky one who took the full force of his attack, he couldn't take it anymore, lost his balance, and fell freely from the balcony. Of course, all of the translator's calculations weren't just for one person. Better to fall to death than be burned alive. The final outcome for that poor wretch was clearly only to stare wide-eyed and beg, "Save me! Save me!" Unfortunately, the translator has always been someone with firm convictions. He never feels pity. The group of troublemakers had no choice but to turn around, begging their comrades on the other side of the building to save their lives. Save me. I don't want to die. Everyone, save me. Faced with these living torches, Choi-Siu gritted his teeth and shouted, Get out! Get out of here now! You're in this state. There's no saving you anymore. Don't drag us down with you. He hurriedly swung the hammer in his hand to push the group away. Don't come over here. You can't be saved anymore. If the fire spreads to us, what will we do? Get down below! Not long after, they couldn't hold on any longer either. Finally, they fell straight off the flimsy wooden plank as time slowly passed. The remaining ones on the balcony had already turned into piles of black charcoal. At that moment, Choi-Siu and Louis ignored all sense of shame. They directly warmed their bodies through the kind they once rejected. So warm, so warm! Time continued to pass. With the living torches completely extinguished, the surviving group didn't stop but kept climbing over the balcony. Even when they trampled on their companions' bodies, they felt no psychological pressure at all. And because the situation before them was so desperate, La Van no longer hesitated and knelt down to beg. Zhang-Yi, I'm starving to death. Save me. Even just a piece of bread is fine. But it didn't stop there. Others also hurried over to humble themselves. Your family still has so much food. Just share a little with me. From now on, we'll do whatever you want. We'll listen to you completely, Zhang-Yi advised with his mouth. But clearly, the bowl of noodles in his hand said otherwise. Everyone, don't be like this. It's really uncomfortable to watch. Then he even showed sympathy, while not forgetting to wave the delicious food in his hand. I feel so heartbroken. I just want to eat something. La Van and the group behind him had long been unable to say anything. They were truly burning with anxiety, literally, at the end of the chapter. He wasn't exactly a cold person, as he slowly announced. I can give you all a chance. The next second, he narrowed his eyes and spat out a provocation. Now, whoever goes and gets the head of Tran Shin Hao, bring it back here, and I'll give that person a week of noodles like this. Eat as much as you want. The entire group's gaze, including La Van's, immediately turned to the other side. As the main character in this conversation, he still didn't realize he had become the target. Why aren't we fighting anymore? He silently complained. Could it be that the translator told them something? And then, without giving him a moment to recover, the group behind him, having just received some news, had their eyes light up. Then they began to close in on Shin Hao, causing him to panic immensely. What do you want? Get away from me! It wasn't until he received a notification from Ho Fai that he was stunned, because he clearly saw the translator's message. Whoever can eliminate Tran Shin Hao, I will immediately provide that person with food for a week. This made him gnash his teeth in anger. Despicable, shameless bastard. Now you're setting your sights on me? What then? Shi-Siu saw him turn his back and quickly shouted. Wait, if you leave, what about the translator's house? Shin Hao, besides cursing, could do nothing. Damn it! I can't even land a hit. What else can I do? Go back and think of another plan. Eventually, the next day arrived. Bak Nin was worried about what they were about to do. He really wanted to make a move. Why was he being refuted by Lai Yun all of a sudden? Why say all those unnecessary words? How long could a true hero really live? He could even trade for food with Zhang Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, the frantic voice of the main hero echoed. The entire corridor was waiting for someone, wasn't it? Let's hurry up. It'll start getting cold soon. Even though there were a bunch of underlings before him, his vigilance never wavered in every move. It wasn't like that guy hadn't eaten anything, right? Hurry up a bit. Unfortunately, the La Yun group had already fallen into despair. So he decisively seized the opportunity while Deng Luan just happened to turn his head back and was immediately shocked when he clearly saw the horrifying scene. In just a moment, a hurried scream was let out. Hero, be careful behind you. The city was submerged in a blanket of white snow, with piercing gusts of wind, howling through the gaps between the buildings, painting a picture of deathly stillness that was infuriating. Inside the cold corridor of an old apartment building, blood stained the gray stone floor, splattered like patches of red-dyed darkness. The main hero stood there, his hand gripping the still smoking gun tightly. The dark muzzle was aimed directly at the two motionless bodies on the tiled floor. He rasped out a shout. You want me dead? Then die first. Remember to chop me up into pieces. The underlings held their breath and dragged the corpses away. The dark bloodstains left long, splattered trails, suddenly startling him. His horrified gaze fixed on Sheng Hao's back. Sheng Hao, you've been slashed from behind. A deep gash was clearly visible through the thick padded jacket. Blood began to seep through the fabric threads. He just frowned in annoyance and clicked his tongue. With no other choice, he let Qingyu support him. He staggered inside and pulled out his phone. In a cold tone, he called Dr. Chu. I'm injured. Come help me bandage it quickly. In a clean, quiet room, the dim yellow light fell on Kuno's pale face. as she disinfected and bandaged the wound. I won't help you for free, Xing Hao smirked, his tone casual. I can share these things with you. She trembled slightly, her hand pausing midair. No need. I'd rather die than touch these things. Xing Hao laughed as if hearing a hilarious joke. Then I can't bear to let you go. In this world right now, having a doctor by your side is pretty important. After finishing, he even had the mood to gently stroke Konoha's cheek. His voice sweet yet venomous. Don't worry, if one day I must sacrifice you, I'll make you the last one. Konoha's face turned cold as she slapped his disgusting hand away. When she saw Ding Luan and Hu Fei approaching with sleazy expressions, she clutched her medical bag tightly, alert. What do you want? Xing Hao calmly put his jacket back on and loaded bullets into his gun. His tone was indifferent. Nothing. Until my wound heals, you can't leave. They left Connie sitting alone, hugging her knees in the corner of the room. Then they gathered to discuss, with Xin Hao being the one to speak first. Continuing like this isn't a solution. Those slaves now dare to rebel. This is very disadvantageous for us. Ho Fai is also out of options, Hao added, translating for Chuang. We've attacked several times already, but each time we were defeated. Tran Vu nodded, continuing. His house is like a turtle shell, impossible to attack. Connie suddenly took notice when she heard a certain person speak. I don't believe he'll never come out. Let's move to the house next door to keep watch. We'll take turns waiting until we have a chance to deal with him. She quietly stood up and tiptoed toward the door. Xin Hao caught a glimpse and his voice turned sharp as a blade. Dr. Chu, where do you think you're going? She stopped, her gaze calm, lips moving slightly as she replied curtly. To the bathroom. In the dark bathroom, with no one following. Connie quickly pulled out her phone and texted Chuang Dike. Xin Hao is planning to move to the room next to yours. Stay safe. The other side replied instantly. Alright, you stay there and keep an eye on the situation. A moment later, the door of the neighboring house swung open. Engip Tan appeared, forcing a smile at Hao. This house is yours from now on. We'll leave immediately. As he and Lu Weide stepped aside, the group barged in aggressively. Their eyes scanned around as if they already owned the place. Dang Wan and Ho Fai shot sharp glances at Connie. Like two venomous snakes, licking their lips with a vile expression. Even AI would have to admire her. She and Yiqing quickly brushed past them, lowering their own presence. He walked away, feeling his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of his chest. This house gave them a little leftover food. They could survive for a while longer. But just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a heavy blow, like a falling sky, struck the back of their necks, knocking the two of them down. Blood from their heads slowly spread into a dark red puddle, glimmering in the dim light like a liquid from hell. Witnessing that scene, Konoha covered her mouth and stepped back, her eyes wide with horror. Xing Hao sneered coldly, his tone indifferent. Still too naive. How could we possibly let the duck go? Delivering it right to our mouths for nothing, he said, brushing past her with a meaningful look. It's too cold. We have to stock up on some food anyway, to avoid times when there's no rice to eat. Wang Min's house had turned into a doomsday shelter. The three of them, Ding Feng, Zhou Biao, and Ji Chao, were sprawled out on every corner of the old sofa. Ji Chao yanked at his sleeve and scratched his arm repeatedly. What the hell is going on? It's so itchy! His skin was covered in festering sores, with patches of skin peeling off, bleeding as if trying to shed the entire epidermis. His face was pale, sweat pouring like a stream, his lips trembling. His eyes were frantic. No, don't do that! He suddenly collapsed to the floor, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. I don't want to die. I'm not ready to die yet. Ding Feng and Zhou Biao were also extremely worried. The air in the room was thick, as if a deathly mist was lingering around. Ding Feng held his head, curling up as he whispered in a lost voice. We're done for, we're all done for. Everyone was in chaos, and Zhou Ping rushed frantically towards Wang Min. Cousin, please go beg Zhang Yi to continue translating like this. The three of us will all die, a cold voice said, dusting off his hands, his eyes avoiding the topic. I'm out of options too. You'll have to pray for your own luck. A few days later, inside a small room, Zhang Yi sat in front of a tablet. A look of amusement was clearly visible in his eyes, as if he were watching a fascinating play. After squatting here for days without success, what are you planning to do now? On the screen was a scene of Xing Hao pointing a gun at a group of people. His voice roared with authority. All of you, listen to me obediently. If you cooperate with all your might, we can still survive. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually panicking inside. There isn't much ammo left. All the food we could scavenge these past few days has been eaten. I have to guard against outsiders and also watch out for my own men rebelling. I must catch that bastard Zhang Yi quickly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was leisurely munching on corn. His eyes never left the screen. He's afraid of being betrayed by the people he's been threatening. And he's also afraid of being attacked by others. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and answered. The voice on the other end trembled as it whispered, as if afraid someone was eavesdropping. How are you doing? It was Kuno. She avoided the guard's line of sight and kept her voice very low. Jinghao and his men have all gone crazy. Right now, all the food is gone. They're inside the apartment. Gather those still fit to fight. Break into the homes of the weak, loot and pillage, and devour Khan. Forcefully suppressed the nausea rising in her throat. These past few days, they've been searching for people every day. As soon as they find someone's home, they attack. Then they deal with the person and hand them over. Kuno's face was pale and gaunt from hunger and fear. I haven't eaten anything in 2 days. I feel like I'm starving to death. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Zhang Yi didn't answer immediately but remained silent. Keeping Chu Kuno around is still useful. The lead doctor of Hospital 3 isn't easy to find either. We can't let her die like this. Quickly come up with a perfect plan. I'm tired of wasting days on this. It's time to give her a chance to submit. Bring a tough dish to Jinghao. After thinking, he immediately set a condition. Help me do one thing. Once it's successful, I can let you live. Suddenly, frantic knocking erupted from outside the door, as if trying to shatter the hinges. Liu Pang roared madly. Zhang Yi, come out here to me. Hiding in the house all day. You're a useless, cowardly turtle. He stood behind the door, calm to the point of being icy cold. His voice cut like a knife into the other's twitching nerves. Liu Pang, doesn't the smell of infection feel good? He froze, his breath heavy. He continued to state. You're wound, after the tetanus bacteria got in, has festered. The gangrene has set in, like maggots meeting rotting flesh. He began to frantically devour his own blood and flesh. Eventually, it ran along his veins. His entire body was covered in madness, his pupils losing all reason, bloodshot. Chapter translation, I'll kill you. But chapter translation remained calm. He deliberately provoked him further. There's no doubt you're going to die anyway. End-stage infection, no cure. Might as well, while you're still alive, do what you never dared to do. His emotions were a chaotic surge of waves. He nodded slowly, word by word. You're right. Zhou Bing was deeply pierced by chapter translation's words. His mind felt like poisoned needles. He staggered against the wall, his thoughts in turmoil. I'm about to die anyway, what's there to fear? He dragged his heavy steps. Slowly, he entered a dark room. As soon as the door opened, he whispered, Wu Qing. Seeing him suddenly kneel on the cold floor, she flinched in fear. Her hands were raised defensively in front of her chest. Zhou Bing, what are you doing? His bony hand trembled as he reached out to grasp hers. With a pleading look, Wu Qing, will you marry me? She pinched her nose and quickly turned her face away to avoid the stench. No, I don't want to. Then, in anger, she shoved him hard, sending him sprawling onto the cold ground. If you're about to die, just roll over to the side. Die already! I still need to go find chapter translation. Do you think you're someone special? To me, you're not even a spare tire. That blow struck straight at Zhou Bing's fragile hope. No, this can't be true. His mind completely shattered. He sprang up and lunged at Wu Qing, choking her. His voice became distorted, like a dying beast. No, I love you. I'm dying. Let's go to hell together. We'll always be together. She struggled in panic. She gave him a hard slap. Get lost! You're so filthy, it's disgusting. Zhou Biao froze, his face stiff. His eyes were hollow, in disbelief. How dare you call me filthy? In the last moment of his sanity, he roared. He frantically pinned Wu Ting down. I'll show you for calling me that. Isn't this all your fault? Wu Ting choked, her voice filled with anger and despair. It's because you're useless. And you blame me? You're just a cornered dog. In another room, Kuenai paced back and forth, her heart burning with anxiety. Although it's dangerous, I promised Zhang Yi. If I don't do this, I'll definitely die at their hands. After careful consideration, she finally decided. I will help him. Jinghao laughed smugly, a satisfied look on his face. Ha ha ha, I knew you couldn't resist. Kuenai straightened her back, her eyes full of determination. I don't want to die. I want to live. The man waved his hand in satisfaction. Go ahead, help him. Zhang Wu pointed towards the kitchen table. The axe and firewood are over there. Chop it up for me. She immediately obeyed, docilely picking up the axe. When she showed signs of distraction, he immediately warned her. Hurry up and watch, don't let the fire go out. Kuenai bowed her head in agreement. But in her heart, she was already quietly calculating. Luckily, they're not on guard against me right now. I should be able to make my move. When there was no one around, she quickly pulled out a small vial of medicine, and secretly poured it into the pot of boiling broth. The faint medicinal smell blended into the soup's aroma, completely without any sign of abnormality. She gritted her teeth and held her mouth to keep from vomiting at the mixed smell, then stirred it evenly. The 5 men, including Jing Hao, happily gathered around the table. He leaned back, scooped up a spoonful, and tasted it. His eyes were full of satisfaction. He really didn't think that Dr. Chu would one day have to join our group. Kunua hugged the bowl, pretending to be scared. I'm going to the room to eat. One guy acted arrogantly and commented, Brother Hao is right. Even if she's a great beauty, when you're hungry enough to bear it, you have to succumb to degradation. She quietly stepped out of the room and gently closed the door. In total, she had poured out more than half a bottle of sleeping pills. One pill could make a person fall into a deep sleep within half an hour. Her heart pounded fiercely in her chest, showing her nervousness. All she had to do now was wait and pray that they wouldn't realize that this pot of soup had been tampered with by her. In less than a minute, the effect was obvious. Bu Fei's voice grew weaker and weaker. Brother Hao, why are you so sleepy today? Xing Hao also began to doze off, his head resting against the back of the chair, muttering nonsense. Eat and drink your fill. Don't you want to sleep? Kunua hid behind the wall, observing the situation. The medicine's effect had already taken hold. She anxiously texted the translator. I gave them a lot of sleeping pills. They've all fallen asleep. What do you plan to do next? He immediately commanded over the phone to pull them out onto the balcony. After making Qin Zhenghao fall into a stupor, Kunua obediently followed Zhang Jie's instructions, dragging them out onto the balcony. On the other side of the railing, he observed and praised. Very good, both Qin Zhenghao and his lackey are here. She wrapped her arms around her trembling body, breathing heavily. White smoke billowing into the night sky. She asked softly, Are you going to eliminate them? With one hand, he gripped the gun tightly, and with the other, he tossed the rope to Kunua. It's not me doing it, it's you. Zhang Jie's steady voice rang out to give orders. Search Qin Zhenghao for the gun and hand it to me. Then use this rope to tie their hands behind their backs to the railing. Upon hearing this, she tilted her head slightly, her brows furrowed with displeasure. You're being too cautious, she muttered inwardly with annoyance. Can't you come help me a little? As if understanding her thoughts, he raised his weapon toward Kunua and smiled calmly. Careful handling ensures 1,000 years of safety. I won't take any risks myself. Without further hesitation, she immediately followed his instructions and tied them up tightly. Then she carefully leaned forward, ready to draw the weapon strapped to her back. On the other side, Zhang Jie saw this and urged, Remove the magazine from the gun and throw it to me along with the weapon. After that, you can go back inside and hold them in your hands. Kunua hesitated for a moment. How can I trust you? What if you turn your back on me later? He didn't bother to explain, but only affirmed like a blade slicing through the air. She had no choice but to trust me. In the moment of stunned contemplation, she quickly unloaded the magazine, then gathered momentum and threw it toward the translation room. At this moment, facing the gun that was aimed at him, he easily caught it. Then he silently pondered while observing the details. The appearance was just like on the screen. It was exactly the one in his bare hands. Thinking of this, he went back inside, leaving Kunni puzzled. What does he want to do? Just a few seconds later, a sudden stream of freezing cold water sprayed out amidst the biting cold from inside the translation room. Calmly pulling the hose, he drenched the group of Jinghao. Kunni retreated into the room and stared outside in astonishment, wanting to freeze this group to death, such a ruthless method. But it was safe and effective. The sudden cold jolted Jinghao awake, and he screamed in pain. The whole group immediately woke up, with Qingyu trembling and shouting loudly. It's so cold, I'm about to freeze to death. Dang Lu angrily cursed, who did this? Where did the water come from? As for Zheng Hao, he gritted his teeth, his mind spinning, along with a bunch of questions. What's happening? Was I drugged? Thinking this, he immediately turned and shouted the name Zhang Yi. From the opposite side, he looked at them and uttered his final words. You've caused enough chaos. It's time for you to be reincarnated. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively turned the valve, making the hose roar. It was set to maximum mode. Immediately, a sharp pressure screamed. Then, a freezing blast shot straight toward the opposite side. Seeing the group of elites standing motionless, Zhang Yi curled his lips into a satisfied smile. All right. Even if they don't die immediately, leaving them unwatered is still a waste. And at that very moment, they were frozen solid, officially ending their lives. At the same time, Kunni received a call from him. You passed the test. You can come here now. Hearing that announcement, she collapsed to her knees in relief and softly replied, Okay, I'll be right there. Zhang Yi aimed his gun straight at the door, his face full of vigilance. When a voice reached him, I'm right at the door now. He watched Kunni's image through the security camera at the door and felt satisfied. No dangerous items detected. Good. After making sure everything was safe, He turned around and called out loudly, "You can come in." Receiving the approval, Kuni was extremely cautious as she pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. The moment she set foot inside, she immediately took off her thick coat. Zhang Yi quickly closed the door tightly behind her. "Ha ha, it's so hot." Sitting down on the floor, she closed her eyes to feel the heat, a warmth she had lost for so long. "It's truly been too long since I last felt this." Suddenly, Zhang Yi quietly appeared behind her, his cold gun barrel pressed against Kuni's back. "Dr. Chu, is there something important you've forgotten?" He suddenly stepped in close, his voice soft and teasing. It brushed her ear, carrying a hint of provocation. "For example, prove to me that you're harmless." Hearing that, Kuni's face flushed with a hint of panic. A flicker of hesitation passed as she spoke, her voice faltering. "So, what do you want me to do?" He smiled and answered simply, "Very easy. Prove you have no weapons that could harm me." Next, Chuang Dike tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over her with hidden meaning, as if probing every thought. "You've decided to stand on the same boat as me. Treat each other with honesty and complete harmlessness. Isn't that right?" A few seconds later, Kani slowly shed each layer of cloth from her body to prove it. Now, that could no longer happen. Chuang Dike leaned back in his chair, admiring. "Very good. Your attitude is perfect." Next, he took a large towel and handed it to her. "First, go take a hot bath. You've been enduring hardship for days." Then, he pushed Kani forward, clearly pointing toward the bathroom. Each motion silently urged her to hurry. Just before the door closed completely, Chuang Dike still gave a natural reminder, as if out of habit. "Pick one according to your size. Try it on to see if it fits. If not, I'll find one for you right after." The room fell into silence, with only the sound of water echoing. Chuang Dike glanced at Kani's injection boxes with extreme interest. Then, without hesitation, he stored them all in his reserve space, confiscating them. A few minutes later, she emerged, looking slightly embarrassed. Then he expressed his gratitude, saying, "I've finished showering. Thank you for the clothes you gave me. The size fits perfectly." When he saw her step out, he lightly patted the seat with a mischievous smile. "Sit down." Then, he even gently dried her hair. He softly blow-dried her hair, and lowered his voice to remind her. "You must remember, I let you in because you still hold value to me. That is your privilege." Next, he emphasized each word to warn her to behave. "Therefore, you must obey the orders I have. And if you plot any treachery, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Hearing these words, Kani understood clearly. This man is truly cold-blooded to the extreme. The chapter tilted its body, extending its hand, pointing straight toward the second room at the end of the hallway for her. Inside, there is surveillance everywhere, with special doors, rooms, and materials. You may only enter and exit at the times I permit. If you disagree, then leave immediately. After thinking for a moment, Kani nodded in agreement. "Fine, I'll listen to you." He leisurely combed through each strand of hair while wearing a satisfied smile. "A wise choice. You also understand the situation outside now. Apart from relying on me, I'm afraid there's no better way out." Then he lowered his voice and spoke with a hint of implication. "Therefore, now I will tell you a secret. One that you must listen to carefully." Kani couldn't help but lean in curiously. "A secret? You want to tell me?" While still playing with Kani's hair, he spoke. "Even if it's a secret, it's also a crucial link to establish a cooperative relationship. I dare to do this because I'm not afraid of it being exposed." Then he continued the story, saying that those who previously wanted to kill him had all been eliminated by him. "You must have seen that too." Kanu only replied softly, "I understand." Suddenly, the chapter shifted to a different topic. "You must have seen that the gamma ray burst caused the blizzard. It didn't just change the climate. It also gave ordinary people superpowers." The next second, an item suddenly appeared in his hand. "I gained superpowers and obtained my own personal dimension." Then, the chapter frankly revealed the truth. "Most of the supplies are stored in my dimension. When I die, those items will also disappear. So only while I'm alive can you have the chance to enjoy them." After learning this secret, Kunoa couldn't help but feel panicked. So superpowers really do exist. Cutting off that train of thought, the chapter said, "Here, eat up. This is your portion." Hearing this, she frantically stuffed all the food into her mouth, nearly choking. His gaze never left Kunoa. "You still don't have my full trust. You need to understand how to handle household chores. Don't wait for me to assign every single task." Having said that, the chapter decisively handed over everything. "The drain pipes are frozen solid. When using them, remember to throw the plastic bags out through the secret window door." Before Kunoa could even speak, he continued, as if knowing what she wanted to say. "Use labor and food to exchange for shelter. Labor is a maid's duty. Besides that, what else can you give me? She replied in an embarrassed tone. I understand, master. After that, the two of them became inseparable. In an instant, the atmosphere grew heated. They tumbled onto the comfortable sofa below. This situation made Connie extremely embarrassed. But facing this reality, she had no choice but to accept it. In the end, she and Zhang had an unforgettable night. In a flash, it was the next day. He looked at Connie, who was still asleep, with a hint of guilt. It seemed he had tossed and turned with her too much last night. But it was already too late, so Zhang Yi spoke up to wake her. Do you want to go out and grab some food? Because she was still drowsy. Her voice carried a hint of coquettishness. A moment later, Connie decisively got out of bed. Okay, I'll be right there. At this point, Zhang Yi looked at her with the eyes of someone raising a pet. He was satisfied with her appetite. After a while, he asked with concern, Are you done eating? Connie replied innocently, I'm still not full. But you can't eat too much at once. Otherwise, it'll easily cause gastritis. Hearing this, Zhang Yi got the hint. So you're done eating. Just as he realized this, he was surprised. He threw her a coat. Come to work with me. Following Zhang Yi, Connie asked curiously, What do we have to do? His expression instantly turned terrifying, like a demon. Go smash it. Smash that pile. Connie took the stick that Zhang Yi handed her, unable to help but feel curious. The dead are already dead. Why do you have to do that? His face immediately darkened. A bad person remains a bad person even as a corpse. They are as disgusting as flies, he added. Zhang Yi's tone grew colder and colder. Smashing these corpses serves as a warning, so the living understand. Who is the most difficult person to deal with? After saying that, he calmly made way. Because of our solid contract. It's your turn to take the stage. These words left Kunyan feeling utterly helpless. You're being way too cautious. Then she walked alone towards the frozen corpse. Without a word, she decisively smashed it. Zhang Yi, watching from afar, recorded the entire process. Kunyan looked up, full of doubt. You're recording a video? Seeing this, he gently explained. Just recording the process, so those dishonest people can see. Zhang Yi's words carried a threatening implication. It's also to let them know. Who is the new boss of this building now? A moment later, that video was sent to the landlord group chat. After watching it, everyone in the building was overjoyed. That guy is finally dead. I can leave the house now. Damn it, die well, haha. Then Zhang Yi's voice rang out. Xinjiang Hao is dead. From now on, I will manage this building. Then a series of messages were sent. Xinjiang Hao, how did you handle it? You're amazing, Zhang Yi. Do you have any food at your place? I'm starving to death. Suddenly, Fan Wuqing called, which surprised him quite a bit. She's actually still alive until now. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end came through. Zhang Yi, are you with Chuko right now? Tell me. She pleaded desperately with Zhang Yi. Gij, can Qinger come to your house? You can't be with any other woman. You belong to me. But he sneered contemptuously. You're still not dead? His words made Wu Qing misunderstand. So you thought I was dead, Zhang Yi? That's why you let that despicable Chuko into the house. She cried miserably, expressing, Zhang Yi, I'm still alive. I'm the one who loves you the most. Kick her out of the house now. Suddenly, Wu Qing screamed pitifully. Let me go. I want to go to Zhang Yi. Of course, Wang Min and Ai Ning wouldn't let her off so easily. You made us suffer like this. You deserve to die. Go to hell with us. Witnessing this scene, Kerr snuggled up to him, full of timidity. I won't be like her. So you can rest assured. Sure enough, this action made his face flush red. But just a second later, Zhang Yi's attitude changed. If Fan Wuqing saw me and Chuke together like this, would she go crazy with anger? While Wu Qing was being pinned to the ground, her phone suddenly rang. Qinger, you're a good person, but I've met someone better. Hearing this, she recklessly lunged for the phone. But what she saw was a photo of intimacy, along with a message. You'll bless us, won't you? Hearing this, Wu Qing roared like a ferocious tiger. You can't do this to me. Tinni loves you the most. She must be lying to you. Give me one more chance. But just one sentence from Zhang Yi shattered her dream. No need, Kani and I are truly soulmates. From now on, we shouldn't contact each other anymore. Wu Tin's mood plummeted to the extreme. I don't believe you, Zhang Yi. Clearly, you were so devoted to me before. How could you change your heart? She cried out in despair, all because of that Kani. Seeing Wu Tin so pathetic, Wang Min and Ai Ning couldn't help but gloat. This is retribution. You deserve this day. At this moment, Zhang Yi was finally satisfied, having played enough. No need to pay attention to this woman anymore. After all, she will die in the secret chamber anyway. Suddenly, he turned to ask Kuni, Do you think I'm very cruel? But she didn't think so. I believe you must have your reasons for doing this. Hearing that, Zhang Yi was extremely pleased. You understand, that's enough. A moment later, Kani finished cooking the meal, announcing that the rice was cooked. However, Zhang Yi didn't eat immediately but carefully tested it first. Taste the food she made first. Suddenly, a threatening message was sent to Xianhe, threatening everyone to send the food, or she would shoot them dead. Meanwhile, Kani ate while pondering. Afraid I might poison it? Suddenly, Zhang Yi spoke up. I remember the first person Qin Jinghao shot was Uncle Lin. It's a miracle she's survived this long. Seeing this, she recounted the whole story from the beginning. At first, when I went to examine Lin Xiaohu, I felt sorry for them, so I gave them some supplies. His face immediately darkened. That reaction made Kuno extremely fearful. At that time, the blizzard had just started, and we thought it would pass quickly. Now that you know the situation, I'm sure I won't be reckless anymore. However, Zhang Yi's expression still didn't soften. The problem wasn't this. He continued to interrogate. The supplies you gave them must have been eaten long ago. What did she rely on to hold out until now? It was only then that Kuno explained in a fluster. Lin Xiaohu, because he had no medicine, died about 10 days ago. After hearing this, Zhang Yi just sneered. So that's it. Suddenly, someone outside the door laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Luo Yun's laughter still didn't stop. It echoed in a desolate manner. When he was about to hit the ground, he still welcomed it with joy. Witnessing that scene, Kuno could only sigh. When will this snowstorm ever end? But Zhang Yi was extremely calm. Who knows? As long as we can survive, that's good enough. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Then Zhang Yi quickly answered the call. Hello, Uncle Wei. On the other end of the line, Keguang awkwardly asked after Zhang Yi. Ha ha, nephew. Are you still okay now? Zhang Yi replied to the other end of the line in a hearty voice. Uncle Wei, why are you being so polite with me? If there's anything, just say it. As long as I can help, I will definitely do my best. But in his heart, he was secretly calculating. Uncle Wei is a good person and skilled in martial arts. Now I'll win him over, so that later he can work for me. On the other side, Tang Bao was crying loudly. Seeing this, Keguang became extremely worried. Tang Bao has a fever, and there's no medicine in the house. He and the child's mother are frantic with worry. Then he hesitantly asked Zhang Yi, do you still have any medicine at your place? He didn't answer right away but fell silent, thinking. Uncle Wei has lived alone his whole life, while Ta Lai Mai is young and has a good figure. She probably approached him on her own, unable to control herself. After calculating carefully, Zhang Yi put on an expression of realization. I still have a few boxes left. Come over and pick them up. With his help, Keguang was overjoyed. Zhang Yi, how can I ever thank you? Then he promised, just let me know whenever you need me. I will never refuse. Hearing this, Zhang Yi broke into a bright smile. That's too formal. Uncle Wei is closer to me than family. Immediately after, he urged him. Don't be so polite with me. Hurry over and get the medicine. After the call ended, Zhang Yi's expression changed. Ta Lai Mai. She's not simple among so many people. Only she found the best choice. Suddenly, Kan Ni beside him spoke up. Is your relationship with Uncle Wei that good? But he answered bluntly. Society is chaotic for profit. This also applies in the underworld. Then Zhang Yi analyzed thoroughly. Uncle Zhang is a kind-hearted person, and on top of that, his martial arts skills are formidable. I'll make sure he owes me a favor. I'll need it in the future. Perhaps because he had been talking for a while, his throat had become hoarse. The glass of water was thus completely drunk. After drinking, he continued to supplement the translation. Moreover, I don't have high hopes for human nature. The brilliance on him is dissipating. This is something extremely precious. After a while, someone came to knock on his door. Uncle Zhang, it's me, Ji Guang. Is your nephew home? When he saw that there was someone else beside Ji Guang, Zhang Yi frowned. What is she doing here? He didn't go out directly but stood inside and asked, Is that you, Uncle Zhang? Ji Guang quickly replied. It's me, Uncle. Li Mei suddenly spoke up. Zhang Yi, don't say our house has a high fever. Please, you have to help the child. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Yi pushed the medicine box out. Then quickly give the medicine to the child. Getting sick at this time is no small matter. The medicine box was already in front of him, so Ji Guang hurriedly picked it up. His mouth kept thanking Zhang Yi. Thank you, nephew. Thank you so much. However, Li Mei was still not satisfied with that and loudly pleaded. Zhang Yi, I beg you, can you let the baby stay in your house for a while? Her voice grew more earnest. The baby is sick. Please help us. This only made Zhang Yi more disgusted. This is insatiable greed. I'm afraid to let the child in. She also benefits from this, doesn't she? Then he puts on that act of self-sacrifice, saying, What do you know about this special time? I can't let anyone else into the house. but the coal is almost burned out. The temperature is also very cold. Not wanting to make Zhang Yi feel even more awkward, Kagwang quickly tried to persuade Lemai. Zhang Yi has been too good to us. Hurry back and put on more clothes. However, she instead blamed him. What do you know? The baby is too young to endure this. Lemai's tears immediately gushed out like a fountain, pitifully. She begged Zhang Yi, pleading, "Please, for the baby's sake, and for your brother's sake, let the baby stay in your house for a while." Zhang Yi at this time continued to express his feelings. "If it were before, I would have definitely agreed. But the two of you also know." His voice then dropped, acting like the victim. "Right now, in this building, everyone wants my life and to take my house for themselves. I'm truly scared now." Sure enough, this trick worked on Kagwang, right? Zhang Yi has been good enough to us. Do you know how hard it is to get medicine now? However, Lemai still tried to argue, but he let Chukur into the house. In response to her, he gave a straightforward answer. "Chukur is my girlfriend. Is there a problem?" These words struck straight into Kur's maiden heart, even though it was just a casual response. But for some reason, hearing the interpreter say that, I still felt relieved, not wanting to make this situation any more awkward. Kagwang quickly urged, "Let's go, don't cause any more trouble for them." However, Lemai still stubbornly refused to leave. "I know I don't want to do this either, but it's all for the child." Before he left, he didn't forget to express himself. "Sorry, Zhang Yi, please don't hold this against her." "Thank you very much." Hearing that, Zhang Yi quickly responded, "It's okay, I can understand." A moment later, he returned to the house looking exhausted, with Lemai still there. "What a hassle." Kani, seeing this, chimed in. "Aren't there plenty of people like her?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Yi slumped onto her lap. His mood relaxed along with it. "That's true." Then he added, "But the relationship between me and Uncle View, I have to be wary of her causing trouble from within, ruining my plans." At the same time, on Kagwang's side, an argument broke out. "Why are you being so greedy? How can you ask someone else to take care of the child for you?" But Lemai stubbornly retorted, "Am I not doing this for our child? If something happens to her, then what meaning is there left in my life?" These words softened his heart. "It's not that I don't understand, but as a person, you should at least know how to be grateful." Kagwang recounted with a grateful tone, "If it weren't for Zhang Yi, I would never have thought of stockpiling supplies beforehand. This debt of gratitude must be repaid when the opportunity arises." Suddenly, Lemai changed her attitude. "Actually, I feel you don't need to owe Zhang Yi a favor like that. At least he's still on guard against you, right?" Then she continued to provoke. "Maybe he deliberately gave you a small favor, hoping that in the future, you would become his lackey. If he were truly a good person, could he use such cruel methods to kill over a dozen neighbors?" Li Mei kept slandering without any intention of stopping. "His house is big enough for the two of us. It's not cramped at all." At this moment, Ji Guang couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Enough!" His expression immediately turned fierce. "Don't ever say such things again from now on. Wang Ji Guang, you know right from wrong. To doubt your own benefactor. Are you even human?" Seeing that things had gone too far, Li Mei panicked. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, but I did it for your own good. It's not wrong to be a little cautious at this time." To avoid further arguments, Ji Guang made a suggestion. "Tonight I'll sleep in the living room. You two can share the big blanket." She had no choice but to comply and end it. "Okay, I'll bring the mattress over right now." However, deep down, Li Mei was still stubborn. "I can't give up yet. I must find a chance to get into Zhang Yi's house." Then she looked at Bao with a heavy heart and said, "Bao, let the two of us survive together. No matter the cost, I don't care." Now, snow has covered this entire place. Only the tall buildings were lucky enough to survive. In that vast sea of snow, someone was desperately digging. After a short while, the snow in front of the building showed signs of cracking. Soon after, a group of people led by Tian Feng appeared. He wore a sinister smile. Then he ordered those behind him to go upstairs. On the way, they suddenly ran into Zhang Meng, who was carrying a bucket of water somewhere. Seeing Tian Feng and his gang chasing after him aggressively, "Don't let him get away!" But before Zhang Meng could run far, he was hit on the back of the neck with a shovel. After dealing with him, that guy turned around and asked, "Uncle Tu, what should we do now?" Tian Feng quickly replied, "Just leave him here for now. We'll bring him back after we're done." By then, they had already reached the 24th floor. Standing in front of the door, he signaled for old Lu to come over and break it down. Lu Shui heard this and hurried over, saying, "Just let me handle it." He skillfully lit the fuse on the homemade explosives. After doing that, Lu Shui quickly ran away. As he ran, he shouted loudly, "Cover your ears!" No sooner had he spoken than a huge explosion occurred behind him, sending dust flying from the direction of the blast. The deafening sound woke up Zhang Yi, who was sleeping. Damn, explosives right outside the door. He quickly drew his gun to defend himself. He also didn't forget to check the surveillance cameras. The living room and the spare bedroom were under surveillance. How else could the house still be safe and sound? Watching the troublemakers on the screen, Zhang Yi speculated softly. Could these strangers be people from another building sneaking in? He carefully observed what they were carrying. The weapons included steel core axes and plywood used at construction sites. After some analysis, the translator reached a conclusion. The workers hired at the 26-story building next door were probably them. His face immediately turned grim. Were they targeting him? It seemed the situation at home had already been leaked. At that moment, Tian Fong was grumbling outside the door. Old Lu, what kind of job are you doing? Why won't this piece of junk explode? Not only him, but Lu Shui was also extremely confused. That's not right. I mixed the explosives perfectly. Could they have gotten damp? As he finished, Tan Qing behind him suddenly spoke up. If it doesn't work, we'll just break it down with our hands. Those cruel actions infuriated Zhang Yi to the extreme. You want to take my life? Then he sneered. Let's see if you have enough lives for that. In Zhang Yi's hand, something suddenly appeared. White phosphorus, a simplified version of phosphorus grenades. When burning, the temperature could exceed 1000 degrees Celsius. Then he decisively threw them outside the door. The scene outside became more chaotic than ever. It's a fire grenade! Run to the sides! But before they could escape, they were engulfed by the flames. Ah, the pain is unbearable! Lu Shui was now writhing in the fierce fire. Save me! Someone save me! As soon as he spoke, a bullet whizzed past, aimed straight at his head. Then, Zhang Yi's hand kept firing. Countless bullets were shot outside. The scene outside became extremely chaotic. Who's shooting? Uncle Tu, save me! Not letting that guy scream any longer. A sudden bullet flew in and ended his life. Just a moment later, among the entire group of workers, not a single one survived. After finishing the cleanup, Zhang Yi sighed to himself. Good thing the gun I bought wasn't an automatic rifle. Otherwise, I'd probably have used up 100 bullets by now. He silently calculated in his mind. The Ice Age had already eliminated most of the weak. From now on, only the strong would remain. So he absolutely had to create more powerful weapons. Zhang Yi's expression turned terrifying. These people had come prepared to kill. Only after wiping them all out could he feel at ease. As this thought ended, he arrived beside Ke, who was now fine. Seeing this, she lifted her head, her voice still carrying a hint of trembling. Zhang Yi! But the next second, Ke suddenly jolted as if remembering something, and she quickly stood up to explain. It's not that I'm scared. I just thought it was an earthquake. Hearing this, Zhang Yi retorted. This is the 24th floor. If it were a real earthquake, no matter where you hid, you'd still be crushed. Then, Ke skillfully changed the subject. What happened just now? A few minutes passed. After grasping the information, she drew a conclusion. So, those workers are even more dangerous than Xinjianghao, Ke replied. It was Zhang Yi's calm voice. He relied on having a gun to bully ordinary people. Moreover, the workers' physical strength is formidable, and living together, they know each other inside out. A murderous aura surged across his face. Luckily, that guy who knew how to make explosives is dead now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night in the future. Perhaps because she was too worried, Connie turned and asked. So, what do we do now? Do we need to take revenge? Chuang Dike immediately asserted firmly. Of course, but I won't be the one to do it myself. Then he continued to add. If we want a peaceful life from now on, we still need to find some people to be our shields. After saying that, Chuang Dike shifted his attention to the apartment group. Since a few people asked Han about the situation earlier, he gave a rough account of the story. After hearing it, the residents were a bit worried but became even more devoted to him. Suddenly, Chuang Dike spoke up. Dealing with them cost me a lot of weapons. Now it's hard to even keep myself safe. Everyone, just pray for yourselves, he finished. He suddenly received a call from Uncle View. As soon as he answered, Kukwang's voice rang out. Chuang Dike. Are you okay? Do you need my help? I've had drinks with those Tian Fong people before. I can't believe they dared to target you. Seeing this, Chuang Dike carefully considered that it was better to be safe. For now, I have no plans for revenge. But since Uncle View is familiar with them, his smile grew even more sinister. Why not tell me the specific situation? What's really going on? That way, it'll be easier to think of a strategy for everyone to deal with them together. Kukwang confirmed with Chuang Dike once more. Your meaning is, we are just like the group of Huang Tian, joining forces to deal with the outside. Why didn't you hesitate and answer correctly like that? Only then would there be a winning chance, as if understanding the words. He then proposed, now I'll suggest this method in the group. to see how many of them agree. Hearing this, Zhang Yi just gave a faint smile. No need for that. On the contrary, it would make them think you want to cause trouble. They might even take an inch and ask for a mile. His words only made the other party more confused. Then what should we do? Zhang Yi thought of the people lying around outside. So he said casually, no rush, the supplies at home are still enough. Just wait until the Bang Tianhe group comes once, then they'll come a second time. You've killed many of their people. They will definitely seek revenge. At that time, the neighbors in the building will naturally come to help. His purpose made Ji Guang sigh in admiration at Zhang Yi. You're truly brilliant, let's just do it this way. After hanging up, he turned to Kani. I want to ask you a favor. She immediately asked, what is it? Suddenly, Zhang Yi's hand touched Kani's alluring lips. Right now, those neighbors outwardly flatter me. But deep down, they are both afraid and resentful. There are some things I definitely can't handle personally. That action made her blush, and she could only murmur, He immediately patted Kani's shoulder with full trust. The covert mission to gather 10 pieces of news within these 2 days is entrusted to you and Uncle View. The sooner we clarify the combat power distribution of the entire district, the better. The more advantageous it is for us. Kani didn't hesitate to tighten her grip. I will try my best. 2 days later, she tapped the board with a brush pen, combining the information Uncle View overheard and the news I obtained. She then wrote on the board while explaining. Currently, the most difficult problem is the Tian Hop gang in Building 26 next door. It was formed from a small construction team of the Tian Hop Corporation. Their combat strength is very strong, with main weapons being crowbars and steel bars. They don't have guns yet. Kani marked the area needing attention. The organization poses a relatively big threat. The rest is Building 21. The pen tapped the name on the board. According to her words, the 2 leaders are Van Kuang and Chu Lo. Before the disaster struck, they just stayed home and loafed around. The witnesses are usually young men around 20 years old, with strong bodies, known as the Kuanglang gang. At some point, Chuang Daik had moved in close to analyze, causing Kani's cheeks to flush. The guardians of the remaining apartment buildings are also few. Most either committed suicide in despair or, after running out of supplies, killed each other, leading to a significant decrease in numbers. There's nothing to be afraid of. His hand gently placed on her shoulder, he continued gathering information. Especially whether they have guns or not, this is very important. We must definitely minimize the risks to the lowest level. At this moment, she was so flustered she stammered, Okay. In another room, a report sounded. Uncle Tu, everything has been taken care of. Tian Fong looked down at the motionless young man. He said with satisfaction, not bad. If you can't do anything about the chapters, just sell salt. The useless ones left in this building first, then that guy. Forgot to write on the wall next to it, chapter, if you don't come out, I'll wipe out all your neighbors. His face still full of pride as he looked at the words. Wait until those people are so scared they can't take it anymore. They'll naturally come begging you for help. At that time, messages in the group chat will pop up nonstop. Zhang Yi, you caused this, so deal with it yourself. That Bang Tianhe group was lured here by you, and the Sky Bull was also your doing. What does that have to do with us? One person does it, one person bears it. You can't make everyone help you. Bear the price you have to pay. If you have any conscience, just go out yourself. Just out of the shower, seeing this scene, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. The speed of turning his back was as fast as when they surrendered. But those few messages didn't scare him. He immediately sent into the group. It's not like I told them to come. If I get taken out, am I the one in the wrong? You guys have no skill to fight them. What does that have to do with me? If those people are that dangerous, why should I go out? A girl quickly replied. If you're safe, what about us? Isn't this just eliminating us? She sent a line imposing morality like a different netizen. You brought this on. Why should we suffer for you? Has your conscience been gnawed by dogs? He started losing patience with these cowardly people. He gently bit his lip. Zhang Yi sent 2 furious messages in a row. I don't care how you people do it. What does your life have to do with me? Don't talk to me about conscience. Were you worthy when you first attacked my home? Which one of you didn't have a share in it? The end is just a 7-second voice clip. You don't really think I wouldn't dare to get rid of you, do you? Las palabras recién dichas por quien Hiwaihuahao estaban linas de miedo. After hearing it, he threw his phone straight to the ground. He himself curled up on the chair. Como es posible? Pense que chingenghao ya había descendido al infierno amarillo. I would get to keep living, but the result. That group from the Tianhe gang is even more ruthless. Is there really nothing left but to wait for death? Looking at the blizzard outside, the fear of death surged within his heart. This snowstorm won't let up anytime soon. Everyone will die. They all have to die. Contrary to Su Hao's mood, Zhang Yijie was especially relaxed as he called Uncle View. It's time for you to shine a little. Hearing this, Ji Guang clenched his fist and said, "Leave it to me." He immediately sent a message to the group chat. "Everyone, don't panic. The Qianhe gang only has about 20 people. If we all unite, we can fight them off." Wu Lu and the residents quickly perked up. "Uncle View, everyone will definitely support you with all their might." Seeing the atmosphere start to shift, he went with the flow. "Your supplies are running low, uncle. You haven't eaten in days and are starving. Zhang Yijie's house has enough food and clothes. It was most reasonable for him to have weapons to lead." Meanwhile, he was sipping his coffee leisurely, while casually watching Keguang's performance. Uncle and Zhang Yi could still exchange a few words. "Let me go find Zhang Yi and see if I can persuade him. It's not just some young man sending you regards. They're all relying on you." As soon as he finished speaking, a message from Keguang arrived in the translation group. "What do we do now?" Seeing the time was ripe, he immediately followed up with a voice message to him. "The crucial moment is almost here. When it comes, you back me up. So they'll sincerely listen to me, with both favor and authority. Only then will our building be safe in the future." After that, Zhang Yi sent a recording to the landlord group, saying out of respect, "For your sake, I came here to talk to you all, so you'd better behave. Otherwise, someone will immediately start flattering Zhang Yi. Don't. From now on, whatever you tell us to do, we'll do." Hearing that, the corner of his mouth curled up with a teasing tone. "Huh? Oh, so you'll do whatever I tell you to do?" The other party answered without hesitation, "As long as you don't tell us to die. Then all other conditions are acceptable." Zhang Yi relaxed. Leaning back into the soft sofa, he raised an eyebrow and asked sharply, "I told you to take up weapons and fight desperately against those people from the Celestial Nation. Would you all go?" Mentioning that, their momentum dropped again. Seizing this opportunity, he began to apply pressure. "I didn't expect you all to want me to risk my life, so why should I worry? It's a matter of life and death for you all." At the same time, Ka-ni was calmly enjoying her delicious meal. When she heard about the next matter, she didn't forget to take Chuang's portion of cake as well, while he was busy emphasizing waiting for Hongtian. "If he rushes over, you just stick your necks out for him to chop, that's fine." "Goodbye," Keguang chimed in, "don't hang up. We all heard you, kid." After he said that, he persuaded everyone else, while Ka-ni took the chance to feed him a piece of cake. Since they were at a dead end anyway, might as well take a gamble. "There's still hope, kid. What are you all hesitating for? Let's risk our lives together to survive. Or are you waiting to disappear one by one?" After he finished speaking, he calmly agreed to follow the plan. "Alright, from now on, everyone follows my orders. If anyone slacks off, don't blame me for making an example of them." As soon as the group chat ended, the building's notification immediately popped up. "Fuang Lam is out. Where is Luong Vulo? Don't hide anymore." He had to send a message in. I just fell asleep," someone else cheered. "What's going on? Everyone wants to fight back? Let's do our best." Seeing the tide starting to turn in their favor, Chuang Daik immediately added another sentence to seal the deal. "The situation is serious now. Anyone who dares to hide behind is betraying this entire building. That person deserves to die." His fingers typed out words rapidly, mixing threats with reassurance. "But everyone, rest assured, if you listen to my command now, then I definitely won't let you starve. Just follow my orders, and I'll go out to help you find supplies." After finishing the translation, Zhang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. To keep the building, they must ensure their combat strength, go out to find supplies, collect weapons to increase firepower, and also vehicles. Suddenly, he remembered the 2 cars he had confiscated. In the other space, there were also snowmobiles and small snowmobiles. Transporting them out would be as easy as pie. With a blizzard covering the city like this, others would find it as hard as climbing to heaven to go out. Yet Zhang could roam freely throughout the entire city. Just then, he read a message from a resident who found it hard to believe Zhang. "You can go out to find supplies in such heavy snow? Do you want to trudge through the snow?" At this moment, he immediately turned into a benevolent leader, loving the country and caring for the people. "But for everyone, I have to go out and give it a try." Seeing the plan succeed, Keguang and Li Mei also breathed a sigh of relief. Following Gang's words, "Don't worry, I've worked in the warehouse for many years. In this Tianhai city, where there are warehouses, where there are large shopping malls and supermarkets, I know them all clearly." On the other hand, Chun-Hee suddenly had a sour look on her face as she listened. "Since I've become the leader, I must be responsible for every single person." Su Hao's hollow eyes finally had a glimmer of light after many days. "And the supplies in my house are almost gone. Going out to find supplies is the only way for us to survive." Those words moved quite a few people. They also fueled the triumphant look on the instigator's face. "Zhang Yi, I am truly moved beyond words. After how we treated you at first, now you still. From now on, we will only listen to Brother Zhang. Seeing everything turning out well, Kanua said happily. Now they only wish they could worship you like a god in a temple. On the contrary, Zhang Yi's face suddenly became full of worry. They can't even be considered my followers. Just a bunch of cannon fodder. His back seemed to be filled with loneliness as he walked away. With just a tiny bit of favor, I could make these people worship me like a god. Hearing this, her voice lowered. But do you really want to go outside? Throwing on a thick coat, Zhang Yi confidently reassured her. Don't worry. The supplies at home are enough to keep you alive. Then I'll put on another layer of high-collar fabric. I'm just looking for the right opportunity to go out and check on the situation outside. Seeing this, Kanua immediately said, Then I'll go with you. But before she could finish, he placed his hand on her lips to stop her. Her blushing cheeks were pinched like dough. Zhang Yi mischievously smiled and teased her. Now that we're in this kind of relationship, do you think I would still suspect you? Then he cheerfully waved his hand, his voice light as a fleeting promise. I trust you 100%. Wait for me to come back. With that, he snapped his fingers with a crisp, powerful sound. Zhang Yi silently walked through the hallway, a deserted corridor reeking of blood on the 4th floor. Then he approached the window by the hallway and slid it open, letting the harsh, cold wind rush in. Next, he jumped into snow so deep it reached his knees. Seeing that vast expanse of white, he couldn't help but think, walking on snow like this is indeed a bit difficult. Then, the translator carefully looked around, very thorough. There was no one around. Up above, there was surely no one spying either. After confirming no one was following, light from his hand shone down, revealing a snowmobile, unfortunately. The translator had a crow's mouth but not a hawk's eye. Someone from above had already watched him drive away. However, his mind wasn't dull, he even sighed. It seemed that in the future someone would target him because of this snowmobile, and then be targeted themselves. Yet the translator's mood didn't drop, it was even elated. After so long without going out, he was racing on the snow right away. So exhilarating. Finally, he sped straight to the predetermined destination, which was the Tianhai City Security Bureau. The stick in his hand swung decisively, then smashed into the large glass pane in front. The translator held a flashlight and cautiously stepped inside, each footprint imprinting. The icy cold floor echoed in the silent space. The reception area was pitch black and silent, not a single person. As if this place had been forgotten by time for a very long time. In a hidden corner, stiff dark blue uniforms. Figures curled up caught his eye, police officers cuffed to death. Seeing they had already gone cold, several guesses arose in the translator's mind. When the blizzard came, they were probably all on duty. They didn't even have cold weather gear. Though he occasionally carried a flippant and cold demeanor, he still pulled the cloth up to shield those people. No matter the outcome, those who once risked their lives to protect this city, all deserve respect. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. His intuition told him something was off. What was that right at the corner of the old cloth? A small but sturdy object was peeking out, as if accidentally revealing a leftover clue, like striking gold. He immediately pulled it up. They would protect it to the death. It must be related to the armory. The thing that emerged from under the heavy covering cloth was a bunch of iron keys. Zhang Yi picked up a key and muttered, Let's see, the key to the armory must be for the weapon depot. He followed the flashlight into the dark room. Seeing all kinds of guns, walkie-talkies, and ammunition made Zhang Yi overjoyed. He picked up one, admiring it while thinking happily. There are both bullets and guns. There's even a sniper rifle. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth curled up high as he looked through the scope. After being reborn, his mindset was more stable. His accuracy rate also increased quite a bit. Last time, when dealing with Huang Tianfang, almost not a single shot missed. Finally, he couldn't help praising himself. I'm definitely a sharpshooter. After this narcissistic thought, Zhang Yi reached out and collected all the items into the storage. With these things, enough to build a strong team of 5. After the room was secured, he continued to think. He should go find some food for those cannon fodder. The snowmobile sped through the never-ending blizzard, along with his train of thought. The supermarket near the apartment complex must have been completely looted by now. The chance of supplies being at the distant shopping mall in the city center would be higher. Arriving at a certain spot, he stopped and got off the vehicle. His hand quickly brushed back and forth through the thick snow. Right beneath that layer of snow was the glass door of the shopping mall. His heart cheered. Got it! After smashing the glass, he quickly dropped the rope and slid down. He walked past the flashy displays inside. Those luxury brands he used to scrimp and save for. Couldn't afford even after half a year of saving. Now they were all worthless junk. As he walked, he didn't forget to sweep everything into his bag. The food should be on the first floor. As he went down, he took anything useful. He took everything useful. Right at the entrance to the supermarket. The deadly cold wave had frozen all the food solid. He casually picked up an item, but his brow furrowed as he examined it. After the blizzard, almost all the food had gone bad. He sorted through it all, then dropped his backpack, muttering to himself. He wouldn't eat this stuff even if it was free. Still, he smiled as he zipped it up. But for those people, it would be more than good enough. After finishing everything, he drove back to the apartment complex. He saw that amazing thing down in the yard. It stirred up greed in him. He even had this kind of thing. It could even run on the snow. If we could get it, we could go out and find food from now on. Why should we keep suffering? The tribal leader beside him immediately explained. Uncle, I know where this thing is in our place. This is called a snowmobile. This is an electric snowmobile. Hearing him make up his mind, no matter what it was. In short, we had to find a way to snatch it. Of course, Zhang Yi knew how many eyes were fixed on him. The snow crossing tool was the only hope right now. After the blizzard, everyone was targeting him. Luckily this time, he had obtained firepower supplies and new equipment. In the apartment next door, Kagwan had been waiting for Zhang Yi. You actually found so many things? He threw 2 bags of supplies and climbed in through the window. Supplies outside are really hard to find. I searched all the nearby supermarkets and markets, and only got this much. Zhang Yi raised his gun and spoke to the crowd crammed in the hallway. To help everyone get these things, I put in a lot of effort. As he finished, Konoha dumped everything out of the bag. The crowd saw the supplies rolling out and cheered with joy. It's really food. There's meat and vegetables too. Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, you are our great hero, big boss. From today on, you are my sworn brother. Please accept my bow, little brother. Seeing everyone's reaction, the corner of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. Striking while the iron was hot, he continued shouting loudly. These foods will naturally be shared with everyone. But I, Zhang Yi, absolutely do not feed freeloaders. If you don't eat these foods, you must take up weapons to fight the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, an illustrative example strode forward aggressively. Hand over the food now. Seize the opportunity. Zhang Yi pointed at the bandits outside the window. If anyone can take down one of them, they'll be rewarded with 5 people's share of food. The residents of the apartment building, starving with sunken cheeks, heard these tempting words. They kept muttering, 1 person's food for 5 people. Their eyes turned red, and they charged forward like madmen. Charge! Eliminate them and we'll have food! The bandits, who were fierce just moments ago, suddenly turned pale. The residents rushed forward, slashing at the bandits wildly. Hunger had given them strength. From inside, Zhang Yi and Konoha watched the chaotic crowd. Add a few more to the mix. It's all food. The more you take down, the more you eat. You cowards running here to die? Go look in the mirror at home. Kagwan roared fiercely. Charge together! Outnumbered, they still held the advantage. 1 bandit quickly fell. The others, seeing their comrade surrounded, instinctively stopped. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, they quickly fled, leaving the dying man lying in the snow. Seeing they had defeated the bandits, everyone cheered happily. We won! We drove those bandits away! We have food! Looking at the young men from the earlier battle, whose blood was staining the snow red, Konoha widened her eyes and promptly treated them. They could probably still be saved. But she was powerless, and shook her head slightly to preserve their lives. It would require a large amount of equipment and specialized medicine, Zhang Yi. He wouldn't waste precious supplies on them. After everything was settled in the first floor hall, he praised the crowd, saying, Well done, and then Zhang Yi spread his arms to encourage them. See everyone? As long as we unite, what's so scary about those people? Next, he called Chao Wei and Jingyi over. You two come here. He generously stuffed a lot of food into their hands, even patting their shoulders and instructing them to do well. As long as you keep up this spirit from now on, I won't treat you too badly. Chao Wei joyfully replied, Brother Zhang Yi, from now on, I'll follow you and definitely do my best. Jingyi beside him was moved to tears. We'll listen to everything you say. You're like our own big brother. Behind them, a few people quietly swallowed their saliva, thinking, they're really brain-starved. Earlier we used more effort, so it should be us. Zhang Yi was secretly observing everyone's reactions, and his eyes lit up. Great! This is exactly the effect I wanted. Then he began calling people up one by one to distribute the food. Next, one at a time, everyone lined up to receive supplies. Seeing the dejected looks on those who received them, Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, thinking, more work means more rewards. If you want to eat your fill, you'll have to charge forward next time. He called the next person, and the next, following Su Hao's lead. Seeing nothing there, Su Hao immediately yelled, "Where's my food?" Zhang Yi's expression instantly turned cold. That was when he casually kicked a gift. A tiny candy rolled across the floor, accompanied by indifferent words. "This is your food." Upon seeing the candy, he still shouted in anger, "Are you kidding me? Why should my food be just a single piece of candy?" Without hesitation, he retorted, "You still have the nerve to yell? Earlier, when others made their move, you were just standing in the back the whole time, trembling like a leaf. Don't think I didn't see it." The people around also started snickering at Zhang Yi's words. "You didn't even touch those guys. This candy is my charitable donation to you out of the goodness of my heart." Hearing this, Su Hao kept defending himself. "So is it my fault? There were only 4 of them, and everyone surrounded them so tightly not even an ant could get through. I had absolutely no chance to step up." But his reply was met with a dismissive wave of Zhang Yi's hand. "That's not my problem. The process doesn't matter. I only look at the results." Unable to take it anymore, Su Hao angrily accused him of unfairness. "This is way too unfair. You're clearly targeting me." He couldn't help but sneer as he repeated the word, "There." With a flick of his hand, 2 people rushed forward at Zhang Yi's command. "Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to talk about fairness with me? Did you think I was here to reason with you?" He was quickly pinned under the foot of the one who was speaking. "Cruelly, I am giving you an order. Defy the order and you will be punished. Understand, you waste." Next, Su Hao was kicked by those people, while also having a gun pointed at him by Zhang Yiqi. This is the outcome of not obeying orders. The people around didn't intervene, just silently listened to what he said. "If anyone thinks I'm being unreasonable, you can put down the food in your hands now and leave with dignity. I will absolutely not come to cause trouble." Seeing no one did anything, Zhang Yiqi smiled brightly. "Very good, then we are all in agreement." Below, Su Hao, battered and bruised from being trampled, angrily said to Zhang Yiqi, You're going too far." In response, he received a merciless stomp from him. It even made the candy fall out. With one hand, Zhang Yiqi grabbed his hair. With the other hand, he picked up the candy and said softly, "Next time, I hope you'll be a bit more obedient." After saying that, he stood up and gave a thumbs down. "In this building, there's no need for useless good-for-nothings." Once everything was settled, Zhang Yiqi dismissed the crowd. "The supplies have been distributed. Collect the leftovers for now." Suddenly, a voice rang out from among the people standing. "Brother Zhang Yiqi, I still haven't gotten mine." On the ground, there was no one else besides Wu Qing and Kai Ning. They had thrown away all their pride and were lying prostrate. "You're the best to me. You definitely can't bear to see me wronged, right?" "That's right, don't forget about me." Seeing the 2 familiar faces, he bent down. "I won't forget you too," but the words that came out left both girls stunned. "You two never had a share in this to begin with." Wu Qing's eyes welled up, unable to believe it. "This can't be true. You wouldn't treat me like this." Meanwhile, Ning Ning questioned resentfully, "On what grounds?" "Others get it, but I don't." Tears streamed down Wu Qing's face. "Brother, didn't you once say you liked Qinger? How could you?" In return, all she got was Zhang Yi's cruelty. It seemed like that had happened. "But don't tell me you actually believed it." "It was just a game. Besides, I already have a girlfriend now." Hearing him speak, her face was full of shock. Before Wu Qing's eyes was the scene of Zhang Yi standing beside another girl. "Ke is far stronger than some people. Don't cause me any more trouble in the future." His words made her clutch her head in pain. "No, this can't be true. Clearly, you used to tell me to come stay at your place. Now you're going back on your word?" Wang Min beside him spat. "Shameless woman. All she does is daydream in broad daylight." Contempt was written all over Zhang Yi's face. A broken mat pretending to be a fairy. All day long, she tries to hook the 2 big shots. "Tell me, what's her nickname?" He was called out and hurriedly replied, "Universal socket, public bus, roadside grass, huh?" The crowd gathered around, and a fan laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha. I never thought our building had such a talent. Poor me, I even had a crush on her. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted my energy." Wu Ting panicked and snapped, "Stop talking! Shut up! Give it to me!" Then she dashed out the door. Zhang Yi sat down and handed something to Su Hao. "Understand, this is your reward," he flattered, extending both hands to take it. "Thank you, brother Zhang Yi. From now on, I'll definitely listen to you. From now on, I'll definitely obey." Then he ordered the other 2 to drag Ai Ning out, and returned to the main issue. "The trash blocking us is gone now. Next, let's discuss how to do a good job defending the building." Zhang Yi glanced over. "The number of people in front of us in our building, excluding children who can't fight, there are 47 people. Then he divided them. Except for me, Chu Ke, Uncle View, and Ta Li Mai. The rest are split into 6 groups. Each group of 7 or 8 people takes shifts. To prevent attacks from people in other buildings, Zhang Yi demonstrated and instructed. Whenever you spot someone coming, knock on the railings, stairs or other metal objects to alert everyone. Finally, he emphasized again, try hard for the rewards. What I said earlier still applies, kill one enemy. Reward food for 5 people. If you only stand guard, you'll just eat what others leave behind. Then Zhang Yi handed over to Uncle View. Uncle, arrange this. He smiled and replied, no problem. Snow still swirled in the sky, wind howling fiercely. No other sounds could be heard. Inside the room, Kerr sat with him, nibbling on some bread. How is it outside now? Zhang Yi replied while studying how to use the gun. What else could it be? A blizzard has sealed the city. All the low-rise buildings are completely buried. After reading, he set the tablet down on the table. Even if the blizzard stops now, the temperature will take at least half a month to recover before the snow cover melts. She revealed her anxiety. But winter is coming, so the temperature will only get lower. Suddenly, Zhang Yi walked around her and left the sofa. He stood in the middle of the room and pulled out a series of guns from his space. This isn't a problem for us. He bent down and loaded one of the guns in front of her. The thing more terrifying than ghosts and demons is never the environment. Next, he picked it up in his hand. No matter the time, the thing you need to deal with most is always people. After that, he took the gun out to the balcony to aim and shoot. This is the divine weapon of assassination. I just need to find a chance to test it. Suddenly, on the white snow-covered ground, something strange appeared in the scope. Over by the garage, there were figures. Zhang Yi observed the group of people lurking near the door through the lens. It seemed they were targeting his snowmobile. Everything was within his expectations. During the day, he pretended to leave the snowmobile in the shed. Now, sure enough, someone took the bait. It's just that this is definitely going to be a waste of effort. Suddenly, a call came from Uncle View. When he answered, the first thing he heard was, Zhang Yi, Uncle, I've already taken the instant noodles. Thank you. Then, Jiguang added a few words to smooth things over for Li Mai. Earlier, about what she said. Don't take it to heart, that's just how she is, she talks a lot. The translator didn't mind it at all, Uncle View. Why are you still being so polite with me? I'm not a petty person either. He asked you back, but I just want you to think carefully. Do you really want to raise another man's child? The voice on the other end of the line immediately replied. Oh, come on, what are you saying in this day and age? Being able to find a woman like this is already a blessing. Hearing this, the translator chuckled lightly, Uncle View. Don't sell yourself short. In today's world, a healthy man like you, especially one who's good at fighting, is highly sought after. Still, you shouldn't look down on Li Mei too much. But she's not bad either, you two can work it out together. Later on, just have her give you a child. I'm just too busy with work. Getting nothing myself while others reap the benefits, that's really. Before he could finish, Kagwang understood and just laughed it off. Haha, what's the point of having a kid? I don't dare to think about it now. Let's talk about it after things settle down. The translator's voice continued. I was just speaking casually, Uncle View, don't take it to heart. In the end, he said, I have the utmost respect for you and her. I sincerely wish you two happiness. Kagwang smiled and ended the call. Alright, I'll hang up now. If anything comes up, just give me a call. On the translator's side, he was gently stroking Connie's cheek. Some things should be taken slowly. Shouldn't they? She blushed and agreed. You're right. Then the two shared a passionate kiss. Meanwhile, in the first-floor lobby, a group of people wielding clubs is advancing and has just reached the foot of the stairs. Huang Wei is startled, coming face to face with a strange object. It lunges down from above, but he quickly dodges it, causing the brick to hit the ground and crack in half. It turns out the people inside the building have spotted them, so they're throwing bricks and shouting, Get out of here! The Tianhe gang members, who came to ambush them, are all just a bunch of living dead. Zhou Xing, following behind Huang Wei, speaks up in defiance. And you even dare to throw things at us. Huang Wei, you tell me, what should we do next? He angrily yells to attack him. I don't believe these cowardly ghosts actually dare to kill anyone they see. Unexpectedly, Huang Wei is immediately hit by the truth and urged on. Everyone in the building feels like they've been given an energy boost, and they start fighting with great enthusiasm. He is shocked when one of his companions is knocked down. Huang Wei behind him hastily shouts, Retreat first! Go, go, go! Everyone watches the Tianhe gang flee in a hurry and asks each other, What now? Should we chase after them? No, let them go, let them go. We don't know what the situation is like outside. Chasing after them is too dangerous. Zhang Yi stands on the balcony, yawning widely, not taking them seriously at all. A pack of starving stray dogs. They must be crazy to pick this time to ambush us. Then he reaches out his hand, pretending to take aim. At this distance, can a hunting rifle send them to meet their maker? Zhang Yi pulls out a rifle with a scope. Specifically, he brings the stock up to his cheek and aims. Let's see if this thing is useful or not. The crosshairs in the scope are aimed directly at a fleeing person. The clear image surprises Zhang Yi greatly. This scope is truly astonishing. Even a passing shadow can be seen clearly. Then he slowly pulled the trigger. A bullet pierced straight through the head of the last runner. He fell into a pool of blood, startling his comrades. What's going on? Someone's shooting. Seeing this, a fan sneered. Is that accurate? Could it be that I'm truly a shooting genius? The Bang Tian alliance below, terrified, quickly fled. But he continued to raise his gun. While this strange feeling hasn't faded yet, let's try again. One guy was finished off by a shot to the middle of his forehead. The shell casing fell from the gun. Next came another guy, along with another shell casing. Another person fell from a hit, shell casings dropping one by one. Each one soaked in the blood of a ruthless foe. At Zhang Yi's feet, several empty bullets had already rolled around. He smiled in satisfaction and put down the gun. Confidently declared that from now on, he could hide and take out those tough intruders, without ever needing to go outside. In the rooms below, a group of people gathered, peeking outside. The gunfire came from upstairs. It must be Zhang Yi. Could it be a sniper rifle? Oh my god, hitting it from that far away in one shot, truly a marksman. Looks like from now on, we'd better obediently listen to Zhang Yi. The reason we've survived until now is because he hasn't gotten angry yet. Seeing those figures, he could guess a bit. The gunfire has already alarmed quite a few people. After tonight, there will probably be many people who can't sleep well. The next day, Connie playfully brought out food for Zhang Yi. I can't make it as good as the restaurants, so don't complain, okay? He cheerfully picked up his chopsticks. Then you'll have to practice more. After all, we have a long time ahead. Eating too much ready-made food gets boring. We need to switch it up sometimes. Next, she told him about her doubts. Yesterday, I heard gunshots. Was that you shooting from the balcony? Zhang Yi confirmed it was true. He used that sniper rifle to take down 7 people, 1 bullet per person. A look of admiration appeared on Connie's face. Zhang Yi, you're really amazing. He then asked her, aren't you curious about how I know how to use a sniper rifle? Connie was very tactful and didn't pry too much. What does that have to do with me? No matter what you did before, I am by your side now. It's still better than losing your life out there, right? That attitude of yours pleases the translator very much. You are very smart, not overly curious. That is also one of the virtues I hope to see. Meanwhile, Tianfang was at building 2. He went outside and saw a scene of people lying scattered. On the snowy ground, Guluo stood beside him and asked, Boss, what do we do now? The Huanwei gang is all gone, and our men have been halved. Can we still? Tianfang got angry and turned to yell, What the hell are you doing? They have guns in their hands. How can we fight them? Guluo hesitated for a moment and then spoke up. But we didn't take his car and supplies. The survivors in this building won't have enough to eat for a few more days. He clenched his jaw and said through gritted teeth, Go over there tonight and bring back the bodies of Dawei's men. At building 25, a person on the same floor flashed a friendly smile when he saw Zhang Yichang and Zhang Gage. Going out, he waved his hand as a greeting. Do a good job. He watched that retreating back and muttered to himself, In this building, if you want to survive, you absolutely must not mess with Zhang Yichang. After stepping out the door, he immediately put on his earphones. As soon as he got in the car, he called a trustworthy person, Uncle View. Thank you, Uncle, for pointing out the military camp's location when I went out. Please keep an eye on the base. Kagwan replied with a firm tone. Uncle, even if it costs me my old life, I will protect this place well. On the side of building 21, Wang Chang and Xiao Lu were observing Zhang Yichang's movements through the window. Wang Chang couldn't hide his curiosity. Where the hell did he hide his snowmobile? Last night, I sent people to look, and they couldn't even see a trace of it. He slowly explained. This district of ours is also very big. He hid it very well. It's really not easy to find. From the moment he saw it, he had already conceived the idea of stealing it in his mind. No matter what, that vehicle must fall into the hands of our Wolfpack gang. Wang Chang lightly tapped the gleaming blade against his hand. With it, finding supplies or establishing the gang is just a small matter. Hearing this, Xiao Lu curled his lips into a sneer. That's right. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. This is our opportunity. Suddenly, a surge of greed made his eyes bloodshot. Thinking of ways to find some packs of cigarettes to bring here. I haven't smoked in half a month. I'm about to go crazy. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Yi silently drove through the vast snowy sea. His mind was spinning with a series of calculations. It seemed that, except for the melting snow, the only places left that might have food were probably just a few large, independent supermarkets. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. the warehouse district of Qingnan. Zhang Yi continued analyzing in his heart. Although the largest Huainan warehouse had already been emptied by him, but there were still goods from other companies there. Without hesitation, he immediately changed direction and muttered to himself, heading over to take a look. Maybe he could find something useful. Not long after, he arrived at the Qingnan warehouse district. As soon as Zhang Yi saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but sigh. The warehouses of hundreds of corporations from the entire Tianhai city were all located here. If he could take all the supplies here back, not to mention just himself. So Zhang Yi, while breaking the door, muttered to himself, even if it meant supporting several thousand people, it wouldn't be a problem. However, from his vantage point, all he saw was a cold, empty space. Just as he thought. Unsurprisingly, all the supplies nearby had already been moved away. Not giving up, Zhang Yi rappelled down to continue searching for leftover items. Until he reached the bottom. He saw many types of vehicles. So he quickly collected all the heavy trucks, excavators, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, and bulldozers. Not a single edible or usable item was left behind. After Zhang Yi had cleaned everything up, he scratched his head and muttered, let's go. What if I need it later? He left the area, silently calculating. He would definitely need a vehicle later. A snowmobile as a daily means of transport. The fuel in his hand might not be enough. Thinking this, Zhang Yi moved to the next location. He should go to the gas station and see if there was a way to get more fuel. But as soon as he arrived, he saw the gas station buried deep under thick snow. Damn it, it was buried so deep it was almost gone. Zhang Yi looked around and sighed in frustration. The gas station had no high-rise structure, so that meant, wasn't there no other place to refuel? Zhang Yi lay back on the cold snow. Damn it, would he have to conserve fuel from now on? At that moment, he raised his hand, catching the falling snowflakes with a helpless expression. Human strength was truly weak. If only he could use heavy machinery to dig. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Wait, could an excavator be used as digging equipment? Despite some doubts, Zhang Yi quickly analyzed the situation. Right now, the snow had been accumulating for less than a month. It hadn't formed a hard ice layer yet. This method was feasible. Without hesitation, he took a crane truck out of his space. Then he silently calculated that the snow accumulation was at most over 10 meters. As long as he could dig down to a window or the main door, he could break in. After the chapter finished refueling, it lazily spoke up. This is fine too, saves me the trouble of digging. With that, he jumped into the cockpit and started the engine. Luckily, he had driven a forklift during his previous stint at the warehouse. This is no problem at all. Under the chapter's skillful control, the excavator slowly moved toward the area that needed clearing. It didn't take long. It was a quick and decisive victory. Layer after layer of snow was scooped up in rapid succession. Gradually, a gap opened up in the vast white expanse. He just had to sit back and control it, without breaking a single sweat. It took quite a while before the entrance. An exit of the gas station gradually came into view. Good thing I didn't have to dig by hand, or I'd be dead tired. The chapter reminded himself to be careful. When approaching the fuel storage area, the gas station's oil depot, it's usually underground. To be safe before entering, he had to eliminate any static electricity on his body. After completing that step, he used a crowbar to pry open the door, which immediately swung open. A dark passage leading down into the basement appeared. The chapter pulled out a flashlight to light the way. He stepped inside cautiously, one step at a time. He observed carefully and silently made an assessment. There are 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 tank of diesel here. I won't have to worry about refueling from now on. Immediately, the chapter quickly disconnected the connecting pipes from the tanks. Then he closed the lids and locked them carefully. Just as he finished, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, a brand new idea just popped up. If this method also works in other places, wouldn't it be very interesting? All the objects buried under the snow after the freeze. I can use them as I please. As soon as that thought flashed, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. All of human civilization that has been buried by the blizzard so far are things I can take at will. By then, it was late at night, and the snow was still falling without stopping. He quietly walked around the gas station to find a temporary shelter. The path to finding fuel and supplies had all been resolved. Rest tonight, then set out again tomorrow. Finally, Zhang Yi found a place to set up the tent. He thought to himself, wait until tomorrow to go to the battalion address that Uncle Yu showed him. Once everything was settled, he crawled into his sleeping bag and slept soundly. At the same time, elsewhere, Wu Min stood by the hospital bed, anxiously looking at the child. Dr. Chu, my child has had a fever for 2 days now. Think of a way to save him, if this continues, she said. Zhang's words made Kuno's heart even heavier. This time, Zhang Yi left, even though he left some food, but all the emergency medicine was taken away. Just then, Kagwang walked in, holding a box of medicine. Dr. Chu, I still have a little left, let the child use it first. Then he turned to her and gently comforted her. Don't worry, Zhang Yi will be back soon. By then, everyone will be able to live a little better. A moment later, Wu Min couldn't hide her joy. When Wu Tian's fever had subsided, Dr. Chu, I really have to thank you and Uncle Vu this time. Without the two of you, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. Kan Ni hoisted the medicine box onto her shoulder and said softly, no need for medicine. What Uncle Vu gave was also from the translation team, so you should thank them. It wasn't me. Those words left her momentarily flustered, and she stammered, you're right. After that, Kan Ni and Kagwang left the room, but they had only taken a few steps, when a figure suddenly rushed past her like the wind, instinctively. Kan Ni turned around, saw the dangerous situation, and shouted, watch out. At this moment, Xianhao was holding five knives in her hand as she lunged forward. My grandson is dead. You people with kids don't expect to live well either. Everything happened so fast that no man could only widen his eyes in terror. Then he let No Tian slip from his arms. Luckily, Ka Ni had lunged in time to catch the boy before he hit the ground. In that moment, as no man faced death, he could only gasp out his final words, Dr. Chu, take my child away quickly. Right after, Xianhao pointed the knife at Kan Ni. Dr. Chu, give me that child. She stepped back while trying to speak calmly to persuade her. Please calm down a bit. This child is only about the same age as Lam Tiuho. But the hatred surging within her drove her nearly mad. My grandson is dead. Why should he still be alive and well? Without any hesitation, Kan Ni clutched the child tightly in her arms and turned to run. She immediately chased after, Xianha's rough hands reaching out, grabbed her ankle and pulled hard, catching her. In her eyes now, there is only hatred because she didn't save little Tiger. She deserves to die too. The moment the blade swung up, Kan Ni could do nothing but use her own body to shield No Tian. Suddenly, a figure rushed over and blocked right between the blade and her. Kan Ni was worried when she saw Kagwang injured, his arm bleeding, but he only glanced at the wound on his arm and calmly replied, I'm fine. How are you and the child? Did that crazy woman hurt you anywhere? Hearing this, she sadly hugged No Tian, who was still sleeping soundly. No, it's just that this child's mother was. Kagwang's face showed a hint of guilt. That's good. If something happened while Chuang Dike wasn't here, how could I explain it to him? Kan Ni also blamed herself. I didn't expect her to still have the strength to hold on until now. At that moment, Xianha, lying on the ground, was still cursing loudly. Van Kagwang, you coward, afraid of death. Why didn't you send Tran Chinhao to hell? You owe little Tiger a life too. She rolled around and screamed like a madwoman. Chuang Dike, Chu Kan Ni, Van Kagwang, and the rest of you. You all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. Those words made Kagwang unable to bear it, so he snapped. Enough! Chuang Dike eliminated that villain Tran Chinhao. If he hadn't acted, we would all be dead. Otherwise, would you still have your life to cause trouble here? At this point, Kan Ni couldn't hold back her frustration either. Don't blame him. Chuang Dike did give you medicine before. But Xianhao was still stubborn to the end. It's impossible. It's because he didn't give me the medicine that little Tiger died. Furious, she repeated the truth of that day. At that time, I had begged him. But when I brought the medicine over, Lin Xiaohu had already been killed by that woman's own hands. Before she could finish, the woman screamed, cutting her off. No! You're not lying to me? At that time, Xiaohu was already dead. You people killed him! After that, Kagwang and Kunoa turned and walked away, leaving Xianhao wailing miserably in the hallway. No, that's not it. It wasn't me. At that moment, Junjie stood outside. He had heard everything. The one who claimed to love Lin Xiaohu turned out to be like this. Bai Lin beside him was also cold. Continuing, the son and daughter-in-law handed their grandson over to the woman. Can you even reason with them? Then the man suddenly let out a cold laugh, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. I told you, this mongrel has done so many heartless things. He's probably about to die soon. Or should we give her a little push? Hearing this, he asked back with curiosity. What do you want to do, Bai Lin? He pulled out a lighter, his voice soft but dripping with malice. That old hag has so much fat on her. We haven't warmed ourselves in days. How about somewhere else? The oil lamp was burning brightly, radiating heat all around. Zhang Yichu stepped out of the tent and yawned lightly. It's time to set off. After traveling a considerable distance, Zhang Yichu stopped in front of a building. The place Uncle Wei mentioned earlier must be here. Then he immediately began to act. I've got experience now. Today's construction will definitely be much faster, Zhang Yichu. taking advantage of this time to look around. This is the dormitory of the military base, isn't it? The armory probably isn't far from here. The silence here caught him a bit off guard. Heavy snow falling in such a remote place. There are no vehicles around either. Why is there not even a single soul here? The deeper he went inside, the more confused he became. Strange, where did everyone go? He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of a possibility. Could it be that they had already left this place? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, making him stop. Could it be that those who knew about the blizzard had already moved the supplies? A theory gradually formed in his head. Those people must be relying on the supplies and weapons, waiting for the blizzard to end to re-establish order in the world. This was truly something he hadn't anticipated. By then, some armed forces might rise up and become a huge threat. Finally, he silently decided that for that moment, he had to prepare as early as possible. So he immediately sped up his work. In just a moment, he successfully opened an armory. This is a bit different from what I imagined. Next, he didn't hesitate and quickly went inside. Before this, even in his dreams, he never thought he would find a place like this. His eyes sparkled. So many types of ammunition. There are even military sniper rifles and grenades. Jackpot. After a moment of excitement, he began to calm down. If they go out on a mission, based on these equipment pieces, more than half of the items here are missing, and there are no heavy weapons. But that's normal. Now your goal is clearer. Let's see what we can do. The things I've collected are enough for now. If you need to replenish ammunition and guns later, just find similar places. Then, an annoyed voice rang out. No food today? Why didn't you bring anything back? Zhang Yi and the residents of the apartment building. I searched many places today. There's no food anywhere. Everyone, just bear with it. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. There are so many places outside, can't you search more? It's miserable without food. You've been busy all day, and you didn't find anything? Hearing these words, Zhang Yi's face instantly darkened. Are you done? His voice turned colder. Lately, you all seem a bit too relaxed. Have you forgotten how you begged me for help back then? At this point, Zhang Yi didn't want to drag things out anymore. It's only been a few days, and you're already getting too comfortable. If that's the case, let's just split up. From now on, you handle your own food. The crowd was indeed scared by his words. They quickly backed down. That's not what we meant. We understand how hard you've been working. With such heavy snow, finding food is really difficult. You should go rest first. Zhang Yi tilted his head to glance at the group behind him, and prepared to leave. That's it for today, let's call it off. This attitude of his inadvertently made Jie feel so angry he ground his teeth. You shameless bastard. We've been busting our asses working to the bone. And now we have to watch your face? No way in hell. He then hid a weapon behind his back and pretended to be caring. Zhang Yi, going out alone is too tiring. Why not bring a few more people along? Jie tried his best to keep his expression as natural as possible. My motorcycle can fit 3 people, no problem. More people will definitely find it faster. Zhang Yi was a bit confused. Huh. At this moment, Bai Lin had already figured out his intentions. So he quickly tried to divert Zhang Yi's attention. If you need help, everyone will be happy to agree. Even Jindong quickly chimed in. Right. Brother Zhang, whatever you need, we'll help with all we've got. However, instead of being moved by those words, Zhang Yi's tone was extremely strange. Is that so? What a pity. Just as everyone was caught off guard, he pulled out a gun and gave Jie a copper bullet. Then flatly declared, Your empty words. I don't believe a single one of them. Zhang Yi leisurely aimed the gun at Bai Lin as a silent threat. Too much sweet talk has made you all lose sight of reality. The target must obey absolutely. He quickly waved his hand to shirk responsibility. Don't cause trouble, we're just negotiating. He sought his own death. We don't want to oppose you. However, he didn't take those words to heart. Instead, he decided to give them a few copper candies. If I don't eliminate you, you won't learn to behave. At the same time, the crowd began to scatter in panic. Some, unable to react in time, met their end. After a massacre, when Zhang Yi had just stopped his hand, someone suddenly called out. Zhang Yi, it turned out to be Kanoa's voice. You've been out so long, are you hurt? Kugwan was scanning the entire space. Now they're well-fed and complacent. They've forgotten they need to rely on others. His expression remained utterly calm. I'm fine, it was just a minor conflict. Then Zhang Yi leisurely moved ahead. I've always been kind, I'll forgive them. Cheer up and stretch, let's go. Let's head back. Those words made Lei Mei a bit uneasy. You're the kindest now. Zhang Yi was busy planning in his mind. The preparations were mostly done. Next, if those explosives weren't completely used up, I'd need to find time to deal with them. Soon after, he returned to the apartment. and was enjoying a foot massage from Kuno. Did anything happen in the neighborhood while I was away? Any activity in the other buildings? Upon hearing this, she immediately recounted even the smallest details. Uncle Lin, seeking revenge for Lin Tiaohu, harmed the mother of a child. Afterward, he was dealt with by others. Zhang Yi didn't find it too surprising. She brought it upon herself, she deserved it. What else is there? Kuni immediately reported the latest news from when he wasn't here. There's also someone from Tower 9 named Qinling Yu. She wants me to call you and talk about something. Only then did Zhang Yi's expression change slightly. Qinling Yu, what does she want to talk to me about? Kuni acted as the messenger. My relationship with her is only that of doctor and patient. In the message, she only mentioned wanting to discuss a collaboration with Tower 25. But the specifics require you to show up in person. Zhang Yi's tone was indifferent. Cooperate? Based on what? He lay on his back, resting his head on his arm, relaxing, with a contemptuous smirk on his lips. Right now, I lack nothing, and they can only blink and wait to die inside the tower. What do they have to cooperate with me? Kuni didn't argue or offer an opinion, only asking softly. So I'll tell her. You don't want to talk to her, right? Zhang Yi was quite calm. No need to be so hasty. He propped his chin up, tilting his head with a thoughtful expression. You know the situation regarding her, tell me about it. And the specific situation of Tower 9? Kuni immediately responded. Qinling Yu owns a cosmetic store, a beauty shop in Tianhai City. Although it's valued at 200 million, but that company is actually a business operating on WeChat. She's nearly 40, but her upkeep isn't bad. Strong personality, excellent tactics. Building 9 under her management has only had 10 deaths so far. Kuno was massaging his legs for him. While recounting, I only had a little interaction with her. According to the intel I gathered, Building 9 is now completely under her and her subordinates' control. Zhang Yi frowned upon hearing this, his gaze darkening. At a time like this, a woman can actually manage an entire building? This Qinling Yu is quite something. I wonder what kind of devious scheme she's plotting. Kunoa gently rubbed his sore wrist. If that's the case, do you still need to talk to her? He thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. Negotiating a bit first is fine. Zhang Yi sat up and took out his phone. I also want to know what the other buildings are plotting right now. Just then, a new WeChat notification lit up the screen. CEO of Furong Group, Qinling Yu, and Warehouse Logistics CFO Li Nan. Li Jian sent you a friend request. Zhang Yi found the name familiar. Li Jian, last time. He had met him once at the unit's annual meeting. Why is he coming to my doorstep too? Could he have the same goal as Qinling Yu? He immediately pressed the accept button, and a new message popped up. Mr. Zhang Yi. Hello, I am Tranlin Nak from Building Number 9. Currently, this place is under my management. Wanting to talk to you about this matter was also within his expectations. It really is waiting for me, Zhang Yi slowly replied. Want to say something? No, I don't want to exchange messages. Bringing up a conversation like this is a bit inconvenient. Can you call me? He refused firmly. No. If there's something, say it directly. I don't have patience. I don't like speaking useless words. On the other side of the screen, Lin Nak gritted her teeth. Indeed, he is a wolf that cannot be underestimated. She considered how to deal with him. It was rumored that this strong man had wiped out half of the homeowners in Building 25. He had extremely important transportation means like snowmobiles. He might even have a sniper rifle. She had to handle him carefully. After a period of internal struggle, Lin Nak adjusted her attitude and got straight to the point. Mr. Zhang Yi, I've heard a lot about you. The stories about you have already spread to us. We have always hoped to meet you in person. We also know you have a snowmobile and can go out to find supplies. That's why we want to cooperate with you. His indifferent attitude was evident in the message. Cooperate? So what can you give me? Lin Nak tried to persuade him. In our building, the number of deaths is very low right now. We can provide you with 76 people. Using your snowmobile, we can go out to explore the territory. The efficiency will definitely be much higher than you working alone. Of course, this requires you to provide us with food. No matter what you do from now on, our people are the best labor force. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi had already seen through everything. You're too quick to show your tail, thinking I'm as easy to fool as those idiots? Seeing no reply from him, she added a veiled threat. You must know by now that you're a target of attack. As long as you provide us with food, at least we can remain neutral. You're a smart person. You know this situation won't last longer than I do. His eyes, usually calm, suddenly darkened. This is a threat. Zhang Yi pressed record and sent a voice message with a tone as sharp as a knife. What, are you trying to say that if I don't agree, you'll launch an attack? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Unease flickered through the pauses in the audio. I believe you won't choose that. Fighting us, even if you win, you'll gain nothing. Cooperating is the smart choice. This is cooperation. Zhang Yi let out a soft laugh, showing his contempt. This is the first time I've seen a beggar speak so boldly. Let me think it over carefully, then I'll give you my answer. He hung up and slowly walked to the window. Outside, snow covered everything in white, falling silently. The entire district is against me? Even so, they can't do anything to me. But if they all come at once, thinking of the worst-case scenario, his face turned grim. Thousands of people rise up together. What are the odds of destroying this building? Zhang Yiqing stands frozen before the balcony glass door. Now, those outside don't have enough electricity or fuel to operate heavy machinery to demolish the building. Using unarmed people is even more unrealistic. His expression reflects off the glass pane. As long as I stay put inside and don't go out, even if everyone in this district attacks, they can't do anything to me. Then he furrows his brow and rubs his chin in distress. But dealing with thousands of people, how long would I have to fight? If I ignore them, they'll definitely rebel again. What should I do? At this moment, his phone vibrates. A new message from Mr. Li Jianzhang. We sincerely hope to cooperate with you, to build a peaceful utopian society within the doomsday, to preserve human civilization. It's also beneficial for post-disaster reconstruction. Right now, we lack resources and food. In exchange, we can provide manpower and materials, while also smoothing over your relationship with other buildings. Zhang Yiqing raises an eyebrow. He thinks highly of this man. No wonder he's the chief financial officer. Not only does he understand how to manage, but he also knows how to maximize profits. He immediately turns and asks, Kerr, do you know anything about Building 18's situation? She thinks for a moment, then replies, I heard the leader of that building. They have a lot of influence. After the apocalypse arrived, it forced all the shelter leaders to unite. They collected 10 supplies and distributed them evenly. This allowed most people to survive until today. Zhang Yi chuckled coldly, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. So that's how it is. Truly a talented person, but relying only on those things to survive. Long-term in the apocalypse is simply wishful thinking. He deliberately stalled for time, saying he could consider it. Wait for my reply. Then he scrolled through a series of new notifications, glanced at them, and sneered. The remaining requests probably won't differ much from these people. The conditions they offered, haha, Zhang Yi said naturally. He wrapped his arm around Kanua and showed her those messages. Now there are only two choices, start a war or sue for peace. He dismissed the most damaging options. Eliminate everyone who wastes my precious supplies and ammunition. Most people have no grudges against me. Dealing with too many people would also affect morale. Hearing these words, she realized how wise she had been before. Everyone's life and death were in his hands. Luckily, I chose Zhang Yi at the start. Suddenly, he gently blew a breath into Kanua's ear, making her jump in surprise. Kanua, from your perspective, what would you choose? Her body went limp, her voice faltering. If we start a war, you can definitely win, that's good. If not, even just supplying those small groups would definitely be a drain that's hard to sustain. Zhang Yi pressed close to Kanua's back. So is there a way? Without having to deal with trouble, yet still eliminating all of them, and also being able to get rid of those annoying people, isn't that right? Her cheeks flushed red, nearly steaming, as she hurriedly replied, pass. Although it was a bit unrealistic, if he left this residential area and lived somewhere else, wouldn't that be fine? He didn't think much of this idea. Easier said than done. There was one crucial reason why he disagreed. This safe house, which took so much effort to set up, had long been integrated into the building's scaffolding. How could it be easily moved? Was he supposed to just abandon his current stronghold? After a while, Connie sat on the bed, organizing equipment for Chuang Dike. You took off your bulletproof vest. What do you want? He calmly explained to her that he had already taken precautions. Since he was prepared, there could be no loopholes. Then he immediately gathered all the members of the homeowner group. Everyone, we are now facing an enormous crisis. Someone wants to steal our food. Some neighboring buildings have threatened me, declaring that if I don't hand over the supplies and snowmobiles, they will attack our building. This sparked a wave of outrage among everyone. What do these bastards want? If they have the guts, go find it themselves. Let's fight them. But right now, our building only has about 30 to 40 people. If the other buildings attack, can we really defend ourselves? Chuang Dike skillfully struck. For personal gain, there is only one snowmobile. Everyone must understand clearly. Once transportation and supplies are shared, I have no problem with it, but as for the rest of you, whether you live or die depends on yourselves. Sure enough, everyone unanimously opposed it. I understand, then let's take a risk with them. This food all belongs to us. On what basis should we show it to them? Zhang Yi smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Just then, a new notification appeared. Someone was pulled into the group. Didn't I block stranger invitations? Why is it still there? On the screen, the name Chenlingyu was displayed, inviting you to the negotiation group of the district leader. He squinted, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Looks like they're ready to show their hand to me. Lingyu was the first to start the topic. I've added Zhang Yi in. Everyone discuss it. Wang Chang messaged with a sarcastic tone. Zhang Yi, I heard you've been living well these past few days. Eating meals every day. You're well fed and warm, but you don't care about your poor neighbors. We're not threatening you, but if you don't negotiate now, then we can't guarantee what might happen. Li Jian mediated the atmosphere. Everyone, say a few less words. We set up this group hoping to form a cooperative relationship. Wang Chang shifted the blame to others. Old Li, you're good with words. Give him the conditions we've already discussed. Li Jian then stepped forward to represent everyone. If you disagree with the translation chapter, you will become an enemy. You must provide food. Ensure our survival. Your snowmobile will become public property. The resources you know of must be fully shared with everyone. The more I read the translation chapter, the more annoyed I get. Maybe I should just find a chance to wipe them all out. You're annoyed if the phone falls under the pillow. Doing it like this will still leave loopholes. Even if you want to cut off future troubles, you still have to defeat them one by one. You need to think of a more stable plan. Suddenly, a flash of light went off in his head. That's right, fighting one against many is too dangerous. It's better to catch the thief by catching the king first. The next day, the translation chapter is fully armed and ready for action. He had devised a perfect plan. No matter what, they couldn't accurately guess his firepower. Pretend to negotiate peace, lure those people out, and set up an ambush. Then take them all out in one go. Zhang Yi clenched his hand, a sinister smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Bring the leaders of those other compounds here. Just throw one grenade over, and even if they don't die, they'll be crippled. After making the arrangements, he opened the door and went out. Next, just wait for the fish to take the bait. On the other side, Kagwan was distributing food to the residents. This is all from the translation chapter, given to everyone to replenish their strength. Those people are coming to our place to negotiate soon, so eat up. Regain your spirits. Protect our home well. They ate while tears welled up in their eyes, so moved that their hands trembled. It's so delicious. Let's follow Brother Zhang. This is truly the greatest blessing of my entire life. I want to follow Zhang Yi for the rest of my life. When they saw him appear, everyone quickly gathered around, their eyes full of worry. Zhang Yi, is the peaceful negotiation you mentioned before really true? Can we return to a normal life afterward? He stood before them, exuding an air of confidence. His strong voice rang out. As long as this negotiation succeeds, everyone will solve the food problem. After this, we won't have to shed blood anymore. So, for a bright future, I ask you all to give it your all today. Take your positions, and maintain order. Victory is within sight. The whole group, with tears in their eyes, imagined a future free from cold and death. However, no one knew that when Zhang Yi turned around, a terrifyingly cunning and vicious look appeared in his eyes. That's right, as long as I wipe them all out, why worry about the future? The group followed Zhang Yi, walking through a tunnel dug beneath the thick snow. Each person carried a club, prepared for the worst. Not long after, the three groups met face to face. On a snow-covered clearing, the atmosphere instantly became tense as a bowstring. He frowned, his expression darkening as he noticed something unusual. Playing tricks on me, huh? The others were also surprised, their eyes full of vigilance. Why are there so many people? Zhang Yi angrily sent a voice message to the negotiation group. The district chief told everyone to get away from me. Otherwise, you won't need to come here today. Then he contacted Kwang instructed Uncle View to call more people here. I'm afraid these kids can't hold them off. Come over here for a bit. Zhang Yi immediately crawled into a snow pit. In front of him, a rifle was set up, and he looked through the scope. Don't worry, I'm here to support you. Take cover. Behind Uncle View's team, Zhang Yi observed 4 groups of people approaching from different buildings. Zhao Wei gripped his stick tightly, cold sweat trickling down despite the falling snow. Didn't they say it was for negotiations? Does their demeanor look anything like negotiating? Xingyi stood beside him, his face gradually turning pale. Only now did he understand the situation. It's clearly to wipe us out. Kakwang calmly assessed the scene before him. Then he spoke to calm everyone down. What's there to panic about? If they wanted to fight, they would have charged over here long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wei turned his head and asked Uncle View. There are too many people. It seems like everyone from the entire district is here, right? How do we fight this? He gave his analysis. No need to worry. Their target isn't us. It's to force Zhang Yi to back down. Kukwang's expression remained very relaxed. What do we have that would make others worry? Hearing this, he could only respond awkwardly. Well, that's true. At that moment, on the opposite side, the 5 leaders were all standing in the front row. They are Bang Tianhe from Tower 26, Wang Tianfang. Tower 5 Zhang Yunian, Bang Quanglong from Tower 21, Wang Chang. Tower 9 Qin Lingyu, Tower 18 Li Jian. Lingyu's mind was constantly scheming. Calling us to your turf. What are you trying to do, old man? If you want to hit us, you better see if you have the guts. During negotiations, no one can be left out. No one is allowed to collude with the translator. If necessary, someone can be pushed forward as a scapegoat. The other 4 must have their own thoughts. Because everyone's expressions were extremely serious. Wang Chang sneered. See these people? They're scared just by the number of us. They've already pissed their pants. Tianfang immediately chimed in. Probably went to change their pants too. Let him try to refuse those conditions. Lingyu also looked very smug, as if victory was assured. Don't just stand there. Let's go inside and talk to Zhang Yi. Tell him about the decision we made yesterday. Once he knows, it's settled. Then Tianfang gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, and shouted in a harsh tone. Where is Zhang Yi? We're here to negotiate with him. However, facing that arrogant aura, Ji Guang remained unshaken. The leader is waiting upstairs. Not all floor leaders are going up, Li Jian explained. We discussed it last night. It's not appropriate for everyone to go up, so the 5 of us will go as representatives. Hearing this, he raised his hand to the side. Then please come in, only 5 of you. The others are not allowed. Then he prepared to conduct a body search. These words made Lingyu feel insulted. What does a body search in the chapter mean? Is this his attitude? Wang Chang let out a sneer full of contempt for someone who didn't know their place. At a time like this, you still dare to make demands? You people really aren't afraid of death, are you? They kept acting all arrogant and cocky, completely unaware. Zhang Yicheng had witnessed the entire truth. You think you can threaten me? But it's fine, the more the merrier to take the bullets. Gathering in one place saves a lot of trouble. Down below, Kagwan had received his call. Hello, nephew, I understand. Meanwhile, Wang Chang was pointing his weapon forward. Are you trying to threaten me? Don't you see the situation right now? With just a few dozen of you, we could drown you with a single spit. Yet his expression still showed no sign of panic. I know what's going on. Everyone, wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Kagwan and the people behind him all stepped back, leaving the group of 5. They stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. This was all part of Zhang Yicheng's excellent plan. At this distance, it shouldn't hit our own people. Immediately after, he raised his hand to his mouth and blew a signal whistle. The sound echoed everywhere, causing Wang Chang's group to hear it. They became even more panicked. What was that? In contrast to them, Zhang Yicheng was grinning fiercely. What an appetizer. Then he immediately threw the grenade into the distance. With an unwavering momentum, it quickly landed at the feet of that noisy crowd. One of them, startled, looked down. What is that? When he realized what it was, his face gradually turned panicked. But before he could finish his sentence, it quickly triggered a large explosion, blasting countless people away. The crowd screamed in terror and scattered. It's a grenade! The translator has a grenade! At that moment, Kagwan approached and raised his phone. The translator's voice rang out from it. You people think you're so tough, huh? After that blast just now, Kagwan threatened in a stern tone. Do any of you still have objections now? By then, Wang Chang was starting to feel a bit scared. We came here to negotiate. There's no need for this. In his mind, he secretly wondered what this guy's background really was. A sniper rifle is one thing, but how does he also have grenades? At the same time, the translator's voice from the phone suddenly rang out again. Your negotiation team needs to bring over 1,000 people. Why? I just thought they were an eyesore, so I helped you get rid of them. On the other side, the guy was walking and giving a reminder. Oh, it's almost 2:30. You have 5 minutes left, if you're late. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately showed a conciliatory attitude. Wait, we came here in good faith to cooperate. Please hold on a moment. We'll be right there. Li Jian was sweating profusely from worry. Excuse me, can you tell us which floor he's on? The translator was up high, observing everything while calmly answering through the phone. 13th floor. After gaining control of the current situation, he finally cracked a satisfied smile. Taking out no less than 20 people in one go was truly useful. However, after the warning, it would probably be hard to deal damage like this again. Then Zhang Yi walked into the room, pulled out a chair, and prepared to sit down. While waiting, he should still conserve a bit. After all, there were only 20 crates of grenades. A moment later, the group arrived at the hall on the 13th floor. drenched in sweat and looking utterly disheveled. Still, he showed no concern for them at all. Is it just these few people? Li Jian replied wearily. Yes, we are the representatives. Upon hearing Zhang Yi, they immediately started a discussion. So, let's just talk. Meanwhile, he was silently calculating in his mind. There was no way to take them all out. Then he would have to use another method. Li Jian immediately launched into his long-winded speech. Zhang Yi, you also know how tough the situation is right now. Everyone is short on food. Many people have even frozen or starved to death. He tried to explain his earlier reckless actions. At this rate, none of us will survive. So I hope you can understand. Everyone doesn't mean to target you. We just want to live. We had no choice but to negotiate with you this way. Just provide us with supplies like the terms before. But before Li Jian could finish his sentence, Zhang Yi suddenly pulled out his gun and slammed it hard on the table. This infuriated Wang Chang. Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? I'm telling you, even if you kill us, it's useless. By then, everyone in the entire district won't let you off. As for him, he's trying to calm Mr. Zhang down. Don't get worked up, let's talk things over slowly. In contrast to that panicked attitude, Zhang Yi still put on a calm demeanor as if nothing was wrong. What are you all so nervous about? I just felt this gun was a bit uncomfortable, so I took it out. You're still gripping the gun tightly, as if silently warning us not to be nervous, right? Sit down, let's continue. Then he leisurely gave his response to the earlier proposals. First, I can't agree to the conditions you've put forward. The food for several thousand people in the district can't be shouldered by anyone. Zhang Yi suddenly broke into a knowing smile. The most important thing is that you can rely on your own abilities. To control an entire building during this period, you must all be smart people. He bluntly exposed their fake facade. As far as I know, you all aren't exactly kind-hearted. To the point where you can't even fill your own stomachs, yet still care about your neighbors, right? Then the translator decided to finalize the last point. Now I will state the conditions of my contract. If you disagree, we will go to war. He raised one finger to represent the first condition. First, I can provide supplies for you. Mainly food, but the quantity is limited. Each building is limited to 10 people. As for how to distribute the food to AI for them to divide, I don't care. That's up to your internal decision. After that, the translator leaned back in his chair, putting on a helpless expression like this. I have to manage the supplies for over 300 people every day. That's already my limit. These words seem to make Ling Yu feel extremely indignant. Not acceptable? He gritted out through his teeth. Supplies for just 10 people is too little. I still have 76 lucky survivors left here. My company's employees alone are already over 20 people. When the time comes, how are we supposed to divide it? After a round of debate, the translator decided to finalize his last point. So it's impossible to negotiate, huh? Just then, a voice rang out, cutting through the heavy silence that had been hanging in the air. Hold on, Tran Lin Nok, don't be so quick to speak for all of us. It turned out that Tian Fong wanted to accept the previous conditions. I think the amount of supplies can be negotiated. Van Kwang's chest still held some hesitation. 10 portions is too little. When the time comes, we won't have any way to explain to the other buildings. Hearing that, the translator immediately cocked his gun, as if issuing a silent warning. Providing food for 300 people every day. You think that's very little? This action made Lai Kim somewhat scared. So he quickly waved his hands to change the subject. Give us some time to think about this. Since you've said that, tell us the other conditions first. You can also stop giving them a hard time for now, alright? Then the translator stood up and lightly tapped the gun barrel on the table. Next, we need to negotiate properly. You guys should do something now. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached his hand into his coat pocket to look for something. If we want to develop sustainably just by relying on foraging for food, then it won't be possible to last long. No one knows how long this blizzard will last. Right after that, the translator took out a bag of seeds and poured them onto the table. So we absolutely must become self-sufficient and start working. When I went out to look for a batch of food, I saw that we could grow crops like this. It could maintain a stable supply of food. He continued to lay out his own plan, ignoring the gradually changing expressions of those 5 people. Just like our ancestors, they had to use their 2 hands to work in order to obtain food. At this moment, Tian Fong could no longer stand it and spoke up. Have you ever farmed before? In such cold weather, all the crops will freeze to death. The translator replied with a sarcastic tone. So what if it's even colder? We're still alive. Are you still counting on no one? Supplies and fuel are almost gone. He immediately aimed his gun to the side. Besides, isn't everything outside just dirt? As long as everyone digs up the snow, underneath is the hope of self-sufficiency. Finally, the translator summarized the conditions he had laid out. What you guys need to do is send someone to work every day. Let me check if the reclamation progress is actually advancing. As long as you agree, I can promise to provide you with supplies. He added even more, the quality of the supplies will also be guaranteed. In the future, I will even provide cigarettes, alcohol, clothes, and even medical supplies. Wang Chang's face suddenly became eager. He can also provide cigarettes. Even Tianfang couldn't help but beg. Do you have cigarettes in your hand? Let me have a smoke. I haven't smoked in half a month. I'm about to go crazy. Hearing this, Zhang Yi also relaxed and took out a pack of cigarettes. Then he reached it toward the opposite side. In the blink of an eye, 2 cigarettes were pulled out, accompanied by an urgent question. Do you have a lighter? He quickly replied. Here, light it up quickly. At that moment, both Wang Chang and Tianfang showed satisfied expressions, while Zhang Yi took the opportunity to tempt them. Now, my conditions are like this. Do you agree? Seeing this, Li Jianding spoke up to dissuade them, but Wang Chang calmly interrupted. As long as you guarantee I'll have cigarettes in the future, I agree to all these conditions. He wanted to haggle for more benefits for himself. But let's make it clear, you must give me at least 2 packs a day. Tianfang, standing beside him, also chimed in, saying his conditions were the same. But Zhang Yi just calmly shook his head with a gentle expression. 1 pack a day, no more discussion. Even though he was rejected, Wang Chang still happily accepted. Fine, so it's settled, 1 pack a day. You must deliver it to us. Now that he has achieved his goal, it means the negotiation of today has reached a consensus. Right? The faces of the other 3 people changed color. Unable to utter a word, seeing everyone still silent, Wang Chang couldn't stay calm and shouted. What are you waiting for? Don't we have everything we need? Just do as he says. Hearing this, Li Jian spoke up with a somewhat hesitant tone. But that, before he could finish his sentence, the guy quickly cut him off. What the hell are you hesitating for? Just do it, don't waste time. I hate talkative people like you the most. Tianfang also immediately chimed in. In my opinion, we've already gained a lot. Zhang Yi has given us face, so we should understand him too. Li Jian was silently cursing in his heart. 2 idiots, scheming right in front of me. Is Zhang Yi's life too long or what? At that moment, Yu Lian finally voiced his own opinion. A matter like this can't be decided arbitrarily. We should discuss it further. This answer made Wang Chang feel dissatisfied. It's been clear from the start. The 5 of us decide. Would the people from the other hall dare to disobey? Tianfang also started putting on a hypocritical act. Everyone must understand that Zhang Yi has his own difficulties. You all have enough already, don't push him too far. While they were still busy arguing, Zhang Yi, who had been observing the situation outside all along, suddenly spoke up. Hey, I'm telling you guys, right now, countless people are gathering below the building. Ignoring the ceaseless falling snow, witnessing that scene, he immediately showed extreme anger and aimed his gun at those 5 people. Isn't this a prearranged plan for the people below to charge in and attack during the negotiation? However, Wang Chang showed no fear at all, and could still calmly explain. What are you talking about? We're all here, then we call people for a sneak attack? Wouldn't that be playing with our own lives? It seems Zhang Yi was convinced, saying, That's true. But after you get back, you guys check it out yourselves. Just then, Li Jian seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly shouted, The people below are attacking. Without any hesitation, he ordered, Everyone sit down, now! Immediately, the group led by Keguang rushed in unexpectedly, shocking those 5 people greatly. In just a moment, they were subdued and could only sit still on their chairs. Wang Chang was trying to persuade Zhang Yi. It really wasn't us, don't shoot, absolutely don't. But Zhang Yi didn't care at all, because all his attention was focused on the sniper rifle in his hands. Zhang Yi calmly observed the situation through the scope. Unaware of the danger, a man below was about to step into his line of sight, and in the blink of an eye, a bullet at a dizzying speed pierced through that man's head. Next, those who followed also encountered a similar situation. Before they could even react to what was happening, at that moment, the crowd below gradually realized the danger. As it approached them, they scattered in all directions, trying to save their own lives. Zhang Yi used a sniper rifle, run away quickly, yet Zhang Yi remained completely unaffected. Did you think lying down would save you? Then countless shots rang out in succession, followed by the sight of many people meeting their end on the white snow. Screams of terror echoed all the way to the 13th floor, causing the faces of those 5 people to turn pale. At this moment, Zhang Yi turned around and leisurely wiped the gun barrel. Have you thought it through now? Wang Chang and Tianfeng immediately raised their hands in agreement. I agree to the 2 conditions you proposed. I have no objections either. Ling Yu and Yun Yan also no longer opposed. Seeing everyone agree like that, Li Jian could only sigh helplessly. I agree too. This made Zhang Yi feel very satisfied. Good, then starting today, work begins. Then, tomorrow afternoon, I'll notify you to come pick up the supplies. He then gently placed his hand on his shoulder with a hidden meaning. A warning. You can all go back for today. Make sure to do a good job. I'll be watching you, don't try anything with me. After Li Jian's group appeared, Xiao Wei spoke up in surprise. They've gone down, Jing Yi said with some confusion. How's the situation? Where's Zhang Ka? Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly approached from behind and patted the two on the shoulder. It's all settled. Xiao Wei's expression showed clear astonishment. Zhang Ka heard her and was overjoyed. How did you get those people to agree? Xiao Wei couldn't stop praising. That sniper shot earlier was so cool. One shot and you scared those people shitless. He raised his hand and made a shooting gesture. Humph, just a little intimidation with force. Then Zhang Yi shifted to the main issue. I need to inform everyone that, from now on, I have to provide 300 portions of food to them in exchange. After this, everyone must participate in land reclamation labor and farming. This made Yang Ming somewhat worried. 300 people's worth of meals. Can this even be done? Jing Du's tone also became hesitant. Moreover, if we give all our food to them, what will we do? Ignoring those words, he calmly tilted his head, looked at them, and smiled sarcastically. If we don't reach this agreement, what are you all planning to do, really? Want to fight against thousands of people in the shelter? So what? Zhang Yi continued analyzing the situation. I'm fine. No matter how many more of them there are, I'm not afraid. But can you all hold out? Then he patted his chest to reassure them with a firm tone. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much. I'll do my best to find food, no matter what. I will not let everyone starve to death either. This promise successfully earned everyone's trust, moving them to tears. By doing this, you have to bear the weight of everyone in this building. Yang Mi's eyes were full of admiration. I was right about you after all. You are a leader worthy of our respect. Countless praises were uttered, but no one noticed. Zhang Yi's expression was a bit strange. From now on, I will fully support Zhang Yi, protect all his decisions, Zhang Yi's kindness. Even if I repay him for a lifetime, it won't be enough. After everyone had left, only Ji Guang was left, with a thoughtful look. It made him very confused. What's wrong, uncle? Is there something on my face? He then expressed his own doubts. It's just that I find today very strange. A bit unlike your usual style. Zhang Yi also didn't intend to hide it, and frankly admitted. Cooperating with them is only a temporary plan. Then he calmly put his arm around Ji Guang's shoulder and led him elsewhere to continue talking. When they entered the room, Zhang Yi continued to analyze his plan. Originally, today, I wanted to call all the building leaders here, then take them all out in one go. By then, the buildings would be like headless snakes, falling into chaos once again, making it easy to defeat them one by one. His tone carried a hint of regret. But today, only 5 people came. Even if they have the most power, it's useless to eliminate them. It's better to compromise and wait for the right moment to strike. This answer resolved all the doubts in Keguang's heart. So that's how it was, just as you said? Zhang Yi then patted his shoulder with an expectant look. You understand now, huh? But Keguang's words made him feel let down. Although he didn't understand, it still felt very reasonable. However, Zhang Yi didn't give up and tried to explain more thoroughly. Simply put, the food in their hands is limited. Uneven distribution will lead to internal conflict. At that point, we won't need to lift a finger. It seemed he grasped that they would slaughter each other. Those without food will drag others down to take the blame. This plan made Keguang constantly marvel. This tactic is called overcoming the hard with the soft. You're still the better strategist. Yet, Zhang Yi's expression still seemed pensive. No, I could have won originally, just because of the surplus supplies. Simply wearing them down would have made the enemy give up and die. His gaze calmly looked toward the scattered corpses over there. Besides ensuring our livelihood, I also have enough firepower and a sturdy fortress. I'm not afraid of their threats. No matter what, those people can't get enough to eat, can't stay warm, and can't even maintain basic survival. How could they possibly fight me? Zhang Yi's tone was extremely confident. Even the world boxing champion, after starving for 30 days, would still lose to me in the ring, wouldn't he? Keguang found this a bit hard to understand. Starving for 30 days? Wouldn't that person be dead? He calmly replied. Exactly. At this moment, he didn't hide his thoughts at all, but frankly admitted that a bunch of people were already dead. On what basis can you win, nephew? At this moment, Zhang Yi was calmly analyzing the current situation. Those people are not fools, Ling Yu and Li Jian. They have surely seen through your purpose by now. But the price list you put out has already attracted many people. The more stubbornly they resist, the sooner they will be eliminated. He still spoke coldly, as if stating an obvious fact. So what if there are some clear-headed people? These people choose to jump into the fire for immediate gain. It's no different from Louis Long breaking through the Great Wall, eliminating the general, Dan Daoji. Then Zhang Yi sighed with a deeply sarcastic expression. Even ancient emperors did foolish things. So what about the people here? As for Ji Guang, he could only rub his head and laugh it off, saying, "You make a good point, ha ha ha." At that moment, he finally brought up the issue he cared about most. Why did you tell them to farm in cold weather? There's no chance of success, he calmly explained. It's just a strategy to make them exhaust their strength. We can wait for the enemy to tire out and then attack. Hearing this, Ji Guang seemed to understand everything, so he no longer had any doubts. I get it now, Zhang Yi. Right now, everyone's hope of survival rests on you. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Zhang Yi didn't ask for anything major. You must keep today's conversation a secret. Next, just follow the plan and watch quietly. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately left with a determined expression. The only thing is, the ones to watch out for aren't just the enemies. There are still a few cockroaches in this building. A moment later, Zhang Yi had returned home and opened the door to enter the bedroom. Upon hearing the sound, Kuno immediately stopped what she was doing. She tilted her head and said, "You're back?" She quickly approached and wrapped her arms around his neck. How did the negotiations go? Zhang Yi gently held the waist of the person in front of him. She wanted to know. Suddenly, he lifted her up. In the next few days, we'll be like this. Zhang Yi walked over to the bed and set her down. For the next few days, you'll stay inside the house. Don't go anywhere. He didn't answer her previous question. Instead, he only gave out these vague statements. After this is over, the apocalypse will disappear completely. The next day, in front of the building, a large crowd had gathered. Although the weather was extremely harsh, everyone's faces were filled with joy. It's been a long time since we've been out in a crowd like this. Before the blizzard, the district was so lively. Hurry up and work. The more you work, the more food you get. That's right, we have to work and experience the farmer's life. Now we have something to strive for in our days. Song Wei couldn't hide his excitement within the district either. A peace agreement has been reached. From now on, we don't have to fight and kill all day long. These days are getting better and better. Meanwhile, Wang Chang and Tian Feng stood aside, observing everything. They ignored the crowd who were enthusiastically working. Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly appeared on the road. The snow had just been cleared away. Tian Feng turned his head to look in that direction. Yo! Zhang Yi went out to find supplies. Wang Chang immediately put on a warm act. Can you go alone? If there's too much stuff, I'll go with you. However, he tactfully declined this offer. Listen to yourself. Don't I have a snowmobile? I can use it to carry as much stuff as there is. You all just wait for me to return fully loaded. Zhang Yi spoke up to remind everyone. That's right. Tell everyone not to be lazy. Do your work well. I'll check the progress when I get back. He didn't forget to emphasize. If you don't do well, there's no food for you. Meanwhile, Wang Chang was focused on something else. Where the hell is that car of his? I've searched all around. There's basically nothing. Tian Feng was staring at Zhang Yi's back. So that thing is called a snowmobile, not a snowplow. At that moment, Zhang Yi was concentrating. He broke the glass door outside the Tianhai City Veterinary Clinic. After a while, he finally got inside. Let's see, what I need should be. As soon as he opened the cardboard box on the shelf, Zhang Yi's face lit up with joy. This is it. He immediately picked up a green bottle to get a closer look. After dilution, it's colorless and odorless, easier to hide than pesticide. Then he quickly raised his hand and stored all of it into the space. This amount of medicine should be enough to send 300 people to sell salt. At the very least, it can cause organ failure. If left untreated, they'll still die just the same. Having achieved his goal, Zhang Yi didn't linger long and immediately got into the car to leave. The poison will take at least 15 minutes to take effect. Let them let their guard down first. Stealthily sprinkle the powder into the food. He sped down the road while silently calculating his plan. Finding the right opportunity to send them all off is the best outcome. After a while, the silhouette of the base appeared. It showed that the chapter translator had almost arrived. At this moment, he seemed to have harvested quite a lot, because countless large bags were hanging from the vehicle, which was quite full. Lacking food and clothing, and having to work for so long, their physical strength must have been greatly depleted. Instead of being happy about that, the chapter translator was very excited about the plan, and had high expectations for himself. After a whole day of hard labor, they discovered they wouldn't get the promised food. How desperate and crazy would those people become? And in an instant, everyone was stunned with wide eyes when they saw him carrying a pile of supplies back. Chapter translator, where did you get so much food? We don't even get this much as a benefit. The chapter translator didn't hesitate to explain. This time, I specifically went far away to search. The farther you go, the harder it is to return. These are special times. We have to take risks. Hearing that, the crowd all put on a concerned expression. It's true, every day, the chapter translator goes out to find food. It's really dangerous. I also think if the car breaks down, that would be a huge problem. Right after that, residents from another building immediately stepped in. Zhang Yijie, witnessing this scene, could only silently assess. This time, he's gotten smarter, huh? Scared I'll wipe you all out or something? Then he picked up a bag of snacks and shouted loudly, starting from building 1. Each building, come get your food. As soon as he finished, each bag was thrown over to everyone just like that. Once everything had been distributed, Zhang Yijie then declared with great vigor, from today onward, everyone no longer has to live so frugally. His following words drew an overwhelming response from the crowd. Although we can't put down the weapons in our hands, but the hope before our eyes is our future. A bright one. They cheered together in joy. Zhang Yijie wasn't wrong. Good days were coming soon. It's finally over. We paid such a terrible price. Finally, he suddenly spoke up, cutting off that conversation. Then reminded them, all right, everyone, head back. We have to work again tomorrow. The crowd, now feeling extremely satisfied, immediately dispersed. Zhang Yijie is right. Finally, today we can eat well and sleep peacefully. Hurry back. Today, you exhausted me, Zhang. Yijie calmly observed everything with a knowing smile. A while later, inside the house, Kunai was folding clothes while giving instructions. I've finished cooking. Take a shower, and you can eat right away, he simply replied. However, today's events seemed to have made Zhang Yi so lost in thought that, even while bathing, he kept thinking about it. This state won't last long. Then his expression gradually turned dangerous. I just need to wipe out those people, then I'll figure out a way to leave this place. After that, I'll start over from scratch. Just as he saw a calm henchman walk in with a bag, Wang Chang immediately pushed aside those in front to rush up. Ignoring everyone else, he quickly opened the food bag. Then Wang Chang eagerly looked inside. It wasn't for the food, but for a pack of cigarettes. Got it! That kid Zhang Yi actually kept his word and brought a whole pack. Witnessing this, the henchmen couldn't hide the anticipation on their faces toward their boss. Can you spare one, boss? Give us one too. This annoyed him greatly. I have to smoke a whole pack every day just to get by. If I give it to them, I'll lose half of it. But the crazed, desperate look of craving made Wang Chang startle as he turned to look back. We're suffocating here, Changji. Just one cigarette. In the end, he had to compromise and share with them. These cigarettes aren't easy to come by. I got them through all my wit and effort, risking danger to obtain them. Wang Chang gritted his teeth and reminded everyone. Brothers should naturally share the good times together. From now on, work hard for me. Then he picked up the bag of bread and called everyone over. These things, everyone gets a share. Then everyone started eating, only Wang Chang stood, leaning against the window to smoke. Seeing that everyone was still unharmed, he gradually felt more at ease. Looks like that bastard from the translation chapter didn't poison the food. Wang Chang calmly continued his plan. Living off others like this isn't bad. Just let those clueless people do the work. At that time, in another apartment, a couple was feeling happy, thinking about their bright future. Honey, from now on, we don't have to worry anymore. Someone will bring us food, and we'll work hard too. Yes, dear, we'll get through this blizzard. The wife's tone couldn't hide her joy. Our parents in heaven must be blessing us. Everything is getting better. We won't starve or be slaughtered. We'll live on peacefully. But that illusion gradually shattered. When the translation chapter woke up the next day, curses and complaints echoed everywhere without stopping. Didn't you say yesterday that as long as we work we'll get food? He watched the opposite building with interest. The internal purge has already begun. The other side was still arguing. The quarrel hadn't stopped yet. Where's the food? We followed your orders, but there's no sign of food. And some lazy bastard dares to question me all day? You do nothing and still demand food? During breakfast, that noise sparked Kai Air's curiosity. What's that noise outside? Why is it so loud? The chapter translator replied casually, as if AI would know anyway. Either way, it has nothing to do with us. At this moment, it was snowing outside. Everyone was working hard to clear the ground for planting. But AI also seemed quite resentful. He took in all those actions, noting the speed and efficiency of the plan. Much faster than he had imagined. Then he stepped forward to remind Kagwang about the food supplies for the buildings. No, it's not enough. It's about to fall into chaos. During this time, we need to be more careful. Absolutely don't bring trouble upon yourself. He immediately indicated he understood. Don't worry, uncle, I know my limits. After that, the chapter translator continued driving, going out to find food as usual. And in the following days, the snowfall grew increasingly fierce. But at Zhang Yi's building, there were still many people coming to receive rations. Brother Zhang is truly a talented man. In weather like this, he can still go out to find food. Unlike the two-legged sheep at our place, he then pretended to be caring and asked Han, "Sorry to put you all through this, how's the food quality?" Hearing this, that person immediately praised it endlessly. "Last night, my brothers and I ate until we cried." Meanwhile, the chapter translator was secretly pleased as the plan gradually succeeded. Looks like they took everything home for themselves last night. But his face still showed no sign of anything unusual. "Well then, enjoy your meal. Everyone, come get your food." His inner thoughts were the opposite. After all, it's a final meal. Naturally, the richer, the better. Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside. "You are all reckless scammers, just like them." Immediately, everyone on the railing started shoving each other. And when someone fell off the floor, no one cared at all. Loud screams rang out clearly in the dark night. "You treacherous beast, you dealt with my whole family and still forced me to work. Go meet King Yen." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was leisurely and extremely comfortable. Outside the building, the chaotic scene showed no signs of stopping. Yet he still felt a bit excited. He was really looking forward to tomorrow. After a noisy and messy night, early the next morning, Zhang Yi led the group as they stepped outside. Zhang Yi's footsteps paused slightly when he saw the scene before him. He assessed the situation as he walked. After falling through the air, some people couldn't die instantly and were severely injured. Combined with the low temperature, they were tormented until they breathed their last. The remaining traces outside the building caught his attention. It seemed the fight last night was quite brutal. At this moment, Keguang suddenly spoke up. "Zhang Yi, do you need to work today?" This question surprised Zhang Yi a bit. "Why wouldn't I need to?" Then he ignored him and continued moving forward. "If you all want to eat in the future, you have to work unless—" Zhang Yi's voice rang out extremely clearly. "Unless," he slowly emphasized each word. "You want to end up like them." The people there were truly scared by him. Yes. "We'll get to work right away, immediately." When only the two of them were left, Keguang asked for his opinion. "The other buildings don't seem to have anyone clearing the snow. Should we tell them to come out?" Zhang Yi's gaze turned cold. "Do you think they have time for that now?" Because he knew exactly what the current situation was. Last night was just the opening of hostilities between the rulers and the people. Normally, unless the food distribution problem can be solved, they will be completely wiped out. Finally, Zhang Yi calmly concluded, with so many people, how could they all be killed in one night? His smile made Keguang suddenly realize, could it be? This is the legendary killed by proxy. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Then, following us." Before he could finish, Zhang Yi interrupted him. "What does it have to do with us? Just let them deal with each other, isn't that fine?" Then he sent a message to the building owners' negotiation group. "If I don't see the results of your labor by tomorrow, then I can't guarantee the food and cigarettes." By the next morning, he stood silently in the relentless blizzard. Zhang Yi looked at the scene before him with satisfaction. Only a third less, that was fast. However, Keguang still had a question. These people clearly know the food isn't theirs, but why don't they resist and fight for a chance to survive? Hearing this, he just gave a slight glance. Isn't this just solving the food problem? The kind translator added some profound philosophical explanations. If there's another option, they definitely won't gamble. Most living beings will flock to where there's profit and steer clear of harm, just like that. As the two were discussing, a sudden sound rang out. "Zhang Yi, wait a moment." It was clear that Ling Yu was in a great hurry. "I want to talk about the contract again." But Zhang Yi only responded with a look. "Leader, what can you tell me?" At this moment, Ling Yu was extremely serious. "This neighborhood will collapse sooner or later. Even if you bring back a lot of food, someone will use force to steal it, increasing the damage." But Zhang Yi just coldly stared at her. "Oh, is that so?" he silently added in his heart. "Or else what?" "This is the situation I wanted to see." Ling Yu hurriedly stated her opinion. "I can manage the neighborhood using scientific methods. This is the apocalypse now. Establishing a kingdom wouldn't be a problem. Become the king, and I will assist you." These words made Zhang Yi feel like he was listening to a tasteless joke. Then he pretended to go along with her. "Are you serious?" This made Ling Yu think she had convinced him that this was the only way. "If we continue to maintain the current situation, we might all die one day." Unfortunately, Zhang Yi immediately switched to a sarcastic tone. Up until now, she has deceived many people with these words. Perhaps quite a few people have been eliminated while cooperating with her, haven't they? His gaze at Ling Yu carried a threat that was not hidden at all. How do I know the next person won't be me? This time, Zhang Yi decided he had to warn her. This is your business, you guys go sell salt, don't count me in. In the end, Ling Yu could only watch him leave in despair. Zhang Yi, I beg you, I agree to all your conditions. Leaving behind her screams, Zhang Yi walked toward a group of people working on the other side. He was a bit surprised by the harmonious atmosphere here. So far, there have been no casualties, and they continue to cooperate closely. Li Jian, upon seeing him, hurriedly greeted him. Zhang Yi, why are you here? So Zhang Yi didn't beat around the bush anymore. Except for you, other units have been fighting fiercely over food distribution. I'm very curious. What method did you use to hide the information? Hearing this, Li Jian quickly explained. I didn't hide any information. I announced the negotiation results to everyone. Regardless of whether the food is little or much, the distribution is fair. To this way of thinking, Zhang Yi only calmly commented one sentence. Thinking yourself clever, the final result will be that all your members will starve to death. No one will survive. Until now, Li Jian only realized he had made a mistake. What? Zhang Yi, wait a moment. Can you help us a little? Of course, he will definitely agree. Sorry, I don't have that ability. Zhang Yi's words directly criticized him and his abilities. He could completely attract a group of people with the highest chance of survival and share the benefits alone. Every word of his struck Li Jian's heart. But he was worried and greedy. He also didn't have the ability to protect everyone. Doing so was equivalent to committing a crime. At this moment, he looked as if he had aged 10 years. I knew that too. But what other choice was there? While the two were still talking, Wang Chang suddenly appeared from somewhere. Brother Zhang, aren't you going out? Or has the food all been collected? Zhang Yi was extremely enthusiastic toward him. I'm about to leave. I'll get you some important items and wine. After hearing his words, Wang Chang immediately became excited. Brother Zhang, you are truly generous. From now on, if you need help, just say the word. Tian Fang, standing nearby, also chimed in. You are the one who saved our lives. From now on, I will entrust this life to you. At this moment, no one knew what Zhang Yi was plotting. Look at what you're saying. We're all brothers. If you need anything, just mention it. I'll do my best to fulfill whatever I can. At this time, Zhang Yi raised his voice to announce. Everyone, line up in order and come get your food. When it was his turn, He Guang stepped forward and whispered into Zhang Yi's ear. Can you help Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang get some cigarettes for them? Can you also bring some back for us? The people behind immediately supported his words. The translation chief can't be so biased like this. Our request isn't either, just 1 pack per day. This is the request of my entire life. So the translation chief had no choice but to reluctantly agree with them. Alright, I'll try to provide it for you starting tomorrow. I will provide cigarettes for the managers. The building managers like him, after getting your guarantee. Only then were those people satisfied and left. This scene made Zhao Wei and Yang Ming extremely furious. Brother Zhang, you're too good to them. You gave them food, and now they've started being greedy, wanting this and that. On the contrary, the translation chief didn't see any problem with it. Their request isn't too excessive. I can't be biased. Only to see you still looking very happy. It's fine, just let it be. Indeed, your attitude made those two people angry. We work our tails off just to get a few bites to eat. Why are those people living so well? When he was finally alone, the translation chief softly let out a sigh. It's almost time, he silently calculated in his heart. The number of casualties from the internal conflict is about 400 people. The likelihood of them having another internal conflict is very low. Dragging it out any longer won't be favorable for me. It seems this time, Zhang Yi has made a high-stakes decision. Only tomorrow remains. After resting, it was time for him to prepare to execute his plan. Zhang Yi looked contentedly at the pile of items in front of him. The final meal should be a bit more substantial. I consider myself to have been merciful enough to them. Next, he began using the rat poison for the following step. He must ensure the food and alcohol are all prepared evenly, so that everything can be dealt with in one go. Even so, Zhang Yi still felt a bit uneasy. Is it really all over? It feels like the process went too smoothly, too unexpectedly. He thought of a few possibilities where they might not come forward. Could there be a spy or an inside man in the mansion? No, 25, or am I just overthinking it? In the end, Zhang Yi just calmed himself down. Continuing to worry is useless, as long as the weapons and shelter are safe. Still in my hands? They can't do anything anyway. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. No matter what the other side's plan is, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and deceit are meaningless. A moment later, the group from Zhao Wei arrived one after another at Zhang Yi. Everyone's here. They showed up even faster than he had anticipated. Wait here a moment, I'll call them down to get the supplies. Zhang Yi put on a warm expression for everyone. Alright, everyone, come over and get your supplies. No one knew that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The plan is about to succeed. At this time, Wang Chang and Yun Yan were lining up with everyone to prepare to receive the food. After distributing one round, Zhang Yi immediately shouted toward the front, Building 21! Then he continued busily preparing the items for them. Right at this moment, Wang Chang suddenly pulled out a weapon, aiming straight at Zhang Yi and making his move. This was truly something he had not anticipated. At the most critical moment, Kagwang rushed in from outside. He blocked Zhang Yi's path. By the time he could react, the man had already collapsed. However, the dangers around them were far from over. At this point, Zhang Yi could no longer hold back. It was my fault. I won't let it happen again. He roared in fury. You all must go meet the King of Hell. Thus, the traitors had to face the consequences of their own actions. Zhang Yi showed no mercy. He acted decisively. Only then did those people realize what fear truly was. Why does he have a rifle? Run! Too late. No one could escape from here. In an instant, the gun had emptied its magazine. But Zhang Yi had no intention of stopping viewers. Thank you for buying me the ammo, uncle. I will avenge you and take them all down. Now, the two kings were trembling so much they could barely stand. Zhang Yi, we are not their accomplices. This has nothing to do with us. Tian Fang also hurriedly begged. I swear, this matter has nothing to do with us at all. Please don't punish me. Their pleas were met with his icy glare. In the end, only Ling Yu was left, utterly terrified. Zhang Yi, this really has nothing to do with me. Please, you have to believe me. She knelt before Zhang Yi without any hesitation. I still have a 13-year-old child. I want to keep living, waiting for him to return. But before Ling Yu could even finish her words, he had already ruthlessly sent her off to sell salt. At this moment, Zhang Yi's voice was left with only coldness and cruelty. Sorry, but I don't have the habit of letting a tiger return to the forest. Then, without any hesitation, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a scene of eerie silence. Suddenly, a faint groan reached Zhang Yi's ears. He was both overjoyed and terrified, unable to believe this was real. Brother View? Brother, you're still alive. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate at all, immediately pulling out a syringe of adrenaline. As he injected the medicine into Kagwang, he shouted, Come over here and help. Those hiding in the distance hadn't expected Zhang Yi to call for them. Okay, hurry up and save him. After finishing the first aid, he urgently directed them to carry the person to his house. Be gentle with him. Just then, Le May suddenly appeared. Brother View, what's wrong? He absolutely cannot have anything happen to him. She looked heartbroken at Kagwang, who was lying still on the stretcher. If something happens to him, how can your wife and child survive? Then Le May began to sob uncontrollably. If you're gone, how can your wife and child keep living? How could you block bullets for someone else, showing off your righteousness? But is that fair to your orphaned wife and child? After crying her heart out, she finally spoke up. Zhang Yi, my husband, he'll be okay, right? Fearing that Li Mei would make a scene again, he immediately replied, Don't worry. Zhang Yi tried his best to comfort Li Mei. I will do everything I can to save Uncle View. Kunua is the attending physician at the major hospital. With her here, Uncle View's injuries have a chance of being cured. However, she seemed extremely pessimistic. Zhang Yi, if my husband doesn't make it, I don't want to live anymore either. But please, for my husband's sake, take good care of the child. This left him confused. Uncle View wasn't dead yet. Are you already in such a hurry to arrange his funeral? Hearing this, Li Mei suddenly flinched in panic. No, of course, I hope my husband lives. How unexpected. Behind that seemingly harmless exterior, she was secretly calculating every step. That's a long-term meal ticket I carefully chose, since I took a bullet for you. If I didn't make you bleed, I'd at least have to make you scar. When they reached the doorstep, Zhang Yi suddenly stopped. Sister Ta, you go home first. We're about to perform surgery to remove the bullet from Uncle View. Staying here won't help. However, Li Mei firmly refused. No, he needs someone by his side right now. I can't leave. Although he didn't want to, seeing the pale face of Jiguang, Zhang Yi hesitated. After thinking it over for a while, he decided to compromise. The room's light only made her expression. The calculation on Lemai's face was clearly evident. Finally, since leaving the ice room until now, even in my dreams, I wanted to be in this house. Ignoring everyone else's busyness, she only focused on the amenities here, the warmth, the fresh food, and the fireplace in the wall. From now on, I can enjoy these things too. Both Zhang Yi and Kun Yi were left speechless. At her actions, so natural as if she were at home, Not stopping there, Lemai continued to push further with more demands. Johnny, do you have any milk powder in your house? Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. What did you say? Lemai was startled by the scolding. She stammered to defend her actions. Children need to drink milk too. My husband loves our child very much, and right now. Johnny didn't want to waste time arguing anymore. Come over here and help quickly. If not, I'll directly kick you out. After saying this, he immediately went into the room to prepare for the surgery. Each necessary item suddenly appeared, filling the room. This left Lemai utterly astonished. You just now, did you do a magic trick or something? But Johnny completely ignored her. She turned to Kuni and said, Don't hold back anything. We must save Uncle. Just tell me what medicine and medical equipment you need. I'll do my best to provide them for you. On the other side, Kuni's expression had become more serious than ever. I'll try my best. At this moment, he was extremely anxious. How's the situation? Can he still be saved or not? Kuni carefully observed the preliminary situation outside. It wasn't optimistic. The bullet had already damaged his internal organs. Combined with the current situation, there's a high chance he can't be saved. As soon as Kuni finished speaking, Lemai started crying loudly. If he's gone, what are we supposed to do? This gave Truong Daik a massive headache. Shut up. His patience had reached its limit. Don't interfere with the surgery. If Chu View has any accident because of you, you know the consequences. Hearing this, Lemai immediately fell silent. Then I'll just step outside. It's not like I can help here anyway. She hesitantly suggested. I don't know how to treat or save people. Staying here would only be a hindrance. In reality, Lemai was secretly calculating in her mind. There's so much food outside, plus a sofa and hot water. Who would want to wait here? Unfortunately, this dream was quickly shattered by Truong Daik. This surgery involves your husband's life, so you need to stay here and help. Wiping sweat, handing over tools, anything is fine. He coldly warned Lemai. Even if you don't know anything, your presence here is the greatest encouragement for Chu View. Isn't that right? Truong Daik's attitude clearly didn't allow for any refusal. It's decided then. You all wait here. I'm stepping out for a bit. A moment later, a timid voice rang out. Truong, big boss. Those people who ambushed him have nothing to do with us. So, Ra led a group of people to find us. We didn't know anything. We are the most loyal to you. But before he could finish speaking, Johnny interrupted those people. The 7 traitors secretly ambushed and severely injured Uncle Zhu, so I have to make them pay. Then he decisively made a decision. Tonight, we will rise up against them. Hai Lin couldn't believe his ears. Resist? Just a few of us? The others couldn't hide their panic either. How can we possibly do that? Could he still have a trump card he hasn't used? While everyone was still confused, Zhang Yu was strangely calm. You don't need to worry about this. Leave the people inside the building to me. You just handle the perimeter guard duty. Obviously, he had already prepared for this situation in advance. Later, when you see someone jump from upstairs, just step forward and stab them once. At this moment, Zhang Yi had already led everyone to Building 21. They surrounded the building. He didn't bother to hide his actions, so the people inside easily noticed that Zhang Yi had brought people to surround them. Long Feng was frightened by his aura. Damn, I'm really going to have to sell salt now. How can we possibly fight that demon? He is way too terrifying. On the other hand, Xing Shu was still very optimistic. What is there to be afraid of? This is our turf. Even if he comes in with a gun, he'll still lose a layer of skin. Everyone, fight him with all you've got. Right now, Zhang Yijia is instructing his men to keep a close watch on the window, to prevent someone from crawling in through the window later. With that, he turned around and left. In Ji Lin's bewildered eyes, what exactly does he want to do? Only to see Zhang Yijia quickly infiltrate the building. It seems no one will be coming here for now. Very good. Next, he immediately pulled out the necessary items from his space. It was clear that Zhang Yijia had planned this attack very carefully. The tense silence stretched on, causing Xing Shu to start feeling uneasy. What the hell is that Zhang Yijia up to? Meanwhile, Zhang Yijia had almost completed all his preparations. The fuel was arranged nicely, and the fuses were sufficient. Once I leave here, next up is, he smiled with satisfaction. The weather is this cold, and I'm such a kind-hearted person. I can't bear to see people suffering from the cold. Now, the real battle begins. I'm setting a fire especially to keep you all warm. Remember to thank me. Seeing that everything was set in place, Zhang Yijia coldly turned around and left. It seems that this time, he was determined to eliminate everyone there. At this moment, as they watched him walk out, only then did Shi Lam dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Dai calmly walked up to everyone and said loudly, It's your turn to make a move now. Indeed, The situation inside the building had become extremely chaotic. Cough, cough, they actually set a fire. How despicable and shameless. Open the windows quickly and escape. I can't see anything. Everyone was desperately trying to find a way out. Damn it! They're all frozen stiff. Seeing this, Trin Thursday immediately stopped them. Don't waste your strength anymore. If you break the glass, the toxic gas will seep in from outside. Run first. At this moment, Dyke was quietly waiting. It was exactly like when he was in university, and they had a bonfire like this. This fire was no different in essence. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's just that the fire is bigger and more reckless. Very soon, someone couldn't take it anymore and threw themselves down. Witnessing this scene made Chi Lam extremely horrified. This is turning the whole building into a cage. Those people can only stay inside and wait to be eliminated, or they get taken out cleanly at the exit. More and more people chose to rush outside to escape. One person landed in front of Li Yun. It's so hot. Save me quickly. Unfortunately, the reason he appeared here was not to help others. Remembering Dyke's instructions, Li Yun didn't hesitate at all and sent that person to meet the King of Hell. His decisive action made the people around him freeze in fear as well. Witnessing that decisive move from earlier, Chi Lam stepped closer and praised Li Yun repeatedly. He couldn't even kill a chicken before. Now he's getting better and better. Hearing that, he flashed a bright, confident smile and turned to reply. Everyone is putting in their full effort for the translation. I can't afford to hold them back either. Just as he witnessed another person fall, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheered loudly. There's still one left here for me. Li Yun didn't waste a single word and lunged forward with a decisive move. It took down the opponent before they could even react. Watching that scene, he then turned his gaze to the blazing fire. Zhang Yi couldn't hide his admiration. This flame is truly a sight to behold. Indeed. If only it could happen a few more times, that would be even better. From a high vantage point in the building across the street, Wang Li watched the entire event unfold, trembling with fear. What do we do? Will Zhang Yi use this method against us? We can't just wait here to die. Hearing this, Jiahui beside him gritted his teeth in fury. Let's go all out against him. Wang Chang planned a surprise attack. After all this time, we're still getting beaten down to dust. What do we have to compete with Zhang Yi? The people around had already turned pale but still tried to reassure themselves. They're fine. Zhang Yi definitely won't act recklessly. Every grievance has its cause. If we don't get involved in this, he won't come after us. At the same time, after finishing up, Zhang Yi continued to lead the group forward. Let's go. We're heading to the next house. Jilin brandished his weapon, full of bloodlust. Let's sweep through them all. When he set foot in Building 26, voices from the upper floors rang down urgently. Huang Tianping has already been killed. We have nothing to do with this. Don't mistake us for the wrong people. Hearing their pleas, he only sneered contemptuously. Mistaking the wrong people? You all deserve it. The fact that your building has survived until now means each of you has at least 5 lives on your hands. Zhang Yi spoke while tightening his grip, and there was more. Whether you're good people or not won't change the outcome. You will all be purged. Minutes later, the snow-covered ground began to melt into streams. The once peaceful building now blazed fiercely. The raging flames soared high, devouring every corner. Watching the scene before him, Hao Dan's face turned pale with panic. He really came! All 5 buildings that ambushed him have been burned down. At the same time, Zhang Yi held a loudspeaker in his hand, thinking to himself, cleaning up everything in one evening is a bit of a stretch. Before it ends, I need to do some ideological work. Finishing his deliberation, he raised the speaker and announced in a deep voice. Everyone, rest assured, Zhang Yi has always been one to repay grudges. I will absolutely not harm the innocent. He enunciated each word clearly, as if to extinguish the fear spreading everywhere. Those who treat me well will not be dealt with. No need to be afraid. Hearing this, the people in the building perked up. Great! The heavy atmosphere began to dissipate. Murmurs of discussion rose one after another. He doesn't plan to wipe them all out. Right, the attacker has already taken down so many, he must be tired. He can't clear out this entire area. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Zhang Yifan turned his head back and raised his hand to signal. Alright, today's mission ends here. We can head back to rest now, but Wei Ting was reluctant to leave. No rush, let's stay here and warm up first. The group immediately cheered up. They gathered around the bonfire and happily enjoyed the warmth. We'd still have to endure the cold anyway, might as well warm up here comfortably. Seeing that, he didn't bother to stop them and let everyone do as they pleased. Meanwhile, they chatted and laughed endlessly. Taking turns, they threw in torches and added more firewood. Don't let the fire die down. A pair of footsteps slowly approached. Lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground. Zhang Yifan swept a chilling gaze over each fallen figure. Doubt arose in his heart. They're already dead. I treated them well enough, so why did they betray me? Thinking that, he bent down. He searched and picked up a phone still carrying a faint chill. Then quietly opened its chat history. Finally, he pieced together all the scattered fragments. So that's how it is. After returning, Zhang Yifan immediately opened the door. He stepped into the room to check on Keguan's condition. On the device screen, both heart rate and blood pressure were clearly displayed and remained stable. Without any fluctuation, his gaze lingered on the old man breathing through an oxygen mask. He sighed in relief. Seeing this, it seemed she was fine. At this moment, he didn't forget to turn his head and praise Kanua for her hard work. Then she rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward, saying, "I'm very happy to be able to help you." At this time, Li Mei, holding Bao Bao, came over and asked Han, "We, the translators, have been hungry all day. Can you give me and Bao Bao some food?" Hearing this, he just raised an eyebrow contemptuously, thinking in his head, "Truly, give him an inch and he'll take a mile." After bowing, he spoke. Then he took out a box of instant noodles and threw it on the ground. "You two, take these and eat. After all, you two are family of Uncle View. I won't let you two go without food." She was astonished. "You, what magic trick did you use?" However, as the two translators were about to leave, her voice still echoed with a demanding tone. "Besides instant noodles, is there anything else to eat?" Then she even emphasized the things she had seen, making the translators even more annoyed. "I just saw eggs in the kitchen. There are also chicken bones in the trash." Feeling that giving something to someone who already wanted it was still being pestered for more, he immediately turned his head back with a face full of anger. "There's only noodles. Do you want to eat or not?" Seeing this, Li Mei was startled and scared. "Oh dear, if not, then not. I was just asking. Actually, noodles are pretty good." Afterwards, he and Kanoa changed into some cool clothes, then returned to the restroom. She collapsed onto the bed with a look of frustration. "Great, now there's another nuisance in the house." As for him, he knelt down by the edge of the bed, slowly serving her, and gently replied, "It's not a nuisance." While massaging those slender legs, he anxiously asked about Uncle View's health. Could he recover, or would he not be able to hold on? Kuni was startled but still managed to reply, "His injuries are very severe. He lost a lot of blood. Without a blood bag, I'm afraid it will be difficult to save him." Hearing this, Zhang Yi furrowed his brows slightly, blaming himself. "The matter of the blood bag was my carelessness. So, what must be done later to save him?" However, she suddenly mentioned something else. His heart rate nearly stopped, but then his body suddenly changed. Activity surged, and the bleeding from the wound also decreased significantly. These words struck him like a ray of light. So that was it. And then, Zhang Yi slowly recalled the time before the apocalypse struck. The main cause was a large-scale freeze. It was a gamma ray from space. He was able to gain his ability thanks to its terrifying spread, which swept across the entire area. Suppose the people affected by the gamma ray weren't just him. Perhaps, in reality, there are still other humans who have awakened abilities. Reaching this speculation, Zhang Yi suddenly stood up, a thought flashing through his mind. Uncle View's condition is exactly the same as when I was about to die. There's a high chance he has awakened some kind of ability. Next, he stroked his chin with a contemplative and troubled expression. Being on the verge of death is one of the conditions for awakening. An ability, right? But even so, those who awaken without the means for treatment will still end up dead. He had just sat down on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. If Uncle View hadn't met him, he would have been doomed. Finally, the translator placed his hand on Ka Ni's shoulder and gave her detailed instructions. From now on, you must give Uncle View an injection every day. A dose of muscle relaxant or sedative. You must not let it affect his body, but you have to control his movements. Hearing this, she paused briefly and wondered if Uncle View also had a special ability like him. He replied, but not with certainty, that it was very possible. And then he gave a cautious analysis. We have no experience with it at all. What if Uncle View loses control after awakening? He could very well destroy this entire house. Hearing these words from the translator, Ka Ni immediately responded. This is simple, just leave it to me. He also stood up and urged, You've had a long day, get some rest early. Just as he turned around to step outside, she couldn't help but call after him. So what about Uncle View? How will Tala come to take care of him tomorrow? Can she handle it? The translator tilted his head slightly and gave a deep, meaningful smile. Although that woman is annoying, she's not stupid. If anything happens to Uncle View, I'll kick her out immediately. No need to worry. Hearing this, she felt relieved, finding it reasonable. As he stepped outside, the translator spotted Ta Lo rummaging around looking for something. He called out loudly, Sister Ta. Then his hand pointed straight toward the room at the end of the hall. From now on, you'll stay with Uncle View. At night, you can take care of him. Seeing this, she quickly replied, "Let me in." Without bothering to utter another word, he silently followed her every move with his eyes. At that moment, he frowned in deep thought. I was so busy with important matters that I completely forgot. Next, he had to deal with all the spies in one go. A few minutes later, the hallway on the 25th floor was enveloped in an eerie silence. He was heavily armed from head to toe. Then he stopped in front of a sealed room. Without hesitation, he drew his gun, and a single shot shattered the lock. Next came a powerful kick that sent the door flying inward. Without a moment's pause, at that very instant, Wu Ting, with a twisted and crazed face, and both hands mustering all her strength, shouted, "Go meet the King of Hell!" Anticipating her attack, he had already prepared protective gear, ready to handle any situation. He didn't just stand there taking hits, he swung his gun, instantly knocking away Wu Ting's weapon. As she fell to the ground, he slowly walked over, and said in a mocking tone, "Long time no see, Fang." Wu Ting glanced at the terrifying situation from 9 in, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "No wonder you've managed to survive until now. Truly worthy of being sisters." But at this moment, she showed no fear, and kept screaming nonstop. "Why didn't you die, you bunch of trash? They had so many people. You couldn't even handle one person. Truly useless." Zhang Yi, holding a baseball bat, sneered. She thought allying with Wang Chang and Jiang Lei, Li Chungbin, could bring me down? Wu Qing screamed, blaming. "It's all because of you. If you had been patient a little longer, I would have agreed. In the end, you chose another despicable path." Seeing her shameless and unrepentant, he raised the baseball bat. "I don't have time to waste words on a fool." Instantly, a heavy blow to the leg rang out, causing Wu Qing to scream in pain, no different from a pig being slaughtered. Seeing herself dragged close to the window frame, Wu Qing panicked and begged Zhang Yi, "Let me go. I don't want to go meet my grandparents. Please, let me go." Her plea echoed in the freezing space. But he remained cold as ice. "You brought this on yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he silently let go, not holding on for another moment. Wu Qing thus dangled in the void, her cry choked into a single word. "No," then her body went limp, falling into the white snow, as cold as if she had never existed. Zhang Yi leaned against the window frame, a faint smile on his lips. "Leaving like this is too easy for you." Below, the soft snow left behind a deep, profound imprint, like a mark of fate. The next day, Kerr carefully checked the wound for Ji Guang. Recovery is very good. The self-healing speed is 10 times faster than an ordinary person. Hearing that Ji Guang's condition was gradually improving, Zhang Yi couldn't hide his joyful smile. "I know, take good care of him. He must cure Uncle View no matter what." Kunyi did not say a word. She silently took another syringe and injected it into his body, as if making a silent promise. Just as the two were about to leave the room, Lemai's voice rang out from behind the translation chapter. "I forgot to bring the charger. Can you help me plug it in? Oh, and also the diaper for our baby." These words made him pause and glance at Kakwang. Lying motionless on the bed, a vague thought echoed in his mind. "I remember that when people are in a coma, they can still hear sounds, right?" He put on a gentle smile, then spoke in a calm yet firm tone. "There are urgent matters outside that I need to handle. Wait until I'm done, then I'll help you sort it out." Stepping out of the translation room, he slowly calculated. It was time to deal with this troublesome person. A few hours later, he silently stared at the building engulfed in flames. After a day of purging, not many people remained. The survivors posed no major threat. Continuing would only waste manpower. Turning to his companions, he decisively ordered, "Today's elimination ends here. We'll deal with the rest later." Just as the group turned to leave, Su Hao suddenly stopped. He looked back over his shoulder. Then he turned and strode straight toward the translation chapter, making him raise an eyebrow slightly. "What are you doing?" His gaze clearly showed wariness. He immediately raised his hand to signal to Big Brother Zhang not to misunderstand. "I have very important news to report." Hearing this, Zhang Yi slightly curled his lips. "Very important news?" While pondering, he raised his gun in a ready stance. "I've already leveled this entire neighborhood. What else could be considered important?" Not letting the awkward silence drag on, Su Hao quickly blurted out, "Big Brother Zhang, have you ever heard of the son of the richest man in Jiangnan, spending over 10 billion to build an apocalypse shelter?" He grew curious. "You know about the shelter?" Immediately, he pointed his hand forward, signaling an invitation. "There are too many people here. Let's go back and talk in detail." Once both were inside the house, Zhang Yi crossed his arms and urged, "Now that no one's here, speak clearly. Let me hear it." Without wasting time, Su Hao recalled and narrated. Wang Ximing's shelter is actually inside the Yunke Villa, a mansion under his name worth up to 250 million. Despite receiving the news, he remained vigilant. Yunke Villa, if it's there, then it really fits the identity of a rich man's son. But why are you telling me this? He clenched his fist and pounded his chest confidently. I'm telling you this because I hope to follow you. Just let me be your right-hand man, and we'll seize that shelter together. However, Johnny didn't believe him immediately and sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? How could such a high-level shelter be easy to take? He hurriedly explained that although he knew the location, Wang Ximing was the owner. With my strength, I simply couldn't steal it. Seeing Zhang Yi start to lose interest, Su Hao quickly brought up something important. Actually, before this, he knew about matters concerning you. He even contacted me. Then he emphasized each word, making him burn with rage. It was him who proactively suggested I lure you over there, and then take the opportunity to steal the supplies and snowmobile from your hands. Seeing Zhang Yi's expression change, he quickly raised his hand to plead innocence. But at that time, I had already refused. Even if I had the guts of a god, I wouldn't dare target you. Hearing Zhang Yi sneer, how can you guarantee that what you just said isn't a lie? Before Su Hao could even open his mouth, he raised his weapon and pressed it against his head. Now I'll pull the trigger and erase you from this life. The cold steel barrel pressing against his forehead made Su Hao tremble. Almost paralyzed, he begged, don't eliminate me, don't make a move. Everything I said is true. Believe me just this once. The moment Zhang Yi raised his weapon, he aimed and pulled the trigger. Su Hao's entire body collapsed onto the cold, hard stone floor. He panicked, staring at the bullet deeply embedded in the wall. Right beside him, with fear that hadn't yet subsided. He continued to step backward, then tried to defend himself with a few weak pleas. Boss Zhang, please show mercy. I really didn't lie to you. The information I just gave is all true. Hearing this, Zhang Yi quietly blew out a wisp of silver smoke that had just emerged from his gun barrel, with an icy cold gaze. Then give me a solid reason to prove you're not an accomplice in the plot to frame me along with that prince. Maybe then you'll get to keep your life. Under the pressure of the still-lowered gun, Su Hao swallowed the lump in his throat and began to pour out his grievances. I know your skills. Only by working with you do I have a chance of surviving in Wang Ximing's eyes. I'm just a worthless pushover. Old memories began to surface, fragments of submission creeping back in with his words. Back then, because of the family business, I was always his lackey. Not only did I have to bow my head, but I also had to offer up my own women for him to toy with, just to buy a little peace. Su Hao kept presenting the gifts he had found himself. It wasn't just once. Whenever he took an interest, I had to rush off to play matchmaker. How many times has it been? He clutched his face, burning with rage as he recalled the past. It's all because of him that I've long become the laughingstock of high society in Tianhai City. No matter what, I can't swallow this anger. After hearing him out, Zhang Yifan remained calm, then spoke coldly. So, if I agree to cooperate, how do you plan to help me? Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately laid out a plan, as if he had calculated it long ago. I'll pretend to lead you to Wang Ximing's lair, trick him into opening the door. Then, all you have to do is make your move, and you can easily take him out. Though it seemed reasonable. But he didn't rush to accept. Instead, he probed further into every detail. So what about the guards at the shelter? Specifically, how many traps and weapons are set up against enemies? However, that was the case. Su Hao suddenly became wary as he emphasized the conditions. Before I tell you, you must agree to cooperate with me and ensure my future well-being. If not, I won't say a word. Faced with that calculating offer, Zhang Yi merely curled his lips into a faint smile. If you won't talk, then keep it to yourself. He knelt on the ground in utter humiliation. Yet he recklessly persisted as the cold gun was aimed straight at him. Even if you beat me to death, it's useless. Then he began listing what he already knew. I know that the people in the later district, once they've outlived their usefulness, will all be silenced by you. The information about the shelter is my only hope for survival. Hearing this, he just stared at him silently, saying nothing more. After a moment of consideration, Zhang Yi grew intrigued. You are indeed somewhat clever. As for the conditions you just proposed, I can agree, but there are a few things you must abide by. Su Hao immediately regained his cheerful demeanor and nodded frantically, as if clutching a lifeline. Go ahead and speak. After signaling with a finger, he calmly began. First, you must disclose the entire situation of the shelter, especially the security and firepower arrangements. He agreed with certainty. Of course, I toured it when it was first built, so I know every detail. Then he leisurely sat down and continued. You must help me eliminate someone. The words he just uttered made him pause for a moment. But Brother Zhang, you want to deal with AI but can't, and you still need me? Zhang Yi's expression suddenly turned icy cold, to the point where it made the person opposite him feel a chill run down their spine. I'm not in a position to make a move. In short, just wait for the news. As for that final condition, everything is finally settled. Both of them have reached a temporary cooperation with him. Take the lead and head upstairs first. I'll go get something for you. After packing everything up, Zhang Yi immediately went upstairs to where Su Hao was waiting. As soon as he saw him bring the stuff in, he immediately showed a puzzled expression. What's in that suitcase? Is it Special Forces equipment? Seeing that reaction, he didn't answer in a hurry but sat down leisurely and then said, You've probably guessed my identity by now. Even though I wanted to stay anonymous for the mission, the situation forced my hand, so I had to reveal my cards. Hearing this, he instinctively pressed himself against the wall with a wary expression. So that's how it is. His marksmanship skills are godlike, killing without blinking. He must be a retired Special Forces soldier, or an assassin. Su Hao silently clenched his hands. A feeling of determination mixed with respect surged in his heart. A true big shot like this, if he could follow him in the apocalypse, he would definitely be able to survive. Under the dim light, Zhang Yi's face flickered with a hint of gloom. When I was a mercenary, against those who were loud-mouthed or had bad intentions, I had special methods. He held the syringe tip right in front of Su Hao's face, causing him to instantly turn pale and shout in panic. Brother Zhang, what are you trying to do? Without answering directly, he just curled his lips into a faint smile, then spoke with a sarcastic tone. This is a chronic poison. After the injection, it will take effect in a week. Without the antidote, you're dead for sure. Zhang Yi stepped forward with firm, steady steps. Each word he uttered heavy as a boulder. Relax. As long as we get Wang Ziming's hideout, I'll give you the antidote. He slumped to the ground. No, don't come any closer. Right after that, he grabbed both of his arms and injected a dose straight into his neck, so fast that the other didn't even have time to struggle before falling into panic. Zhang Yi released Su Hao and leisurely stood up, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Now we're grasshoppers tied to the same string. Next, he casually draped an arm over his shoulder in a friendly gesture, patting him gently as if to soothe him. Don't panic, it's not time yet. This poison absolutely won't take effect. Then he nonchalantly dropped a line that made his face turn even paler. I did this so we wouldn't have any reservations between us. If I go down, you won't survive either. After that, he turned around and gave his instructions. You go back first. I'll give you orders if anything comes up. Su Hao scrambled to his feet. I understand. Once I'm back, I'll contact Wang Ziming immediately. Let's get over there quickly. And then Zhang Yi leisurely watched that pitiful, shrinking back, the corner of his mouth unconsciously lifting with deep meaning. Seeing this demeanor, it's clear he didn't reveal anything. Holding the syringe in his hand, Zhang Yi silently thought. The poison is just a facade. This is methylene blue to treat methemoglobinemia. Only a high-dose injection causes a reaction similar to poisoning. He didn't see any issue with Su Hao's misunderstanding, but since he already believed it, the chances of deception and betrayal later are much smaller. That same evening, Li Mei leaned close to Keguang's ear and whispered something that seemed secretive. Through the camera footage, Zhang Yi quietly watched every faint movement. You're about to die, and you're still pulling tricks? However, he didn't rush to expose her. Instead, he walked in with a calm demeanor, as if he knew nothing. Uncle, you're awake. You really scared me. Good thing you're okay. Keguang looked at him with deep emotion, his eyes mixed with gratitude and guilt. Good thing you have the doctor, or I'd have lost my life. How are things outside? Zhang Yi placed his hand on the old man's shoulder to reassure him. Just focus on recovering. I'll handle the rest. Li Mei slowly spoke, feigning gratitude but full of hidden meaning. Zhang Yi, you're so good to my husband. Our family of 3 doesn't know how to thank you. From now on, our whole family will rely on you. After hearing Li Mei's words, Zhang Yi not only showed no displeasure but happily agreed. Sister-in-law is right. From now on, I'll take care of your family's life. Seeing this, Keguang hesitated slightly. A translation like this, dear, completely opposite to his hesitant demeanor. She showed a delighted expression. This translation, you said it yourself that you agreed. You can't regret it, he affirmed firmly. Of course. Seeing this, she immediately took the opportunity to shove the candy into his hand. All right, I'll go back to get some supplies. You carry her for me. Wait a moment, don't lock me out there, the translator said warmly. Oh, look at what you're saying. Then she offered some reassuring words. Am I that kind of person? Your viewership is still here. If I don't open the door for you, then what would I be? Yet Li Mei believed it as if it were true. That's right. Then wait a moment. I'll go and come back. The moment she stepped out the door, the gleeful, scheming look on her face could no longer be hidden. Now you have to take care of both the child and Kagwang's viewership. There's no reason not to let me in at this point. The translator, while carrying Tang Bao, slipped his hand into his pocket to pull out his phone. His fingers quickly scrolled and sent a text message, short but full of meaning, to Su Hao, who had already gone outside. Find a chance to take care of it. Then he gently played with the little girl, but inwardly sighed deeply. I originally wanted to deal with the kid along with Ta Li Mai. In the end, I still can't be that cruel. After a while, looking at the child breathing steadily in his arms, the translator silently made a decision. I'll find some woman to raise the kid later. Meanwhile, Li Mai was fumbling with the keys, with only one thought in her mind. The translation chamber is as warm as this. It must stay here. That way, I and the little one can have a chance to continue living. After a moment of fumbling around, Li Mai finally managed to push that heavy door open. However, what was waiting for her was Su Hao, already in an attack stance. He stood still like a demon in the darkness. As soon as she saw the person in front of her, she instantly froze, her face pale as a ghost, drained of all blood. Not giving Li Mai any chance to turn and flee, Su Hao lunged forward, striking with lightning speed and decisiveness. She looked up in confusion. Then he coldly uttered a short sentence. Don't blame me. This is all your own doing, without bothering to say more. He struck repeatedly until the opponent's body went limp and stopped moving. Only then did Su Hao stand up, panting, with his cold weapon still stained with blood. Li Mai was as good as gone now. As soon as he confirmed the target could no longer resist, he quickly reported back, sounding anxious. It's done. When can you bring me food? When Su Hao's message appeared on the screen, Zhang Yi slightly tilted his head to look closely. Then, unable to hide his satisfaction, he curled his lips into a smug smile. After seeing that everything was settled, he slowly walked over to Kagwang's hospital bed. I've thought it through. Just let Sister Ta and the child stay here. When your wound is fully healed, the child will be grown by then, and we can move out. Hearing that, he couldn't hide a trace of guilt. This is causing you too much trouble. Your household supplies are limited, and adding 3 more people, even just coal for heating, would double the usage. Yet he was completely unconcerned. He placed a steady hand on the old man's shoulder. Let's not talk about this anymore. Just rest easy and recover. We'll discuss the rest later. As soon as his comforting words ended, the sudden wailing of Dang Bao rang out, shattering the atmosphere and instantly bewildering Zhang Yixuan. What's wrong now? Don't tell me he's going to start screaming again. As if sensing what Zhang Yixuan had done, he was also trying to coax and soothe. Why is he still crying? Kagwang was also stunned. Uncle, I don't know. At home, it's usually Ta Li Mai who takes care of the child. So he decisively handed it over to the only female present. Shu Kina, figure out a way to quiet this kid down. This stunned her. I don't know how to hold a baby. Seeing the girl still crying non-stop, Zhang Yixuan blurted out. Does he need a diaper change? Soon, she confirmed that was the case. After all, she's a girl. So he passed the responsibility without any hesitation. It's yours. Then he went back to check on Kagwang, who was still lying motionless. Uncle View, do you feel any changes in your body? Like something's different from usual? He may be hard to understand, but he still answered truthfully. Now my whole body has no strength at all. Just because the wound feels a little itchy, you're happy and say, this proves your wound is healing. It's a normal phenomenon. This only made Kagwang more suspicious. Really? But I still feel something's off. It was about to continue, but was interrupted by a cough. Zhang Yi's cough cut him off. Wait, why hasn't Sister Ta returned yet? It's so chaotic outside. Don't tell me something happened to her. Hearing this, the worry in his heart immediately surged high. Zhang Yi, go check on her quickly. Don't let anything happen to her. He had already intended to do so, so he immediately instructed the female doctor inside. Kun Yen, take care of Uncle View and the child. I'll go outside and see what's happening. Then he slowly armed himself thoroughly, not missing a single item. Next, Zhang Yi smirked as he at all members in the chat group. Everyone, gather at room 1301 on the 13th floor. I will distribute supplies. He decided to distribute them to the areas within the Ulu district. Choose freely, first come, first served. Not stopping there, to be more reliable, Zhang Yi also sent a voice message. If you don't want to die, stay inside your homes. Time passed, and at that moment, in room 1301, a bustling sound of calculations arose. They made Zhang Yi the district leader. He provides supplies and protects us. He probably doesn't want to disrupt the current situation either. Little does he know, he had already overheard everything from outside. Death is at the door, yet he still thinks so highly of himself. Zhang, the translator, just casually tossed the grenade. He managed to get inside without a shred of hesitation. Until it bounced and tumbled. In front of him, the unfortunate civilians were still bewildered. Before they could even realize what that thing was. A deafening, earth-shattering explosion rang out with a tremendous shock. And at that moment, the shield in front of him finally activated its effect. After waiting a while for the smoke and dust to clear, the translator slowly stepped in. That NT0 effect though. As terrifying as it was, there was still one lucky person who survived. We helped you so much, why? Why do you want to kill us? It's a shame he had already decided not to leave a single one alive. Helping me? I'm the one who helped you all survive until now. As a series of booming sounds rang out without end, a gleeful smirk curled across his face. Finally, everything was taken care of. The translator comfortably left this place of trouble. What a relief. The exhilarating feeling inside him seemed ready to explode and flood his entire body, like wildfire spreading through every cell. All enemies from the past life, except for Su Hao. The rest were all sent by me to be reincarnated. Of Tower 25, only 5 people remained alive. The vision of the future before him had never been clearer. From now on, in the Yulu district, no one would ever be able to threaten him again. Everything was settled, so Zhang Yi returned with his calculations and a set of clothes untouched by dust. The matter here was concluded. The next step was to obtain Wang Ximing's hideout. Then, he felt excited thinking about the future. After that, he would vanish from the world and live a carefree life. But the very next second, the smile on his lips faded, replaced by a gloomy expression. There's bad news I have to tell you, sir. Seeing this, Kagwang hesitated before speaking. Tao Li Mei, how is she? With an Oscar-worthy performance. The anger was now evident in every move Zhang Yi made. Those neighbors colluded with people from another building. Their target was the supplies in your house. Even though 2 traitors were eliminated, some still slipped through the net. Tears of sorrow streamed down Kagwang's eyes with every word. They feared you would take revenge later, so they struck at Tao Li. He couldn't control himself and moved his arm, which should have been stiff. Damn it! It's all my fault for being careless. He hurriedly stepped forward, consoling him, and then taking the blame upon himself. This isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's me for not noticing in time. However, his sharp eyes revealed satisfaction when he noticed the result. The ability Kagwang had just displayed was indeed a power that perfectly complemented his own energy. Then, Zhang Yi hastily brought up his own achievements. Rest assured, I've already dealt with all those people. Consider it a way to comfort her soul in heaven. By then, he was filled with disgust and anger. Those people truly deserve to die. You've done so much for everyone like this. Yet they repay kindness with enmity. Hearing this, a slight curl formed at the corner of his mouth and eyes. He was all finely tuned to match that demeanor. I also bear some responsibility for the misery. I never expected them to commit such cruel acts. Then he cheerfully switched to another topic. Don't be so pessimistic. I'll find you a beautiful wife later, uncle. These words directly made Kagwang's face flush with embarrassment. You prefer someone more mature? Soon enough, Zhang Yi had successfully pulled him away from that painful topic. Then it's easy. I'll definitely pick someone who suits your taste best. Just then, Kan Yi rushed out in a panic. Zhang Yi, with his experience in caring for babies being nearly 0, was truly anxious at this moment. She's crying again. What do we do now? Zhang Yi stepped forward and offered a guess, his gaze inadvertently dropping down. She's probably hungry, right? Kan Yi immediately understood his meaning and became extremely flustered with embarrassment. What are you thinking? I don't have any milk for her to drink. You don't know what to do either. We're really not suited for this. We need to find someone experienced to take care of her. He even seriously laid out a specific plan for the path ahead. Find someone trustworthy, then send her over there. After that, provide some necessary newborn supplies. There is definitely no problem. Kuni also knows they can only do that, so she is happy. Poking the little girl, now I'm going to find a family for the child. After a long while, Zhang Yi is fully armed. He is carefully holding Tang Bao, walking through the snowy night sky. The people from the other building are stunned as soon as they see him. Zhang Yi, does he want to come here and kill us? And then his next action is truly extraordinary. He directly uses a bullet to summon Li Jian over here. He understands what he can do, so he quickly approaches. Zhang Yi, I'm here. In return, he gets a suspicious smirk from Zhang Yi. Aren't you afraid I'll send you to reincarnation? Facing that pistol, Li Jian, besides honestly confessing, he doesn't know what else to do. Scared, but being scared is useless. Moreover, I think, today, you're not here to kill us. With your flexible mind, he has already figured out Zhang Yi's actions. You came here alone, and you're even holding this child. With your personality, You wouldn't use this attitude to kill people. He directly confirms with a confident smirk. That's right, I came to give you this child. The person with the most survivors in your building. Indeed, no matter what, Li Jian quickly accepts. Right. You want to find a wet nurse for this child. Zhang Yi directly hands Tang Bao over. That's perfect. From now on, this child will be raised by you all. The condition is that I will spare you. Before that, you weren't planning to abandon Li Jian's group either. So, hand over the necessary items inside, like milk powder and diapers. Prepare them for the little girl, and there's also some food left. He didn't forget at all and began to remind them with a hint of implication. After all, the supplies were brought by me. If you don't take good care of them, the consequences. You understand, having been through it. Having clashed for a long time, he already understood him well, rest assured. He even made a firm declaration. We will definitely take care of this child. Absolutely won't let anything happen to her. After that, Li Jian gently handed her over. He instructed the woman from the same block. When only the two of them were left, Zhang Yi finally raised the issue. How many people are still alive in this building? He informed that there were still 66 people. Though he didn't care much, it didn't stop him from asking questions. Next, how do you plan to keep living? I won't provide any food, he slowly sighed. We've survived until now. We've faced even tougher challenges. As his gaze turned to the residents behind, his eyes were now filled with hope. For the future, I still believe that heaven never seals off all exits. As long as people are alive, there is hope. Zhang Yi heard this and began to raise an eyebrow, ready to share his secret. Actually, the food problem is easy to solve. Very brutal and direct, he just proposed. That Li Jian and the group outside burned the coal. Do you see those buildings I burned down? The food inside there is enough for you all to eat for a while. Of course, a sense of shame belonging to humans will stop him with a resolute attitude. No, we will not go down that path. His gaze. He focused intently as he listened to his affirmation. Once a mistake occurs, the outcome awaiting us in the end will still be destruction. The resilience and nobility are deeply embedded in every word Li Jian utters. Instead of that, it's better to preserve human dignity and die. That way, at least our hearts will not feel ashamed. This truly made someone who had experienced the utmost, such as Zhang Yifan, feel surprised. It has come to this point. Yet there are still people who can hold on to their true heart, standing before me like this. So he no longer made things difficult for him, and even praised him. To be honest, I really admire you. Li Jian smiled and replied, Thank you, but I admire you even more. And then he let out a long, weary sigh. About myself. In the apocalypse, you have the ability to make yourself and those around you live well. In this regard, I am far inferior to you. Finally, he hesitated no longer and immediately spoke up. Zhang Yifan, actually, I have a matter I need help with. However, he was stopped by him. Stop. I know what you want to say. Confusion spread through his mind to the point that Li Jian gave a speech. Why did you give away so much food before? Now, the number of people living in this entire residential area is probably just this many. He spoke louder and louder, his voice echoing with agitation. With your abilities, you can manage this whole area well. You could completely lead everyone to survive. It's a pity that the translator is completely uninterested and refuses to go. Then, he furrowed his brows tightly and blurted out a profound philosophical statement. All living beings suffer, and I am not the Buddha. I cannot save so many people. His next words made him pause. If I help, how will people remember the favor but forget the harm like this? Who can guarantee that I won't be betrayed? In the end, the translator smiled. A smile and a clear expression of his own viewpoint. In these chaotic times, taking good care of oneself is already not easy. I have no grand ambitions. Living well myself is the ultimate goal. Before turning around to leave, the translator wasn't too heartless. Here, take this as a parting gift. He frowned and uttered a profound lesson. Being a person, you have to rely on yourself for everything. Then, he explained the reason for this action. As for him, he has moved me, more or less, making me believe that even in the apocalypse, there is still a light of humanity. So, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Next came the instructions, so that Li Jian and his group could understand what was inside. You guys can try planting these seeds, it's fine to eat them. Finally, the handover was complete. He officially turned around and left. Do whatever you want. I can only help this far. The residents stared at the objects in their hands, lost in thought. Can these seeds survive in temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees? Just then, Professor Ge, a scholar from the agricultural university, hurriedly urged. Hurry up and pick up these bags to plant them, then we won't have to worry about food. Li Jian glanced over and raised the issue. Professor Ge, can you plant these seeds? In this cold weather, do you have a way? With his knowledge, experience, and personal insights, he had already found the answer. To contribute a little light to the future, there is a chance. There will definitely be a chance. We have to try, even if there's only a sliver of hope. But if we succeed, we can survive. Finally, everyone in Building 28 quickly picked up all the remaining items on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiqing, having just returned to his building, stretched out with great relief. The troublesome matters in the district were finally over. Next, he just needed to secure the new stronghold. Just then, Kunai walked over and asked, "Are you done with your work?" He replied, "I've finished everything. It's just that I'm a bit hungry right now." Hearing this, she headed straight to the kitchen. "Let me cook some rice," she then gently asked, as if at that moment, the two of them were a married couple. "Honey, what do you want to eat for lunch?" Zhang Yiqing's next actions also proved that their relationship was extremely good. The chef was attentive, beautiful, and kind. Couldn't you have guessed that? This made Ka Ni so embarrassed her face turned bright red. "Ah, what are you doing? The viewers are still in the next room, you know." Kwang was mentioned, saying goodnight early with a guarantee from Zhang Yijie. "Don't worry, the soundproofing in this house is excellent." She still refused. "I still have to cook. Can't you wait a moment?" "Of course not. You're busy with your own business. I'm busy with my own business. It won't be delayed." Time flew by in a flash, and soon it was early the next morning. Su Hao from the other side sent a message. "Zhang Yijie, I've already contacted the other side. When are we going over there?" He immediately replied. "Come to my place for a visit. Let's talk it through properly first." He sneered inwardly. It seemed he couldn't wait any longer. Soon enough, he had walked to his house with joy on his lips. He also greeted him warmly, as if they were just close friends. "Sit down, don't rush. Let's talk slowly." However, the following attitude from Su Hao proved the one-sided nature of their relationship. "Brother Zhang, let me tell you, what did I say to Wang Siming? Too bad your way of thinking is far from ordinary. No need to go through all that trouble. Just hand me your phone." Just hearing that he had to hand over a personal item made him panic and fluster. What? You want my phone? And Zhang Yijie? Clearly, he had no intention of letting go easily. "It's fine. I want to see your chat history with Wang Ming." Teacher Su Hao's hesitation for too long had made Zhang Yijie lose patience. "Hurry up and give me the phone. You're not hiding something from me, are you?" Though he was terrified of his power, it seemed the thing in his hand was even more frightening, so he hesitated. No, it's just. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention anymore and directly pointed the hot weapon at Su Hao's head. "Is it really that hard to talk to you nicely?" It made him panic and shout, "Brother Zhang, don't shoot! Don't shoot!" Cold sweat poured down his face as he hurriedly handed over the phone with both hands, showing sincerity. "I badmouthed you to Wang Ziming, but that was just to confuse him. I didn't really mean it, brother." Zhang Yi immediately snatched the cold object without forgetting to snort. "Save your breath." After a thorough inspection, he couldn't help but let out an "oh" at the timely information. "You two have been in contact since half a month ago." Besides the contemptuous messages, most of the rest were words. Su Hao wanted to rebel against him. "That bastard relies on his gun to be arrogant. One shot takes out dozens of people. Brother Ming, relying on me alone can't do anything to him. But we can join forces." Zhang Yi didn't show whether he was angry or not, just raised an eyebrow and pressed on. "How do you explain this?" He quickly defended himself. "Brother Zhang, let me explain. You've already injected me with the drug. If you die, I won't survive either." I said that just to deceive him. He even looked stern. He raised his fingers and declared, "I swear, if Su Hao has any bad intentions toward Zhang Ka, then may I die a miserable death." But he still didn't care. Even if you were struck dead by a thunderbolt, it would be useless. After that, Zhang Yi frowned deeply and sank into deep thought. Su Hao also didn't reveal his specific abilities. Wang Siming only knew this was a stronghold with abundant supplies, and there were also snowmobiles. Next, using his flexible mind, he found a breakthrough point. Using the available information to catch the turtle in the jar could succeed, and then he stopped paying attention to the previous issue and gave an order. "Then tell me the specific situation in that shelter, Su Hao." He gradually relaxed his tense nerves when he heard Zhang Yi emphasize, especially the weapons and defensive structures. Not a single word should be missing. A while later he had already noted down quite a bit of information from his mouth. That shelter was said to be built using materials from a spaceship. Unless a nuclear bomb hit it directly, there was almost no way to destroy that place. It was so terrifying that Su Hao had to raise his voice when mentioning it. Of course, a large amount of manpower outside using heavy firepower weapons to attack over a long period could still break through it. Every detail was recounted by him thoroughly. Inside the shelter, there were no heavy weapons. But the room had hypnosis devices, and the entrance was equipped with flamethrowers reaching temperatures of nearly 2,000 degrees. From what Su Hao told him, Jiang, he quickly summarized all the relevant information. Wang Ximing's target is his snowmobile, along with the supplies in his hands. If he can't get them, killing him would be useless. He raised an eyebrow, looking as if everything was already in the palm of his hand. So when I pass by there, I'll take back the snowmobile. And then he slowly uttered words that, although speculative, were no different from affirmations. Like this, the worst outcome is that I get caught. But he won't kill me, because to him, my life or death doesn't matter. Not long after, Jiang Yi had already pinpointed the peculiarity from Su Hao's reports. The biggest threat to that shelter was actually the trap at the entrance. He blurted out anxiously, "That's right, I'll pretend to cooperate with him. When the time comes, you pretend to be captured again." He continued, gradually perfecting the plan. "If he wants to keep me for interrogation, then you can pretend to be hypnotized by the poison gas and kill him in response." He immediately chimed in, "That's right. That's exactly what I meant." Jiang Yi's face grew more and more cunning as he finished his final sentence. "After we get there, you pretend to be captured. Then I'll take the opportunity to slash him with a knife and kill him." Facing Su Hao, he silently made a choice in his mind. Seeing this demeanor, it's better not to let him know I have the gas mask. For now. After Jiang Yi had meticulously planned everything, the next step inevitably involved going deeper into the main points of fire and toxic gas. If this problem could be thoroughly resolved, that would be great. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed right above his head. "That's right, why didn't I think of this method before?" His entire body instantly lit up from the new idea he had just realized in an instant. Time in the different space is static. It's originally a storage function. If it could be implemented in the real world, wouldn't it become combat power? The more he thought about it, the more an aura radiated around him, exuding a momentum as if he had everything under control. If he could truly unlock the potential of the different space, then what he would gain would surely surpass imagination. So he decisively gave the order, "You go back first. In a few days I'll give you an answer." However, Su Hao was not afraid at all and hugged him tightly. "But Jiang, good, even if I can wait, the poison in my body cannot." Just a slight curl of the lips on his face was enough to make people dare not look him straight in the eye. "What are you afraid of? I said 7 days, so it's 7 days. At most 3 days, at least 2 days, and I'll give you the answer." Seeing this, he didn't dare to ask for more. "I'll go back and wait." But just before the door completely closed, Su Hao mustered up the courage to emphasize, "You must contact me, okay?" Jiang Yi only waved him away. "Go, go, go." And then he focused on researching what he had just realized about time. He absolutely had to put effort into unlocking his own abilities. Who knows, besides the space and precise sniping, there were other fields waiting for him. He fell into deep thought again, when faced with something even more important. But now, he had to think about how to utilize his abilities to block all attacks from the shelter of Wang Ximing first. After a while, the fire quickly blazed up inside the house from the pile of flammable materials, burning brightly. Yet it caused no damage to the surrounding furniture. It turned out he was using the abilities he had gained. The chapter successfully matched his own speculation, when the energy shield and the high-temperature flamethrower from the trap could be considered as an active attack on him, so there would be no obstacles to add another arm to better control the scorching fire stream. In theory, it was completely possible. Finally, when the flames disappeared, he felt something he had never expected inside the different space, which was extremely quiet, almost like a static state. Then the chapter seemed to decompress and release a red light, as if he possessed super elemental power. Under the condition of maintaining constant kinetic energy, he only needed to adjust the direction, causing the vector to change. Soon, a person with spatial skills had successfully recreated the flame spitting using the theory he had learned. He could even make the attacking objects return to their original state. Joy and excitement were evident in every move of the chapter. Wasn't this a full-scale counterattack? He was even so excited that he jumped up. He was a child rewarded with space candy, yet could use it so abundantly. It was truly a divine defensive skill. Faith in the future was flowing through every blood cell as he declared, "Next, I must master this skill. Then, in the future, any attack from any distance will be ineffective against me." Jiang Yi realized something was off and grew suspicious. However, if this ability were used on a human, what effect would it have? Previously, he had only tested it on ordinary fish. Self-discovery is not as good as practical proof. He quickly gained attention. That's the right spirit for the apocalypse era. But now, considering the combat aspect, then he had to experiment on living people. Zhang Yi thought and acted immediately. Not long after, someone gave him a chance to reflect. Pushed by a neighbor to face me. You're unlucky, but this is also an opportunity. Next, he didn't give way. Ba a chance to react, commanding him to grab and attack me. Of course, there would be no lack of extremely tempting conditions. In the current situation, if you land one hit on me, I'll reward you with a pack of instant noodles. At Zhang Yi's declaration, he immediately clenched his fist and decided to comply. This is what you said. Then Wei Ba directly charged. Straight ahead without any hesitation or pause. The energy in his hand emitted a light, blinding the entire area, and in just a moment, the wooden stick. Poor guy, he was already sucked into the translation chapter's space. Just as he wanted to escape, what terrible luck. Instead, his skill continued to activate. He hadn't been running for long when the living person was directly pulled to another place, and before he could even scream, not even a single sound because, as the owner, he could still move around here. But when a living person enters a different space, they become immobile. They enter a state of complete paralysis. To prove his previous judgments and research, the translation chapter conducted a series of tests from A to Z. Finally, he drew conclusions and a series of new doubts. Breathing and heart rate have both stopped. So, what if he leaves this different space? As soon as the thought ended, he immediately executed it. Wei Ba finally escaped the frozen state of his body. When he finally breathed in the cold air, he was filled with panic and gasped for breath continuously. Ha ha, I thought I was a goner for sure. In this situation, the translation chapter clearly only observed Wei Ba as a test subject. It seems there is still an effect on living organisms beyond a certain time limit. If it exceeds that, they definitely won't be able to return alive. Then he asked the most important question, just now, what did you feel? The terror was deeply etched in his almost desperate eyes. I felt like I entered a white space, vast with supplies piled up like mountains inside. So his consciousness still lingered in his pupils. The translation chapter's eyes gradually lit up with each description of that experience. It seems I'd been in there for 10 eras, it's terrifying. I must be hallucinating for sure. Only he knows exactly how everything unfolded. Now he's more excited and frenzied than ever. So that's it, the flow rate of time in the alien space is countless times slower than outside, meaning the translator finally has a precise conclusion. The longer a creature stays in the alien space, the greater the rate of mental deterioration. It didn't stop there. The steps of progress in his thinking had reached a different level. If he can't actively absorb living beings, then what about disassembling them? He truly is a hands-on practitioner. A part of the majestic body, which was perfectly fine, was forcibly separated. After a while, he finally reacted to the pain and screamed to the heavens. Ah, my hand! Of course, the translator didn't care. Let's try this first. And he easily absorbed it into the space, but then ran into another question. Living people can't be absorbed, but a severed finger can. What's the principle behind this? In the end, the translator wasn't too heartless. After treating the wound, he continued. This time, he used an object to hit me, the translator. Threw another handful of twigs into the crackling fire. The flickering firelight illuminated his face as he ran a few more tests. The experimental data I wanted is all clear now. I've grasped quite a bit about the alien space's properties. In the corner, the majestic one trembled, holding a bun, tears welling up in his eyes. While shoving pieces into his mouth, he burst into sobs. It's so good, so good. It's been so long since I've eaten real food. In contrast to him, Zhang Yi was silent, lost in thought. The scope of material acquisition has certain limitations. It cannot absorb objects with strong effects from the outside, and it's also ineffective against living people. The pieces of the plan in his mind gradually clicked into place. His space could open a path, connecting the real world with the alien space, teleporting the attack to himself. Then, by adjusting the direction, reflecting it back. After arranging everything, he stood up. His face was calm, but hidden behind it was a murderous intent. Next, I know how to deal with Wang Xi's hideout. How is Ming? He turned back to Zhang Yi, sitting down next to Wei Ba, who was chewing non-stop. Thank you for your help. He smiled with narrowed eyes. No problem, no problem. I also have to thank you for giving me food. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and Zhang Yi suddenly drew his knife. The movement was as swift as a blink of an eye. The blade sliced through Wei Ba's carotid artery. Blood sprayed out in silence. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. His entire body fell backward, his face still holding the contented smile from before. He stood up straight, his eyes as cold as ice, looking down. at the corpse that had just drawn its last breath. You're of no use anymore. Since you've eaten your fill, it's time to go. Wei Ba's gaze gradually grew hazy. A final thought flashed through his mind. So I'm finally going to die, but it's strange. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Finally, he could escape this cruel world. Zhang Yi didn't even look back as he left, leaving behind a corpse. The body lay cold on the floor. In his mind at this moment, there was only the plan for the next step. Over the next few days, he needed to find a few more people for combat simulations. Only by preparing early could he be certain 3 days later. Zhang Yi suddenly stood up from the sofa and made a decision. We can go now. His body was thin and frail, with sunken cheeks. His complexion was pale, like someone half dead. His voice trembled. Brother Zhang, I feel like I'm about to die. He glanced at him. A flicker of pity passed through him, then vanished instantly. Lately, this guy has been eating better than before, yet he still looks like this. It seems he really has been tormented quite a bit. But Zhang Yi remained indifferent and ignored him. I can give you an injection of medicine first. It can temporarily alleviate your condition. Everything was within his calculations, the fear, the pleas for help. The feeling of being cornered was exactly what Zhang Yi wanted. It was all self-inflicted fear. Oh well, but this is exactly the effect I wanted. Su Hao was almost going crazy. He frantically rolled up his sleeves, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Inject me! Give me an injection! Zhang Yi took out the syringe, the cold light reflecting off the faintly visible vial. He slowly explained. This can ease your symptoms, but it can only last for 5 days at most. After 5 days, the poison will still take effect. The needle slowly pierces deep into the flesh, Zhang Yi's voice as cold as ice. The warning is clear, word for word, you'd better pray that this operation will succeed. If not, either of us will end well. Su Hao's body felt reborn. He took a deep breath, regaining his vitality. Then he clenched his fist and assured firmly, Brother Zhang, rest assured, Su Hao. I absolutely won't gamble with my life. He confidently displayed his loyalty. This time, I'm determined to act with you wholeheartedly. He cheerfully made a phone call, as if he had never carried a lurking danger in his blood. Zhang Yi smirked sinisterly. That's the best way. Kunua saw Zhang Yi quietly packing his belongings. His movements were practiced and without hesitation. She couldn't help but ask, the matter in the neighborhood, hasn't it been resolved already? Where are you going again? He only replied casually in a deep voice, going to a better place. Then he slung his backpack over his shoulder, his movements neat, his face cold as ice. His eyes revealed no emotion. Don't ask too much. When the time comes, I'll tell you. Just as he reached the door, Zhang Yi seemed to remember something and turned back to instruct. I've left enough food for you and Uncle View. Half a month, if I run into any unexpected trouble. Before he could finish, Kunua rushed over and threw herself into his arms like a gust of wind. Her eyes were teary and trembling, revealing undisguised worry. Brother Zhang Yi, you're not going to do something very dangerous, are you? He slightly lowered his head and gently pinched her chin with his hand, as if to reassure her. His voice softened a few tones. Don't worry. Chapter translation. I have never done anything I wasn't sure about. I fear death more than anyone else. I won't let myself fall into danger, however. Being fully prepared before acting is my habit. His thumb gently brushed across her lips. Then, he suddenly pulled her into a deep kiss. When the two separated, Kuni's face was flushed red all the way to her ears. Her eyes dared not meet his. Chapter translation closed the door, half jokingly, half seriously, glancing at her. I have something very important to do this afternoon. We'll continue when I get back. The door closed with a soft click. Kuni slumped to the floor. She held her head in both hands, her face so hot it felt like it was steaming. Outside. The gray sky was dumping snow, and the ground had already been blanketed in white. Chapter translation sat down on the snowmobile. He bent over to check his equipment one last time. He held a rope in his hand. He turned to look at Su Hao, who was standing not far away, and gave a brief order. Hold out your hand. Su Hao was startled and hurriedly assured him. Brother, what are you doing? At this point, you still don't trust me? I'm really on your side. There's still poison in my body. He only curled his lips coldly and explained without any special reason. It's just more realistic this way. Besides, when we get in front of Wang Ximing, if he sees you being kidnapped, his trust will be even higher. Su Hao was left speechless and finally had no choice but to let chapter translation tie his hands. The snowmobile shot forward through the howling wind. The snow, sharp as a blade, cut straight into his face, using his body. Brother, the wind is blowing so hard it hurts my face. Do you have an extra hat? Zhang Yi chuckled, a hint of schadenfreude in his laugh. No. Bear with it a little. Besides, you look more authentic when you're a bit more miserable. A while later, they stopped at the Yun K Villa estate. Zhang Yi's eyes swept around, assessing the terrain. A river in front, mountains behind. Even the feng shui was guided by a master, the palace-like architecture far more luxurious than other villas, not just by a single level. He frowned, bending down to observe the snow and terrain, making this place a natural snow shelter. The accumulated snow was also shallower than elsewhere. Zhang Yi's voice carried a hint of bitterness. I originally thought that when the apocalypse struck, most people would be equal. But now, it seems even the heavens favor the rich. Su Hao seized the opportunity to flatter. So what's the use of that? The rich people here are nothing compared to you, brother Zhang. Hearing this, his mood lifted. Cut the flattery. Lead the way for me. He shrank back and advised. Aren't we going to drive inside? If we go, we'll have to walk for a while. Zhang Yi coldly strode straight into the villa. I told you to go, so go. Don't be so talkative. Through the frosty glass window of the villa, in the pitch-black night, one could see two faint figures moving indistinctly. In his mind, fragments of clues quickly pieced together. The scattered leads rapidly assembled into a conclusion, a snowmobile. At a time like this, being able to go out and act, they must have enough supplies. The current critical situation made her extremely anxious. The carbon crystals are almost burned out. As for food, in 3 days it'll be gone. The people around here are just like this. They can only place their hopes on that person. She turned around, her eyes blazing with the fierce determination of someone with no way back. It seems that if she wants to survive, she must try at least once. Clenching the gun tightly, she escorted Su Hao to the gate of the villa, coldly confirming that this was indeed the secret hideout he mentioned, right? He stammered, but before he could speak, the gun was already pressed against his head. Open the door for me. His body trembled, hands and feet flustered, lips pale, drained of all blood. Don't rush, wait a moment. Su Hao didn't dare to resist and hurriedly complied. I'm opening it for you now. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being monitored through the surveillance camera system. Ximing stood quietly before the screen, leisurely swirling a glass of dark red wine. The appointed time was tomorrow. Today, the opponent had already arrived. He suddenly noticed something strange. Where is that snowmobile? At the entrance, Zhang Yi began to lose patience. He roared, Damn it! You dare to mess with me? Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Su Hao trembled in fear and begged. Don't shoot. I can open it. Let me try one more time. He deliberately lowered his voice, whispering furtively as if afraid someone else might hear. After all that hard work for so long, I can't fail at the last moment. If not now, I'll never get a chance this good again. After a moment of hesitation in the surveillance room, Ximing tightened his grip on the wine glass and uttered a cold sentence. If you dare pull any tricks, I'll burn you to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The mechanical roar echoed as the door slowly slid open, revealing the deep, pitch-black darkness inside. The two stepped onto the stairs. Zhang Yi kept his finger on the trigger, the gun always pressed against the back of Su Hao's head. Inside the villa was a completely different world, dazzling and luxurious, gleaming and eerily silent. He widened his eyes to observe, thinking to himself, As expected, money lets you do whatever you want. Su Hao trembled, pointing toward the corridor ahead. Zhang Ge, let's go inside. There's another door in there. Once it's opened, we can enter the shelter corridor. It was pitch black and so quiet that the sound of their footsteps echoed like hammers pounding in their heads. Ximing was waiting for this moment. Bite the hook. He smirked sinisterly and pressed the control button from the ceiling. Hidden compartments suddenly opened, the sound of metal grinding, echoing like a terrifying roar in the darkness. The two below startled, looking up. Zhang Yi immediately heightened his alert. What is it? A thick, murky mist began to seep out from those compartments. It quickly filled the hallway, growing denser by the moment. Before he could even react, Su Hao beside him had already pinched his nose shut, while Tu Ming smirked. A smug look was clearly visible on his face, as he observed through the surveillance camera feed. Before his eyes, the thick, rolling smoke completely obscured the view. Chaotic sounds erupted from within. Su Hao, you bastard dog, open the door right now. Tu, you bastard. Don't be stubborn anymore. Without me, you'll die too. Just give up obediently. I only want the supplies on you. Dream on. I'll shoot you now. Go ahead, pull the trigger then. Tuesday. Ming leisurely swirled the red wine in his glass. It's time to catch these two rabbits that have delivered themselves right to my doorstep. But he had no idea that Su Hao had already passed out. However, the translation was different. Amidst the chaos, he had put on a gas mask. Silently, he absorbed that deadly mist into the palm of his hand. The metal door automatically swung open. A cold, mechanical sound rang out. White light from outside flooded in. The translation immediately lowered his body. He narrowed his breathing until it was nearly silent, his gun held firmly in his hand. He was just waiting for that Wang Tu-ming to come out, then he would shoot him immediately. But the person who stepped inside made him freeze in shock. It wasn't Wang Tu-ming. He instantly dropped to the ground, pretending to be unconscious as he fell, not forgetting to grit his teeth and curse. Damn waste. Earlier, the intelligence report hadn't mentioned that there was still someone else in the bunker. The shelter still had other people. That person was getting closer and closer to him. The translation quietly cracked his eyes open, recognizing the familiar face of the celebrity Lin Jing in this shabby scene. Rumors say he has a decent relationship with Wang Siming. No wonder he could get in here without any trouble. Lin Jing hoisted both victims onto his shoulders like 2 sacks of rice. When he reached a more spacious area, he threw them down onto the floor with a thud. The people are delivered, Siming. Siming slowly walked over as Lin Jing leisurely followed, tying up Zhang Yitsai. This guy is truly an idiot. Capturing him took practically no effort at all. Everything was going according to Siming's plan. Wasn't this already anticipated? If even this broken-down demon couldn't handle it, wouldn't my 1 billion have been wasted? They left him there, letting him indulge in fantasies about the future. After we get that brat's snowmobile, can we go for a ride outside? Go out to get some fresh air, and conveniently grab some food on the way back. They didn't realize that while they were both careless, Zhang Yitsai had quietly released the toxic gas he had inhaled earlier. They began to stagger. Siming still hadn't noticed anything unusual. He even teased Lin Jing. Hey, stop swaying. His eyes grew hazy, shifting into hallucinations. I'm not swaying, you are. Why are you turning into 6 people? Zhang Yitsai slowly sat up, silently cutting his restraints. His eyes looked contemptuously at the two who were starting to collapse. Taking you guys down is what I call effortless. He tied them both up in reverse. The rope was pulled tight, leaving no gaps. Holding 2 guns in both hands, is that useful or not? Then he opened the door and stepped outside. As the door opened, he held onto the person. Before him was a vast living room, luxuriously decorated. The crystal chandelier lights sparkled. Reflecting like a maze, it left Zhang Yi stunned. Truly worthy of being the pinnacle of wealth. Just the living room alone was already dazzlingly luxurious. He quickly found another door. His hand gently turned the doorknob and opened it. The room behind was an entire enclosed ecological zone, covered in lush greenery, with soft artificial lighting. Zhang Yi truly had his horizons broadened. This was a hideout. A billionaire's hideout, indeed a small-scale ecological chain. He was very satisfied with his new spoils. It was truly a good place, but from today onward, this place is mine now, Zhang. Yi silently stepped onto the glass spiral staircase. Each footstep echoed with a dry, cold sound, reverberating throughout the empty space. On the second floor, there were all kinds of rooms serving different purposes. He walked and read their names. Game room, pet room, entertainment room, water bedroom. When the door to the water bedroom swung open, the scene inside made him pause mid-step. 3 scantily clad women lay unconscious on the bed. Their skin was pale, unclear if they were alive or dead. Zhang Yi's gaze darkened. It seemed this place wasn't as peaceful as he had imagined. Just as he was about to turn away he instinctively passed by the pet room not far away. All the animals downstairs had already been dealt with by Wang Ziming. How could he still have the mood to raise these animals at a time like this? The translator felt something was off. An instinct urged him to push the door and step inside. Before he could observe carefully, he was suddenly stunned by a series of sex toys. Syringes were scattered everywhere inside, still containing an unidentified dark blue liquid. On the floor was a horrifying scene. Girls and animal cosplay costumes lay scattered around, their bodies covered in wounds and signs of abuse. Only one person was still conscious, Lily. Seeing the translator, she lunged at him, her voice pitiful, as if using the last of her strength. Young Master Wang, we know we were wrong. We know we were wrong. She was no longer lucid, enough to distinguish who was in front of her, desperately clinging to his leg. Tell us to do anything, please, just let us out. If not, just a little, just a little. Without a word, the translator coldly kicked her away. Lily's fragile body flew off like a bag of sand, hitting the floor with a dry thud. He squinted, a wave of nausea rising in his heart. I think I roughly know what those corpses in the next room are about. He drew his gun without hesitation. Bang, 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 3 cold shots, ending the fate of the girls who were still barely breathing. Consider it giving them a peaceful departure, the translator left without looking back, quickly heading toward the surveillance room. The center of this entire shelter must be here. Inside is a row of large screens and a series of complex buttons. Even an ordinary person like him would be overwhelmed. His eyes show a hint of regret. If only he were a computer engineer. At least the monitoring system is still working. Zhang Yi can see many areas below. There's even a sports field below, perfect for a shooting range. Later, he can test his abilities when he checks the remaining rooms, but the system keeps reporting. Identity verification failed. This passage cannot be opened for now. Zhang Yi sighs in frustration. It seems that to learn how to use this entire shelter, he has to ask the owner, Wang Si. Ming. He returns to the room from earlier, where the two men are still lying unconscious, and he grabs a bucket. He splashes cold water directly onto both their faces. Zhang Yi smirks, a contemptuous smile clear on his face. Awake yet, Siming? Siming's eyes widen, still unable to believe what's happening. How did you do that? He doesn't bother to explain, deliberately creating an air of mystery. His tone is icy cold. Surviving in the apocalypse requires some tricks to stay alive. Then, without hesitation, Zhang Yi raises his gun and points it straight at the man's head, his gaze sharp. Now, it seems you're not in a position to discuss this, are you? How about we talk about something else? Zhang Yi tilts his head, pretending to think about a generous offer. For example, how about cooperating with me from now on? Only then could he trade for one of Master Ming's lives. Struggling to control his rapid breathing, he gritted his teeth to stay calm. What do you want? We can talk slowly. As long as you don't harm my life. Zhang Yi didn't care about the man's pleading tone at all. He calmly leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, To be honest, my purpose in coming here is to find a safe place to survive. Outside is too dangerous, supplies are scarce, and the temperature is freezing. You have so much here. Adding me won't be too many, right? Zhang Yi's casual words were like a soothing medicine, gradually restoring some color to the man's pale face. He still had doubts, his eyes flickering with suspicion as he probed. Just moving here, that's it. Don't you want to eliminate me? Then become the master of this place? Zhang Yi's tone was indifferent, neither denying nor admitting it. Eliminate you? Do I need to? Give me, Master Ming, a reasonable reason. Your place is too spacious. Even if 100 people came, it would still be roomy. I'm not the type to kill someone for no reason. Zhang Yi pretended to be friendly. Besides, I want to take this opportunity to get to know that young Master Wang. The man was slightly surprised, his expression relaxing a bit. Oh, want to befriend me? Are you sure? No mistake. Zhang Yi wanted to increase Master Ming's trust in him. This blizzard won't last long. Sooner or later, society will also return to order as before. If I could become friends with the young master, a wealthy man like young Master Wang, wouldn't I rise to the sky in one step? Hearing this, Siming became even more confident in his own value. He hurriedly made promises as if he had just signed $1 million contract. Of course, as long as I guide you a little, you can become someone superior. At that moment, Zhang Yi didn't notice the smug smirk on his face. It seemed he thought the blizzard would end quickly like this, which was best. He still had some respect for order, not daring to eliminate me. He also didn't mind spending money to buy his life. What do you want? You can freely choose anything in this house. Zhang Yi immediately stated his purpose. Since young Master Wang has thought it through and wants to cooperate with me, then my demands aren't many. From now on, we can live here together. Tell me the usage of all the systems. Siming, tell me. Siming hesitated, then asked back. So if I agree to tell you the usage of this shelter, can you guarantee you won't kill me? Zhang Yi tried his best to appear as gentle as possible. I've said it before, I, Zhang Yi, am not someone who harms others without reason. Moreover, when the blizzard ends later, I also hope to become your friend, see? Ming still hesitated, his eyes darting around, then finally, as if giving up all struggle, but truly having no other choice, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, I'll tell you. Zhang Yi smiled slyly. A moment later, he escorted two men, who was still tied up, to the control room. On the large screen, the interface for the shelter's user manual appeared. He skimmed through it, and was extremely satisfied. Very good, from now on. The owner of this shelter will be me, the translator. At this moment, the man urgently urged him. It's completely different from before. How is it? Checked and all good, right? Hurry up and untie me. My whole body is uncomfortable. He smiled gently, but that smile sent a chill down one's spine. All right, wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand, and the cold blade of the knife plunged straight into the man's neck. A stream of warm blood sprayed into the air. Tu Ming's eyes bulged, his body trembled, then collapsed to the floor like a hollowed-out sandbag. Before he could react, the translator's hand was already gripping the knife handle tightly. He pressed him down. Relax, relax. Take a deep breath. That's it. A cold voice echoed in his ear, like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. It's a bit dizzy at first, but this is very normal. Very soon, you won't feel any more pain. A look of shock was etched onto the man's face. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a sound. I did as you said, why are you still? But the translator only lowered his head. His gaze as cold as ice, indifferent to the point of cruelty. Sorry. I have no reason to keep a useless waste. Isn't that right? After finishing off two, Ming and Lin Jing, the translator leisurely cleaned the floor, stained with fresh blood. His movements were calm, as if he were just tidying up after a finished party. At this moment, his gaze shifted towards Su Hao, who was lying unconscious in the corner. The two most troublesome ones are dealt with. Now, handling him is as easy as turning over my hand. Just then, Su Hao began to stir slightly, his voice weak as he murmured, Where is this? He sat up in shock and confusion. I succeeded? He caught sight of two stiff corpses lying nearby. Su Hao's face lit up. Brother Zhang, how did you deal with him? Zhang Yi's arrogant gaze swept over. A mountain man has his own clever plan. A mere Wang Siming is nothing. There are some things it's best you don't know. He kicked Ming's body. Ming laughed heartily with delight. You damn dog. Never thought I'd see the day I trample you under my feet. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi was too lazy to react. He pointed to the backpack on the sofa. These are your reward. Open it and see. Hearing this, Su Hao stopped his actions in surprise. He rushed over to unlock the backpack, his eyes lighting up. When he saw it was stuffed with all kinds of snacks and candies, he tore open a bag, barely catching his breath. He chewed ravenously while flattering. Brother Zhang, you're truly my real brother. From now on, whatever you want me to do, just say the word, and I'll do it without even a frown. Not bad. Zhang Yi's attitude was indifferent. Is that so? He coldly cut off that excitement with an apathetic tone. I checked the remaining supplies in this shelter. Aside from the canned food Wang Si, Ming left half-eaten, there's nothing else. Sharing with you won't get you much. Those words were like a bucket of ice water thrown in Su Hao's face. He froze for a second, then stammered. What? Wait, Brother Zhang, what do you mean? That reaction made Zhang Yi let out a contemptuous laugh. Didn't you hear me? I don't mind explaining it clearly one more time. Before we arrived at the king's residence, Ming had already wasted more than half of the supplies here. You can take these things and go. Go outside and prolong your dying breath for a while. Before Zhang Yi could finish his words, Su Hao went berserk. He shouted loudly, No, impossible! He frantically searched for another excuse to justify himself. You must have taken all the good stuff for yourself. You can't treat me like this. He angrily pointed straight at his face and roared with resentment. Are you tricking me? You just wanted to make me think that the energy supplies in this shelter were all depleted and then kick me out. So you could keep this place all to yourself, right? Su Hao kicked hard at the backpack, sending snacks scattering all over the floor. I'm not leaving. The info about this shelter was provided by me. Now you want to ditch me? Don't even think about it. Zhang Yi remained calm, his tone indifferent without a hint of anger. Trick you? Why would I need to do that? But he was already blinded by rage. He couldn't hear a single thing anymore. Who knows? Everyone in the district has been fooled by you into knowing nothing. Su Hao's face turned pale, his eyes flashing with madness. I am telling you, if you dare to burn the bridge after crossing it, I'll spread the word about you occupying this place and your superpower identity to the outside world. By then, even if it's not me, someone else will deal with you. That sentence was the last straw. The final nail was driven into the coffin named Su Hao. Zhang Yi let out a soft chuckle. Then he drew his gun, aimed it straight at him, and pulled the trigger. Then I have no reason left to spare your life anymore. Until blood splattered everywhere, he still hadn't grasped what had happened. His body collapsed backward, slamming hard onto the filthy ground. Xiao, you acted like you were just getting rid of a troublesome debt. Rage cannot make a person stronger. Only true strength earns respect, Zhang Yi. He bent down to pick up the scattered bags of snacks, stuffed them back into his backpack, and zipped it up. I originally planned to let you live a little longer. But why did you have to go looking for death like this? Zhang Yi leaned back lazily into the sofa, his legs propped up on the coffee table in a relaxed posture. But his mind was racing quickly. He rearranged his next plan. Go back and pick up Kan Yi to bring her here. As for Uncle View, without much thought, he had already made a decision. After all, I already have a better shelter now. Might as well leave that safe house for Uncle View. Thinking this, he immediately stood up. The safe house couldn't be accessed through the dimensional space anyway. Might as well leave it in Naklock residential area as a backup stronghold for Uncle View to stay in. 1. It counts as repaying a favor. 2. It also helps me keep an eye on the place. Walking quickly to the counter, Zhang Yi brushed his hand along the wine rack. As for the promise he made earlier to help Uncle View find a life partner, He opened a bottle and rewarded himself. Those things can't be rushed either. Let's see what Wang Ximing usually watches first. Zhang Yijie sipped his wine while watching TV. The content on it made him suspicious. The more he watched the foreign TV channel, the more his gaze turned strange and doubtful. Logically, a snowstorm should affect the signal transmission, and the signal range a phone can receive is limited. How could this be possible? A sudden guess flashed through his mind. Programs from all over the world? Could it be? He immediately left his seat and ran toward the internal network system. The convenience here made him sigh in admiration. In his own home, there was even a server set up. It was truly impressive. Putting that aside, he was extremely happy. Although he didn't know how it was done, based on the signal received, he could judge that the network system in this shelter was incredibly powerful. The signal transmission capability could reach a global level. It helped speed up his information flow. Like this, he would be able to obtain news from all over the world through the network. Excited, he quickly scanned through the latest headlines. Earth's population of 8 billion, under the influence of the snowstorm, had been reduced to only about 2 billion. In just 1 month, nearly 3/4 had been wiped out. He sighed at the perilous future of humanity. If this continued, it would be very difficult for even half of the people to survive later on. However, the screen didn't stop there. Another headline stood out even more. Special mutated humans with supernatural abilities. There are also quite a few related reports in the article. It's a series of images recording various individuals possessing different supernatural powers. Some control fire, others enhance their bodies. But that's only a minority, you see. Besides a few who gained supernatural abilities, most were mutated by the gamma rays, becoming deformed beyond recognition like this. Zhang Yi squinted, analyzing each line of information. So far, the number of mutated individuals worldwide isn't high, but there are definitely people hiding their abilities, just like him. The outside world is still quite dangerous. He rubbed his chin, nodding as he reached the most perfect conclusion. Then I must survive well inside this shelter. After confirming this, the network system and energy safety were stable, so he went outside, jumped onto the snowmobile, twisted the throttle hard, headed off on a trip to pick up Kana over here first. A clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Please wait a moment. Zhang Yi immediately turned around, eyes wide with caution. Zhang Yi instantly spun around warily, the gun in his hand, pointed straight at where the sound came from. A girl appeared, her face pale and her eyes shining with a pleading look. Please, sir, wait a moment. I have a few words I want to say to you. His eyes wavered slightly, as he clearly saw the familiar face of the other party. She was Yang Mi. Surely very few people don't know her. Yang Mi is a top-tier celebrity, the hottest in recent years in Huagua. She was a woman that countless men dreamed of being intimate with. But now, that woman stood before him with eyes full of tears, despair and a trembling demeanor that made one cannot help but feel pity. It's been 3 days since I've eaten anything. Can you take me away? I don't want to die here. The translator kept his composure amidst the chaos. He didn't easily let emotions cloud his reason. Now, with a situation like this, everyone's life is not good. If you want me to take you away, you need to give me a convincing reason. Yang Mi bit her lip tightly, making up her mind. She lowered her head, her voice soft with a hint of coquettishness. Ambiguously, I just want to eat. As long as you agree to take me, I can meet any condition. Those words, combined with the soft lips moving before him, made the translator's mind waver slightly. A wave of heat rushed to his face. His heart was struck by the love arrow of the god. Cupid hit it mercilessly. His emotions shaken, the translator decisively made up his mind. Let's go. When they arrived at the door of the familiar villa, Yang Mi was startled. This place. Isn't it Wang Ximing's house? He replied calmly, as if it were nothing unusual. It's my house now. Inside, the warmth from the heater and the soft light made everything seem to temporarily escape the nightmare outside. Yang Mi shed her dark coat. Though happy, she didn't forget her previous doubt. Thank you for letting me in. What is your relationship with the master of this place, Zhang? Yichen changed the subject. How do you know Wang Ximing? She answered honestly, people in this circle like us. How many of us don't know him? He chewed a piece of potato chips while lazily asking. Oh, so your relationship is also not that great, huh? Yang Mi sadly explained, well, that's not it. It's just that he is a very famous person in the family and has money. So usually, at some events, we would run into him. But he doesn't really consider us celebrities like us as anything. He stood up to pour a glass of water. Then you shouldn't meddle in his affairs anymore, Jiang. Yichen handed it to Yang Mi, not wanting to continue this topic. In short, remember clearly. The master of this place is now me. She politely accepted it, thank you. The atmosphere in the room gradually became more pleasant. The two clinked glasses. Yang-mi quickly realized her body was giving off an unpleasant smell of sweat. After 3 days of hiding, her eyes showed a hint of embarrassment. Can I borrow the bathroom for a moment, Jang? Ichen smiled, for the first time showing a bit of friendliness. Go ahead. Soon after, the sound of water flowing echoed from the bathroom. Under the transparent glass covered with a misty layer of steam, the body of Yang-mi appeared vaguely, like a vivid painting. She relaxed her mood, not having had a hot bath for a long time. So comfortable, all the pressure seemed to melt away in the hot steam. In her heart, a rare glimmer of hope arose amidst the chaos. Now I must be extremely lucky. My luck is not that bad anymore. Yang-mi tilted her head back, letting the hot water pour down, closing her eyes to enjoy the warmth after days of living in fear. If it's this man, even if she follows him for a while, it probably wouldn't be considered a loss. Yang-mi let the water flow freely, silently calculating and making a decision. She had to talk to him, begging him to let her stay here for a while. She frowned slightly, then reasoned she had to be sensible, paying some corresponding price. Thinking this, Yang-mi felt both embarrassed and comforted, reassuring herself that this was just a transaction. She only needed protection, just food and a stable place to stay. She wrapped her body in a large bath towel, waiting for the blizzard to pass. She could then draw a clear line with him. As long as no one knew, she could still shine as a star in the future. Leaving the bathroom, Yang-mi saw the figure on the sofa and spoke up. Johnny, can I stay here? Approaching gently, she sat down beside him and softly expressed, a weak girl like me can hardly survive on my own in such harsh conditions. She proactively touched Zhang Yi's hand and made a straightforward proposal. So I need a man to protect me. Holding his hand, she put on a pitiful expression. Don't worry, I won't bother you for long. Once the blizzard ends, I'll leave here. Only the two of us will know about this. Zhang Yi quickly pulled his hand back, repeating her words. Leave once the blizzard is over. He stood up, picked up the wine glass, and said calmly, First, let's not talk about the blizzard. Will this snow ever end someday? Even if this ice age passes, do you think this world will return to how it was? Yang-mi was a bit anxious but replied firmly. It will return to how it was. In the spacious room, Zhang Yi's voice still rang out steadily. If this world doesn't return to how it was, then wouldn't my years of effort be in vain? He turned to look at the other person, thinking to himself. Alright then, since she's so determined, it saves me a lot of trouble. Setting down the wine glass from earlier, Zhang Yi replied cheerfully. I agree. I'll return to Yang-mi's side. He happily embraced the beauty and then softly reminded her. But in my house, you have to listen to me completely. That's the basic rule. She quickly nodded. I understand. Zhang Yi gently placed a kiss on her lips. The two of them kept entwining with each other. After a while, Yang-mi lay on the sofa with a flushed face. Zhang Yi took a dress out of his space and handed it to her. Here, there are new clothes. Take them and change. Yang-mi took the item in her hand and exclaimed in surprise. What kind of ability is this? He casually replied. Just a few small tricks. Seeing that Zhang Yi was about to leave, she quickly grabbed his hand. Don't go. He then teased her. Why haven't you started enjoying yourself yet? Yang-mi, embarrassed by this, quickly defended herself. That's not it at all. I have official matters to discuss with you. Zhang Yi calmly said. I'm a bit hungry. Let's go to the living room and talk while we eat. After Yang-mi changed her clothes, she sat quietly at the dining table. In the living room, Zhang Yi used the remote control to lay out a lavish feast, then urged, Eat up, we'll talk while we eat. There are a few things we need to clarify first, to avoid trouble later. He took a bite of a hamburger then said, My house is quite large, so even if I take in another girl like you, it's not a big deal. I only have one request for you, 2 words, be obedient. Looking at Yang-mi, Zhang Yi meaningfully asked, You're smart. Surely you understand what I mean, right? After hearing those blunt words, she nervously replied, I understand. In our entertainment industry, this is called the unspoken rule. Yang-mi cautiously probed. I can meet your demands, but there are a few principles I hope you can uphold. Zhang Yi gestured. Go ahead. She seriously proposed. First, the relationship between you and me is limited to this period. If one day we separate, I hope you won't reveal this matter. Looking at him, Yang-mi honestly said, After all, I am a public figure. If others find out about what's between us, my future in the entertainment industry will be over. Zhang Yi. He was about to take another bite when he heard her words and smiled. He laughed and readily agreed. The things you and I have done, I won't casually reveal them to others. Yang-mi's feet unconsciously twisted together in anxiety. Second, I will follow the requests you put forward, but there are times when you cannot force me to do things I don't want to do. Her face suddenly flushed red. She stood up, gathering her courage to voice her awkward thoughts. And you definitely cannot make overly perverted requests. Unless, Yang Mi stammered, unless. I agreed to them first. The young man didn't know how good someone else's wife could be. Boss Chow, I understand now. Zhang Yi immediately stepped forward, pressing close and pushing her against the edge of the table. One hand held her waist, the other firmly gripped her thigh. His voice carried a dangerous warning. Clearly, you came to me on your own initiative. Don't put on that reluctant expression. He leisurely twirled a lock of Yang Mi's hair, playing with it, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Then, in a deep voice, he said, even if it's just a casual fling, everyone benefits. But as a rising star, I hope you can act a little. Leaning close to Yang Mi's flustered face, Zhang Yi coaxed in a soft voice. At least that way, I'll be a bit happier. And that's good for you too, isn't it? Catching the implication in his words, she immediately reached out and hugged him. Then you have to agree to my conditions first. Zhang Yi spoke, sealing the deal. Don't worry, I don't have that many perverted hobbies. The next day, Zhang Yi changed the scene. Before leaving the room, he glanced at Yang Mi. She was still in bed for a moment, then he gave instructions. I have to go out for a bit. You stay here obediently. She softly asked back. When will you be back? He sat down. On the edge of the bed, he indicated she didn't need to worry. I'm just going out to pick someone up. I'll be back very soon. As if remembering something, Zhang Yi then asked. There are a lot of rich people here. There are also some celebrities, right? Yang Mi spoke up. That's right. This place is the biggest wealthy district in Tianhai City. The few houses around here are worth at least a few billion. His expression at this moment was as if he understood. Oh, I see. At my old home, I have a friend. That person was very good to me. But he was deceived emotionally by a woman. Now he needs a companion of the opposite sex. Zhang Yi's voice rang out, to indicate another matter that made Yang Mi both worried and astonished. I want to find a life partner for him, that's why I asked you. After all, within the circle of those wealthy ladies, your connections are quite extensive. After thinking for a moment, Yang Mi hesitantly spoke up. Quite a few people in the wealthy district have died recently. The ladies are a bit older in age. That friend of yours, will he mind? Zhang Yi calmly indicated. That friend of mine is over 40 years old. He prefers a more mature type of woman. She understood the issue and felt a bit relieved of a burden. If that's the case, then it's easy. Yang Mi's voice rang out. You know Xu Haimei, right? Hearing this name, Zhang Yi widened his eyes in surprise and then thought to himself. Xu Haimei is the youthful crush of countless people in Huaguo, right? Outside, the snow keeps falling without stop. His cheerful voice rings out. I know. Can you contact her now? Yang Mi replied with a smile. Then I'll talk to her for a bit. While waiting for the other party to talk on the phone with the person on the other end, Zhang Yishu felt a bit smug in his heart, watching. This time, I guess I haven't let you down, right? I found the best person for you. Very soon after, Chu Haimei arrived at his house. Yang Mi pulled her in front of him, and then announced. I've already told her about your friend's matter. She has no objections at all. Zhang Yishu generously took out a lot of snacks while comforting her. You've been suffering for a long time, haven't you? All of this has been prepared for you. Xu Hai mi amablement respondio. Entiendo, gracias a ti. Observing her for a moment, he tactfully asked. Seguramente lo entiendes to do ahora, Xu Hai mei? Sitting on the sofa eating cake, she heard this and replied cleverly. I know you found a family for me, didn't you? Feeling relieved, Zhang took a step forward, accompanied by words of praise. Very good. Everyone here is smart. There are some things I don't need to say much about, but... He paused for a few seconds, then lowered his voice to warn. If I find out that anyone has leaked information here, then there will be nothing left to say. The scene shifts to the bitter cold of winter, with snow blanketing the sky. In the distance, a small village was faintly visible. This was the Qin family village. The village was now almost completely buried in snow. Only a few rooftops peeked out above the frozen river surface. Dai Hai was using a hammer to pound the ground, probing. After a moment, he shouted, Right here, dig! The two men in his group immediately brought a large ice-breaking drill to the spot. They quickly divided the work. 3 people set up the machine. The rest connected the wires. Started the engine on the dog's sled. Once everything was ready, Dai Hai loudly commanded the dogs to pull the sled forward to operate the drill. Go, go! The engine quickly spun like a giant top. Whirlpools were created from the pulling force. The drill bit slammed into the ice surface, creating friction, causing massive destruction, making it rumble and shake. Not long after, the probing spot, marked earlier, had broken apart, revealing the water below. The ice was broken, and many fish of all sizes immediately gathered there, competing to absorb oxygen. Dai approached the drill hole and easily caught a fish. After observing for a bit, he ordered, all right, we've got fish." The group members took the opportunity to gather around the hole and catch fish. He asked curiously, Uncle, tell me, with weather this cold, aren't the people in the city all frozen to death?" Dai glanced at him and sneered in reply. "City folks like them don't even know how to grow crops on a normal day. They rely entirely on farmers like us to survive. Now I'm afraid even getting enough to eat will be difficult." He added, "I think quite a few have already died." Song-di sighed softly. "Lucky we're country folk, no matter how harsh the weather. We still have food and strength, not afraid we won't make it." The snow fell thicker and thicker. He looked toward the city and sighed. "It's just this weather. The cold is too brutal, when will it ever end?" Suddenly, Song-di squinted, trying to focus his gaze ahead, and asked in surprise, "Why do I hear the sound of a motorcycle?" In the freezing, snow-covered landscape, two people suddenly appeared on a vehicle, a modern snowmobile speeding toward them. Zhang Yi saw a group of people casting nets to catch fish on the surface of a small ice hole and couldn't help but be surprised. Those fishermen actually enjoy enduring this kind of cold weather. While moving fast, Zhu Haimei, sitting behind him, suddenly screamed in fear, "Dogs!" At that moment, the fierce pack of dogs from that group had already chased after the sled and the people. While steering the motorcycle, he turned his head to observe. Zhang Yi realized that there were actually people in the suburbs who could adapt to this freezing weather. This group is definitely targeting the snowmobile. He loudly reminded Chu Haimei to hold on tight. Then he quickly accelerated. The group behind him refused to back down. They immediately chased after him closely. From the lead, a man raised a sharp three-pronged spike. Holding the sharp spike in his hand, he loudly ordered, "Stop right there!" In an instant, he hurled the three-pronged spike forward with force. Zhang Yi dodged by leaning to the side. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it!" The dodge just now forced him to steer the motorcycle into a wide turn. Chu Haimei, suddenly losing her grip, fell backward in panic and screamed. "Ah!" Zhang Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. A look of panic flashed in his eyes. He quickly stopped the vehicle. Blocking the path of the pursuing group, he stepped off the snowmobile with pride. He immediately issued a warning. "Leave the vehicle and this woman behind, and get lost." Zhang Yi aimed his cold gun barrel at the man and warned, "Brothers, give me some space. I don't want trouble. Don't come over here looking for death." Seeing the group hesitate slightly, he asked again, "Can you make way?" Dahai spoke in surprise. "Brother, where did you get that vehicle and gun?" Zhang Yi replied casually, "Handed down by my ancestors." A few people in his group stared at him, unable to hide their jealousy. A snowmobile is a top-tier mode of transportation, much better than a dog sled. It can even keep a big star as well maintained as this. Song Hao pulled down his mask, grinning provocatively. "Brother, this is the territory of our East Village. If you want to leave, we need to collect a toll for passage." Chu Haimei's voice rang out. "Leave the car and that woman behind." Hearing this, Zhang Yi directly aimed his gun at the arrogant man and reminded him, "Do you guys see the gun in my hand?" He sneered in reply. "Scaring us? There are 4 of us. 8 sled dogs. How many bullets does your gun have?" The arrogant man growled in a threatening tone. "Leave the car and that woman behind. We'll spare your life. If not, just try it." Zhang Yi frowned slightly and carefully calculated. "If this drags on, their reinforcements will arrive soon. Even if I could escape now, she would be torn apart by those frenzied wolves." Having made a decision, he quietly pulled out another pistol. "You're forcing my hand!" Like lightning, Zhang He aimed his gun at the group and fired into the air. Bullets rained down like a storm. One man was hit right between the eyes. Dahai exclaimed in shock, "This guy actually fired!" The pack of sled dogs, hearing the command, ferociously charged forward, attacking Zhang Yi. His eyes turned cold, and at the perfect moment, he raised his hand to open a dimensional rift. Right then, a beam of light in the air flashed brilliantly, instantly controlling the dogs. They were quickly sucked into the energy of the dimensional rift. Chu Haimei seized the opportunity to jump onto the motorcycle with Zhang Yi. They quickly fled the place. He revved the engine, steering the motorcycle like a snowmobile, speeding away, breathing a sigh of relief. That was close. If he gets bitten, it'll be a big problem. Soon, that group of people was left behind, the translator pondered. After those dogs were sucked into the different space, they would lack air and die. It just so happens they can be used as test subjects to observe the time difference between the different space and the outside world. Dahai looked at the 4 people who had been shot, lying motionless on the snow, and sighed helplessly. "I told you, when you meet someone of unknown origin, don't act rashly. Now look, you've gone and gotten yourselves killed." He looked around as if searching for something, then shouted in panic. Where are the dogs? Where did the dogs go? The people in the group also started to get anxious. This isn't right. This is way too strange. The dogs in the village would never run around wildly. That guy has a problem. He has a snowmobile in his hand and a gun. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Dahai shouted angrily, no matter what. Killing people from our East Village. This matter cannot end like this. Watching the 4 unfortunate souls being carried away one by one, he felt a bit worried. This matter is a bit strange. That guy might have extraordinary skills like Chun-Lei. So, I need to go back and warn the village head. Scene change. A castle appeared in the white, snowy curtain. In a certain room, a shelf displayed adult toy models, catching the eye. Chun-Lei was on the bed, hugging a pillow with an idol's picture. Sleeping with his mouth open, drooling, and mumbling in his sleep, my wife. Dong Tang and the group of Dai-Hai rushed in from outside. His tone carried urgency. Xian-Lei, something's happened. The old man scanned the room and exclaimed, You're this grown up and still not ashamed? Seeing Dong Tang aggressively pull the blanket off him, Xian-Lei retorted irritably, This is my hobby, what's it to you? Dong Tang's voice rang out, Kid, I'm introducing someone to you. There are plenty of beautiful women in the village. You can pick anyone you want. The group of Dai-Hai immediately darkened their faces hearing him. He retorted, What's so interesting about those old maids? I'm not interested. After a moment, once he had sat properly in front of everyone, Xian-Lei asked in surprise, Uncle 3, why are you all here? Dong Tang signaled to the person beside him. Dai-Hai, you tell him. Only then did Dai-Hai speak up calmly, explaining, Today we went out fishing, and as a result, 4 young men from our village were killed by someone else. He, hearing this, became even more surprised. Another death? Why would someone die? Haven't the surrounding villages already been subdued by us? Dai-Hai quickly explained. Here's the thing, this person isn't from Arjun area, but from the opposite shore. Dong Tang suddenly stood up, and then seriously stated, That guy is very formidable. 4 men plus 8 dogs. We're all taken care of by him in an instant. I'm afraid he will threaten the safety of our village in the future. The old man looked at the person before him and asked worriedly, Xian-Lei, is that person also like you, with unusual abilities? Xian-Lei's expression turned thoughtful, and then he concluded, It's very likely the case. He curled his lips slightly and spoke arrogantly. Even though you are the only child chosen by heaven, heaven gave you this great power, because it was already destined to arrange an enemy for you to make you stronger. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Everyone fell silent, their hearts filled with an indescribable fear. Shendongxing spoke up. All of you from the Z clan of the village. From the east, we are all of the same clan. If someone from our clan is bullied, we must seek justice. No matter what, he must pay blood for blood. The old man approached, patting his grandson's shoulder as he instructed. Sun-Lei, this person is very formidable. We cannot deal with him, so we are counting entirely on you. The others immediately agreed. That's right, you are the child chosen by heaven. The Z family must rely on you. Don't let your uncles down. Sun-Lei, feeling praised, replied cheerfully. Don't worry, just leave this matter to me. Scene change. The sky was hazy due to falling snow. Skyscrapers appeared in sight. Stopping in front of a building, Zhang Yi spoke up to inform. We've arrived. Get out of the car. Then he and Chu Haimei quickly entered inside. The person I want to take you to see is upstairs. Come up with me, she replied softly. Oh, okay. Frowning slightly, Chu Haimei felt a bit down. She thought to herself, living day by day is just like this. In this situation, there aren't many choices. Something passable will do. As soon as he opened the door and stepped inside, he saw Kan Ni happily running over to greet him. Zhang Yi, you're back. Congratulations on your success. She quickly took his coat and asked him with concern. Are you thirsty? Want something warm to drink? No text provided. Without waiting for his reply, Kan Ni continued. Or are you hungry? I can cook something for you. Zhang Yi glanced at Chu Haimei. Then he pointed to the nearby sofa and instructed. Have a seat over there for a moment. Kan Ni followed him, chattering and teasing. Now I finally know that you actually like mature women like that. Zhang Yi smiled. No text provided. Don't overthink it. She's the person I found to take care of Uncle View. Suddenly, he paused briefly, then hinted meaningfully. But what you said about me liking mature women isn't entirely wrong. Hearing this, Kan Ni was stunned and blurted out. To change the subject, Zhang Yi spoke up. How is Uncle View doing now? She carefully informed him. He has recovered quite a bit already. It's truly beyond imagination. Normally speaking, the recovery speed would take at least 3 months. No text provided. No text provided. Moreover, I followed your instructions and injected some muscle relaxant. That medicine barely restrains his power. After hearing this, Zhang Yi nodded slightly, not surprised. It must be a body-enhancing ability. Is his mental state normal? He silently pondered cautiously. Before, I saw a few people who mutated. If this type awakens an ability, it's very dangerous. Kani calmly replied. No, Uncle View looks very stable. There's nothing different from usual. The translator felt relieved and happy. That's good. Now let me go see him in the room. As soon as Kagwang saw the translator, he expressed. These rich people really know their stuff. Before, I thought they were foolish. Spending money on something so useless, you calmly explained. There are so many wealthy people at home and abroad, the place you're hiding must be no small matter. People with money and power have an easier time surviving. Kagwang couldn't help but sigh. Lucky for me, I made friends with a good person like you. That's the only reason I've survived until now. After chatting for a while, the translator suddenly remembered something. Oh right, has your body changed recently, Kagwang lifted his shirt to check the wound and couldn't help but be surprised. I really do feel different from before. The skin around the wound has completely healed. A wound that serious. And yet my wound has recovered quite a bit in just a few days. His voice grew even more joyful as he tested his arm's movement. It also seems like I have more strength than before. The hand gripping the table bulged with veins from the strain. It looked incredibly strong. The translator saw this and broke out in a cold sweat silently, marveling at the immense power. Kagwang, on the other hand, was filled with endless worry. Now I feel like a monster. You placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry. You've just awakened an immense power, that's all. Seeing his bewildered expression, you patiently explained about the genetic mutation. Finally managed to convince him. Believe me, uncle, I actually awakened my superpower too. Afraid that Kagwang wouldn't believe it. So he took a pack of tissues out of his spatial storage. Uncle, look, he joyfully slammed his hand on the table. Oh my god, no wonder I noticed you had so many things. Suddenly, one side of the table collapsed from the strong impact. Kagwang lost his support and fell down. Ouch. Zhang Yi was startled and ran over to help him up. Slow down, uncle, you need to adapt gradually. He waved his hand and replied, It's fine. It's fine, don't hurt yourself. Zhang Yi thought happily, the stronger, the better. The relationship between me and Uncle Wei can use the awakened person's abilities, making it much safer. He remembered Hai Mei preparing a meal in the kitchen and asked Uncle Wei, Uncle, do you need a wife or not? While Kagwang was still confused, he affirmed, As long as you say the word, I'll bring a wife to you, uncle. Making him overjoyed. Of course I want one. Where is she? Let me see her quickly, Zhang Yi. Led him to the living room to meet the others. Kagwang saw a familiar figure and was startled. Could you be Chu Hai Mei? Hai Mei shyly nodded at him. Hello, are you Wei? Sir, Zhang Yi stepped forward to introduce. Today, you two can consider yourselves acquainted. From now on, we'll live together and get by day, take care of each other, and help the other relieve their worries. Seeing that the two seem to be quite fond of each other, he then continues. Time is limited, so I won't say any polite words. Zhang Yi pats his shoulder, intending to give them some privacy. Just consider this house as your honeymoon home. Shukur and I will temporarily move out. Hearing this, the old man hesitates. Uncle, what should I do now? This house is your hard work. Of course, he won't let the other party feel awkward. So he explains, I've found a new place to live, leaving this place empty. Wouldn't that be a waste? You staying here is like helping me look after the house. It puts my mind at ease. Zhang Yi doesn't give him a chance to refuse and just decides like that. Kurt, go pack your things. We'll move to the new house later. A moment later, he gives them a few words of advice before leaving. From now on, uncle, you'll have to go out and find food yourself. Since you don't have transportation, take this car as a gift. If you have time later, you can come visit us. Kagwang looks at the car, shocked, and waves his hand to show his refusal. Absolutely not. Zhang Yi, you've already given me too much. I can't take any more. If I don't have it, how will you get around later, Zhang? He takes out another car from his space and calmly replies. Me? I'm fine with whatever. The three of them stare at the scene before them, mouths agape in shock. This is what you call fine with whatever? The car speeds through the blizzard. Kerr, who has been sitting quietly, suddenly speaks up to ask, Isn't our new chapter's house beautiful? He casually drove while briefly describing the house. It's very big and very beautiful. I wonder how much more comfortable it is compared to our previous house. The two continued chatting to pass the time. No wonder he was so generous, given his personality. He couldn't just give it to someone else. It's not a gift, just a temporary loan. If needed, I'll come back. The road home was still long, so their conversation never stopped. the chapter suddenly announced. That's right. There's still one more person in the house now. Let me tell you in advance so you can prepare mentally. Kunni asked in surprise. A person? Is it a woman? Seeing him nod in confirmation, she puffed her cheeks in a sulk. Did you specially keep her here? Seeing her sulky expression, he immediately explained. Don't overthink it. I was afraid you'd be too busy alone, so I found someone to help share the load. Kunni asked suspiciously. Are you telling the truth? Of course. You were the first person to choose to board my ship. No one in my heart can ever replace you, the chapter affirmed firmly. Hearing such sweet words, she was delighted and leaned her head on his shoulder. I knew you liked me. Where Kunni couldn't see, the chapter flashed a triumphant smile. Good that you understand. After all, it's a matter of mutual consent. I don't need a woman who doesn't obey. After driving a while, she suddenly felt something was off. This snow. Why does it seem stronger than when the blizzard first started? Suddenly, an extremely powerful whirlwind rushed straight toward the car. As the distance closed in, Zhang Yi quickly realized that this snowstorm was not normal. However, he couldn't dodge the tornado that struck and slammed into the side of the car, causing it to shake violently. Kunua, sitting inside the car, was dizzy and disoriented. Zhang Yi, why is the snow so heavy? He only muttered a vague sentence. I'm afraid this is not just a simple snowstorm. Zhang Yi reached his hand out of the window and activated his spatial ability to absorb the whirlwind. The whirlwind weakened and then dissipated. He breathed a sigh of relief. Got it. But unexpectedly, a second whirlwind appeared behind the car, and it was even larger than the first one. Zhang Yi saw its presence and raised an eyebrow. This is definitely not a natural disaster, but an attack from an ability user. He tried to calm down and silently calculated his next moves. His ability was absolute defense. As long as he didn't panic, the opponent couldn't kill him. Quickly looking out the window, he assessed the distance of the attacks and then made a judgment. His attacks are extremely precise. He must be nearby. Zhang Yi accelerated to dodge the whirlwind behind him, while also coming up with a cautious plan. First, I need to figure out how many attack methods he has. The whirlwind had already caught up. It seemed like it was about to crash into the side of a car, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace, while the car remained intact right behind the large pile of snow nearby. Xianlei saw this and gaped in shock. Wasn't it about to hit? Why did it suddenly disappear? He raised a hand to support his chin, leaning against the snow pile and sighing. This move consumes a lot of power. How annoying. Tian noticed the fatigue on Xianlei's face and asked with concern. Are you okay? He shook his head and analyzed. I'm fine. This guy isn't easy to deal with. He's definitely someone with superpowers too. Plus, I'm not sure what his ability is. Sensing something, he signaled his teammate to be quiet. Over here, Zhang Yi had already prepared his tools, but there was no movement from over there. The enemy had stopped attacking. It seemed this move had forced the opponent to expend a lot of power. He put on his glasses and flipped the detection switch. Let me see where they are. The glasses quickly scanned and displayed 3 figures, huddled together in a corner not far away. Found them. Zhang Yi, weapon in hand, opened the car door and stepped out proudly. Bang bang, his hot weapon rang out a few times, firing straight into the nearby snow pile. One of them couldn't dodge in time and got hit, letting out a cry before rolling to the ground. Seeing his teammate about to rush out to help, he stopped him. Don't come here. He has a shock weapon in his hand. Xianlei estimated the distance and was stunned. With snow this thick, and from such a distance, he still managed to hit Zhang Yi? The other side kept firing mud, but it seemed hard to hit. The distance was still too far, however. He decided to surprise them by using his ability. He created a whirlwind just like before. Try my move, you bastard. Seeing him create a whirlwind no different from his own, he was astonished. How does he also know how to use my skill? Luckily, Xianlei reacted quickly. He created another whirlwind heading toward Zhang Yi. The 2 whirlwinds crashed into each other with a roar and cancelled each other out. Finally, both whirlwinds vanished before his eyes. Snow splattered all around Zhang Yi. He silently watched the aftermath of the whirlwind and decided, this time, I'll spare you guys for now. He stared at the group of people hiding and fleeing. Pursuing a defeated army is the safest strategy. Moreover, ahead lies the territory of those villagers. Venturing in might cause unknown trouble. Zhang Yi walked closer to the door and saw Kunua fearfully holding her head inside. Besides, Kunua was still in the car. He couldn't go too far. He chose to turn back but didn't forget to taunt them. If you have the guts, chase me for revenge, but next time, it'll be on my turf. Zhang Yi muttered to himself as he got into the car. After returning, I must train my own abilities. The future world. I'm afraid it will become a world of superpower users. Kuh. Nuo breathed a sigh of relief after regaining her composure. She quickly asked, "That really scared me just now. Good thing you were here." "That's right, how did it go? Did you send that person off to sell salt or something?" He focused on driving while reassuring her. The distance was too great. Besides, it was nighttime. "I couldn't attack directly, but that guy must have been scared out of his wits. He wouldn't dare come looking for trouble with me." Those words still couldn't stop her from overthinking. So, they won't come back for revenge later, right? If he is an ice controlling mutant, will our home be buried under snow? Zhang Yi directly interrupted and comforted her. "You don't need to worry about this." He continued to explain softly while flooring the gas pedal. "Our new home is extremely safe. Even if it gets buried under snow, it won't affect our life." The car sped through the blizzard. Zhang Yi's assurance made her even more at ease. "With my abilities, I'm not afraid of them attacking the car." They quickly left behind 4 staggering figures supporting each other in the snow. On the other side, Yang Mi was lying sprawled on the bed with a bored expression. She tossed and turned, constantly complaining, suddenly being kept like a caged bird. She really couldn't adapt to it right away. When will this kind of life ever end? Click, the door to the room swung open. Zhang Yi had returned at some point and appeared in the room. "Come out here. I want to introduce a friend to you." Yang Mi thought she misheard and asked in confusion. "Your friend?" He chuckled and introduced. "In order of seniority, you'll have to call her older sister." Upon hearing this, she suddenly sat up. "Is she your girlfriend?" The translator didn't deny it, just handed her the clothes. "Something like that. Hurry up and put on some decent clothes, then come out here." After Yang Mi finished putting on her dress, she felt a bit unwilling. "I'm a top-tier A-list celebrity in Huaxia, a leading figure in the entertainment industry. Yet here I am, sharing a man with another woman." She started making herself up beautifully, as if declaring war. Losing to a person is one thing, but losing the battle is another. A woman's charm is her strongest weapon. The battle has just begun. The translator went downstairs and saw Kunua also getting ready, which pleased him. So quickly, they've already silently sized each other up. Just a moment later, a pair of long, slender legs appeared on the stairs. They belonged to a woman. It was Yang Mi, acting like the hostess greeting a guest. "Hello?" But the moment she locked eyes with Kunua, both of them were very surprised. Then their expressions turned to anger. "Why is it you?" Seeing Kunua approaching with a smug face, Yang Mi quickly hid behind the translator. Seeing their clear hostility, a glint of interest flashed in his eyes. Yet he still hesitated and asked, "You two know each other?" Kunua pointed angrily, straight at Yang Mi and tattled first. "She's my older cousin." The translator still stood shielding her in front. "But looking at the relationship between you two, it seems a bit tense, huh?" Seeing this gesture of his, she felt resentful and a bit conflicted. Yang Mi secretly glanced at Kunua, then whispered in his ear, "Zhang Yi, save me. Can you not let her know about the relationship between the two of us?" Hearing that, she hasn't provoked her yet. "What is there between us?" Being questioned like that by Zhang Yi made her face turn bright red. "It's all because of Ari." Yang Mi, afraid he would spill it, lowered her voice to explain. "If we go by seniority, my mother is Kunir's aunt. The Chu family and the Yang family are both well-known noble houses. Within the clans, there are many achievements, especially in medicine." Kunir, standing at a distance, watched the two of them being intimate. Unable to bear it, she interrupted their conversation. "Isn't it because of someone like you, rolling around in the entertainment industry?" she questioned loudly. Yang Mi, not daring to meet her eyes, hid behind. "Zhang Yi, because of your affairs. Everyone in Xinjiang is mocking our Chu family." He grabbed her hand to comfort her. The two listened to Kunir continue. "Lowering your status to enter the entertainment industry is truly a disgrace to the family." She then went on to talk about the things that happened afterward. "I've even been dragged out countless times as a laughingstock because I have a cousin who is an actress like you. Tell me, how could I not be angry? But I love acting. Is it wrong to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by people like this?" Yang Mi couldn't help but poke her head out to ask. Kunir contemptuously looked her up and down. "If you had become famous, that would be one thing, but you only got popular because of your body. Don't you know why you're hot yourself?" Zhang Yi glanced at Yang Mi, who was left speechless behind him. In his heart, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Kunir was absolutely right. However, on the surface, he still raised his hand to stop the impending fight. "Let bygones be bygones, don't bring it up again." He stood between them, acting as a mediator. "From now on, there's no young lady of the family here. No Miss Xiang or anything like that, and no top-tier beauty either. You two are just neighbors sharing the same hardship." A moment later, when the sparks of the conflict had died down, Zhang Yi led the two out to the vegetable garden. "This place must not be neglected. You two have to take good care of the garden and the crops. Understand? The two sisters chimed in unison, as if they had known each other for a long time. Satisfied, he proceeded to arrange the other areas. Kani, the second floor's bedroom is already cleaned up. Go up and tidy your things a bit. Okay, she nodded and left. At this moment, only Yangmi was left, who politely said to Zhang Yi, "Thank you for not telling Kani about those things." She looked at him with sparkling eyes and pleaded, "I already owe that girl a debt. So, from now on, regarding the relationship between the two of us, can we keep her from finding out?" Zhang Yi raised his hand to his lips, stopping her from continuing. No problem. I respect your wishes." On the surface, he said this, but deep down, he was already imagining the scene of being hugged by two beauties in this huge shelter with only 3 people living in it. If you don't want it to be discovered, it's easier said than done. These words made Yangmi extremely happy. "Thank you. How about I cook you a meal first?" This made Zhang Yi surprised. "You know how to cook?" She was brimming with confidence and led the way. "Of course, don't think that. A movie star is useless, boring times. When I'm bored, I really like to cook to relieve stress. But when I got to the kitchen, I found all the cabinets completely empty. Why is there nothing to eat?" Suddenly, someone appeared behind me and gently blew into my ear. Yangmi, startled as if electrocuted, spun around with a bright red face. What are you doing?" Realizing it was Zhang Yixing, she immediately questioned him. "Didn't I already tell you not to do that? What if someone finds out?" He chuckled and explained. "What does it matter?" "Just kidding. Alright, go ahead and cook." He pulled out a pile of ingredients from his space. "Is this enough for you?" Yangmi was stunned, her mouth hanging open. "Oh my god! How do you have all this?" She sorted through the ingredients on the table. Her face lit up with delight. "Chicken, duck, fish, abalone, pork, sea cucumber, and pearls," Zhang Yixing said smugly. "From now on, we'll eat like this at home." Yangmi's hand, holding the abalone, froze. She asked softly, "Really? Isn't that a bit wasteful?" He placed his hand on her waist. His voice was calm and firm. "Don't worry, just cook. I'll explain everything slowly later." Before long, Yangmi had laid out a lavish feast. "The food is ready. You two come out and eat." Zhang Yixing led Kanaya into the dining room, excitedly looking at the table full of dishes before them. "Let's see how the big star's cooking skills are." Yangmi stood to the side, nervously watching her sit down. Kanaya probably didn't notice what happened earlier, right? Kanaya took the first bite of food, and her face scrunched up. How can anyone eat this with so much salt? She suddenly remembered that awkward moment in the kitchen. Just now, she was scared by him and had roughly estimated the amount of salt. Zhang Yi looked at the two sisters becoming even more at odds. He felt very satisfied. This was good. Since you sisters can never see eye to eye, I can rest easy and reap the benefits. On the surface, he pretended to mediate and picked up a piece for Kanoa. "Here, try this. This is delicious and nourishing for your body." She happily opened her mouth to accept the food he fed her. After eating, she didn't forget to wink and flirt. The food you feed me tastes much better." Kanoa smugly smiled the victor's smile at Yangmi. As for her, seeing this scene, she angrily turned away, pretending to focus on eating. Zhang Yi, with his mouth, reminded her, "Then eat more," but inwardly he sneered. Indeed, competition is the best way to stimulate a worker's motivation. It was late, and everyone went to their rooms to rest. Kanoa lay in the same bed as Zhang Yi and asked softly, "Zhang Yi, who do you think is better, her or me?" He quickly reached out and patted her head to soothe her. "Silly girl, of course it's you. How could she compare to you?" He coaxed her with sweet words and flattery. "You are my personal doctor. She is just an actress. I'm just playing around when the opportunity arises." She pouted in a huff. "But I think the two of them look like a TV drama." Zhang Yi unleashes his ultimate move. He pulls Kani into his arms and gently kisses her forehead. "You fool, don't overthink it. How could you doubt your place in my heart?" Seeing her blush and happily hug him tightly. "I know the one you love most is me," he secretly scoffs. "What use is love, that kind of thing?" Zhang Yi holds her in his arms. His warm embrace contrasts with his cold thoughts. "Everyone is just mutually benefiting. Love is merely a disease that makes people lose their rationality." A few days later now, Zhang Yi is in the training room practicing his archery skills. His aim is so precise that the arrow hits right in the bullseye. Zhang Yi stands contentedly admiring his own achievement. Just then, his phone rings. It's not a network call, but a call through the phone number. This makes Zhang Yi suspicious. Could it be that I have an acquaintance still alive? They can only contact me through the phone. Yet he directly rejects the call, then even thinks to himself, "How is that possible? Moreover, even if it is an acquaintance, I wouldn't care." Block. Thinking he had handled it, Zhang Yi is still disturbed. I blocked it, but this number can still call. What on earth is going on? So he mutters to himself, how bizarre. Absolutely cannot answer the phone. Zhang Yi immediately pressed the block button again. It was probably because he didn't press it properly earlier, so the block didn't work. There's no way something so mysterious could happen. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone number once again appeared on the screen. This time, Zhang Yi was truly terrified. Am I haunted? Wait, why did it connect by itself? Before he could react, the person on the other end immediately questioned him. Why didn't you answer my call? Zhang Yi calmed himself down. Calm down. As long as the other party is a hacker, it's very possible they can do this. Then he responded, Are you an AI? The other party didn't answer his question but instead read out a series of information. Zhang Yi, resident of Yongjin Bay, Tianhai City, Building 2, Unit 5, Yuela District, Apartment 2401. From this, he could conclude that the other party was definitely a high-level hacker. Without letting Zhang Yi wonder further, the other party continued. I also know you're currently at Apartment 101, in Yonk Manor. The owner of that house is Wang Siming. You've already dealt with him, haven't you? At this point, he was truly curious and had to speak up. Are you an AI? What's your purpose in finding me? The other party revealed. I am your current neighbor. I also live in Tianyunk Manor. So it turned out Fengde was the one holding the phone all along. At this moment, he threatened, but you'd better not think nonsense, or I'll leak your information out. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate to retort. What makes you think you can do that? He began to regain his momentum and provoke him. Just based on the stuff in your hands? Could I possibly give you something? I'm not some big shot either, so if the news leaks, it's no big deal. If you're not afraid, then just spill it all out. Who would have thought Fengde had already grasped Zhang Yi's weakness? But if you let others know that you have the missing supplies from the southern warehouse, what do you think will happen? This was beyond his expectations. How did he know about this? Yet Zhang Yi pretended to be innocent. What are you talking about? The warehouse is empty. How could anything be missing? The missing items are all from that huge empty warehouse. You don't think a small manager like me did it, do you? That's right, Fengde exposed it bluntly. That warehouse theft was definitely related to you. A warehouse that big, just skimming off one shelf would be enough for you for a whole year. Not to mention the mastermind. You must have a lot of supplies in your hands. And he introduced himself. I'm not afraid to tell you, my name is from the Jiyun Group. Lu Fengde, you've probably heard this name before, right? Based on the information provided, Zhang Yi could guess that Lu Fengde was a top big shot in the domestic information field. Yet he was. Lu Fengde, chairman of the board of the Jiyun Group, a big shot in the domestic information field. The Jiyun Group was built single-handedly by him. It is also one of the 3 largest enterprises in the information security field. Just learning more about this person, the translator gritted his teeth in disgust. A character like that. Hacking my phone is as easy as pie. Suddenly arriving here, he realized something. Wait, no. If he could control my phone, then all the control tools for the shelter, have they been hacked too? Zhang Yi tried to stay calm and reasoned that this possibility was very small. Right now he's locked up, and he doesn't have enough equipment or conditions to control the server. If he really succeeded, there would be no need to call and threaten me. After that, he continued the conversation. So it's Mr. Feng, I've heard of you. No wonder you could hack my phone. Fengde casually laid out his terms. For my own sake, I'm forced to do this, translator. If you have enough supplies to support 2 women, then adding 1 more person like me shouldn't be a problem. On top of that, he shamelessly bargained. Just provide the supplies, and I'll help you keep the secret. I can also help you maintain a secure network and prevent further hacking. What do you think? Translator pretended to be modest. Mr. Feng, do you think a small manager like me has that kind of capability? Yet Fengde exposed everything. I've lived this long. Do you think I'm just talking for fun? Over the network, I've gathered a lot of information about you from your phone. You definitely have lost items in that warehouse. Translator was exposed and felt resentful. Damn old bastard, I'll definitely deal with you. Still, he tried to cover it up. Honestly, I do have kept few supplies, most were already sold. The house isn't big. Can't store much. Fengde is stubborn and threatening. It's not important. As long as I make this matter public, you won't live peacefully like you do now. And he repeated it once more. So, do you agree to my request, Zhang Yi? Now caught in a difficult situation, when Fengde truly has the ability to spread information. If left unchecked, the consequences would be unpredictable. Those who lurk in the apocalypse know I have supplies, or possess a spatial ability, which would be very troublesome. In the end, he had to make a choice. Fine, I can provide you with supplies, But you absolutely must not reveal this matter. It's just a little bit. Following that was a threat. If you have any wrong thoughts, I will deal with you. Receiving the response exactly as he wished, Fongda was very satisfied. Don't worry, I'm not stupid either. This matter is only known to heaven and earth. You know I know. Let's cooperate happily. He quickly seized the opportunity. I need food, white liquor, and also underwear and quilts. Bring me these things first, Zhang Yi. Because of this, he was puzzled. How am I supposed to give you these things? So Fongda read out the address. I'm at Villa number 302. Leave them at my door for me. He also warned, you'd better not try any tricks with me. If I leak your information, you won't be safe. Hearing this, Zhang Yi confirmed. Don't worry, I don't want to bring trouble upon myself. Though he said that, deep down he already had an answer. This Fongda must be eliminated. There is absolutely no second possibility. Ending the conversation, Zhang Yi stepped out of the living room. Seeing him down a glass of water in one go, Kanoa noticed. Kanoa, I need to discuss something with you. But Zhang Yi's expression turned serious as he reported some news. It's like this. Our current location has been discovered by someone else. Then, Zhang Yi shared this with Kanoa to find a solution. You've had more contact with this person than I have. He's holding on to my weakness. Based on your understanding, what will he do? With my own experience, Kanoa can tell you. Indeed, I've dealt with this type of person before. Perhaps they can't calculate as perfectly as ordinary people think, but their IQ is definitely quite high. At the same time, their morals are quite low. A person with good morals cannot become a successful businessman. Hearing this, Zhang Yi agreed. I understand this quite well. So he didn't hesitate to lay out his own dilemma. I want to deal with him, but I'm afraid he'll have some trick up his sleeve to counter me. That's why I haven't dared to make a move. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated Zhang Yi became. But letting him live means I'll be led around by the nose. I can't stand it. From what you've expressed, Kanoa sums it up like this. Your biggest threat is that he holds information about you. And if that information leaks, it would be very disadvantageous for you, right? He confirmed firmly, without a doubt. At this point, Kani had to bite her hand in worry. This was bad. Then she provided some more information. I once heard about a senior manager, a high-level manager from a network company, colluding with other corrupt officials after being exposed. That official sent people to deal with the manager. But in the end, the evidence in the manager's hands. That high-level official's secrets were leaked online. Mentioning this, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered. I think I've heard of this before. That person, working in the network field, stored information on the cloud system. Set up an automatic upload program. Unless he personally operated it every day, he could stop that program. So once he was eliminated, the next day, that evidence would be uploaded online. Therefore, Kuni honestly confessed. This is what I'm most worried about. Meaning if you deal with him, you might not be able to stop it. Our information from being leaked. After a tense moment, she decided to hug Zhang Yi. If you really can't think of a solution, relax. Take it easy for a bit. This matter isn't urgent. Let's just go through the motions. First, then slowly think of a solution. Still, Zhang Yi's face was full of worry. Dragging it out too long won't benefit us. If I can't think of a solution, it'll still weigh on my mind. Right then, Yang Mi also returned home. Did something happen? So Zhang Yi pulled her in. Oh, you two are here too. Let's discuss it together. After hearing the whole story, Yang Mi had to admit. This was a tough one. That man is extremely cunning and slippery. You can't be too careful dealing with him. She let out a long sigh. This is what they call opening your mouth to spread rumors and breaking your leg trying to refute them. Even us in the entertainment industry have been victims of it. That's really infuriating, Zhang Yi said. He caught a certain word in her speech and jumped up. Wait, did you just say fabricated? Yang Mi calmly confirmed. That's right. He's the one spreading news about your brother. It's not like those unscrupulous media channels that make up rumors about Ming. Shingsuk Nari pointed out the key point. The important thing is, during this time, even if it's fake news, the words coming from Lu Fengda's mouth will definitely be believed by some. Zhang Yi nervously continued. Lu Fengda has information about me. Even if it can't be considered solid evidence, if it gets out, it'll be trouble. So I have to come up with a plan. But if we treat this as fake news to handle, then there might still be a way. Hearing this, Kanari and Yang Mi asked in unison. What are you planning to do? Zhang Yi wasn't ready to reveal it yet. I need to prepare a bit first. Once I'm ready, I'll tell you too. Are you at the office right now? The person on the other end of the line got straight to the point. Hello, Zhang Yi, is your stuff ready yet? This time, Zhang Yi seems calmer. What are you in such a hurry for? Do you really think I have that many items in my hands? Not only that, but he didn't hesitate to speak bluntly. If it weren't for the fact that I have leverage over you, I would have sent you packing already. Feng De not only wasn't scared, but he became even more arrogant. You stupid brat, you think you can handle me? You won't live many more days either. You'd better not scheme against me. Once I get angry, within a day your news will be spread everywhere. Imagine how serious the consequences will be. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi silently realized, oh, so it's within 24 hours. This must be the deadline before Feng De contacts him. Then he calmly spoke again. Fine, you're ruthless. Just wait, I'll bring the stuff over. However, as soon as he hung up, Zhang Yi prepared his plan. The premise of fabricating rumors is to muddy the waters. His fingers moved swiftly and nimbly on the keyboard, preparing for his plan, and Zhang Yi successfully drafted some necessary information. Now he was very satisfied, wanting to bury the truth. The best way is to bury it in fake news. Even if it can't fool everyone, it can definitely make many people believe this stuff. Thanks to this idea, Zhang Yi felt more at ease. The news from Feng De later on, buried in the pile of fake news, would naturally not be believed. This way, it can minimize most of the risk of being discovered by others is gone now. Only those within the vicinity. Tianhai is the only one who could come here in the blizzard. Becoming a threat to me, Zhang Yi stretched comfortably after finishing the chapter. For now, it's acceptable. I can only do this much. As for whether it succeeds or not, I can only leave it to fate. Then, he picked up his backpack and left the office. And at that moment, Feng De had no suspicions. This guy must be going to sell salt. When he confirmed the exact location of the target, Zhang Yi placed the backpack containing the supplies as required. That guy is probably in this house, actually. He also brought weapons to deal with Feng De, but it wasn't working. In a hurry, staying silent and observing is the best strategy. Then, Zhang Yi hid in a corner to prepare for action. Feeling the hiding spot was favorable, he lay still there. This distance is just right. Wait until Feng De comes out to get the stuff, then take him out. Next, Zhang Yi sent a notification message. He had already left the stuff at the door of his house, but some time had passed. The backpack was still intact in front of the door. This made Zhang Yi suspicious. It's been so long, why is there still no movement? Could it be that this old man didn't receive the message? So, he was about to open the chat to find out the reason. Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered. No, I can't contact him here. If I call or text him again, it means I know he hasn't taken the stuff in yet. Accidentally, it would also expose his position. Wait a bit longer. Even if he has to face danger, he will risk contacting me to get supplies. There's no way he won't come out. Unless he's no longer alive. After waiting for a while, the door finally moved. He's out. Feng De eagerly prepared to collect the supplies. Finally got through. Yet he didn't know that Zhang Yi was here. Seizing the right moment, he began to strike. This was the time. Just as he was about to be eliminated by Zhang Yi, Feng De was happily grabbing the backpack. And in the blink of an eye, that flash of light pierced through Feng De's head. Immediately, Zhang Yi quickly ran out. Alright, not good. I've been lying in the snow for so long. The camphor scent hasn't faded yet, so when standing before Feng De, Zhang Yi gave him a few more shots. Old man, you brought this all on yourself. Next, he slipped into the house. This was the spot. Just as he was about to deal with the computer, Zhang Yi noticed something. Wait, in Feng De's computer, there might be plenty of valuable documents. If he deleted them all, it would be a shame, so he stored them in his own space. The information inside couldn't be leaked outside either. Done. He let out a sigh. Next, he had to see what fate had in store. Now, let's head back. Time to spread some smoke online. Even if information about him was truly leaked, mixing truth with falsehood would make it impossible for them to suspect him. As soon as she saw Zhang Yi step out, Kali immediately asked Han, "What were you busy with in there for so long? You must be hungry after holding out for so long, right? I made you some braised beef and a pot of chicken soup, both are still hot. Come over here and eat." Hearing this, Zhang Yi relaxed and headed to the dining table. Alright, I am a bit hungry too. Then, he began to probe the situation. Did either of your phones receive any information? Yang Mi immediately showed it to Zhang Yi. There is some, actually. That messy pile of messages made Kali complain. I received a bunch of random messages, and I have no idea what they mean. Yang Mi added. It feels like they're trying to hide something. This time, Zhang Yi revealed it himself. It was originally meant to be a cover-up. That's the smoke screen I set off. And I know one more thing. Within the next 48 hours, there will be hundreds more messages. They will be sent to the social media of the entire city of Tianhai, and to everyone's phones. Since we can't completely stop the news that Lu Fengda released, then we just have to use the sheer volume of useless information to cover up the truth. Hearing this plan, Kali was puzzled. But wouldn't doing that just make people more suspicious? Yang Mi agreed as well. Yeah, suddenly making this topic go viral will easily draw people's attention. However, Zhang Yi remained very calm, as he already had a strategy. Drawing attention is something we can't avoid anyway. Whether I spread this information or Lu Fengda does, it will definitely get out. So I might as well throw out a bit of a smoke screen. It can mislead public opinion with so much information like this. I don't believe that in the current situation, others would have much energy to distinguish truth from falsehood like this, let alone compared to those big government organizations and enterprises in the city of Tianhai. In the information I spread, the possibility of me committing the crime alone will become the smallest. After hearing his explanation, Yang Mi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's right, doing it this way is truly very clever. Accordingly, she linked it to her own industry. Just like in our entertainment circle, if there's an AI-related scandal, as long as a bigger-name celebrity gets into trouble, it will quickly fall into oblivion. Gazing at the person before her, Yang Mi silently assessed. It seems that aside from being handsome and highly capable, he is also very intelligent. However, Konoha still had some concerns. But these news were released from your computer. If someone traces the IP address, won't they quickly discover you? Yet Zhang Jia continued to eat and drink calmly without a single word of reply, which made Konoha flustered and start to explain. I didn't mean it that way. After all, the people still living in Tianhai City now, there aren't many left, and few know how to trace IPs back. So your method has already been very successful. Only then did Zhang Jia speak up to clarify. When the world has completely turned into a primitive society, unless you want to completely hide your whereabouts, it's fundamentally impossible to do so. I didn't really expect to fool everyone, but doing it this way, at least it can keep most people from suspecting me. Moreover, for organizations with strong cyber capabilities, contact with them is unavoidable. But only you know that I've long been aware of this. If not for Lu Fengda, this day would have come much later. Even while enjoying the delicious food, Zhang Yiqing couldn't hide his displeased expression. First, I don't like the feeling of being forced. So Lu Fengda definitely has to die. Then he calmed down and turned to Ke. I really hate it when others discover my current location. But with this hidden bunker, no one can cause any danger to us. His reassuring words helped Yang Mi feel a bit more at ease. Hearing you say that, I can rest assured. However, Zhang Yiqing added a reminder, don't celebrate too soon. He said seriously to Yang Mi, although I'm very confident about staying here, you won't be able to stay idle next. Not knowing if his words held a hidden meaning, she suddenly blushed shyly after hearing them. Seeing the celebrity smile coyly with her cheeks flushed, Zhang Yiqing couldn't help but find it amusing. I'm talking about serious matters, where is her mind wandering? Then he tapped Yang Mi's head and brought her back to reality. What are you thinking? I mean, without further delay, Zhang Yiqing made a request to them. The two of them must help me set a trap. Yang Mi and Ke immediately curious about his intention to set traps. He leaned back in the comfortable velvet chair. He began explaining to both of them. The defensive capabilities of this place are incredibly astonishing. Its original purpose was to guard against nuclear war, or large-scale natural disasters. However, this layer of defense still isn't enough to satisfy Zhang Yi, but it's not comprehensive regarding man-made disasters. They can't be blamed for that. The inspection here is extremely strict regarding weapons, so the bunker doesn't have good counterattack armaments. Finally, Zhang Yi finalized his plan. I intend to set traps around this place. A sharp glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he declared, if anyone dares to harm us, then we'll make sure they come but never leave. Upon hearing this, both Yang Mi and Konoha expressed their willingness to support him with this idea. Zhang Yi, if there's anything I can help with, just say the word. I don't really understand traps and such, but in short, whatever task you give me, I'll do it well. The cooperative attitude of the two pleased Zhang Yi greatly. He quickly stood up to get down to business. That's good. Next, he walked to the center of the room and took out a pile of cut wood, ropes, and various materials. Zhang Yi picked up a nail and said confidently, with this much snow falling, once the traps are set, they'll be very hard to detect. Remember one important thing, he carefully reminded Konoha and Yang Mi. Next, I'll tell you two how to do it. You two must listen carefully. Especially when setting traps, you must remember the directions carefully. After confirming that both Yang Mi and Konoha were fully focused, Zhang Yi continued speaking. If one day we go out and get hurt by our own traps, that would be a huge problem. He began guiding both of them through the steps to perfect the plan. Nails stuck in the ground won't hurt anyone, so you have to drive them into a wooden board. Zhang Yi looked down at the board he had just made with satisfaction. After burying this in the snow, it will pierce through a person's leg in no time. Just like that, the first trap was completed. Zhang Yi grinned with satisfaction. We need to use both this and the steel nails. Steel nails have stronger penetration, while screw nails can increase the damage, understand? Holding the first trap in his hand, Zhang Yi's plan was just beginning. We need to make at least 1,000 of these nail traps. If that's not enough, we can make more later and place them 100 meters around the villa. Next, he picked up another trap, a bear trap, and began explaining its function. You two probably know this thing already. It can snap a leg clean off. If a person gets caught in it, it will pierce through flesh and into the bone. It can directly cripple someone. Finally, Zhang Yi assigned tasks to the two of them. If placed outside using a wooden stick, it can be found, so it must be set inside the nail trap circle. You two just need to do a good job on these two traps. Nu and Yang Mi listened and immediately started working on them. The trap was set, but Zhang Yi stood silently in the corner of the room, staring toward the window as he began to analyze each possible scenario that could occur. There were 2 paths leading into this place from the outside world. Earlier, he had found 2 mines and detonated them inside the weapons depot, just buried between these 2 paths. The power of the weapon Zhang Yi currently possessed made him sigh. From now on, when going outside, he must be cautious to avoid its immense force. If a living person stepped on it, even their remains would be gone. At this moment, Kuni was still with Yang Mi, fiddling with the planks and scattered nails. Suddenly, both of them flinched and turned around upon hearing Zhang Yi's reminder. The first use of this trap would yield the greatest effect, but if someone used tools to handle the nail planks, they would need to think of a countermeasure. Then, he led both of them outside the building to set the traps. By then, the snow had already covered the surrounding paths. The nail planks should not be placed too far apart. The best effect was after someone stepped on one and fell. Then another plank would pierce them precisely. Zhang Yi explained the details to both of them. If it hit the chest, face, or neck, it could directly take them down without needing to bury it too deep. Since the snow was still falling, it would completely erase all traces of the trap without hesitation. Kuni and Yang Mi buried the nail planks under the snow's surface. The trap was set. Zhang Yi quickly took a shovel to fill the hole. Not only that, but he also placed an additional device on top of the just filled hole and quickly covered it with snow. Done with the task, he leaned on the shovel and smiled with satisfaction. Once more snow falls, this place will have no traces left. However, Zhang Yi's plan still had one more part. Next up was the defensive gear to prevent the enemy from handling the traps. He picked up the string attached to the grenade, and carefully found a suitable spot to set up the grenade. With the pin pulled out like this, whether someone stepped on the tripwire or touched it with an object, it would explode. With caution and patience, Zhang Yi installed the defensive system. After the last grenade was set up, he muttered to himself while wiping the sweat off his face. After getting this far, it should be fine. Not long after, all 3 of them returned home. However, Zhang Yi was still thinking about his new defensive system. Besides the traps, there was also the sleeping gas, pepper spray, and a syringe that could melt steel. Finally, Zhang Yi looked down at his own hands. As for the last line of defense, it was himself. Returning to the cozy living room, Yang eagerly exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, when will the enemy come?" Seeing that the celebrity only hoped someone would come to test the traps, he frowned and grumbled, "I only wish I was doing this for nothing. But you seem to really hope someone comes here to attack us, don't you?" Then he sat down and relaxed on the sofa. "However, it probably won't be that fast." Zhang Yi relaxed his body and replied to Yang, "Normal people with a bit of brains won't just go out and attack others in this situation. Anyone who has survived until now, no one is simple." Hearing what Zhang Yi had just said, Yang Mi gradually understood the issue after a moment of thought. So that's how it is. Yet 2 conflicting opinions still lingered in her mind. Next, she wondered if it was better for others to fall into the trap, or if it was right to just live peacefully day by day like this. Then, a sudden noise startled Yang Mi, making her turn around. "What are you doing? Aren't those 2 heavy metal doors secure enough?" Zhang Yijie was currently reinforcing the door. He patiently explained to her, "Most areas in this villa are automated." Sparks flew from the welding mask as he continued, "That means, if someone can hack the control computer, they could easily bring down those 2 large doors." The large iron lock Zhang Yijie installed on the door was technologically advanced. Sometimes, it can create vulnerabilities, but basic physical principles won't deceive anyone. Soon after, 2 sturdy iron bolts were installed, weaving in and out of the building's entrance. Proud of his achievement, Zhang Yijie leaned back and smiled with satisfaction. Mission accomplished. You have to be careful with everything. After all, caution is the best policy. His meticulousness made Yang Mi feel a bit more at ease. Although his work style is a bit sloppy, he'll definitely outlive the average person, Zhang Yijie. He still seemed unsatisfied with his own security encryption layer. If only there were a top-tier hacker here. This remark reminded Yang Mi of something. Han is very knowledgeable about networks. Too bad he didn't hesitate and immediately asked how. At that time, Connie was still listening to the translated chapter. She immediately answered on behalf of Yang Mi. Isn't Han studying in Tianhai City? Do you know how she is doing now? Is she still alive? Then she began to tell more about that girl, Han. Han is Yang Mi's cousin, studying at Tianqing Academy. At 16, she had already won an international award in the computer field. She was also a top-tier hacker, Connie finally asserted firmly. When she was young, she suffered from polio and relied on a wheelchair. But when it comes to people who understand computers, aside from her, there is no one more suitable. Not paying too much attention to the side story, the translated chapter went straight to the main point. So where is she now? Can you bring her here? The atmosphere turned heavy after his question. Yang Mi lowered her head and replied that the girl had been out of contact for a long time. After the blizzard hit, I tried to contact her, but there was still no news. Then he rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful, and slowly analyzed. With her abilities, if she were still alive, she would definitely have a way to contact you. If she can't be reached, then it can only prove that those. I thought the chapter translation would start with something serious, but the next sentence from him was full of sarcasm. Is it that they don't want to accept you? Hearing that, she got annoyed and grumbled. What are you doing? Why would you say that? Not wanting to stop, he continued to tease Yang Mi. Anyway, look, everyone in your family is a genius. They're much better than you. If you encounter danger, who would need to come to you for help? After saying that, he stood still and watched her reaction as she shrieked. You're so mean! Then he began to think about the prospect of having a new person in the building. If that girl was still alive, letting her join them was also an optimal choice. Anyway, she has a disability in her legs, so she won't pose a major threat to me. Looking at the 2 girls standing in front of him, he began to think further ahead. Zhu Ka and I and Yang Mi are both this beautiful. Yang Xian. Xian is their sister. How could her appearance be low? In the end, he shook his head in frustration. What a pity, what a pity. Seeing this, Yang Mi was puzzled. So, what do we do from now on? He put on a serious face and answered next. There's only one thing we need to do, and that is to wait. In the underground training room of the shelter, Zhang Yi held his phone and glanced through the pages of the news with satisfaction. As expected, the news released after Lu Fengde went to sell salt was also buried by his own news reports, without causing any ripples at all. He smirked smugly and muttered to himself. If someone were to uncover the truth amidst this pile of fake news, it would definitely not be an ordinary organization. Either they have top-tier computer experts, or the matters at hand are settled, and the chapter begins his shooting practice. He raises the bow, carefully aiming, the arrow ready to be released. The bowstring is let go in an instant. The arrow shoots forward rapidly, embedding itself straight into the center of the designated target, perfectly precise. Satisfied with the result he achieved, he excitedly praises himself for hitting the bullseye. The chapter holds his enhanced bow and remarks that half a month has passed. After awakening his ability, along with the flying props, his shooting skill and power have increased several times over. This move is called precision aiming. Then he channels his inner energy to envelop his body, using his ability to surround himself. His speed can increase by more than double compared to before. He also becomes more proficient with close combat weapons. With increased speed, fleeing becomes safer too. After testing, the chapter makes his ability disappear. His face shows satisfaction. His ability looks simple, but has unlimited potential. As soon as he finishes speaking, his stomach begins to protest fiercely. He quickly creates several energy bars to replenish his strength. Although the newly discovered power amazes others, it also consumes a lot of energy. The chapter chews the candy bars deliciously. The power comes from cells, and he doesn't know how to photosynthesize, so he can only gain strength through eating. He leans back against the wall behind him to rest. He begins to analyze his new power and his own situation. He has to use food to replenish energy, those mutants. No matter how powerful he is, if he can't eat his fill, it's all over. This new discovery made him laugh. He never expected that in the end. the decisive factor for the strength of a Mu Tan's power would actually be food. Suddenly, a question popped into Zhang Yi's mind. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm invincible? Finally, he confidently affirmed that no matter what, his consumption couldn't be compared to anyone else's. Meanwhile, at the underground shelter of the West Mountain Defense Camp, a persistent problem made Hai Nian ponder the issue. The energy source of the stronghold is still difficult to solve, isn't it? Cat Nu carefully carried a stack of documents to the table and reported, "Leader, regarding the news we received earlier, we have already investigated and gotten the results." Carefully bowing, she handed Hai Nian the documents. Most of the IP distribution comes from Villa 101, Van Lan Manor, Lojiang District. Among them, there is one piece of news from Fongdat, the chairman of Trivan Technology. With a serious tone, she demanded of Cat Nu, "Tell me about the Zhang Yi mentioned in the news." Cat Nu stood up straight and began to report the information she had gathered. "Zhang Yi lives in Tianfei City. He is a manager at the Hoanam warehouse. There is no evidence showing that his circle of friends is related to Luke Fongdat." What Hai Nian heard made her furious, and she slammed the stack of papers on the table. "Just a small warehouse manager. He can't be the mastermind behind this. Even if there were any benefits, they wouldn't be that great." Leaning back, she put forward a hypothesis. Perhaps when he was still in office, he had embezzled, hidden stolen goods in the house. Hearing this, the others also nodded in agreement. "I think so too. A small manager couldn't possibly have that much capability to clear out the entire warehouse." She smiled smugly, naturally confident in her judgment. It's all a foreign conspiracy to stockpile supplies in advance, doing some weird things, fooling themselves and others. Hearing this, Cat Ru didn't hesitate to flatter. How do they know how ridiculous they are? The leadership had already seen through everything long ago. Suddenly remembering something, she asked in that case, do we still need to investigate this chapter? She thought for a while, then ordered Cat Ru, "After this, send a few people to monitor the area near the road. We've never controlled that Jiang area. Who knows, we might find some supplies." She immediately obeyed the order. "Yes, I will arrange for people to investigate right away." At this moment, inside the castle in another place, Chun lay on the bed, hugging a pillow and crying like a child. "I can't be the chosen one with super powerful abilities, then recruit countless beauties. Why is he complaining? Oh, then he took out his phone to check the news. So unfair. Why did I have to run into that person? I only have the option to run away." Scrolling through the headlines, something suddenly caught Chun Lei's attention. The translated chapter of the HOA warehouse is located. If I investigate based on this news, will I obtain any useful information? He exclaimed joyfully after a search. "I found it!" A strange detail was discovered by Xian Lei. Most of the information points to the same IP address, with only one exception. That is an article titled, "Translated Chapter of the Warehouse Manager, the Disappearance Case of the HOA Warehouse from Years Ago." He began analyzing after reading through them once. The 40 billion worth of items were all taken overnight. "I thought it was just a play of crying thief while stealing, but looking at this man, this translator's name is extremely suspicious." Xian Lei paced around the room, countless questions arising in his mind. Is it really possible that he moved the entire warehouse? If supernatural powers exist, then all impossible things are no longer strange. Then he returned to his desk and muttered to himself, "But to do this, besides having a spatial supernatural power, it's like a vacuum cleaner with infinite space. It can hold countless objects." He recalled the last fight with the translator. That day, during the battle, my attack suddenly disappeared. But then he released my attack back. It seems he can control counterattacks. Finally, Xian Lei also understood, it really is like storing my attack in a space, then releasing it. He jumped up from the desk and exclaimed in shock, "I understand. He is definitely a spatial system ability user, and all the missing items from the Hoenam warehouse. It's very likely that they are all in his hands." Xian Lei clearly showed his submission to Zhang Yi. If this is the case, even if he got a rare snowmobile, it would be understandable. Finally, Xian Lei went back to bed, hugging his pillow and sighing. A spatial system? He actually has a spatial ability? I'm so jealous. Still unable to stop thinking about his old rival, Xian Lei lay on the bed, sighing and complaining. Compared to Zhang Yi's ability, his own snow-blowing ability is clearly inferior by more than one level. Suddenly, a question popped into his head. Could it be that he is the protagonist and I am the villain? The more he sank into his own thoughts, the more pessimistic he became. Just like when playing a game. Aren't there always some minor bosses? They look like ordinary monsters, but in reality, they give a lot of experience points. Unwilling to accept it, Xianlei buried his face in his pillow and whined. Oh, my ability is completely suppressed by him. I can't possibly beat him at all. Then, Xianlei had to accept reality. From now on, I absolutely cannot oppose him. The best thing to do is to become good friends with him. After finishing his mental preparation, Xianlei quickly ran out of the house to where everyone was. That's right, it's not just me. I have to warn the whole village. From now on, no one should go and pick a fight with him. As soon as he opened the door, he frantically called out, Uncle Ba! Uncle Ba, are you here? As soon as he arrived, Dong Sheng, who was drinking tea, frowned and grumbled. It's so rare for you to step out of the house. If it weren't for your mother telling Chow to go downstairs for a walk earlier, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to recognize the road by now. Xianlei kept a grave expression as he walked over to the old man. Uncle Ba, something's happened. I have to tell you about this. Seeing this, Dong Tang asked curiously, Oh, what's going on? Then he waved his hands and explained everything to the old man in detail. Finally, Xianlei slumped onto the table, out of breath. That guy's skills are incredibly formidable. It's best not to clash with him. You'd better tell the villagers to stay away from Yunkai Manor from now on. The old man stroked his beard, listening intently to Xianlei. He was surprised by what he learned, however. One thing in particular caught Dong Tang's attention. The theft at the Huanan warehouse. That caused such a stir before was actually his doing. Moreover, those items, worth 10 billion, are also in his hands. Xianlei didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. This conclusion was the most plausible, unless he's a spatial ability user. Otherwise, it's impossible to move such a huge warehouse in such a short time. Dong Tang was stunned, his mouth agape, upon hearing his confirmation. Then he lowered his head and said eagerly, If we could bring those supplies to our Dong village people to use, how many years would it take to use them all? Seeing that he came to warn everyone but it backfired, Xianlei immediately tried to dissuade him. Uncle Ba, absolutely do not set your sights on him, he said to Xianlei in a serious tone. Dong village has several hundred households. Even counting the people from Chen family village, there must be several thousand households. How can we, with so many people, be afraid of just one man? However, he still didn't give up and continued trying to persuade. But I can feel that person is extremely dangerous. But that still wasn't enough to shake the old man's resolve. When you were young, the surrounding villages would fight, and people's heads were beaten until they looked like dog heads. Was there ever a time when we didn't drag a few dead people back? At this moment, it seemed the old man had made up his mind. Now, for the sake of the village's existence, all those people, including us, are not afraid to sacrifice even our lives to leave the Eastern family's home. Xing returned to Zhang Yi's villa. He, along with Ku and I and Yang Mi, were still feasting, enjoying the safety and comfort. Yang Mi thought to herself. At first, she had some thoughts of leaving. But now, living a carefree life like this, it seems pretty good too. Suddenly, loud noises came from outside the building. Seeing the situation was about to take a turn for the worse, Zhang Yi immediately jumped up, exclaiming, Someone's coming! The meal had just begun, but Zhang Yi hurriedly left, saying, I'll go check it out. You two keep eating. Then he went to the window, carefully observing the surroundings of the house with binoculars. Suddenly, in the distance, a group of strangers appeared and was moving in this direction. Seeing them, Zhang Yi sighed. People from the Chen family arrived faster than expected. But their presence didn't worry him at all. Ordinary people can't threaten this hideout. He only needs to watch out for the mutants in their village. Zhang Yi even considered the worst-case scenario if he came. He would take this chance to wipe him out completely. A sneer rose in Zhang Yi's heart. If you like seeking death, then come on. At this moment, below CID was walking in shock. In such freezing weather, this area, so close to us, yet has so many luxurious houses? As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on something and screamed, Ah! Ci Kai saw this and hurried over to ask Han about the situation. What's wrong? He saw CID lying in pain on the snow, the sole of his shoe pierced by a nail through the flesh. My foot, there's a trap underneath. Seeing the situation seem bad, the guy quickly ordered, Hurry and help him back to the car. That was a sharp curse. Gao, you despicable villain, setting traps in the snow. Quickly notify the others. Be careful on the road. Then Dong Xing continued to remind them to be cautious. That guy was prepared, but this kind of trap won't trouble us. The old man standing behind relayed the message through the phone. Tell everyone to move slowly. Use sticks and branches to probe the path. Clear out all those traps. The group quickly followed the orders, probing the path bit by bit with sticks. Now, the entire area of Zhang Yi's house was surrounded by the people from Zidong village. Surrounded, but he appeared extremely calm. You think you're so smart, don't you? Ha, the second trap is about to be triggered. As for Zikai's side, he still has no idea what's about to happen, so he's extremely confident. This method is working. Continue moving forward. Throw all these nail boards onto the road while carrying a nail board. Seijai notices something strange. What is this black string? As soon as he finishes speaking, his foot gets caught on it. The next second, a huge explosion erupts there. Watching the situation from afar, he can't help but feel amused. It's more effective than expected. The whole group is now in utter chaos. Everyone is terrified. It's explosives. When they see Zijing's horrifying appearance, his comrades are shocked. His face is covered in blood, and when he lifts his shirt, he panics. He discovers his stomach is full of deep gashes. After that, Zijing collapses to the ground, clutching his head and rolling around in agony. He keeps screaming. While he is in a panic, his knee accidentally presses on another black string. The spot where Zijing lies immediately explodes, even more violently than before. Now, no one continues with the plan. Instead, they only know to turn back in a panic. There are explosives. They can't go any further. The explosion that just happened has thrown everything into chaos. Countless people are injured, lying scattered on the ground. This scene leaves Zikai utterly shocked. How did it turn out like this? Then he quickly urged Dong Tang forward. The village chief called for Chunlei to come here, still over 100 meters away. Not knowing how many traps were left under the snow after that suggestion. That was when everyone prayed together. The village chief called for Chunlei to lead the way. We can't increase the casualties any further, village chief. Hearing this, Dong Tang fell into a flashback. At first, Chunlei begged me not to attack this place. I even firmly refused. But now, before even reaching the door, he's already died tragically. At the same time, inside the house, Zhang Yi was extremely anxious. Why hasn't the ice snow mutant made a move yet? He thought to himself, the shelter is less than 200 meters from that village. Even if the mutant fears my ability, as long as it's within 2,000 meters, then I can kill him in return. Zhang Yi's expression at this moment couldn't hide his anticipation. Come here quickly. After a series of, despite everyone's opinions, Dong Tang remained stubborn. Telling me to go ask Chunlei for news? You go beg him. I can't do that. His face darkened as if thinking about something. Suddenly, Dong Tang shouted loudly, What are you afraid of? Without Chunlei here, can't we do anything? After saying that, he revealed a different intention. This brat is truly vicious. To set so many traps like this, we'll go step by step and clear out all his traps. The more he spoke, the more excited he got. He's inside. The monk can run, but the temple can't. What is there to fear? Then Dong ordered his comrades, everyone look into the villa. See what's inside. From the shock, he quickly grabbed the binoculars and carefully observed Zhang Yi's residence. A moment later, his face lit up with joy. He couldn't stop exclaiming, Oh my God! The first thing he saw was a lavish feast. Kuni and Yangmi's flowers. As if not believing his eyes, he frantically turned around. You guys, look, am I seeing things or not? Sijia looked through the binoculars and sighed. So much food and two beauties. It's paradise, isn't it? His companions just wanted to get there quickly. But the snow was full of traps, even explosives. How are we going to break through? After some deliberation, Zitong made a decision. We should call Chunlei over here. He just needs to make a move, and he can clear all the traps. Every trap here will be exposed. His words enraged Dongxing. Humph! A bunch of useless people. Look at our village, besides Chunlei. Everyone else is incompetent, cowardly, and fearful. The old man went even further, ignoring everyone's feelings. If anyone is scared, then get lost. Don't embarrass our Z family village. His provocation tactic. It successfully lifted everyone's spirits. Zikai was the first to speak up. Elder, we are not useless. Then the whole group chimed in. What's there to be afraid of? I'll catch that Zhang Yi guy. Seeing the conversation heading in the right direction, Dongxing smiled. That's more like it. Actually, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just be a little careful. These trivial traps are nothing at all. The people of Zidong village were working together to clear all the traps. Seeing the situation was somewhat favorable, Song Kai happily thought it was working. It seems this guy isn't that formidable after all. Everyone, come closer and clear out all these traps. Very soon, everything will be ours. Dongxing behind also spoke up to encourage. Keep going like this, continue. These traps can't stop us. Everyone's mood lifted. They all eagerly contributed their efforts to dismantle the traps. After just a short while, the group had advanced further, getting closer to their goal. Seeing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Human intelligence is truly powerful, meticulously arranged. Yet they could still find a large number of traps. But his confidence remained unshaken, however. High-tech equipment is not a trivial thing. It can be countered. At the same time, below, Dongxing was giving orders. Members of the hunter team, follow me up. Zhang Yi must have discovered us by now. If he dares to fire, then immediately counterattack. However, Song Kai put on a face showing there was nothing to worry about. Relax, as long as he dares to show his face. I'll shoot him in the head in one shot. At this moment, Kuni and Duong Mat inside the house were a bit anxious. Kuni could only sigh, feeling somewhat disheartened. How many people will have to leave this time? Meanwhile, Duong Mat beside her stammered and asked Zhang Yi, where did Zhang Yi go? With so many people, are they going to attack here? Seeing her so frightened, Kuni subtly reminded her, if you're already scared like this, how can you stay by Zhang Yi's side in the future with such a weak heart? At the same time, a hand was operating a phone, looking extremely urgent. After that, Zhang Yi activated a feature on his phone, starting the noise reduction function. Not stopping there, he activated another thing. Activate the mines. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of explosions occurred below, lighting up the entire area. The villagers from Dong, caught completely off guard, couldn't react in time and were swallowed by the massive flames. Their bodies were all charred black, with few surviving that massacre. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yi's face grew even more terrifying. If only there were a bit more of this type of mine, it would be perfect. That way, I could blow them all apart, sparing them from suffering. In contrast to his reaction, Kuni and Yang Mi were stunned into silence. Suddenly, from among the pile of charred corpses, someone painfully cried out, "Save me! Save me!" But Kuni chose to ignore him, while Yang Mi couldn't stop vomiting. Seeing this, Zhang Yi walked toward the door and coldly uttered a chilling sentence. Dying early is the best, so you don't have to suffer in the snow. As for Dongxing, at this moment, his soul and body were still hanging upside down from a tree branch, standing as stiff as a statue. Old man, everyone's gone, there's no one left! A villager screamed in despair. They're gone, all gone, blown to pieces, arms, heads. It shattered completely before the horrifying scene unfolding before him. Dongxing was so terrified he collapsed. His face turned deathly pale as he kept muttering, "Demon, he's a demon!" The more he spoke, the more terrified Dongxing became. He clutched his head with both hands and screamed, "He's not human! He's a demon!" At this point, his regret was already too late. We only wanted his supplies, but he wiped out dozens of our people. At the same time, Zhang Yi was leisurely giving orders. "Open the window in front of me." As he spoke, 3 mysterious arrows suddenly appeared in his hand. Drawing the bow, Zhang Yi showed satisfaction with his current abilities. After half a month of training with the help of his supernatural power, he no longer needed to aim for 3 shots. In an instant, those 3 arrows shot like lightning toward their targets. They were enveloped in a strange blue glow. The people of Dong village hadn't even realized what was happening before they met their end. One by one they fell. Those terrifying arrows all aimed at their vital spots, so no one could survive. At this moment, Kai and his gang were also terrified. A hunter suddenly had an arrow flying straight at his head. He ended his short life right there. His companions, seeing this, quickly dropped their guns and fled in panic. While running, they couldn't believe it was real. Impossible! The wind and snow are so strong! How could a bow and arrow shoot that far? In this desperate situation, Dongxing, there was nothing left to do but blame himself. It was all his fault. If only he had listened to Chun Lei's advice from the start. Then he slapped himself hard across the face, as if to repent. I deserve to die. I am the sinner of the Z family. At that very moment, a long-range scope was aimed directly at Dongxing. Zhang Yi had no intention of letting him off, so he brought out the deadliest last resort. Since you're here, just stay here forever. Right after that, a massive whirlwind suddenly appeared below, blurring everything. The machine quickly received the signal and issued a timely warning. A mysterious smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. Can't hold back already, huh? Then he muttered to himself. The mutant from Zidong village has finally made a move. Meanwhile, Chun Lei was urgently urging everyone to hurry up and go. Thanks to Chun Lei's resistance, the villagers of Zidong had a chance to escape. At this moment, he was doing his utmost to buy time. Can't back down now. Last time, I ran away like that. I have to stall for time. Chun Lei's actions greatly amused Zhang Yi. Getting smarter, huh? Learning to use old tricks. At this long distance, I can't attack him for now. But he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he showed contempt. Let's see how long you can hold out. After putting on his protective gear, Zhang Yi carefully instructed Kunai and Yang Mi, wait for me inside the house. At the same time, down below, the situation had eased, so the mood. Xianlei also eased up a bit, not chasing after them. Good, but suddenly, both he and his companions were startled by something the very next second. The snow on the surface was thrown up into the air, as if it had endured a powerful attack. Zhang Yi, with the mindset of pursuing to the bitter end, quickly ordered, "Activate the auto-control." On the off-road vehicle, speeding like the wind, he continuously fired at the opponent. Seeing his companions gradually falling from their guns, one of them couldn't help but shout, "Xianlei, stop him now!" At this moment, Zhang Yi was extremely excited, as if he had found his prey. "It's you, isn't it?" Then he decisively unloaded his gun, aiming straight at the target. However, that shot grazed past Xianlei, but even that alone made him break out in a cold sweat. In that precarious situation, Tu Hing suddenly appeared like a savior. "Xianlei, go!" This made Zhang Yi somewhat anxious. "This is the best chance to eliminate the mutant in front of me. I can't miss it." Before fleeing, Xianlei didn't forget to warn everyone. "Retreat quickly now! We can only make him aim inaccurately to minimize casualties." Hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately switched to another strategy. "Blocking well, huh? Then I'll kill someone else first." Perhaps he wasn't happy, having never imagined this situation, and was utterly stunned. The remaining survivors, who were about to flee, were now all dealt with by Zhang Yi. He had already grasped all of the opponent's weaknesses. The mutant's ability range was limited. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone others. Zhang Yi's face instantly turned as terrifying as a demon. "If you want to protect yourself, then I'll kill all the villagers first." Facing Zhang Yi's relentless assault, most of the people from the eastern village died there. Seeing the situation growing more critical, Qianlei quickly reminded him, "Hurry and throw away their bodies! Run now!" This made Cie extremely heartbroken. "These are the bodies of our brothers! Can't we even give them a proper burial?" Although he didn't want to, he still had to obey. Watching the brothers he pushed into the water with his own hands, Cie couldn't help but shed tears. Faced with these bodies blocking the way, Zhang Yi showed contempt. Pathetic tricks. His movements were fast, swift and nimble, and bullets continuously fired out. Sure enough, just seconds later, Cie and his companions were unlucky enough to get hit. Both of them were instantly taken out. Witnessing this, Cie Heng shouted in panic, "Qianlei, think of a plan quickly!" Because the situation was too chaotic, he couldn't think of anything and just stammered a reply. Even if everyone says that, I still." As soon as he finished speaking, a thought suddenly flashed through Qianlei's mind. "Got it!" He immediately turned around and unleashed his ice-based technique. A moment later, on the ice surface, a long patch of water suddenly appeared and showed signs of spreading. Zhang Yi's car couldn't move forward when it reached that spot. Even his wheels were stuck deep in the water's edge. Faced with this situation, Zhang Yi could only helplessly click his tongue. However, he wasn't scared at all and instead climbed up. He carefully observed his opponent from the roof of the car. That alien's ability could actually crack the ice surface. When he saw a figure in the distance, Zhang Yi immediately opened fire, aiming straight at them. But because it was too far, he couldn't get a clear grasp of the situation anymore. In the end, Zhang Yi finally drew a conclusion. From now on, he couldn't fight them on the ice anymore. He scratched his head and vented his anger on the car. If it weren't that he wasn't strong enough or the ice wasn't thick enough, both he and the car would have fallen into the melting ice layer. A moment later, Zhang Yi decided not to chase after them anymore and drove back to his home. At this time, at home, Kunai and Yangmi were sitting in a daze waiting for him. When she saw Zhang Yi approaching, Kunai hurriedly asked him, "How did it go? Did you catch the person who attacked us last time?" He gently replied to her, "I didn't catch him. That guy is very despicable. He doesn't dare to fight me head-on. His ability to escape is too disgusting. He's not easy to kill." Suddenly Yangmi spoke up from the side. "Zhang Yi, you've killed so many people. Aren't you afraid of being dealt with in the future? Killing is against the law." Yangmi was lost in thought at this moment. Before today, she thought the blizzard would pass quickly, but now, Zhang Yi suddenly approached, pinched her cheek, and asked her, "What do you think?" Although he didn't get an answer, he quickly, before leaving, he didn't forget to give instructions. "Kunai, I'm a bit hungry. Make me some food." Seeing this, she quickly asked for his opinion. "All right. What do you want to eat?" The words Zhang Yiqi uttered made Yangmi unable to hold back her nausea. "Stir-fried duck brain, duck gizzards with garlic, and some intestines." Seeing her intense reaction, he chuckled. "Why is your body so weak? Or maybe you should eat some too, to nourish yourself a bit." Hearing this, Yangmi immediately panicked and backed away. "Are you a demon?" At the same time, at the Ra Changjin snowfield, the snowfall grew heavier, and the space was engulfed in cold. The villagers from Dong village, seeing Chunlei return, hurriedly ran out in panic. Where is my son? Where is my son? Xiaoji! Xiaoji, wait! Where is my husband? What happened to him? Seeing them wailing in despair, he could only feel helpless. I clearly warned everyone, but… As soon as he finished speaking, Song Heng suddenly appeared and pulled Chunlei away. Hurry, follow me. Third uncle is about to pass. He wants to see you. Hearing this, he was startled. What? The two of them, one after the other, hurriedly entered to see Dong. Before he could even get inside, Song Chu had already scolded him. Chunlei, why didn't you go? In our clan, only you have extraordinary abilities. When trouble arises, you don't lead the fight. Instead, you stay home and hide like a turtle. Not only her, but Song Heng was even more furious. Do you know that because of you, you've harmed so many people in the clan? He had to face this absurd situation. Sun Lei stammered in response. It's not like I told them to go. I already advised them. As soon as he finished, the whole group started cursing him. If you had been there at that time, it wouldn't have come to everyone being blown up by the bomb like that. What the hell were you thinking in your head? Suddenly, Dong Tu appeared out of nowhere to stop this argument. All right. At a time like this, say a few less words. The old man urged. Sun Lei, go inside. Third master is calling you. As soon as he saw him walk in, Dong Xing's face relaxed. Sun Lei, you're here. Seeing him lying on the bed, barely breathing, Sun Lei showed extreme grief. Third master. It was just a short while ago, but you look like you've aged 10 years. It's all my fault for not listening to you. If I had, so many of our people wouldn't have had to die like this. Now, I feel extremely regretful for my actions. I was truly foolish. I thought that after the blizzard, no one could be our opponent. But now I understand, the only reason we were formidable was because of you. By this point, it was too late for Dong Xing to blame himself. They were just a bunch of villagers farming and fishing. What were they pretending to be? They made such a ruckus and ended up throwing their lives away. Afraid he would overexert himself, Sun Lei quickly stopped him. Third master, don't say that. But before he could finish, Dong Xing continued his instructions. I've already told the people in the clan. If anyone wants to blame someone, let them blame this old man. This matter cannot be blamed on you, child. Tears kept streaming down his face, filled with pain. Now that the people in our family have died, they might say some unpleasant things to you. I hope you won't hold it against them. At this moment, we must help each other to survive. Finally, Chunlei couldn't hold back his tears either. Following. Uncle 3, I understand now. I won't take it to heart. It seemed Dong Xing had already foreseen his own fate, so he left his final words. I'm about to die. Before I go, my only worry is the Z family. Chunlei, after I'm gone, the Z family is in your hands. Then he closed his eyes, calmly accepting what was about to happen. I'm tired. Let me sleep for a while. But right after that, Dong Xing's hand went limp. He would never return again. In the face of his passing, the entire group of villagers from Zidong wept bitterly and wailed in grief. Chunlei was no exception, but he only silently stood in the back, enduring it quietly. After Dong Xing's death, Chunlei was still lost in thought. Before Uncle 3 passed away, he entrusted me with protecting the Z family. Can I really do it? As he spoke, he scratched his head. If that god of death really comes, I'm no match for him. I'm afraid when that time comes, I'll only have the option to run. Chunlei rambled on endlessly with no intention of stopping. He had thought awakening a special ability would make him a peerless genius. But why are there so many problems? Trouble came to him like this, suddenly stopping short when he saw Zili's figure in the distance. Seeing that Chunlei had noticed her, she timidly approached. Are you brother Chunlei? His face suddenly flushed red as he stammered a reply. I'm Chunlei. You, who are you? Then Zili hurriedly introduced herself. I'm Zili. Today, thank you for saving my father. My father said, if you hadn't stepped in, they would have all died there. These words made Chunlei feel extremely embarrassed. Haha, it was all my duty. After saying that, he suddenly realized. Zili is right. I'm not a criminal. I'm a hero. I've always been a hero. As this train of thought ended, Zili spoke up. My father couldn't come here now, so he asked me to thank you. Hearing this, Chunlei put on a gentle demeanor. We're all from the same village. No need to be so polite. If anything comes up later, just come to me. After a few minutes of conversation, she quickly left, leaving only a heart pounding wildly within him. Chunlei couldn't control the tremor inside him. Zili is so different, even though we're both from the Z family. But she must be from the 5th generation, right? His expression became full of vitality. From now on, I'll protect this home. I will definitely give her and our children a safe environment. But soon after, Chunlei's mood sank deeply. This time, Zhang Yi will surely hold a grudge. He might attack the village from the east later, wiping out all the villagers. He sat there, talking to himself. I promised Uncle San I would protect this village, but now that I have a love I can't open, how can I just watch him destroy my happiness? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xianlei's mind. Why not negotiate with him? From now on, we'll go our separate ways, that's the best plan. As soon as he said it, he felt like he was on cloud 9. I'm such a genius. I can't believe I even thought of such a risky idea. But to protect the Z family and Z Lily right now. Xianlei was acting like a clown, imagining everything. She must already like me, right? Yes, it's definitely that. I saved her father's life, according to the movie plot. She must have fallen for me by now. At the same time, Zhang Yi was busy setting up traps. Just bury these traps to defend against enemies coming in. As for the ice ability user over there. After a few seconds of thought, he made a decision. I'll have to find a chance to deal with him later. Someone like this could become a major problem for me in the future. Zhang Yi's expression suddenly turned extremely dangerous. If we can't be friends, then I'll treat him as an enemy and take him out first. Zhang Yi lay lazily on the sofa. Guessing he was very tired, Kunai and Yangmi came over to massage him. Suddenly, the phone rang. The urgent sound startled Zhang Yi slightly. He picked up the phone and saw it was admin again. Then he answered, Hello? On the other end of the line, a voice belonging to Zhang Yi came through. Hello, I am Ci Chunlei. Thank you for taking my call. Could you spare me a moment? No, I have something to say to you. Hearing that, he frowned. He began to frown. Ci Chunlei, the surname Ci. You are from the Ci family of Jin. Ci Chunlei added. To be precise, I am from Ci Dong village, Ci family of Jin. But that's not important. I want to negotiate with you. From now on, let's stop having conflicts. Can we reconcile? Knowing the guy's purpose, Zhang Yi laughed. Reconcile? He leaned back on the soft sofa. From the very beginning until now, it's always been you people who started trouble with me. So how come? Now that you can't win, you want to sue for peace? There's no such logic in this world, he sneered. The other party was displeased. Chunlei quickly corrected himself. No, my meaning is that I hope to obtain your forgiveness. All of this was our village's fault. He was sweating cold sweat in fear. What a worrywart. But we haven't caused you any harm, have we? Moreover, we ourselves have suffered countless casualties. Could you be a little lenient? To show our sincerity. If you have any conditions, just say them. Seeing that Chunlei also showed some sincerity, he softened a bit. Can I ask you one question? Can you represent Ci Dong village in negotiating with me? A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He nodded slightly to confirm. Yes. As he spoke, Zhang Yi lay down on Ker's lap. What makes you think you're an AI? Suddenly, the voice on the other end of the line said something that stunned him. Actually, I am the mutant who fought twice with him. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. So it was you. A firm assertion was made. It was Chunlei who brought it up, right? Wrong. It was me, Zhang Yi. Do you think I'm not qualified to negotiate with you? Still, he pressed on. Oh? You mean, as long as I agree to reconcile, the Thun family can fulfill any request I have? The other party answered without hesitation. As long as it's not a request that makes things difficult for us, I can agree to it. Zhang Yi's face suddenly turned into a terrifying expression. Fine then. What I want is only one thing, you, Chunlei. A half-smile curled on his lips. The Ice-type superpower was a deadly weapon in this era. If he could recruit these 10 mutants as underlings, they would be very useful in the future. But he seemed to think of something shady and blushed. Don't be like that. I am straight. Zhang Yi had to throw up his hands and curse. Idiot, what are you thinking? I said I'm very interested in your superpower. Finally, Zhang Yi compromised and offered another path. How about this? If you truly want to reconcile, then come here in person. Let me see if you're qualified to reconcile with me. Along with that came a threat. Otherwise, with 35 disturbances from me, I won't let it go. Upon hearing this, Chunlei's face turned pale. Don't! Every word was transmitted clearly through the phone. Your ability is useless against me. Once I finish dealing with the other side and destroy the village, your village won't be any trouble at all. He was so scared he jumped up. Even if we destroy the eastern village, you won't get any benefit from it. Don't get worked up, let's talk it over. He kept persuading. Keeping the eastern village will be useful to you. The eastern village and the Cloud Manor are close to each other. If enemies come in the future, we can support each other. Hearing this, Zhang Yi sneered and provoked the enemy. Aren't you guys the biggest enemies of mine right now? Zhang Yi sat up and spoke in a harsh tone. If you win, you take everything from me. If you lose, you beg for peace and still don't want to pay the price. Every word was like a mockery of the other party. As if you guys have already taken everything in this world. Think for yourself, can it be like that? His face turned cold as he threatened. In short, in my eyes only, Chun-Lei is qualified to negotiate. Come or not, it's up to you. As for fighting to the other side of the river, that depends on my mood. Hearing this, Chun-Lei's face turned pale as he quickly said, I'll go, alright? Seeing this, Johnny immediately set a date. Then it's settled. Come here at 2 p.m. The weather will be a bit warmer then. He wanted to say something more, but the other party had already hung up. Wait. Sweat is starting to pour down my face. It's over. I'm definitely dead this time. Falling back onto the cushion, Chun-Lei sighed. Agreeing this time is a sure death sentence. Then, his beautiful youth. His life was over, while Zhang Yijie was still weighing his options. He had a general understanding of the power of spring thunder. It couldn't threaten him at all, but should he just eliminate him or not? Mei frowned, calculating the pros and cons of the ability. His ice and snow ability would have unlimited potential in the future. Its effect would even be stronger than Uncle View's enhanced body. Finally, he made a decision. Zhang Yijie stood up and stretched. Let's test this guy a bit. Then I'll decide whether to kill him or not. Yang Mi entered the room where he was resting. Catching Zhang Yijie's probing gaze, she felt flustered. I'll keep you company while you rest. Yang Mi's cheeks flushed pink when she heard him say, No need. I have things to do this afternoon. But right now, I'm missing a pillow. Then, Zhang Yijie contentedly rested his head on her lap. Suddenly, he turned his face into her skirt, making her scream in fright. But the culprit didn't feel embarrassed at all. He only instructed, Wake me up at 2 p.m. She trembled, pursed her lips, and replied, Oh, okay. In the blizzard, he carried a gun and aimed from inside the house. Observing the man approaching, Zhang Yijie immediately knew it was him. His eye locked onto the scope. As soon as he entered the firing range, he could take his life instantly. Suddenly, the opponent slipped, and Chun-Lei tumbled over through the scope, causing Zhang Yijie to choke. Then, the man calmly stood up. He coughed a few times. Wait a moment. You can't judge by appearances. But before he could even look cool for a second, he fell again, leaving Zhang Yi helplessly wondering if this guy was some kind of idiot. With his eyes still glued to the scope, he silently assessed. Judging by this look, those guys are probably really scared of me. Seeing Chun-Lei standing alone in the blizzard, Zhang Yi also decided that since there was no threat, meeting him a bit wouldn't hurt. Outside, the guy called him. Hey, I'm at the shore, how do I find you? There are traps all around your house. I don't dare get close, Zhang Yi replied curtly. It's fine, I'm here now. As the slender young man walked over, Chun-Lei was slightly surprised. You are Zhang Yi? He immediately asked back. And you are Chun-Lei? The guy remained cautious and replied, That's right, with obvious tension on his round face. I'm here to negotiate with you. Let's stop fighting. This way, no one benefits. This battle has been meaningless from the start. The response was a half-smile from Zhang Yi. Whether it's meaningful or not isn't for you to decide. You were the one who attacked first. Don't you have any shame? Hearing this, Chun-Lei scratched his head awkwardly. I know the people from Zidong village were wrong first. So, what do you want to make peace with us? Maintaining a cold demeanor, he pressed. I want to know what price you can pay to earn my forgiveness. The guy didn't hesitate to answer. Anything except the lives of my villagers. Everything else will be taken care of. We'll do our best to meet your needs. No hesitation. Zhang Yi asked again. Who told you to attack me? That person must die. Only then can we continue this conversation. Hearing this, Chun-Lei immediately replied. That's simple. This was all old man Ba's idea. He added, he was so scared by you as soon as he got back. So, are you calmer now? Zhang Yi's mouth twisted to the side as he thought. Looks like he's pretty happy, huh? Chun-Lei's expression turned helpless as he said, Since things have come to this, those who remain have to look forward. Besides, this was fundamentally our fault, so we can't really blame you. At the critical moment, Zhang Yi decided to test him. You're really generous. The people I killed. This time, some of them must have been your relatives, right? Don't you want revenge for them? Suddenly, Chun-Lei's expression turned serious. My parents, not long after the blizzard struck, both died. That's the end of it. He knelt before the grave abruptly. My father had a heart attack on the day of the blizzard. He couldn't be taken to the hospital and died at home. A week later, my mother, weak and unable to recover, also passed away in bed. Chun-Lei looked away. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to tell you all this. He lowered his head slightly. Anyway, there's nothing joyful about these things. I've affected your mood. Sorry about that. However, the translator still had a question. So where are the other people in your family? The ones from Than too? Oh, so they're not from the same clan? Hearing that, Xianlei tilted his head in confusion. People from the same clan? Yeah, let's just say that. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Even though they're of the same bloodline, my family has never valued me at all. In their eyes, I'm just a useless loser who only knows how to hide at home and play games. A look of disgust immediately appeared on Xianlei's face. They treat me like this. How much affection could I possibly have for them? Then he kept pouring out his feelings. I don't hate you for killing my village people. On the contrary, I really admire you. When you drove and chased us with a gun, it was truly badass. After the final conversation, the translator finally compromised. Fine. Since you came here to seek peace on your own initiative, then I'll give you a chance. He spread his arms in the blizzard and spoke calmly. I have no interest whatsoever in your village. Those people have no influence on me. Zhang Yi's tone softened. But you are interesting. Out of respect for you, I can spare Thon Tu Dong away to survive. Hearing those words, Xianlei was overjoyed. Really? You acknowledge me? Just as he was about to rush over, Zhang Yi made a stopping gesture. Don't rush. I have another request. To make everything go smoothly, you must agree in advance. From now on, I need you to follow my orders and do as I say. You must not refuse any of my requests. He found it hard to understand any request at all. Suddenly, Xianlei put on the sitting posture of a proper young lady. He asked smugly, What if I covet your body? Seeing that look, Taiyang Zhang Yi's I twitched. As long as I don't send you to the Yellow Springs, it's fine. As if suddenly remembering something, a female character figure flashed onto his arm. If you're a weeb, you probably can't resist this, right? Zhang Yi kept tempting him. Follow me, and I won't treat you badly, he said while showing off the figure. His eyes immediately lit up. Oh my god! Ma Xianlei's face flushed red, as if meeting his first love. This is for me? Then he quickly threw in more bait. I have plenty more like this, plus some extremely rare items. He dangled the tempting bait. As long as you follow me from now on, I guarantee figures, plushies, and game cards. None of them will be missing. He took the figure and lovingly rubbed his cheek against it. Okay, whatever you say, The negotiation done, he turned around and said, All right then. Since you're here, help me with something. His face quickly turned serious. Help with what? But Zhang Yi didn't answer. He just conjured a car. Follow me and you'll find out. Suddenly, some flattering words reached his ears. Time is nothing, space is your domain. Your ability is truly one of a kind. Even he was curious. Where did you get all those theories from? That's a lot. Xianlei got into the car and replied cheerfully with a line full of weeb energy. Research within the anime community. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly as he recalled the words. The ability to freeze time and control space. As if suddenly realizing something, he was a bit stunned. When he first turned around to face death up close, it really was time travel. Could it be that he had other unawakened abilities? But after thinking for a while, Zhang Yi's hand also rested on the steering wheel. He stopped caring. His ability was still in its early stages. Perhaps later, when he used it more skillfully, he would discover even higher level powers. The car didn't hesitate. It sped off, carrying Xianlei and brother Zhang's curiosity. Where are we going? The youngest replied. Taking you to find some good stuff. They arrived at an area with many large buildings. The car stopped. Help me clear this layer of snow. Both stepped out of the car. Xianlei began to activate his ability. Light twisted like a dragon, lifting 10 thick blocks of snow. Huge chunks of ice were raised one by one. Behind him, Zhang Yi quietly assessed the situation. As a person, one cannot be caught off guard. Even if he had surrendered, he still needed to understand his subordinates' abilities. Just 5 minutes later, the area below was completely clean. Xianlei plopped down on the ground. Brother Zhang, is this good enough? He glanced around. Not bad. Zhang Yi's eyes showed satisfaction. With a top-tier tool like this, it'll be much easier to gather resources from now on. A piece of candy was handed over as a reward. Eat some to regain your strength. Xianlei's eyes widened in surprise. Thank you, Brother Zhang. He ate the eyeball while sparkling, saying he liked this chocolate the most. It had been a long time since he last ate during. While Chunlei was eating happily, Zhang Yi slipped down the snowy slope. After a while, seeing him return, he asked curiously, Brother Zhang, are you done? In a brief tone, Zhang Yi replied, It's done. Hearing this, Chunlei clapped his hands. That's great. You're amazing. As he pulled him up, he wondered, Didn't you guys ever dig for supplies before? Why? He grabbed his hand and explained. Why wouldn't we have thought of it? But the weather is freezing. We couldn't go too far from the village. The two walked and talked, with sled dogs around. But not used to the cold, we only dug a few supermarkets. The food trucks near the village were enough. No need to go far and tire ourselves out. But understanding, Zhang Yi placed his hand on Chun-Lei's shoulder. This problem isn't hard for me. From now on, work with me, and I won't treat you poorly. Next, he pulled out a large backpack. Inside are some snacks, consider it your reward. Seeing those things, Chun-Lei was stunned. Brother Zhang, isn't this a bit too much? However, Zhang Yi generously replied. Hi Zhang Yi, always treat those by my side like this. From now on, just do your best. I guarantee you'll eat well and never worry about food or clothing. Seeing this, he said gratefully, Brother Zhang. From now on, I'll definitely work hard. Hearing his promise, he thought to himself, Weebas are so easy to please. Suddenly, Zhang Yi casually asked, Oh right Yi. In what situation did your ability awaken? Xianlei's face instantly turned bright red. That, I. Sweat naturally started to pour from him as he recounted the process. After my mom passed away, I didn't want to live anymore. But I didn't dare to end it myself, so I just lay on the bed, hoping I could starve myself to death. His hand gripped the steering wheel as he made a guess. So when you were about to starve to death, you awakened your ability? But Xianlei denied it. No, that's not it. His cheeks turned red again, like a tomato. Lying on the mattress was pretty warm, and since I wasn't dying of hunger, I thought, before I die, I might as well enjoy myself a little. So I treated myself a bit too much, a few times. Zhang Yi's expression didn't change, but he hesitated slightly. You, how many times? Beside him, Xianlei was holding his head, wishing he could sink into the ground. I don't remember exactly, about 20-something times. To the point where I couldn't feel anything anymore. Then, after I lost consciousness, I suddenly felt my body change. That feeling was really good, really amazing. After he finished, it was Zhang Yi's turn to helplessly cover his face. So someone can actually awaken their ability while in the heat of the moment? Xianlei asked in confusion. Brother Zhang, can't you take me to the other side? Zhang, he replied. My car is on ice, it's easy to slip. Hearing this, the clueless guy asked further. Isn't your car a snowmobile? He retorted. That's right. It's a snowmobile, not an icebreaker. He can only drive on icy snow, so it's not a good idea to show off. The area clearly visible in Zhang Yi's eyes on the ice is his territory. Still, it's better to stay cautious. However, before Chun-Lei got out of the car, he still reminded him. Chun-Lei, there's something about this. You need to be careful. Hearing this, his movements paused. Brother Zhang, what's wrong? Not sure if it's because of memories from his past life, but there was a hint of sorrow in Zhang Yi's eyes. Anyway, the danger from Jiazhen is a well-known place for food supplies in Tiahai. Later, you might get your food stolen, so you must be careful. Chun-Lei immediately replied. Got it, Brother Zhang, I'll remember that. Watching his figure fade into the distance, Zhang Yi's true scheme was revealed. The shelter outside was just a natural camouflage for vigilance. It also helped him shoulder part of the hatred from the outside. Zhang Yi watched his little brother with satisfaction. He just realized having a human tool like this was pretty good. Inside the main hall, the elder was furious. He shouted loudly, How dare you act on your own? Chun-Lei stammered, Elder, but I helped the villagers stop being attacked, didn't I? He quickly explained. You've seen Zhang Yi's strength. It's basically something we can't fight against. But the elder didn't hesitate to scold him back. You're not even embarrassed to say that. The elder's voice grew louder. Last night, if you hadn't retreated at the last moment and dared not show your face, would so many of us have died? He kept pointing. If it weren't for you, would your third uncle have died? Now you're running over there to make peace with them? He even thinks he has the nerve to be thick-skinned. After saying that, he scratched his cheek and hesitated. But I already agreed with Uncle Ba to protect our village. We don't need to have conflicts with Johnny anymore. Let's reconcile. Before he could finish, Dong Tang slammed the table and cut him off. Shut up, Chun-Lei. Even if you did a good deed. He continued to scold. You think you're so smart. I am the clan leader now. All your actions must go through me. You are not allowed to make any decisions on your own anymore. Realizing his mistake, Chun-Lei lowered his head sadly. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Dong Tang's anger gradually subsided. His voice softened. Chun-Lei, I know you mean well, but you're still inexperienced. Because of you, I suffered severe injuries. I stood up to protect you, which is why they didn't kick you out of the village. Confused, he turned his face as if to explain. Uncle, But before he could speak, the old man cut him off. I know what you want to say, but think about everyone else. From now on, stay in the village as a way to atone for your mistakes. Absolutely don't do anything foolish again. Then, the old face kept getting closer, causing Chun-Lei's expression to turn pale. You just need to obediently listen to the village. Got it? Got it? Frightened, he said. Yes, I understand. After the lecture, Dong Tang finally let Chun-Lei go. Go home now. Remember, you are not allowed to act on your own. Watching the figure gradually leave, he sneered. Arrogant young man, don't think that just because you have some skill, you can disregard your elders. Then, a message was sent to the group. Everyone, don't worry about the translation matter. I've contacted him, and he agreed to reconcile. He won't threaten us anymore from now on. Down below, everyone quickly praised Dong Tang. While glancing at his phone, he muttered, a useless piece of trash. He usually doesn't even go out, yet he wants to mess with me? You're still too green. After returning home, Zhang Yi recounted the whole story. That's how it was. From now on, Chen Zunra won't come knocking to cause trouble anymore. Yang Mi, seeing everything had settled, clapped her hands in joy. That's great. Beside her, Kinnear opened her mouth to tease. No way? Are you already scared at this level? She immediately retorted. I'm not. It's just... Yang Mi's eyes drooped as she recalled the scene from before. It's just that I don't want to see that kind of sight again. All that blood and gore. She curled up, hugging her knees. A hint of sadness lingered in her eyes as she thought. If they fought again, the thousands of villagers from Zedong would all be wiped out. He could definitely do it. Unable to resist, Kinnear continued to joke. True. Someone was even throwing up their guts last night. Yang Mi, embarrassed, threw a pillow and yelled, Chu Kinnear! Right after, Kinnear fell into Zhang Yi's arms. Honey, you're amazing! He also acted super cool, saying, those villagers are just a bunch of stray dogs. They pose no threat to me at all. Despite his confidence, Zhang Yi wasn't sure about the future. But in the future, if some underground forces show up, that's when it'll get real. The most troublesome part was Duong Bat putting his arm around his shoulder. He always liked to think too much. Suddenly, she suggested, it was so hard to solve the trouble right in front of us. Let's celebrate. Hearing this, Connie immediately went to the bar counter. Since we're celebrating, then tonight, let's all have a few drinks together. Truong Dyke hesitated a little, scratching his cheek. Just a little for the sake of it is fine. My alcohol tolerance isn't very good. On the other hand, Duong Mat was very cheerful. Alright, I'll make 2 of my specialty dishes. While no one was paying attention, the corner of her mouth curled up. Luckily, I'm also a social butterfly in the entertainment industry. My alcohol tolerance is also great. Let me teach you 2 a lesson. After choosing, Connie picked up 2 bottles of wine, went outside and said, it's rare to have such a happy day like today. Let's drink until everything is finished. Duong Mat then went to the kitchen. A while later, both girls were slumped over on the chairs, but Truong Dyke was still calmly sipping his glass of wine. Forgot to mention to you too, I used to work in wine marketing before. Looking at Connie and Duong Mat lying drunk and defenseless on the sofa, Truong Dyke's eyes carried a hint of conspiracy as he approached them. While Duong Mat was groggily waking up, she saw Truong Dyke kissing her. Immediately, Duong Mat almost screamed, you can't do this! Connie is still here! Yet he still calmly replied, it's fine. She's asleep. Don't make any noise, just in case she wakes up. Then see how you explain it to her. After saying that, he continued his actions while she struggled, covering her mouth, the light cast over her curled-up feet. A few days later, a message from Xian Loi arrived for Zhang Xie. Lately, I've been really bored. When will you let me go out on a mission? I think we should form a 5-person superpower team. Each person representing a color. The more Zhang Yi read, the darker his face became. Probably thinking it wasn't enough, the guy sent another one. If you don't like that, we could form a rainbow team. I'll be the rainbow king, and you'll be the colorless king. What do you think? Unable to stand those ridiculous ideas anymore, he replied in frustration. You damn fatty, do you have nothing better to do? The other side even cluelessly sent a message, along with a black and white emoji, leaving Zhang Yi helplessly holding his head. Damn Zhang Xie. You know about this too? Could this also be part of your plan? You're amazing, I'm impressed. Zhang Yi stared at his phone thoughtfully, suspecting that before someone like him wasn't liked by society either. So, meeting someone who treats him well, even just a little, he'd hate not being able to rip his heart out. Then he stood up, muttering to himself, anyway, after that fatty dies. Sending over 10 messages, replying with, oh, that's enough. As he walked, Zhang Yi felt something was off. Why do I feel like a dad? Quickly pushing the message matter aside, he sat in front of the computer. On one side, watching Yang Mi grow vegetables, casually praising that even farming was made so lively. On the other side, evaluating the bunker. This computer can control the entire shelter. It's really convenient, but if it weren't here, then this entire shelter bunker will be paralyzed immediately. He frowned while calculating the potential consequences if, one day, the network inside this shelter gets hacked. The aftermath would be absolutely devastating. Even so, the chapter translator still has a headache. How should this problem be solved? From behind the door, a voice rang out, full of urgency. Kuni, you must help me with this matter. You've been around the chapter translator for so long. Talking to him will definitely be more effective than me. However, she flatly refused. I understand, but I understand the chapter translator too well. He won't do that. Yang Mi still tried to persuade her. We can't just watch her die. She's our sister. Kuni remained firm in her stance. The situation over there is unclear. The translator is cautious by nature, and he raised us by that same principle. So he definitely won't get involved in this. Yang Mi's brow also turned green. Her voice softened. If we don't try, how will we know it won't work? She tugged at her dress, looking down at her body. A woman's best weapon is her body. Beside her, Kuni unhesitatingly exposed her. To put it bluntly, you want to seduce him, right? Yang Mi's face immediately flushed. Not at all. I'm only doing this for Xian. Kuni quickly closed in, her voice sharp. Don't think. I don't know what you two have been secretly doing. She refused to back down and retorted. Just tell me, will you help with this or not? The other side asked back. Help you? The two of them were completely unaware that the translator was silently listening to everything. A moment ago, Kani's face flushed red. I would never do something like that. How embarrassing, I could die. Duong Mat still wouldn't give up, but Han. Before she could finish, the translator pushed the door open and walked in. You two are lying in bed unable to sleep in the middle of the night. What are you doing? She was startled and quickly asked. Why are you here? The two quickly composed their expressions. Duong Mat stammered. It's nothing. We were just talking indoors. He looked puzzled. Talking indoors? Then, the translator sat down on the cushion. Tell me, I hope there are no secrets between the three of us. After that, he asked, is it that your distant relatives are still alive? Do they want to take you both to live with them? Kani lowered her voice. It's not like that. She explained her situation. After the blizzard, I lost contact with my family. Now I don't even know if they are alive or dead. Duong Mat's eyes looked a bit sorrowful. Actually, my family contacted me. Truong Dike asked, surprised. They want to come pick you up? But Duong Mat hesitated, stammering a denial. No, it's not like that. Actually. Her attitude only made him more suspicious. What do you mean? Your family found you. Don't they want to take you away? Yang Mi still deliberately avoided his gaze. It's true that someone from my family contacted me, but not to take me away, but to. Saying this, she paused briefly with a heavy expression, then decided to tell the truth. It's that she's in danger. I hope you can go and save her. Zhang Yi finally understood the issue. So that's it. You two were discussing this. You want me to go save someone who has nothing to do with me? Yang Mi came closer and grabbed Zhang Yi's arm. Please help me just this once. I've finally found a family member now. I don't want to lose them again. Kanu also pleaded earnestly with Zhang Yi. I know this has nothing to do with you, but she is our relative. If we just watch her go down to the Yellow Springs, we'll regret it for life. But you yourselves are also in trouble. You two are asking me to go save someone. Don't you know what it's like outside right now? Zhang Yi pulled his hand away from the two girls. My information has already been leaked. I don't know how many people are eyeing the items in my hands, and even this super shelter. Then he stood up from his chair. Leaving here means going out to take risks. Do I need to do this for a stranger? But the two girls stubbornly clung to him, begging Zhang Yi. I can't just close my eyes and watch that child die. As long as you agree, then from now on, whatever you ask, I'll do it. Kuni leaned close to his ear. As long as you agree to this, Yang Mi and I will. The condition surprised Zhang Yi a little. Is this for real? She blushed as she looked at him. So, do you agree? Yang Mi sighed softly. Han's legs aren't in good shape. Staying outside in this cold weather, I'm afraid she won't last long. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. The name she mentioned caught his attention. Han? He thought to himself. That young Han, the beautiful female hacker genius they mentioned earlier. Zhang Yi recalled the descriptions he knew. At 18 years old, with disabled legs, a computer genius who could be trusted. She could design a network for the shelter. Since he couldn't refuse, he grabbed both girls' hands. Alright, you two don't need to say anything more. And he went with the flow. If she's your sister, then she's my sister too. If she's in danger, how could I just stand by with my arms crossed? His words deeply moved Kuni. A man who thinks of himself first like him actually agreed. He must really love me. Yang Mi exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. Seeing this, he asked, what? In your eyes? Am I someone who only cares about profit with no humanity? Zhang Yi patted his chest, looking helpless. You two are wrong. I'm only cold to strangers. But to those close to me, I cherish them deeply. Kunni was still lost in her emotions. I've never doubted you. I know you're someone with a cold face but a warm heart. Yangmi made a promise. Zhang, this time I will repay you. He heard this and pretended to question. Oh, just once? Are you looking down on me? She replied. Maybe a few times, it depends on your skills. The next day, Zhang asked the two girls for more details about the situation. So, tell me clearly, how is her side doing? Kunoa looked at Yangmi. Or should you speak? Then she immediately answered. Han Han is trapped in the Tianqing Academy. Speaking of this, I have to introduce the academy a bit. Tianqing is the top noble school in Tianhai. It doesn't leak any information to the outside. Ordinary people have no knowledge of this school. This school runs from kindergarten to university. It only teaches children of the powerful, plus a few rare talents. After graduation, everyone becomes a big shot. They are all part of the political and business elite. But that's not the information he wanted. I know this, but if she studies at this school, how has a person with paralyzed legs survived until now? Yangmi explained. Tianqing Academy has its own food supply. The food stored in the warehouse is very abundant. Han Han's group hid in the cafeteria, so they didn't starve. Still, something puzzled Zhang. But there's one thing I don't understand. If she could contact the outside world, why didn't she contact you before, and waited until now? Yangmi was silent for a moment, then hesitantly said, At that time, I was too worried to ask about her. Then she immediately pulled out her phone. Now I'll call her. All I got back were long beeps and an apology. The number you dialed is currently unreachable. Please try again later. Yangmi stammered a bit, staring at the phone. Later, I tried to contact the girl too, but still couldn't. Suddenly, Kanoa chimed in teasingly. Don't overthink it. Maybe at first, she thought you were dead, so she didn't get in touch. That made Yangmi bristle and deny it. No way! Zhang Yi shifted the topic, asking, How far is the academy from here? She estimated roughly. About 10-something kilometers. Her guess confused him, so he picked up his phone. Roughly, Tianqing Academy is in the West Mountain area. From Yunlan Manor, going straight, it's about 2.6 kilometers. And he understood why Yangmi's sister was like that, given the situation where even basic connection was hard. Being able to call once was already a miracle. Hearing that, she nodded. No wonder. So that's it. Who knew? Then Zhang Yi teased again. But it doesn't rule out the possibility that your family thinks you're dead and just can't be bothered to call you. Yangmi blushed with anger. No way. I'm an adult now, for goodness sake. Next, Zhang Yi stood up and left his spot. He headed to the control room to use the computer in the shelter. Maybe there's a way. The three of them went there together to check it out. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, seeing that the place had no stable signal. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Are you Yangmi? She immediately recognized it as Han Han. So she quickly added, I'm here. Where are you now? Tell me quickly, and I'll come pick you up right away. The voice on the other end came through in broken sentences. I'm in the dorm. The school is very dangerous. Take me away. Zhang Yi quickly caught the key point. What's dangerous? The reply was still an unclear voice. They kill. Finally, a sharp scream. And a series of terrified shouts. Run! Monster! Monster! Brutal sounds came through the phone. Zhang Yi could already imagine that horrific scene. What surprised him even more was the sound of tearing flesh and crunching bones. It was even more miserable than the sounds of his own birth. The last sound was from the Xuanwu district. The call was cut off, leaving the three people in shock. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and pondered. He had thought it would be simple. Just go somewhere, save someone, and be done. But now it seemed the situation was much more troublesome than he had imagined. He closed his eyes, full of melancholy. I'm someone who absolutely hates trouble. The two girls saw his expression and grabbed Zhang Yi's arm. He understood and replied with certainty. Don't worry, I said I'd save her, so I will definitely go. Zhang Yi thought to himself. Right now, I have two special abilities as my aids. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not something difficult. He silently assessed the eerie sounds. That must be from a mutated aberrant or a mutated creature. He picked up the phone and called Chunlei. Brother Zhang, what's up? Seeing that he answered, Zhang Yi got straight to the point. I need to go out soon. I'm heading to Tianqing Academy to save someone. I'll go with you. Qianlei also decisively replied. To save people. Okay, I'll go with you. Then, Qi Guang also replied to his message. No problem. Zhang Yi was thinking at that moment. If a person with two crippled legs like Yang Xian could survive for a whole month, it proves that those things aren't enough to make the mutated humans impossible to deal with. Amidst the lavish feast, he only ate a little. Eating too much would hinder movement if he expended too much stamina. Food and water in the space could be replenished. Pre-installed weapons could also be stored there, like guns. He had also prepared ammunition with stronger firepower. Just as he was thinking, someone called. Zhang Yi answered the phone while reminding himself that when facing the mutants, he must never let his guard down. Then he heard Xianlei say, "Brother Zhang, I've already crossed the river. I'm waiting for you by the roadside." So, Zhang Yi immediately stood up from the table. "I have to go now, for safety while I'm away. You two go down to the secret chamber." Yang Mi was very curious, asking why they had to go down there. "Isn't this place very safe?" Konoha pulled her arm and said, "Just go if sister says so." Then she pushed Yang Mi, saying, "Alright, stop asking and just go." Meanwhile, she thought to herself, he did this because he was wary of Xian's information. Xian was someone we fabricated to deceive him. Even so, it still seemed normal. Zhang Yi led them to the door of 2 rooms and instructed, "This way, even if someone breaks in, they won't be a threat," threatening the safety of the 2 people. "Food and water have been fully prepared. Take good care of yourselves." The 2 girls responded through the glass window with 2 extremes. Thank you, Brother Zhang Yi. We'll wait for you to return." "Zhang Yi, you must bring Xian back safe and sound," he assured her. "As long as she is safe and sound when I get there, I will definitely bring her back without a scratch." Then he sighed and walked out of the secret room. If possible, he wouldn't want to be on guard against those around him either. Zhang Yi's expression darkened slightly, but with the times being what they were, to survive in peace, one had to be cautious and not make any mistakes. As agreed earlier, Chunlei was standing waiting for Zhang Yi in the freezing snow. As soon as he appeared, the guy waved and greeted, "Brother Zhang, I'm here." Zhang Yi saw that Chunlei had arrived earlier than expected, so he lightly scolded him. "Didn't I say we'd meet at 9 a.m.? Look at what time it is now." The guy scratched his head and forced a crooked smile. "I was afraid I'd be late and delay your business, Brother Zhang," so he could only sigh and take a car out from his spatial storage. Zhang Yi opened the door and said softly to Chunlei, "Get in. It's freezing outside." The guy was a bit stunned by the sight and could only let out an, "Oh." After settling into the car, he immediately asked curiously, "Brother Zhang, where are we going today?" He started the engine while giving a short reply, "Going to a school to save someone." Xianlei became even more intrigued about saving people. Oh, I get it now. It must be a relative or a very important friend to you. Zhang, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Yi absent-mindedly replied, "A very important person, something like that." Saying that, but inside he was secretly thinking, "Yang Xian's programming skills. Xian's skills are exactly what I want to get right now." The next second, he couldn't hide his excitement, and started blabbing about his own personal matters. "Brother Zhang, that girl Lily from the village definitely likes you. The way she looks at you is different, and she even came to thank you privately. Yet she doesn't dare to say it directly." Listening to him ramble nonstop in his ear, Zhang Yi darkened his face and cursed inwardly. If it weren't for needing this fatty for the upcoming matter, he would really want to kick him off the vehicle. Suddenly, he changed the subject and asked back, "By the way, what attitude do the people in your village have towards me now?" Xianlei immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Ah, that?" Seeing his unease, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sneer and thought to himself, "I've taken out more than half of the young men. It would be strange if the strong men in your village actually liked me." Just then, he shouted joyfully, causing the guy to immediately look up. "The person is here," from a distance. Jiguang steered the snowmobile to a stop. "Zhang Yi, long time no see." He quickly stepped out of the vehicle with a radiant expression. "Long time no see, Uncle View. What's your status now, Uncle NET0? His face showed an expression of excitement and vitality, of course. "The feeling now is that my body is 10 years younger, like a 30-year-old young man. So both physical strength and energy are abundant." Then Zhang Yi introduced them to each other one by one. "This is Fatty Z, a lightning-type ability user from the ice system. This is Uncle View, Jiguang, a body-strengthening ability user and a former soldier." After hearing this, the 2 of them thought simultaneously. "So all 3 of us here are ability users," Zhang Yi muttered inwardly. "But the awakening just happened not long ago, and the number of awakened people is pitifully small. Gathering 3 of us at once is an even lower probability." Suddenly, Jiguang asked, "Zhang Yi, what do we need to do this time?" "That requires all 3 of us to go. 3 ability users acting together? The opponent's background must be significant, right?" He waved his hand as if to ease the tense atmosphere. "We're just going to the academy to rescue a female student. She's my girlfriend's younger sister. I just found her whereabouts at a school over 20 kilometers away." Zhang Yi pulled the 2 closer and lowered his voice. "I detected anomalies around there. It might be a mutated creature. To ensure safety, I called you two to come along. Hearing this, Chun-Lei was slightly surprised. A mutated creature? Isn't it a mutated human? He half smiled and explained as if it were obvious. Who said only humans can mutate? But a person can mutate. Any biological cell can. Kagwang was a bit curious, so he spoke up to ask. Do you know what that thing is? Zhang Yi honestly answered without hiding anything. I don't know either. There are many species in Tianhai City. So many people keep pets there. The seafood market has sea fish and shrimp. Who knows what mutated into a spirit like a crab? Then he shrugged as if it was nothing. It could also be a person. But if it is a person, they must be crazy. Even though he said that, he thought differently about that sound. It absolutely couldn't be made by an ordinary person. On the contrary, Kagwang seemed very confident. It's fine, no matter what it is. The three of us going together can handle it. We can take it all, right? Hearing that, he agreed and quickly returned to the car. That's exactly what I meant. The three of us joining forces. Nothing can threaten our safety. At this moment, he was more excited than ever. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Zhang Yi immediately responded and set off. Then they quickly moved through the icy sky. At the old address of Tianqing Academy. This place was no exception, all buried under thick snow. Inside the gym, a group of people gathered in a crowd. Wurong suddenly uttered harsh words. Everyone is unlucky. Why was it him who survived immediately? Besides, Tran Thursday also chimed in, pointing out. They must suffer the disaster, all because of him. The venomous words kept pouring out, aimed directly at Duong Han. It was useless, only bringing more burden. Why keep it around? Amidst the chaos, Tan Van was extremely worried. Everyone, tell me, can we still survive? In the heavy silence, Du only knew to curl up, clinging to the last shred of hope. Surely we can survive. Surely we can. However, a voice rang out, pulling everyone back to the harsh reality. But so many people have already died. Instantly Dong Luong panicked, repeating the names of those who had fallen. Lai Hu Min, Vien Tu 4 million, Hon Dong Tu Na. On the opposite side, Chao Du's cold gaze glanced at Duong Han. Hatred churned in her heart. Why is everyone dead? Yet she still looks so unconcerned? Immediately, Chao Du pointed at her and questioned accusingly. With so many dead, why is she still alive? But Duong Han silently endured those mentally devastating words. Every time we flee, we have to drag her along. Ko Luong, just let the monster eat her, and it'll be over, right? I think she's a jinx. She'll just drag others to their deaths. Not stopping there, Chao Du continued to utter cruel words. I think she's nothing but trouble. If it weren't for him, everyone wouldn't have to suffer like this. Following that, Tan Van spoke in a calm tone, but it concealed a terrifying cruelty. If he went to sell salt, the monsters would still not let us go. But if there's a next time, can we leave him behind to lure the monsters? Echoing the crowd, Vinay also agreed with that idea. If that's the case, at least his sacrifice would mean something. Another person nearby chimed in, adding salt to the wound. Since it's already come to this, what's the point of him struggling? Living on would just be the same. Standing outside, Jia Lak coldly declared. We've protected him for so long. That's already done our duty and shown our loyalty, Truong. Jia also nodded and offered an opinion. How about we don't take him along next time? As soon as the words were spoken, Tan Vu's face showed discomfort. What's the use of everyone talking? Ko Luong never has the heart to leave him behind. He added another sentence that made anyone listening feel uneasy. And what's the result? Aren't more and more people dying? At that very moment, someone suddenly stepped toward Duong Han. Seeing that unfriendly face, Duong Han felt terrified. Truong Mong and Gum, continued to scold the little girl. Duong Han, please, just end yourself quickly, okay? You're now completely a disgusting burden. Duong Han knew she had caused trouble for everyone, so she couldn't resist any longer. The classmates outside chimed in. Well done, you idiot. A burden who doesn't know what's good for her. This is exactly what it means to teach someone a lesson. However, Kunyen was extremely indignant and spoke up to defend her friend, Zhang Mengning. Xian is also a person. She has the right to live too. What gives you the right to say that? The deaths of others cannot be blamed on Xian. She thought that rebuttal would silence that group. Unexpectedly, Mo Ling cut in, saying, but someone who can only sit in one place is truly a burden to everyone. Lu Shi, who had been keeping silent all along, also finally spoke up. Before, everyone spared you out of friendship and didn't abandon you. But don't use your weaknesses to morally blackmail others. Zhou Du, standing beside her, also raised his chin and spoke in a judgmental tone. That's really low. Not stopping there, Wu Rong added in a less than friendly tone. You wouldn't want to drag us down either, would you? And then, Other voices of criticism began to rise. That's right. If it weren't for Liang Mei's soft heart, I would have left you behind long ago. Can't you just find a place to die and be done with it? Amidst those heartless shouts, Yang Xian's hand involuntarily clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white with anger and hurt, while Kunyan was already furious beyond endurance. What have you ever done for Xian? Every time, it's only me who helps her. Don't you dare push all your own despair onto others. That statement caused Mao Yang to shift her attack towards Kunyan. You are truly pitiful. She is the noble young lady of a prestigious family. You are just a student who got in through connections. She used those words in an attempt to drive a wedge between the two of them. If his body didn't have issues, would he even be friends with you? I think he just wants to boss you around, that's all. However, Kunai still firmly replied. Han is not that kind of person. Behind her, Yang Han burst into tears, then covered her ears, not wanting to hear another word. In her heart, only one phrase echoed. Too noisy. Just then, Zixian suddenly spoke up. Everyone, stop arguing. At this point, we need to stick together, right? She stepped forward, stood in front of Yang Han, and said in a sweet voice. Han, you don't need to worry. Even though you're very troublesome right now, we won't abandon you. Zixian extended her hand with a suspiciously gentle smile. I believe you won't hold a grudge against everyone either, right? From now on, let's continue being good friends, okay? But just then, a door from above suddenly crashed down beside them. Light streamed in from outside through the broken window, revealing sharp claws shattering the protective glass. Not good! The monsters are here again! Before the scream ended, one of the students was grabbed by its claws and pulled upward. That person's body struggled desperately in midair, their mouth letting out a miserable scream. Ah! The grotesque monster snatched the victim and dragged them outside. Hua! It licked its freshly caught prey as if savoring a favorite treat after days of starvation. The screams of that person echoed, causing Han Dian to panic and tightly cover their ears. No! In the chaos, everyone, without anyone guiding them, immediately scattered in all directions. Quick, get away! Get that burden out of here! The male students rushed to the emergency exit, trying to force it open. Damn it, it's frozen shut. At that moment, another person urged anxiously. Hurry up and open it, or we'll all die here. From a distance, Hua had finally managed to drag its massive body inside, then slowly walked toward them. The victim's body from earlier was still dangling from its mouth. After that, Hua sat down in the middle of the room, leisurely lifted its meal to its mouth, enjoying a private feast. Then it suddenly bit down decisively, causing blood to splatter everywhere, staining the suffocating space. Witnessing that scene, Han Dian's face instantly turned pale. Don't eat me, it seemed Hua. Hua had lost interest in the old meat, so it didn't even bother to chew, just flicked its claws and tossed the corpse away contemptuously. Then it began to bare its fangs and roar, repeatedly in fury, terrifying the students into paralysis. Li Yong's face turned green as he silently analyzed the situation. This monster deliberately waited until the teacher was protecting everyone to look for food. Seizing that chance, it came here to challenge us. Right after that, he suddenly shoved Kunyan out, far away, then pushed Yang Xian hard toward the monster. She panicked when she saw the car swerve and flip to one side, causing Yang Xian to fall to the floor. Xian! At this moment, Kunyan trembled in fear, muttering in her head. Move your legs. Why, at a time like this, am I so scared I can't move? Unable to move, Yang Han had no choice but to lie still, waiting for fate to decide, while the shadow of Hua was approaching closer and closer. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yong ran while gleefully thinking, a bunch of brainless idiots. No matter how many people there are, they'll all die with Yang Henin anyway. Taking advantage of its focus on Yang Han, he used all his speed to dash away. That hasty movement, however, made Hua turn its head and take notice. In the blink of an eye, the monster swung its leg, smashing Li Yong straight to the ground without mercy. The impact was so strong that he vomited blood on the spot. Li Yong struggled to crawl bit by bit, then raised his voice to beg for help from the classmates standing nearby. I don't want to die. Yet not a single person dared to help. At that moment, Karan, disregarding the danger, ran toward Yang Han. She bent down, struggling to support her motionless friend. Hanan, let's go! Shen Wu showed a flash of shock when he saw Hua attack Yang Han. Immediately, he laid out a clear reasoning. I get it now. This monster likes to attack moving objects. Just now, Yang Hanan lay on the ground playing dead, so she escaped death. Hearing this, Tong Yang finally realized what was happening. No wonder Li Yong ran away, but ended up dying the fastest. Right then, Yi Fan raised a question. So what do we do? Do we lie down and play dead? Qingwu gently touched his chin and then made a judgment. Playing dead won't work either. Who doesn't know this monster is just toying with us? After a moment of thought, he quickly devised a plan. We need to do it like this. As soon as Qingwu had figured it out clearly, he shouted loudly. Hurry up and take advantage of the moment. That monster isn't paying attention. We need to leave here immediately. At that moment, every word he said was like a final warning. If we stay here, we'll die. Someone has to go out and call for backup. Otherwise, everyone will die. But as the group began to move, a weak cry. Li Yong's voice rang out from behind. Save me! Don't leave me behind! As they fled, that pleading voice kept echoing behind them. Please, everyone! Qingwu, Xiao ran! Aren't we good brothers? But no one looked back, so he bitterly let out a loud alarm. Look over there! They're trying to run! They're trying to run! A twisted, insane smile spread across his face. If I die, none of you will live either! A student. Someone couldn't hold back their anger and cursed under their breath. Damn it, you're about to die and you still drag others down with you. Right after that warning, the flower began to shift its target, charging toward the other group. Li Yong saw this and rejoiced. He shouted loudly, Don't even think about living! Don't even think about living! If you want to die, then let's all die together! However, while it was busy playing around, a few quick-footed people managed to escape. Qingwu's group took that rare opportunity to get outside. Sorry, but compared to dying together with everyone, it's better for you guys to die. Tong Yang, following closely behind, praised him endlessly. Qingwu, you're so smart. Let those guys attract the monster first, then we run out. He ran while puffing out his chest with arrogance. I had already thought that thing looked like a mutated cat. Qingwu recalled the moment when Hua was analyzing in the garden for everyone to hear. A playful cat will only eat its prey after playing with it enough. Moreover, unless it's extremely hungry, it doesn't have much interest in mice. At that moment, another student also started running in the direction Qingwu had escaped. But unfortunately, he was struck by its tail and sent flying into a plywood board. The person behind him, seeing this, panicked and crouched down. Save me! Right at that moment, a furious shout rang out amidst the chaotic atmosphere. Damned monster! Don't you dare harm my students! As soon as they saw Liang Yu, all the surviving students cheered. Teacher Liang! Teacher Liang is back! Facing Hua, even though her hand was gripping the sword tightly, it trembled slightly. However, Liang Yu didn't hesitate and charged straight at it. Hua nimbly dodged the first attack. In the moment she saw the bodies lying scattered across the yard, she gritted her teeth and thought to herself, how on earth do I show mercy to this monster? Immediately, Liang Yu spun around and saw Hua, snarling and whispering calculations. Starting a fight here would only endanger more students. I'll lure it outside first, then figure things out. Hua suddenly lunged forward and grabbed an unlucky student. Before Liang Yu could react, it turned and fled. She still instinctively assumed a defensive stance, constantly reminding herself in her mind. This monster is very cunning. I can't be careless. Liang Yu went to the door to check, but Hua was already gone, vanished without a trace. Thinking that playing cat and mouse like this, looking at the giant footprints it left behind, a feeling of helplessness arose in her heart. She asked a powerless question. If this continues, how long can she protect the remaining students? Knowing the situation had temporarily stabilized, Liang Yu turned back inside, carrying a bag larger than a month's worth of supplies. More than half of the students had already died. If she hadn't awakened her special ability, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. That thought led her to a dark vision. One day, everyone would die here, and she would be no exception. Meanwhile, the students who had just escaped rushed toward Liang Yu. Teacher Liang, she threw down the huge bag and ordered, distribute the food to everyone. At that moment, Qingwu and the others quickly came back to receive their share. Suddenly, Meng Ning turned to Yang Han and spat out harsh words. Why is everyone dead, but you're still alive? You're the one who deserves to die the most. But she only felt sorrow as those cruel words continued to echo in her ears. On what basis? For what reason? Why don't you just die? Hearing this, Karan couldn't take it anymore and angrily shouted. Zhang Mengning, do you even know how to be reasonable? How can this be blamed on Han? However, she angrily burst into tears and stubbornly argued back. I just can't stand her. Seeing the tense situation, Zi Xian quickly stepped forward to stand between the two. Zhang Mengning, don't be like this. Then she gently handed a small bag toward Yang Han. Han, eat something. Before she could take it, she knocked the food package to the ground. Stop wasting food on him. Then screamed wildly like an evil witch. Someone like him will be eaten sooner or later. It's better to leave the food for others, Liang Yuejie opened her eyes slightly to see the familiar scene and thought to herself. Again, emotional outbursts every single day. She ignored the brats arguing. Her mind was focused on only one goal. As long as they didn't cause a deadly ruckus, she couldn't be bothered to manage them. She had to focus entirely on dealing with that monster. In another area, Han Dian was sitting curled up, holding his head and muttering. Useless, useless. No matter how loud we get, it's useless. We're all going to die. We'll all be eaten by that monster. Suddenly she screamed like a doomsday preacher. Don't you all understand yet? We're all just food it deliberately raised. The only reason we've survived this long is that it prefers to eat us alive. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair. There's no hope anymore, and no rescue will come. This world is truly finished. Amidst that scene, he looked at the small pack of food and affirmed in a voice full of confidence that rescue would definitely come. As he spoke, he devoured each piece of bread, struggling to stay alive. We are all the elite of society. The future will stand at the top, achieving extraordinary things. How could we die here? Chen Wu's face radiated a thirst and determination that wouldn't easily give in. As long as we can get out of here, I can contact the outside world. My father will definitely send people to rescue me. The scene shifts to Zhang Jie and his group. After stepping out of the car, Zhang Jie cautiously reminded Keguang and Chun Lei. Stay alert, there might be danger around. Looking at the scene ahead, Keguang couldn't help but worry. But everywhere is covered in snow. How can we determine the location of the person you need to rescue? At this moment, he pressed the phone to his ear, but only heard a notification tone. The number you are calling is out of the service area. Zhang Jie's voice was filled with helplessness. My phone signal isn't very good. Still holding on to a sliver of hope, he suggested. Let's try searching once. The school is huge. As long as we spot a tall building, we can pinpoint Yang Xian's location using the map. Hearing this, Chun Lei exclaimed loudly in admiration. An aristocratic school is ridiculously huge. I heard it even has a golf course. Zhang Jie tried to persuade them. This school covers 3,000 acres. Let's just drive slowly and search. No need to rush, Keguang suggested. We'll be faster if we split up. But he felt a sense of unease and immediately objected. No need. Safety is the most important thing. It's better if we all act together. While driving on the snow-covered land, they reminded each other, it's okay to go slow. Safety is what matters. After moving for a while, the three of them approached the tallest tower. Without any hesitation, the group quickly got out of the car to check the situation. Zhang Yi looked at the map on his phone and analyzed. The location of the astronomy center is to the southeast. It's the area in front of the school. Observing the geography of the building before him, he continued to comment. The school's dormitories and cafeteria are to the north, still far away. Chun Lei then asked curiously, could they be hiding in a spacious place like a classroom? Or maybe the gymnasium? He thought of every possible scenario. After all, in a blizzard, they needed to find a large space to ensure humidity and avoid danger from cracking ice. Zhang Yi's eyes sharpened. This school is very large. We can only search the most likely places. First, the dormitories and cafeteria. Then the gymnasium and classrooms. Meanwhile, Chun Lei had already used his ability to lift the ice blocks. Brother Zhang, this place can be entered. Seeing him trying to squeeze in, he felt helpless. What's the point of going down here? We're not here to collect 10 astronomical telescopes. Chun Lei quickly agreed, saying, that's true. Then Zhang Yi's tone became cheerful again. However, let's just take the professional astronomical equipment here. We might need it later, Uncle View. Sorry for the trouble, Uncle. Keguang pushed Chun Lei inside while replying, all right. While the group was still busy, a strange creature suddenly appeared from behind. He became alert and immediately aimed his gun at it. Something was approaching. But when he saw it more clearly, Zhang Yi's eyes widened in shock. A giant mutated cat appeared before him. Zhang Yi still aimed his gun at it, watching its every move. However, he couldn't help but feel something was off. What's going on? It didn't have any killing intent. Suddenly, Hua Hua moved, its sharp gaze shifting. It turned toward Keguang and Chun Lei. Without hesitating for even a second, Chun Lei immediately unleashed a barrage of ice shards. Sharp as arrows, they fell like relentless rain. At the same time, he shouted loudly, Brother Zhang! At that moment, seeing Chun Lei unintentionally agitate the creature, it became extremely agitated. Zhang Yi rushed over to stop him in a panic. Wait! Struck by the attack, it flew into a rage and charged forward with bloodshot eyes. A fierce gleam flashed in its gaze. The scene was so sudden that he could hardly believe his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast!" Zhang Yi slightly lowered his body, focusing all his concentration. A strange energy began to emanate from around his body. Double speed, without wasting a single second, he leaped high into the air. Raising his gun, he aimed directly at its back. As he landed, Zhang Yi silently assessed the situation. Armor-piercing rounds could only penetrate its fur. On the other side, Guan had already stepped forward in time, standing right in front of his teammate and issuing a warning. Xian Lei, retrocede. Justo el terminar de hablar, el inmediatamente. Threw a decisive punch, aimed straight at the blazing eye of Hua. The impact sent it bouncing backward. Their side also felt the shockwave, causing the eye's surface beneath them to start cracking. Hua crouched low, its fur bristling with agitation, its mouth growling out hoarse, drawn-out sounds. At that moment, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. Was this monster a cat, a lion, a tiger, or a leopard that escaped from the zoo? Still, he quickly dismissed those wandering thoughts and immediately raised his aiming gun. No matter what it was, this monster was extremely dangerous. He held his breath, focusing all his attention to aim and shoot accurately at the target. Dealing with this thing, the power of a 6-shot gun was basically insufficient. It had to be a sniper rifle. In the next instant, Hua suddenly leaped high into the air, its knife-sharp claws extended, ready to pounce on Zhang Yi. Unfazed, he gripped the gun firmly in his hand and continuously fired bullets without stopping into its charging body. Before Hua could even make a specific move, it immediately took a hit from Zhang Yi. This only seemed to make it even more ferocious, ready to devour its prey without hesitation. Hua instantly curled its body into a massive ball and rolled at a dizzying speed toward him. The bizarre sight was enough to make Zhang Yi's jaw drop. Startled, he blurted out, "Damn it!" However, he quickly calmed down. He swiftly used the sealing magic to restrain it. At this distance, there's no reason for me to run away. A powerful surge of energy enveloped Hua silently calculated in his mind, just entering the different space. No matter what kind of creature you are, you'll be bound by the world's rules until death. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy ahead, its crimson eyes widened in shock. Then, Hua immediately leaped into the air, distancing itself from the source of energy. Then it ran away as fast as its legs could carry it, trying to escape his sight. Zhang Di frowned slightly and clenched his fist. What a pity! He looked at the snow pit Hua had created to escape, lost in thought. I almost caught it. I still want to study a bit about the difference between mutated creatures and mutated humans. At this moment, Chun Lei and Ji Guang also quickly ran over. The man asked worriedly, "Han, are you okay?" Zhang Di quickly replied, "I'm fine. You too, be careful of Hua." It stood on the snowy mountain and let out a roar that echoed through the sky. The sound forced them to hurriedly cover their ears. Ji Guang judged. "It seems to be cursing someone," Chun Lei added, "and it's cursing very harshly." The three of them fell silent, watching Hua hurl insults before leaving. Ji Guang suddenly wondered, where is it going? He was also curious. Could it have a spatial ability too? Zhang Yi's expression suddenly turned cold as he retorted inappropriately. If it had this ability, it would have used it to deal with me earlier, he thought to himself. The surrounding space hasn't changed. The monster must have run far away. Looking at the scene ahead, Guan couldn't help but exclaim, "So there's a spring thunder pit!" He crossed his arms in front of his chest, observed, and began to analyze. If this monster has always been lurking around here, then in the school, there should definitely be no survivors. "Brother Zhang, is the information you have accurate?" Zhang Yi rubbed his chin with a contemplative expression. "There's something you two didn't notice earlier." Recalling the encounter with Hua, he then mentioned the important detail he had observed. "That thing didn't intend to harm us at first." Afterward, he sat down and carefully examined the strange pit. The ability might have greatly increased its intelligence, even rivaling that of humans. In his mind, he considered another possibility, precisely because these interconnected tunnels allowed air to circulate. Then Zhang Yi stood up and suggested, "Come on, let's go down and take a look." Hearing this, Spring Thunder was startled and panicked. "What? Go down from here?" Fear surged, leaving him bewildered. "What if we run into that monster? Down there might be its territory." But he quickly retorted, "Do you need to rethink what you're saying?" Helplessly, he put his hands on his hips, looked at him, and questioned doubtfully, "Have you forgotten what ability you have?" "One ability. A snow-type system user, yet afraid to fight in the snow?" Chun Lei was puzzled after hearing that, but it made sense, so then the three of them moved together down into the deep pit. After sliding down into the bottomless hole, Zhang Yishuan's group ventured deeper and deeper. After walking for a while, they had to stop because there were too many paths to choose from, leaving Chun Lei utterly astonished. He never expected this monster to have dug so many tunnels. Then he rubbed his head in confusion, but underground. We'll only get more lost. What should we do? Hearing this, Zhang Yishuan immediately conjured something. We'll use this as a marker. This way, we won't lose our way. Meanwhile, Guang was frowning, overwhelmed by the lingering scent everywhere. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood. Chun Lei calmly analyzed. It must be from that monster. Who knows how many people it has devoured. We should head toward the direction with less blood smell. Seeing his timid demeanor, Zhang Yishuan felt speechless. The three of us are all here, and the snow is your territory. Can you be a little braver, huh? Instantly, a gun was firmly gripped in his hand. If we really encounter it, it's the one that should be running away. Guang turned his head to look at Huang Jinshaing. At this moment, Zhang Yishuan's face couldn't hide his smugness as he confirmed. That's right. After introducing the weapon, he began assigning tasks. Uncle View, your investigative ability is strong. Let's follow the direction of that monster. Zhang Yishuan offered his own reasoning. It's looking for food. Then it will definitely head towards where humans are. We just need to follow it. And we can find a place with living people. Contrary to the calm demeanor of the two, Chun Lei was already scared pale. What if we run into it? That wouldn't be good. He was still extremely resolute. What's there to fear? If we really encounter it, just use the ice snow. To tie it up tightly, his tone was firm. Zhang Yi was extremely resolute. If it really leaves, once it attacks us, then we'll destroy it. Knowing he couldn't persuade him, he had to go along. Alright boss. Then they began moving forward. Zhang Yi walked while marking the ice walls. This way, the symbols can avoid being detected by monsters, preventing damage. At the same time, elsewhere, Lian Yu was gasping heavily, exhausted from countless non-stop battles. Now she could no longer stand steadily and had to use her weapon, thrusting it hard into the ground for support. Can't keep wasting like this anymore. The current situation made Lian Yu extremely anxious. For 3 consecutive days, students have been dying to monsters. Not eating or drinking has pushed my body to its limit. We don't need to wait for the monsters to strike. We'll starve to death first. While she was focused on analyzing, Sheng Wu and Zi Xian hurried over to Liang. Instead of caring about Liang's health condition, Sheng Wu was preoccupied with something else. Shouldn't we go out and look for food? If we keep this up, we'll starve to death. Zi Xian also quickly urged. You're our only hope. If you just keep resting here and don't go out to find food, what are we supposed to do? These words made Liang Yu understand everything. These kids thought that she hadn't gone out to find food these past few days because she was scared of those monsters, so they came to demand she fulfill her duties as a teacher, huh? No matter how furious she was, she still had to remind herself that she was a teacher and shouldn't get angry at students. Then, Liang Yu calmly analyzed that if she left, what would happen if the monsters attacked them again? Zi Xian still kept a nonchalant attitude. That's why we said, this time, you need to be quick when you go out. Hurry back in time, and… Xing Yu suddenly stepped forward and gave his assurance. Miss Liang, you don't need to worry about this issue. We'll do our best to protect everyone. Contrary to the words he just spoke, in his heart, Xing Yu was constantly sneering. At a time like this, she still wants to protect everyone one by one. It's hard to tell if she's being straightforward or just plain stupid. He smirked slyly to himself. But thankfully, she's that kind of person. Otherwise, I might have died a long time ago. At that moment, Zi Huin kept reminding Liang Yu. Miss Liang, we're counting on you. Our safety all depends on you. Xing Wu thought the same. Miss Liang, we're counting on you. Our safety all depends on you. After some deliberation, Liang Yu finally decided to leave. Alright, I'll step out for a bit. You all take care of yourselves. He immediately put on a warm smile. Take care, miss. Come back soon. But inside, he was constantly brewing malicious plans. I've already picked out some cannon fodder. If the monster appears, I'll push them out to buy time. As soon as Liang Yu left, Xing Wu quickly ran to lock the door. At this moment, she was deep in thought. This can't go on. Between the students and that monster, only one of us can survive. Now Liang Yu's eyes were filled with nothing but determination. Either I perish together with it, or… Meanwhile, Karan was asking Han with great concern. Does it still hurt? Yan Han forced a smile to ease the tension. I'm fine. It's so cold I can't feel the pain anymore. Hearing this, she quickly comforted her. Don't give up hope. We have to keep living, right? This positive energy seemed to transfer to Han Han. We can definitely survive. Ji Mengning stepped forward with a mocking tone. You're really dreaming in broad daylight. You two think that luck will always be on your side. A cripple, even if he lives on, what can he do? Can't do anything, just causes more trouble. Not only that, the next words from her were even more venomous. If I were you, I'd just go sell salt and be done with it. Not only are you suffering yourself, but you're dragging others down too. As soon as she finished, Tan Van also stepped forward and sneered at Qian. What's the point of struggling like this? Tran Thursday immediately chimed in. When the monster appears next time, you won't be so lucky. Ka Nin couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Stop it, don't go too far. Suddenly, her gaze caught a shadow on the door. The words she was about to say got stuck in her throat. That was because now, the argument with those people no longer mattered. Ka Nin immediately turned around, pushed Duong Han's wheelchair, and shouted, Run! Even though they heard the warning, some students still couldn't escape in time and were caught by the claws of HOA. Not wanting to be the next victim, Tan Vu didn't hesitate to push his classmate toward it as a shield. As he was about to be attacked, he could only curse in helplessness. No, Tan Vu, you used your classmate as a shield, you bastard. As soon as he finished, he was mercilessly crushed, leaving a scene of utter horror. Seeing this, the students panicked and fled in all directions. Meanwhile, outside, Luong Duyet had also timed the moment perfectly and prepared to charge in and deal with HOA. Now, her eyes were filled with nothing but determination. It was at this moment that Liang Yu was using an astonishing speed, charging straight ahead with a resolute expression on her face. She quickly gripped the sword in her hand tightly, intending to ambush Hua from behind. If she won, it would be a desperate struggle, but both she and the students could survive. Her unwavering determination seemed to fuel Liang Yu with strength. So even if she was discovered, she still charged forward. If she lost, she would die. Then, that sharp blade successfully struck, causing Hua to scream in pain. At this moment, the group of students inside, witnessing this scene, were constantly gaping in shock. Some were bold enough to run up to get a better look, completely abandoning their panicked, fleeing demeanor from before. While the battle was still raging fiercely, the translation team had followed the trail and arrived at this place. The current situation left Chun Lei somewhat bewildered. What's going on here? It seemed Liang Yu had also noticed their sudden appearance. People I've never seen before. They're definitely not the lucky survivors from the school. They must be outsiders. She quickly called out for help. Come and help me deal with this monster. Hearing this, that guy wanted to go and assist, but was stopped by Brother Zhang. Zhang Yi was still calmly observing. Wait a moment. In his mind, he was constantly analyzing her fighting style. This person is a master. Indeed, her strength and speed are clearly not those of an ordinary person. Another mutant. And a mutant with extremely powerful combat abilities. Zhang Yi's expression gradually turned thoughtful. He couldn't tell if she was a friend or an enemy who came here to find someone. This black monster was also extremely powerful, striking at will. On the contrary, it would put the three of us in danger. There's no need to do that. After thinking it over for a while, he gave an order. No need to act. Judging by her demeanor, she shouldn't be hard to deal with. Let's go rescue people. Chun Lei was a bit uncertain, but he still chose to trust. That's true. As for Kuguang, he shared the same perception as Zhang Yi. This is a dangerous woman. It's better to keep our distance. Then they immediately turned and left, leaving Liang Yu stunned in shock. Do these three people really look down on me like this? Only then did she suddenly notice the direction they were heading and hurriedly follow. What do you guys want to do? However, Zhang Yi's group didn't care at all and casually kicked open the door of the gymnasium. To enter, then the whole group together approached the spot where the students were gathered. Zhang Yi's eyes quickly scanned and immediately stopped at a corner. Found it. It's exactly like the photo from Youngmi. Now, his tone couldn't hide his joy. She's still alive. Suddenly, Shen Wu appeared out of nowhere and stood right in front of him. Zhang Yi, are you from the Western Mountain Stronghold? His face lit up with excitement. Is it my father's order? That remark made Zhang Yi a bit puzzled. Western Mountain Stronghold? Where is that? Shen Wu didn't bother to hide it and proudly introduced his identity. I am Wu Chen Wu. My father is Wu Jiangwo. I think you three must be very familiar with his name. Zhang Yi spoke up to probe him. You seem very familiar with the Shishan organization? While sneering inwardly. So he's the young master. But after all this time, he looks no different from a beggar. And still putting on that young master act. It's truly laughable. Zhang Yi's question caught Qingwu a bit off guard. Aren't you guys from the Shishan base? Then you must be refugees from other shelters, right? He then raised his hand to stroke his chin with a strange, thoughtful look. This place is clearly very close to Shishan. There's no reason for you to come here. He had caught the key phrase, other shelters, meaning there were many more shelters in Tiahai. Then, without hesitation, Johnny wanted to dig for more information. How much do you know about the shelters? That attitude only made Qingwu more certain. You three aren't from a shelter, are you? He didn't intend to hide anything and answered frankly. To be honest, I don't know much. I only know there are a few such places. Mentioning this, Qingwu felt annoyed. Since the blizzard hit, I never expected it to be this severe. Otherwise, I would have gone there already. Johnny then drew a conclusion after observing. He doesn't seem to know the news. If he had been trapped here for so long and could contact the outside, then his wealthy and powerful father would have come to rescue him by now. At this moment, the students began to stir and compete to show off their backgrounds, hoping to be saved. My father is chairman of Chongming Group. Take me out. I can give you as much money as you want. My parents can give you power. You must know what those two names mean in Tiahai. This chaotic scene left Chun-Lei and Ji Guang extremely bewildered. With so many people, how can we save them all? However, Zhang Yi was completely unaffected and calmly walked past them toward that corner down there. When he reached Yang Han, he immediately stopped and flashed a polite smile. You're Yang Han, right? She replied. Yes. After confirming the identity of the person before him, Zhang Yi cheerfully introduced his purpose. I'm Yang Yi. Your sister Yang Mi and Kanua asked me to come rescue you. Will you come with me? Yang Han agreed without hesitation. Okay. In her heart, she calmly analyzed. The person coming to save me is definitely not a bad guy. Then he decisively pushed the wheelchair, ready to take her away immediately. All right, follow me then. But Yang Han quickly spoke up to ask a favor. Please wait a moment. Can you help me with something? Hearing this, although Zhang Yi's expression remained gentle, the words he spoke were full of hidden meaning. What is it? Just don't make it too complicated. Like asking me to save your whole class, for example. Contrary to his expectations, her gaze was fixed on the fight over there. Could you please stop them from fighting? He was afraid of danger. Zhang Yi immediately looked up in the direction Yang Han pointed. Oh, just need to stop them from fighting. He calmly analyzed the pros and cons of this proposal in his mind. This matter isn't difficult. He would need her help later to maintain the shelter's network. Owning her a favor now would make it easier to build connections later. Then Zhang Yi raised his hand to call over Ji Guang and Chun-Lei, who were stuck in the crowd, to work. They all walked together to where Liang Yu and Hua were fighting. Suddenly, Zhang Yi was attracted by the broken fangs scattered on the ground. He immediately used his power to collect them and bring them back. He would study them later when he had time. Then he turned around and ordered the fatty Chun-Lei to make a move. Following his instructions, he quickly used his ability to break the ice wall in front of him. On the other side, stone fragments from above were also falling and about to hit Liang Yu. Luckily, her body's quick reflexes allowed her to dodge in time. Then they all gathered together and pressed down on Hua. When witnessing this scene, Liang Yu suddenly became so angry that she gritted her teeth. After they surrounded Hua, Zhang Yi spoke calmly. No need to thank me. We're all human. Helping each other is only natural. However, this action just now made Liang Yu furious. Do you know what you've done? I was about to determine the winner soon. With this monster now. Her sword tip was already pointed close, and had been for some time. This is my last chance. If I miss this time, it won't fall for the trick again. Yet you don't feel scared at all? Oh, is that so? Then Zhang Yi leisurely turned around and walked away. I just wanted to help you, afraid you'd lose to the monster. You frankly admitted that if she weren't your student, worried she'd get hurt, so you begged me, I wouldn't even bother. These words only made Liang Yu even more furious. This damn bastard. And in the blink of an eye, she charged forward with her sword without hesitation. Stop right there. Zhang Yi then pulled out a gun, clearly so beautiful. But anger doesn't look good on you, and right after that, a bullet was fired toward Liang Yu. But she not only didn't flinch, she used her sword to cut it into 2 pieces. This sight made Zhang Yi's expression turn into shock, splitting a bullet with bare hands, and Liang Yu's anger reached its peak. Just as Zhang Yi predicted, when he saw her charging, he suddenly flashed a smug smile. I've been waiting for this moment. And he immediately activated his ability. Liang Yu's body also followed, and was sucked into Zhang Yi's space. Then he collapsed to the ground, startling Xian, Lei and Ji Guang at the same time. Brother Zhang. Zhang Yi, but Zhang. He quickly stood up and waved his hand at the two. I'm fine, don't come here. He immediately activated his power and released Liang Yu out. She, on the other hand, was still shaken by what had just happened. What was that just now? Zhang Yi asked, bending down. I had good intentions helping you, yet you attacked me. Women are truly hard to understand. Taking advantage of Liang Yu not yet regaining her composure, he reached out and picked up the sword, just in case she got angry. Something this dangerous, let me keep it safe. Zhang Yi silently thought to himself. This sword can cut through bullets, clearly a top-tier weapon. Of course, I have to keep it. Liang Yu struggled to get up. Give it back to me. He just calmly turned around. All right, don't get mad. Anger harms the body. Then he raised his hand and waved, calling over two students. Help the teacher go rest. After being helped to a corner, she began to probe. Who exactly are you people? What are you doing here? Zhang Yi immediately pointed at Yang Xian. I was asked by her family member to come take her away. She caught the key word, away. Liang Yu didn't hesitate to propose. Then can you take us along too? The students also rushed over. It's too dangerous here. You saw that monster. It's already eaten hundreds of people in the school. Please take us with you. My dad will definitely repay you later. He'll give you as much money as you want. Hearing this, Zhang Yi remained completely unmoved. I only came to take her alone. The rest of you, find your families and figure out a way. The group of students all showed sad expressions. We can't contact our families. After a moment of silence, Liang Yu finally gave an analysis in a firm tone. Looking at your condition, your lives must be very good. You definitely have shelter and food. She didn't hesitate to beg. Can you do a good deed? Please save these children. They are all the hope of the future. Zhang Yi repeated that phrase. Hope of the future. His expression suddenly turned angry. Are the children of high-ranking officials the only hope? Are the children of commoners not hope? Zhang Yi didn't show any mercy and bluntly expressed. I don't see anything superior about you. What is there to be arrogant about? Then he shook his head to show refusal. If you are so outstanding, you can surely persist and survive. Sorry, I'm just a commoner. I can't save you elites. He added, I only came to save Yang Han. Only Han. The others can leave. Hearing this, the eyes Meng Ning was glancing toward Yang Han. Couldn't hide her resentment. Just taking this troublesome person away, what right does she have? And in an instant she had already stepped forward to choke her, threatening him to take them all. If not, I'll send her off to sell salt, but she was already being controlled by someone else all along. Xian, let me go. Witnessing this scene, Liang Yu could do nothing more than try to persuade them. Don't, they're all classmates. At a time like this, stop fighting each other. However, Mao Yu didn't care at all and was still aggressively threatening. If you don't take us with you, then no one gets to go at all. But Zhang Yi showed no sign of worry. You tell me, why in this world are there so many people who think they're so smart? As soon as he finished speaking, he used his ability to grab the gun. Then Zhang Yi decisively gave the opposing side a few copper bullets. The students who had threatened him earlier immediately went to meet their maker. Only the terrified crowd was left, scattering in panic. Someone's dead! At this moment, Liang Yu was so horrified his eyes went wide. You actually eliminated these kids? Zhang Yi replied in a cold tone. They're not that young anymore. They even know how to threaten others with their friends' lives. You call these kids? His gaze turned to Yang Xian, who had been silent all this time. Scared stupid? Zhang Yi stepped in front of her and sighed helplessly. As long as your mind still works, it's fine. After some time, the psychological trauma will fade. He reached out his hand. Come on, I'll take you home. It seemed Yang Xian had regained her composure. Yes. Suddenly, she spoke hesitantly. That thing, he asked. Can I bring your friend along? The chapter translation has a bit of a surprise. His friend then turned around and looked to the side. She, a freeloader, noticed a hint of confusion. On the face of the translator, Yang Xian, she quickly introduced. Kunai is also like me, a student specially recruited by the Tianqing Academy. Special recruitment? He showed a puzzled expression. Special recruitment, she immediately explained more clearly. There are two types of students here. One is the rich kids. The rest are those who bring fame to the school. Geniuses recruited specially. The second type has to participate in domestic and international competitions. Kunai is a mechanical genius, no less than any master's degree holder from top universities worldwide. All this time, Kunai remained silent, listening. And Yang Xian, to increase Zhang Yi's trust, continued, This wheelchair was also made by him for me. Used for so long without any issues. At this moment, he was constantly evaluating in his mind. Seems like his physique is not bad. A good physique is necessary to be a qualified engineer. A qualified engineer. Then Zhang Yi immediately spoke up. What can you do? Kunai immediately introduced her abilities. I'm very skilled in vehicle maintenance and design. I also have knowledge of firearms. If you take me with you, I can modify cars and guns for you, she added. Out of interest, I've studied forging techniques. If conditions are right, making cold weapons is entirely possible. These words seemed to hit a nerve. The translator currently needs a genius in this area, so he immediately agreed. Alright, then you should come with us. Hearing this, Kunyen immediately followed with joy and gratitude. By the way, may I ask how I should address you? Zhang Yi tilted his head and replied, My name is Zhang Yi. I'm older than you, so just call me Big Brother. Then, she quickly reached out to help push young Xian's wheelchair. Yes, Brother Zhang. Witnessing this scene, the crowd, wanting to survive, also scrambled to introduce their abilities. Brother Zhang, I'm useful too. I know how to drive. My driving skills are excellent. I know 8 languages. I can be your translator. If everyone leaves, we'll die. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. This chaotic atmosphere. Wait, it was Zixian trying to analyze the current situation to stop the translator's steps. Right now, Miss Liang is very weak, and the monster has been released. After you leave, if it comes back, what should we do? She was trying to make a demand. If it weren't for you guys interfering, that monster would probably have been killed by Miss Liang by now. Even if you want to leave, you should at least help us deal with that trouble first. However, the translator didn't care much and drew his gun, pointing it close at Zixian, saying, So you're saying that if we hadn't come, you all would definitely have survived? Meanwhile, Yang Xian was sending a final farewell to Miss Liang. Thank you for your care and concern during this time. Liang Yu nodded to show she understood, then her eyes shifted, revealing a clear determination as if she had made up her mind to do something. And just as the group of Zhang Yi had stepped out the door, Liang Yu immediately shouted loudly, Follow them! Take advantage of the monsters not being here yet, follow them! At least we can find a way out of here. When he saw the sea of people behind them, Shunlei whispered softly with a confused look, Those people are really following us, what do we do now? Yet Shang Yi remained completely calm. What's wrong? Do you feel sorry for them? He quickly denied it. No way. Then he continued to probe. So do you want to eliminate all of them? Based on, with your strength, you could just collapse this place and bury them alive. Hearing this, Chunlei's face couldn't hide his panic, and he hurriedly waved his hand. No, I didn't mean that. They and I have no grudges. Zhang Yi then concluded. If that's the case, just ignore them. After that, he leisurely walked forward. When poor, take care of yourself. When rich, help the world. We don't have the ability to support dozens of people yet. These words helped him understand somewhat. Brother John was right. At this moment, being able to take care of himself was already good enough. When they reached outside, Zhang Yi immediately summoned the car and then arranged. You sit with Uncle Long. Chunlei's tone was somewhat surprised. A motorcycle? Isn't it cold? He then took out another helmet and put it directly on his head. Isn't this fine now? Xianlei's expression immediately changed. Oh, putting on a hat feels completely different. Then he got into the car and shouted excitedly. Haha, I actually enjoy driving to feel the breeze. Zhang Yicheng had already gotten into the car and was about to start the engine. Let's go, we're heading back. Ignoring the group tailing them, they simply drove away. Witnessing this, Zixian's mood became somewhat troubled. Where should we go next? Just then, Xingyu suddenly took out his phone and tapped something with a confident expression. Leave the next part to me. After walking in the snow for a long time, Yang Xian and Kunyen finally felt the warmth inside the car. Meanwhile, Zhang Yicheng, though busy driving, didn't forget to remind them. Eat something to replenish your energy. Be careful not to eat too fast, or you'll risk gastritis. Hearing this, Kunyen's eyes showed even more admiration. Big brother, you're really a good person. Yang Xian was reaching for a water bottle beside her, saying, Thank you. Then the two of them ate and drank comfortably until they were full. Only then did they stop. After they had replenished their energy, Zhang Yicheng suddenly praised. Xian, you're really amazing. This remark left Yang Xian confused. Brother, are you talking about me? What did I do? A hint of sadness flashed across her face. I've always been a burden to everyone. If it weren't for Kunyen, always protecting me, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Kunyen quickly leaned in to comfort her. We're good sisters. Why are you being so polite with me? However, the following lines of the chapter only made the translation even more confusing, right? But I still think you're a bit better. Yang Xian showed a clear look of doubt. Huh, why would you say that? You're straightforward about exposing your own flaws. Since I was a child, I've had polio in both legs and couldn't move at all, only able to sit in a wheelchair. He immediately understood and cut her off. But under the threat of that monster, you've still managed to survive until now. Isn't that good enough? Then he calmly analyzed. You could say it's luck, or that the girl sitting behind you was protecting you. But for over a month, that monster must have attacked at least 10 or 20 times. You could call that luck. 3 or 4 times is already suspicious. The translation continued with his reasoning. And you've survived until now. I think this is definitely no coincidence. Then he glanced over with a meaningful look. Am I right? Kunaran was utterly confused. What are you two talking about? At this point, Yang Xian no longer intended to hide it and calmly admitted, You really are very smart. No wonder you've managed to survive until now, and even kept those 2 foolish sisters alive. In response to that praise, the translation still showed great modesty. It's not that I'm smart. It's just that there have been too many coincidences. Especially just now, when your teacher was fighting the monster. You told me to stop their battle. Every detail was thus strung together coherently by him. If you wanted me to protect the teacher, you should have told me to go and eliminate that monster to help you instead. But you didn't do that, which proves you wanted to protect that monster, not your teacher. Zhang Yi calmly concluded. So, based on those 2 incidents, that monster has always been raised by you, right? I'm not wrong, am I? Hearing this, Yang Xian broke into an amused smile. You're really smart. You've already guessed most of the story. But I'm not as malicious as you think. She decided to explain everything clearly. I'm not the owner of Hua, nor did I send it to harm classmates and teachers. It has always been protecting me. At this mention, Karan felt very surprised. Hua is that stray cat you used to feed before. It seemed like everything was gradually being clarified by Yang Xian. That monster is the stray cat Hua, which I often fed at the dormitory, mutated. Because of my relationship with Hua, we were very close, so it attacked me. Karan kept clicking her tongue in amazement. No wonder every time it came, it scared us but never actually attacked us. I thought we were just lucky. However, Zhang Yi blurted out some suggestive words. I'm afraid things aren't as simple as you say, are they? It's just out of gratitude that it didn't attack you. Zhang Yi grew more intrigued as he listened. Could it be that monster led us here and attacked us out of instinct? His words made Chou Yanghian a bit surprised. His observation skills are truly meticulous. Hui can understand my words. I told it that someone would come to pick me up, and told it not to harm you all, then calmly sighed without realizing he had built an image of a gentle Hui in the translation and adaptation. But I just didn't expect you all to be this strong. However, the translation had caught the key point in Yang Hian's words. So you also told it to deal with those classmates of yours? Hearing this, Yang Hian immediately refuted, that's not the case. She flashed a harmless smile. Although there are many despicable people among them, I don't hate them enough to eliminate them. Then Yang Hian slowly explained that at first they sold salt only because they had previously abused Hui, and Hui needed to fill its hungry stomach. But later, the situation became more abnormal. Recalling that time made her mood heavy. Some people criticized me as a burden, wanting to sacrifice my life to stop Hui. They even deliberately pushed my wheelchair, pushing me outside. But soon Yang Hian regained her composure. How ridiculous. How did they know Hui wouldn't harm me? As long as I survive, they will realize their own uselessness. So they wanted me gone even more. It seems this is the first time Kunai has heard of this. So that's it. Many times I thought we were done for. Finally, Yang Hian calmly concluded, so later I felt it would be better if these people disappeared. At this moment, she seemed to be just sharing a small anecdote from daily life. So later, Hui teased them bit by bit. They really do have something to do with me. Then, Yang Xian looked at Zhang Yi with sparkling eyes. Do you think Xian is cruel? Zhang Yi secretly admired her in his heart. This cruelty is very similar to my own. But outwardly, he still maintained a cold attitude. It's all up to you. I came to save you to fulfill a promise to your sister. And I need to use your abilities. Do you agree? That's true. In this kind of world, people without value cannot be saved. At this moment, Zhang Yi finally got straight to the point. Don't worry. After joining my team from now on, as long as you obediently listen to me and work seriously, you won't suffer from hunger, cold, or life-threatening danger. He knew exactly how to make others believe. I can guarantee this to you. Those words indeed struck a chord in Yang Xian and Kunyan's hearts. Thank you, big boss. Just when everyone thought there was nothing left to say, Zhang Yi suddenly spoke up. Xian, I still have one question. I hope you can answer it for me. Yang Xian readily agreed. Go ahead and ask. Zhang Yi focused on driving while speaking. It's been so long since the apocalypse arrived. Why didn't you send a message to your 2 sisters before, but only recently did? He slowly emphasized each word. Moreover, deep beneath such thick snow, how did you solve the signal problem? Yang Han didn't expect to receive such a question. I'm a top-tier hacker in the world, so signal issues are naturally solvable, and with Hua's help too. As for sending messages to contact everyone, she flashed a mischievous smile. I never planned to call my foolish sister from the start. My target was you. This was something Zhang Yi couldn't have expected. Her target was me. Why? Before this, you and I had never interacted. Yang Han just showed a calm expression. I originally thought that foolish sister of mine was already gone. Anyway, with her intelligence and abilities, she could manage in the entertainment industry, but saving people at this time? She slowly emphasized each word. So I won't pin my hopes of survival on her. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was even more surprised. Then you chose me. So Yang Han calmly explained to him. Earlier, my phone received news, transmitted from the outside world. At this moment, she was like a child showing off a new toy. Its features are no less than an ordinary supercomputer. With just a little analysis, I could investigate the documents related to you. Then Yang Xian put on an incredibly cute expression, saying she truly admired him deeply, sparing no praise for his translation work. Clearly, she was just an ordinary manager, yet she could achieve so much in such a short time. These words left him somewhat speechless. How well do you know me, Yang Xian? She replied with an unwavering attitude, almost entirely. Anything that can be found online, I just need to snap my fingers to dig it up. She grew more enthusiastic as she spoke. Your involvement in the Huainan warehouse theft case, your bank card transfer records, and even how many neighbors you dealt with in the Yulu district. Finally, Yang Xian expressed once again. After reading these stories about you, I truly adore you. This time, Zhang Yi was genuinely frightened, realizing she was a crazy fangirl. However, he still had some lingering doubts. You knew that I and Yang Michukuna were together, so you used them to contact me. Zhang Yi didn't know how to react, being targeted by a crazy fangirl. He wasn't sure if this was a good or bad thing. Yang Xian readily admitted, that's right. Though I didn't know if you would come to save me. If you hadn't, I would have definitely come looking for you. Then she put on a shy expression. But you really did come to save me, and I'm very happy. In truth, Zhang Yi felt very uncomfortable inside. He thought everything was under his control, but unexpectedly fell into a trap set by someone else. Yet outwardly, he acted as if nothing had happened. Xian, I want to ask you a question. You and that cat have such a good relationship. Will it obey all of your commands? This sudden question made Yang Xian open her eyes wide in surprise. You've never owned a cat before? She patiently explained the facts to Zhang Yi. Cats can only be considered friends. It's very difficult to become their owner, especially stray cats. After hearing this, he suddenly became thoughtful. Then that's a bit tricky. Zhang Yi looked at the image captured through the rearview mirror. He had originally hoped that he could recruit a useful combat force. It seems he has already planned out the next leg of the journey. In the end, he still couldn't bear to part with Yang Xian. The appearance of Hua was something Zhang Yi never expected. He quietly observed it. Cats are very hard to figure out, especially house cats or stray cats roaming around. They won't easily trust humans. Moreover, they are very difficult to tame. At this moment, Yang Xian also noticed. Hua has followed us here. Seeing this, she was extremely surprised. Is it really following us all this way from behind the car? Ignoring the two astonished girls, Zhang Yi only thought about taming Hua. There is still a lot of cat food in the warehouse. Perhaps this food is much tastier than what people eat. Thinking this, he immediately accelerated and drove straight ahead. After a long and tiring journey, finally Zhang. After the translation, everyone also returned safely a moment later. Sun Lake gleefully received the reward from Zhang Yi, thanking him, Brother Zhang, because they had contributed significantly. He was not stingy at all. You two have worked hard today, Ji Guan quickly replied. Between us, why be so polite? Besides, just call me whenever you need me. Then Zhang Yi didn't keep them any longer. See you later. On the other hand, from the moment they entered the house, Karan and Yang Xian couldn't stop exclaiming in admiration. This is the paradise of my dreams. I can't believe there's such a blissful place in this world. Zhang Yi stood by them comfortably. That's right. He seriously assured them once again. As long as you help me, you can stay here and enjoy happiness for the rest of your lives. Karan immediately expressed her loyalty. Big boss, Karan, will wholeheartedly work for you from now on. Meanwhile, Yang Xian showed a shy expression. Does helping you include the personal life aspect? This question directly froze Zhang Yi on the spot. She actually dared to ask that. Only Karan was still confused. What are you two talking about? After pulling himself together, he finally spoke to break the awkwardness. You're quite knowledgeable for being so young, aren't you? Zhang Yi felt he needed to make things clear from the start. For me, your main task is to help me maintain the safety of this shelter. Understood? He muttered to himself inwardly. Although Yang Xian was very beautiful, for him, her greatest use was as a top-tier computer expert. However, Yang Xian was thinking in a completely different direction. Could he be criticizing me? At that moment, Duong Mat rushed out of the house in panic. Han Han, it's so good that you're still alive. She looked at Duong Han with concern. Why didn't you contact me sooner? You must have suffered a lot out there, right? Do you know how worried I was about you? However, Duong Han showed extreme annoyance. It's just using men's illusions about you to build your reputation, relying on your body to get ahead. What other skills do you have? She spoke bluntly without any restraint. If I hadn't found out that you were with brother Chuang Dike, I wouldn't have bothered contacting you. On the other side, Chuang Dike had been observing everything from start to finish. It seemed the relationship between the cousins wasn't harmonious. But that's normal, he silently assessed. Her cousin became the national goddess, the object of countless men's desires. A computer genius like Duong Han. Looking down on her is only natural. While he was still lost in thought, Kan Ni suddenly spoke up. Brother Chuang Dike, I have a question I need you to answer. Since when did Han become so polite to others? At this moment, Duong Han was introducing everyone. Kan Nin is my close friend from school. She's a mechanical engineering student. Kan Nin also enthusiastically greeted them. I've always heard Han Han talk about you all. You're all beautiful girls. These words made Duong Mat extremely happy. Your mouth is really sweet. If only Han. It would be great if Han could be as straightforward as you. When everyone had grown closer, Zhang Yi finally spoke up. Go cook a nice meal. Kunai, go clean the room for the two of them. Hearing this, Kunai immediately replied. I've already cleaned Han Han's room earlier. Now I just need to prepare another room. Shortly after, everyone had finished their tasks. Yang Han and Kunai had also adapted to living here. Boss, we're done bathing. Zhang Yi showed a friendly attitude toward the two girls. Come over and sit. Then he began assigning tasks. Han Han, from now on, internet security. I'll leave that to you in the house. Any issues? Of course, this was just a small matter for Yang Han. Leave it to me, no problem. Kunai beside her suddenly became tense. Boss, do you have any instructions? Her reaction amused Zhang Yi. Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you. Then he decisively stated his purpose. If you were to craft ammunition and weapons, would you know how? Kunai immediately replied that guns aren't hard to make, but professional machinery is needed. She seriously discussed the aspect of ammunition. The materials can't be bought on the market. Cold weapons are easier. They can be obtained from other metals in the house. But forging tools are also needed. However, Zhang Yi wasn't worried at all. This isn't difficult. Then he stood up and left his seat. Come with me for a moment. I'll give you a few things. Following that, Zhang Yi calmly took out each item, one by one, under the stunned gaze of Kunyan. These are. He let her carefully inspect each one. Take a look and see if these things are useful. If it's not enough, I still have more. Kunyan's eyes sparkled brightly. They were all high-end, expensive goods. Many of them were treasures worth several million in import value. Some were even worth tens of millions. Now, Zhang Yi continued, if it's not enough, I'll go collect 10 more of the machinery and equipment you need and bring them here. Kunyan quickly waved her hand. These are enough. There are a few pieces of equipment that aren't usable, but I can modify them. Zhang Yi trusted her completely. You go ahead and get everything settled. After that, I'll tell you what equipment I need you to make for me. Kunyan was also very happy to accept this task. Don't worry, boss. Just leave these matters to me. Suddenly, Zhang Yi remembered a question. Oh, right. If you work with machinery, you must know a lot about materials, right? He took out the sword he had carefully stored away. Take a look. Could this thing be an ancient divine weapon? Or not? Then Zhang Yi voiced his doubt. Back when I took it the look in, your teacher's eyes was like she wanted to kill me. Kunyan couldn't believe her eyes. This is the treasured blade of Gu Liang. Finally, I get to hold it. Kunyan stared intently at the object in her hands. This sword is called Long Ming, forged by Master Lin. The most skilled blacksmith in Hua country personally crafted it. She explained to the translator that it is a top-tier modern weapon. This alloy is the hardest metal in the world right now. It can even cut through diamonds. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. That powerful? Karan continued speaking. This metal was only researched 15 years ago. It was originally intended for military weapons, but due to high costs and the scarcity of materials, it was abandoned. She recalled what she had learned. However, some people used it to create cold weapons. That's how this sturdy treasured sword came to be. Then Karan provided another piece of information. This sword is called Longming. When Liang was working as a bodyguard for a political figure, she accomplished a great feat. To repay her teacher for saving her life, she gifted it. This is something many students know. To Liang, it symbolizes honor. So she values it more than her own life. Finally, the translator also understood clearly. No wonder. Liang was willing to use it to deal with that demon cat. Without any hesitation, he declared, "Such a good item. I will take care of it on behalf of your teacher Liang." After finishing the task, everyone began to eat. Eat slowly. You kids at Tianqing Academy must have suffered a lot. There's still food left. If it's not enough, I'll make more. Don't starve yourselves and affect your health. Ran quickly said, "There's no shortage of food at the academy." She briefly described the situation there. There were over 300 students in the school, but the cafeteria already had more than 20 stalls. The food in the warehouse was so plentiful it couldn't be finished, not to mention the supermarket inside the school grounds. Even so, Kunyan was also very well aware. "It's a good thing you came to save us. If not for the weather, being this cold, we wouldn't have lasted much longer." Zhang Jie had been there before, so he knew a bit about it. "The temperature underground isn't too cold for you all." Then he assured her, "From now on, just work here. I won't let you all go hungry." Thus, Kunyan's favorability towards him increased even more. "Thank you, sir." Next was everyone's daily news update time. Indeed, the situation outside was getting more severe by the day. The blizzard showed no signs of stopping. Regions around the world had begun to lose contact. Armed organizations were rising up, using force to control resources, and the lucky survivors. Facing this news, a sense of fear rose in everyone's hearts. It was clear that Zhang Jie's expression wasn't good. "Trouble's coming soon. A big one." Yang Mi looked at him in panic. "It's not already in chaos, is it? I just didn't expect it to be this terrifying." Zhang Jie became more serious, unlike before. Even if those armed organizations wanted to do something, they would at least have to be wary of the power of the upper class. He analyzed it for her. But the cold weather has lasted for over a month now. Those people no longer need to worry about being purged. They will have no more scruples in their work after. Listening, Yang Han also agreed with that opinion. It's like the rules set by some organizations. As long as it exists, everyone will have some restraint. But now, there is no order left to speak of. Zhang Yi calmly continued, "A leader who has lost their power base only has one outcome. Local authorities quickly rise up." His voice became more serious than ever. "That means the outcome will be chaos, like warlords fighting. Feudal lords battling it out is coming soon." Finally, Zhang Yi slowly emphasized each word. "Once that time comes, the lives of ordinary people will be worth less than weeds." At this moment, Zhang Yi was leading Yang Han to her workplace. Han, look at your new equipment." The modernity of this room made Yang Han extremely excited. Then Zhang Yi continued, "From now on, this information security network is entrusted to you." Currently, he felt very satisfied. A highly intelligent computer genius who has been paralyzed since childhood. Truly, there is no one more suitable. Next, Zhang. He quietly observed Yang Han's operations. After she got familiar with the equipment, he spoke up. "So, any loopholes in the network?" Having just started, but Yang Han had already mastered everything. "This galaxy lighting system is a top-tier personal network system from 15 years ago, with incredibly powerful features." She analyzed the network details in front of her, and even now, it could overwhelm many network systems in the world. Its artificial intelligence is extremely skilled. In theory, there are no vulnerabilities at all. Finally, Yang Han came to a conclusion, but a top-tier hacker could create a vulnerability. She also promptly discovered a problem. In the past 2 weeks, the system has been attacked countless times. If it hadn't been detected in time, the entire network system would have been paralyzed within a month. Hearing this, Zhang Yi understood in his heart. Sure enough, after the incident with Lu Fingda, his own matter and the basement, this hidden secret had long been discovered by someone with ulterior motives. His attitude became more urgent. "Can you fix the vulnerabilities and stop the attacks?" On the contrary, Yang Han seemed calmer than him. "Zhang Yi, don't forget what my major is." It was clear she was very confident. "Fixing is easy. I'll create a new encrypted network. No need to use the old router anymore. Otherwise, it's too easy to infiltrate via the wireless network." Hearing this, Zhang Yi felt more at ease. "Go ahead and do it." Less than 5 minutes later, Yang Han excitedly called him. "Brother, I'm done." Zhang Yi couldn't believe it. Han, you're amazing," she shyly explained. "It's just a small maintenance operation. Nothing difficult." Yang Han grew more enthusiastic as she continued. "Let me see which AI is infiltrating the network here." It's been a long time since I had a chance to test my skills like this. If I can infiltrate it, hacking into the enemy's network is much more interesting. But I'm still a bit worried about the translation. How sure are you? If I fail, is there any danger? Yang Han calmly replied. It's hard to say for sure, since it's not a direct confrontation yet. Right now, their offensive power isn't that strong. I promise you, Zhang Yi, don't worry. Even if I can't break into their network, I can still hide my location. I won't be discovered. So he had no more objections. If that's the case, go ahead. Just then, Kanoa rushed in from outside in a panic. Zhang Yi, something's wrong. A monster, a monster. It turned out that Hua had followed them and was now lying obediently in front of the building. Seeing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but turn to Yang Han and exclaim, "That cat really likes you. It followed you all the way here." Yang Han thought for a moment, and then said, "Maybe I'm the only human it trusts. That's why it followed me here, because it was worried about me." Zhang Yi secretly calculated in his heart. He needed to quickly tame this demon cat, turn it into a weapon in his hands. Otherwise, countless people would lose their lives on the other side of the river. Then he turned around excitedly. "Come on, follow me out to sea." At this moment, Kanoa was still extremely panicked. "There's a huge monster outside." Kanoa said, "We need to call Han Han out." Zhang Yi quickly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, it's Han Han's friend. Let's go outside and take a look." Next, Yan Han went over to observe the situation outside. She looked at the snow clinging to Hua's fur with a pained expression. The remaining chapters pay attention to its condition. It seems the battle with Liang Yu has left it quite tired, so I still have a chance to tame it. Thinking this, he immediately took action. "Let's go outside to feed the cat." When it saw the two people, Hua seemed very happy. Seeing this, Yang Xian gently called it. "Hua, don't be afraid, come here with me." Suddenly, a glint of caution flashed in its eyes. Perhaps Zhang Yi's appearance made Hua feel uneasy. So Zhang Yi, without any hesitation, immediately took out what he had prepared. He brought each item in front of Hua. "Come here and eat something. The outside environment is truly harsh. As long as you become my pet, I'll provide you with food and shelter." Before that, Zhang Yi had thought it through carefully. A cat is a cat. As long as there's food, it's still easy to deal with. However, unexpectedly, Hua was not as he had hoped. Yang Xian quickly explained that Hua is a stray cat. Its vigilance is very high. It even took me over a month to get close to it. Hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a bit awkward. "I'm worried it will attack the villagers of Fat Eat Song." He decided to try negotiating with Hua. "I know right now, you don't trust me, but I can provide you with food." Even though he wasn't sure if it understood, Zhang Yi continued speaking. "But you must agree not to attack the villagers across the river. Is that okay?" Luckily, Hua is a smart cat. "Alright, let's decide that way." Even so, he still felt the need to make a long-term plan. The initial negotiation was a success. But such a big cat has a huge appetite. He'd have to find food to feed it from now on. Just then, Kuni and Duongmi suddenly let out a surprised cry. Kuni couldn't hide her excitement. "Brother translator, look!" It seemed something quite interesting was happening outside. Everyone's attention was drawn to Hua. "It can change its body size?" "In the room," Kuni proudly said. "Isn't that obvious, big bro? Looks like you didn't study biology very well." She kept explaining. "If it always stayed this big, the people at Tianqing Academy simply wouldn't be enough to fill its stomach." Duong Hien chimed in upon hearing this. "I've always had this doubt. It appears and disappears extremely suddenly. But in reality, no matter how skilled in martial arts Liang Yu is, she can't detect it." She looked at Hua eating and analyzed, based on the amount of food, it's very likely it can change its body size. The translator was silent for a moment before speaking up. "Then the problem is much easier to solve. How much food can one calico cat eat?" Suddenly, Duong Hien exclaimed in shock. "Hua is bleeding." He looked into the cage in surprise. The bloodstains on its body were very fresh, though they had already frozen over. It was probably a wound caused by Liang Yu's long eating. No wonder it looked so exhausted. In his mind, the chapter translator began to reason. But when it ate, it didn't pay any attention to its wounds. After all, for a stray cat, getting hurt is as common as having meals. He pondered for a long time before finally making a decision. It's better not to approach a stray cat while it's eating. Tomorrow, I'll prepare some medicine, treat it, and bond with it at the same time. At this moment, inside the room, Yang Xian and Kuran were lying on the same bed. She happily turned around and said, Xian, it feels like a dream. Clearly, this morning we were still freezing under the ice and snow. Now we're back in the room, lying so comfortably. Yang Xian blushed shyly. Isn't this great? We have to thank Brother Zhang Yi for all of this. Karan didn't hesitate and replied, That's right. Brother Zhang Yi is really amazing. To have such a good shelter in this day and age. Her eyes showed clear determination. I've made up my mind. From now on, I must work really hard, and not let Brother Zhang Yi down. Hearing this, Yang Xian asked curiously, What did he ask you to do? Karan then answered, The boss told me to get familiar with the equipment first. After that, there are some things I need to modify myself. Besides maintaining the equipment for him, I might also have to make weapons. She was curious. You want to know more about weapons, right? They're not that easy to make. Karan raised her hand to her head and explained, Well, if it's just regular guns and bullets, making them isn't that difficult. But some complex guns and ammunition, without professional equipment and molds, it's impossible to make them. Even if you follow the procedure, the failure rate is very high. Yang Xian finally understood what he meant. He probably isn't short on ordinary guns and ammo, but compared to guns, bullets and bombs might be more useful to him. Kunai happily exclaimed, That's right. She eagerly said, Tomorrow I'll discuss it with the big boss, to see what weapons he needs. The next day, the snow still showed no signs of stopping. Kunai showed the draft to Zhang Yi. He said, Very good. Produce a large quantity of these items. You must pay attention to safety. Tell me if you need anything. She was overjoyed to be recognized. Big boss, rest assured this is my specialty. Zhang Yi added another request. If you can get more explosives to pull things off, that would be even better. Kunai agreed without hesitation. No problem, leave it to me. Over at Cheng Wu's side, he was holding up his phone, calling that admin. The person on the other end quickly responded. I roughly understand the situation now. Don't do anything over there for now. I'll immediately contact someone to come and rescue you all. After saying that, he hung up. Hearing this, the group was overjoyed, exclaiming, That's great! We're finally being rescued. We won't have to stay in this damn place anymore. The class leader truly lived up to his reputation, being so capable. In contrast to the group's reaction over here, in some corner, a few people were filled with fear. Could it be that all of our family members have met with misfortune? They looked anxiously toward Cheng Wu. How Cheng Wu's father? Does he really have the ability to come here and rescue people? If so, then why did he have to wait for Hao Cheng Wu to take the initiative to contact him? Everyone was now slumped down, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, something made Cheng Wu's eyes widen. He joyfully ran forward. My father is here! Hearing this, everyone also stood up and followed. One by one, they climbed out of the pit. They couldn't stop gaping in shock, because before them was a group of armed people, fully equipped, looking at them with astonishment. These people were definitely veterans who had fought on battlefields, and moreover, they were elite troops. Cheng Wu didn't hesitate any longer and immediately asked, My father is Wu Jiangwo. Are you the people he sent to rescue us? At this moment, from among the soldiers, Jian Gua appeared. He quickly took off his helmet. Xiao Wu, Dad is here. Seeing his father, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. This gaunt man was his father? Had he become so thin and deformed? Cheng Wu joyfully ran over and hugged Jiang Wo. Dad, you're finally here. You don't know how I've been living during this time. Hearing this, he comforted his son. It's okay as long as you're safe. It's okay as long as you're safe. As the father and son were greeting each other, Cheng Wu suddenly pushed away. Dad, why didn't you send anyone to rescue us earlier? You made me suffer so much. I almost died here. Jiangua, question like this, stammered in reply. Let's talk about this later. The important thing is that you're okay. Come with me, let's go back. At this moment, Sifeng spoke up, saying he heard. Your school still has a lot of supplies stored. Hurry and lead the way. We need to bring those supplies back to the base. Liang Yu felt something was off. Didn't they say they came to rescue people? They've been here for half a day and haven't mentioned rescuing anyone. Instead, they're asking about supplies first. Cheng Wu didn't hesitate and immediately pointed the way for him. The supplies are under the snow. But there's a mutated monster here. We don't dare go over there. Sifeng replied calmly. It's fine. No matter what monster appears, we'll handle it. Little friend, you lead the way for us. Hearing this, Cheng Wu was so scared his face turned pale. Sifeng put his hand on his shoulder and said firmly, Don't worry. We have experience dealing with mutated creatures. You don't need to be afraid. Even though he said that, he was still scared. Cheng Wu immediately pointed at Liang Yu and said, Actually, to be honest, the supplies have always been handled by Miss Liang. She knows the location of the supplies better than I do. She replied helplessly, Let me lead the way for you. Right after, Liang Yu walked ahead, and the group of veterans followed behind. They didn't forget to turn around and reassure the others. Everyone, don't worry. After that, we will naturally arrange things for everyone. But the attitude of the students at this moment was different. They gradually turned from joy to worry. They felt that the atmosphere wasn't quite right. It wasn't like what was said at the beginning. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the place. The warrior pointed his hand at the group and gave an order. You, come over here and move the stuff. Upon hearing the order, they hurriedly ran over. The whole group looked at each other in confusion and asked, "Didn't they come here to save us? Why are they still making us work?" Among the students, someone was carrying a box while grumbling non-stop. "That's right, we've already suffered so much. We thought the rescuers would take care of us, but unexpectedly, they're using us as errand boys." Witnessing this scene, a puzzled expression appeared on Yifan's face. "Class monitor, why doesn't this match what you said?" Sheng Wu also gradually understood the current situation. "I thought my dad had a very high status over there. Now it seems there's no such thing at all." Although his heart was extremely agitated, he still tried to maintain a relaxed expression and turned back to reassure them. "Now is a special period. They won't keep idle people either. Just work hard. They're just short of manpower. Once we get back to the base, we can rest." After the goods were carried all onto the vehicle, it was quickly towed back to the base. The people from the West Mountain base also spoke up to remind, "Let's go," when they saw there were no vehicles left around. Shang Wu shouted in disbelief, "Are you saying we have to walk?" The remaining students also became noisy. "Where are the cars? Why didn't we come by car?" Someone began to show feigning panic. "We've been hungry for so long, and now we have to walk 10 kilometers. Hearing this, the people from the West Mountain base glared threateningly. "Shut your mouths, all of you." Then he warned without hesitation, "If you want to live, follow. Anyone who doesn't follow can just get out of here." After that, he calmly turned around and left. The other also spoke up to remind, "I'll be straightforward with you. I don't care what status you had before. Now, in this situation, your previous positions are all gone. If you want to live, shut up and obediently follow." These words made Machi despair so much that he knelt down on the snow. "Impossible, this can't be real, just because of a snowstorm. So all our previous efforts were in vain? Right." Contrasting with their despair, Liang Yu was checking the items in the bag that had just been thrown over. "Let's follow." Then she went over and pulled him up. "Everyone listen and follow. Now we have no other choice. We have to get to the West Mountain base to survive. Everyone must try their best. The road isn't far anymore, ha." Loi stepped forward with a soothing smile, then helped Ma. She traveled along with the group. Everyone kept moving until the moon had risen high. Liang Yu suddenly stopped and announced that they had arrived. Before them, a door was slowly opening. Inside was a wide staircase leading the way down deep below to the western base. Sun raised his hand, signaling the group to enter. The crowd immediately rushed down the steps in joy. After persevering for so long, they were finally saved. When they reached the end, the scene before them left them bewildered. "What now? What are we supposed to do?" Hearing this, Liang Yu immediately offered an analysis to calm them. "Don't be afraid, everyone. They used a lot of effort to bring us here. They probably won't harm us." As soon as he finished speaking, a nearby door suddenly opened. A group of people in decontamination suits appeared all at once. Then, an unexpected wave of gas burst out, causing the crowd to panic. Zhang Bin had been there all along and calmly gave orders. "Everyone, line up in 2 rows. She also explained this strange request. "Let me make this clear to you. To ensure internal safety for the shelter, we must conduct full decontamination and body checks. Please cooperate with our work now." Everyone was lining up in 2 rows, waiting to be checked. When it was their turn, they would place their hands on the table for the doctor to draw blood for testing. Those who were done were being guided by the Western base personnel. Before the test results came out, everyone was asked to wait here. At this moment, Liang Yu and some other students had completed the procedures and were sitting in a corner. Suddenly, someone in a sterilization suit approached, carrying a large bowl. The crowd immediately turned their gaze toward it with confusion. What was that? Without any hesitation, they tasted the white liquid inside. It wasn't too bad. The smell was somewhat like yogurt, but it definitely wasn't yogurt. After a while, that large bowl was eaten clean, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, the door opposite opened. When they saw the figure of the person appearing, Sheng Yu couldn't hide his joy. "Dad, did you hear that?" Zhang Bin then whispered into Jianguo's ear. "This is your son?" He immediately replied, "Yes, that boy is my son, Hao Qingyu." Her face showed clear satisfaction. "Not bad." Then Zhang Bin stepped forward in front of everyone and announced, "The test results show that none of you have any infectious diseases or pathogenic bacteria. This is very good." She cheerfully guided further. Follow me for disinfection, and then I'll take everyone to survival room number 4. As the crowd walked in a line to move to the next location, Qingyu, at the end, was suddenly called back by Zhang Bin. You, come here. The people in front immediately turned their heads to look with astonishment. He was extremely smug. I told you, didn't I? I have my dad here, so I'm not like the others. At this moment, Jiang Wo suddenly approached and whispered. Xiao Wu, you must follow the rules here. Do as you're told, understand? Cheng Wu quickly replied. Dad, rest assured, I will definitely obey. Then he was led by Zhang Bin in the opposite direction from everyone else. Xiao Wu, follow me. Witnessing this scene, the others were extremely envious. Lucky bastard. As for Qing Wu, he was focused on observing the path around him. When they entered a room, Zhang Bin finally spoke. Take a bath first. The layout here made him a bit confused. Why does this place feel like someone's bedroom? Nevertheless, Qing Wu obediently followed her instructions. A moment later, he stepped out comfortably, wearing only a towel wrapped around his waist. Suddenly, Qing Wu's eyes widened in shock. He saw something. It was Zhang Bin, pulling his hand while wearing very little clothing. Without any hesitation, she pushed Qing Wu onto the nearby sofa. What are you waiting for? Come here. Looking at the uniform, someone couldn't help but criticize. What is this? The colors and style are hideous. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yun suddenly appeared and reminded everyone. Everyone, come here. Next I'll take you to where you'll be living and working. Living in such harsh conditions, everyone shared the same thought. Life in the shelter was nothing like they had imagined. Right after the door was opened, Qi Yun led the group inside. Looking at the scene before them, they couldn't hide their surprise as they observed. Seeing the people pedaling with all their might, they couldn't help but wonder. What are they doing? Qi Yun immediately replied. This is where everyone will work from now on. Then she continued to explain in detail. Your job is to generate electricity for the base. Those bicycles are actually generators, connected to the base's electrical system. After saying that, Qi Yun threatened them with the base's rulebook. Later, everyone will be given a copy. If you want to stay here, you must follow the rules. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Her face suddenly took on a terrifying aura. Get to work now. If you keep dawdling, your supplies will be deducted. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Ning behind her started sobbing. She tugged at Gu Liang. Gu Liang, it's not just me. The girls behind her were also crying. Gu Liang, we... Hick! Meng Ning cried and complained in her heart. This place is no different from a sweatshop. Even at the academy, life was always threatened, but at least we had freedom. Gu Liang would also protect us. No matter how much she cried, Qi Yun showed no mercy. Cry if you want, but you have to work first. Liang Yu saw that she looked pitiful and quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. No one will hurt you. Then she turned around and reminded everyone. Everyone, go back to work first. In Liang Yu's mind, countless thoughts surged. She had thought this place was the only safe haven. That after arriving here, everything would be arranged properly. Now it seemed she was still too naive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Bin was extremely satisfied after a long night of indulgence. As she walked out the door, she ran into Jianhua. So, how was it? Are you satisfied with my son's service? Hearing this, Zhang Bin showed a look of interest. His skills in bed are quite satisfying. Did you teach him that? This compliment made him a bit embarrassed. Not at all, ma'am, please don't address me like that. That's all in the past now. Then she quickly said her goodbyes. Handle the rest cleanly, alright? From now on, the logistics department will give you 2 more supplies. These words made Jianhua overjoyed. Thank you. In the future, if you need anything, just tell me, and I'll bring him over immediately. After a passionate encounter that drained all their strength, Zhang Bin slammed the door shut and disappeared without even leaving a word of farewell. Inside the room, Qing Wu was still stunned by the shock of someone who had just been dealt a harsh slap by life. While he was still dazed and unable to collect his thoughts, Jianhua quietly approached and began to inquire. Son, are you alright? He let out a long, heavy sigh, as if carrying the weight of a lifetime of helplessness. To survive here, one must learn to accept everything. Seeing him still lying motionless and unable to utter a single word, everything had to be accepted. He slightly leaned over and continued to comfort. It's okay, you'll get used to it. Hearing these words from his own father, Tan Vu felt so hurt he choked up. Dad, why didn't you tell me from the start that this place is in this kind of state? Why is it like this? Qian Kwok lowered his eyes with a helpless expression. It was clearly etched in every wrinkle now. This place is exactly in this state, all identities, and everyone's previous status was gone. Then he slowly explained, bit by bit, with the demeanor of someone accustomed to adversity. Everyone temporarily lived together in harmony. According to predictions, the blizzard would end after 2 months. Then everyone would return to their old lives and statuses. He recalled the upheavals that occurred before everything collapsed. Someone discovered that the Super Ice Age was more severe than predicted, possibly lasting 15 years and plunging the entire planet into an ice age. Then, with a hint of contemplation in his gaze, he glanced at Qingwu, who was sulking with his head down. Some people awakened powerful abilities, instantly widening the gap, and the survival of the fittest was only a matter of time. Once again, Jian was sighed in helplessness, a habit he had grown into. What happened today is a survival lesson in the Western Mountains. Low-level people must submit to violence to survive. That is the only way to rise up. Finally, he sternly coaxed. His son made a move as if to pass on the last bit of remaining resilience. Even if it means selling out because of this, it doesn't matter. As long as you can live, nothing is impossible to sacrifice. Inside the sleeping compartment, the air began to stir as a group of people gathered to complain. Liang, why do we still have to work? Why is life in the shelter so hard? The people from the Dream Pool clan vented their grievances one by one. Their resentment poured out in words without holding back. It was completely different from their previous imagination. I cycled all day, my butt is chafed raw, and my legs hurt badly. If every day has to be like this, I'd rather die. Those complaints didn't make Liang Yu panic. This is a special period. Just surviving is hard enough. The people cycling today all had high status before. There's no shortage of prominent figures among them. Then she paused for a moment, gently. But she bluntly emphasized a sentence that chilled the heart. A world where everyone enjoys blessings doesn't actually exist. Glancing over the stiff faces, the leader of the Guanxi group softened her tone a bit. But think of it in a positive light. At least now we can live. We don't have to worry about survival, right? However, she was not satisfied. We are all elites. Why should we work like oxen? Making a horse for others like this, the Zhang family questioned. They are so young, just a bunch of kids. Why do they have to suffer like this? As soon as they finished speaking, Meng Ning stepped forward and grabbed Liang Yu's hand. Miss Liang, can't you think of a way? But this put her in a difficult position. She was just a teacher. Here, her status and position were nothing special. While the group was still buzzing, they saw a familiar person. They were extremely excited when they saw an acquaintance approaching. Wu Qinwu, you're finally back. The next second, they immediately proved what it meant to be flies buzzing around a pot of fat. How's your dad's situation? Can he take care of us? So we don't have to work here. An office job is fine, I don't mind. However, in response to these shameless words, was the annoyed expression on Qingwu's face. Stop dreaming. After coming to this place, everyone will have a job. And you guys can only pedal the generators here. Next, he walked over to Liang Yu's side and nodded as a greeting. Miss Liang, you're back. She looked at him curiously. It's good that you're back. Where did you go just now? That question directly reminded him of the pile of horrific memories he had just escaped from. My dad and I took a stroll around the base. Now I have a general understanding of the situation at Shishan base. After recounting everything from beginning to end, Qinwu now had no confidence left. Miss Liang, from now on, we can only rely on you. By the time he finished listening to the story, Luang Duyet had begun weighing the pros and cons. So that's it. If his former status was useless, then his identity as a person with special abilities in martial arts would surely be highly valued. Next, he placed his hand on his shoulder and probed about the next matter. Do you know what the current situation is at the Tae-Sun base? Tan Vu's tone rose steadily. The person in charge of the Tae-Sun organization now is Tran Hainian. Many of her subordinates have already awakened special abilities. These people quickly suppressed the base and established a new order. He continued to recount the internal structure he knew. The base was divided into 4 levels. Tran Hainian and her confidants were on the first level. Researchers and technical personnel were kept on the second level. Their living conditions were as good as before the apocalypse. He couldn't help but blurt out when mentioning the third level, which was the armed group she had assembled. They had perfect equipment and physical qualities. Among them were many elite combat units with powerful special abilities. Finally, Tan Vu looked up and announced, and we are the residents living on the 4th level. We make up the majority of the entire Tae-Sun organization, but we only receive the least resources and have to do the hardest work. Then, with a terrified expression, Tan Vu emphasized an important point. But don't even think about resisting. The team from the 3rd level separates us from the 2nd level. The 3rd level alone is enough to rely on us, and we cannot fight against those monsters. Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely panicked. Mong and Gung exclaimed in shock, saying that, doesn't it mean we can only Toil away here for a lifetime, helplessly sighing? I don't want that. Then I might as well just die and be done with it. Seeing the reactions of both of them, Chengwu gritted his teeth and poured another bucket of cold water. Do you think they agreed to take so many people into their base for no reason? It's precisely to replenish the labor force that was consumed before. Not letting anyone speak up, he squinted and stated calmly, with a chilling tone. Many people couldn't accept such a reality and chose to leave. They don't care about your lives. If needed, they'll just replace you with someone else. As soon as Chengwu finished speaking, Wei Yong suddenly rushed out from the crowd and grabbed his collar tightly. It's all your fault for telling us to come here. If you hadn't revealed our location, how could we have ended up in this godforsaken place? Yet, facing that fury, he showed no fear and instead shot back a sharp question. Stay at the Tianqing Academy, and you wouldn't have to die later. Then he pushed the guy away and glanced at Liang Yu. Miss Liang, if you want to change our current situation, it can only rely on you. Her eyes widened, and she shuddered in shock at the next words from Chengwu. You're not like them. In this Shishan base, superpowered individuals have privileges. Please, I beg you, help us. Hearing this, all the remaining students immediately knelt down and begged her to always be in charge for them. Taking care of students is a teacher's responsibility. She talked to the base to help them with light work, okay? She didn't rush to agree, only squinting to reassure them. I will keep you all safe. As for the manual labor, she needed to observe further. They kept pleading. Please don't, teacher. Our hands are all torn up. This really isn't work for people to do. Not wanting to drag this out any longer, Liang Yu quickly laid down and changed the subject. Everyone go rest. We still have work tomorrow. They turned away but didn't forget to remind her. Don't forget to talk to those others too. Let us switch positions. The next morning, while everything was still quiet, a blaring siren suddenly rang out across the dormitory. The alarm jolted everyone awake. Without a second thought, they instinctively rushed toward the assembly point. In just a moment, they had settled into position, orderly, with their eyes fixed forward, waiting. Seeing everyone gathered in full force, Chi-yun picked up the familiar loudspeaker and greeted the morning. Today is the 48th day we've survived. Let us thank Lord Qin for guiding us. We survived happily until now. Hearing the shout from the loudspeaker in Chi-yun's hand, the crowd, almost by reflex, roared in unison. Long live Lord Qin! Liang Yu stood among the crowd, but couldn't blend in with those voices. The frenzied crowd chanted, Long live the new era! Seeing the atmosphere had been pushed to a climax, Chi-yun seized the opportunity to continue speaking. Yesterday, Team 5 of ours rescued another group of survivors. From now on, we are all one family. Then, he gestured towards the group of Liang Yu standing there, startling them all. Now, let's welcome our new family members to introduce themselves. Witnessing the enthusiastic response, a feeling of suspicion arose in her heart. The herd effect using people and their circumstances to brainwash and manage the lower-level members. She quietly led the group of students to move according to the commands. She silently pondered. Even knowing it's hypnosis and suggestion, staying here too long means there's no escape. I've encountered situations like this many times before. Right after, Liang Yu took the megaphone from Chi-yun's hand and began the introduction. When the procedure was complete, Chi-yun gently took back the device and turned to announce. Next up is our icebreaker activity before work. Today's host is AI. The formal meeting concluded with breakfast. Liang Yu sighed softly in her heart. This is fine too. If you can't resist, then obediently endure it. At least you can continue living. Watching her students chattering away, she felt somewhat more at ease for the time being. If we can continue living like this, it's still much better than outside. A moment later, as soon as she saw the superior, as she approached, Chi-yun immediately flashed a fawning smile at Shu-chi. Miss, why did you have to come? All the way here in person? If there's something to instruct, just say the word, and I'll handle it for you. However, Jiru didn't pay him any mind and bluntly sought someone out. The group of survivors rescued yesterday, there's something special about them. Is Miss Liang Yu here? Upon hearing her name, she immediately stood up. I am. Liang Yu's companion then spoke up to remind her. Miss Liang, don't forget about us. But she didn't turn back and instead walked straight over to Jiru. Seeing Liang Yu approach, she warmly extended her hand for a handshake. Hello, Miss Liang Yu. I am secretary to Lord Qin. Jiru, our leader, wishes to see you for a moment. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted in curious whispers, mixed with excitement. Lord Qin wants to see this newcomer? Doesn't that mean she's about to rise to the top? The clamoring noise kept rising, growing so loud that the conversation couldn't continue. Jiru's face suddenly darkened. With just a single glance, the whole room fell silent. Every excited face now broke out in a cold sweat. Without another word, she gently made a gesture with her hand, motioning, "Follow me." Then, the two walked side by side down the long, deep corridor, each footstep echoing dryly in the endless stretch of silence. When they stopped in front of a luxurious room, Ji-Ru stepped forward softly and announced, "My lord, the person you sought has arrived." As soon as she saw Liang Yu, she immediately stepped forward, took her hand, and warmly greeted her, saying she had heard so much about her, leading a group of students to make a living, yet still managing to survive until now. Miss Liang is truly a great teacher. Then she acted friendly, pulling her over to the chair beside her. "Sit down quickly. I'll be brief. I already have a future plan for you, to protect the seeds of civilization in the future, and to help this base continue to sustain itself. I hope you can lend me your strength, Miss Liang." As soon as she finished speaking, Liang Yu smiled and calmly replied, "If there's anything I can do, please feel free to assign it to me." Hearing this, the woman immediately turned around and pointed toward Cat Nu. "Secretary, you will take you to Life Zone number 2. From now on, you'll be staying with it." Having just received the order, she immediately turned and led the way, speaking with a decisive tone and no beating around the bush. "Come on, I'll take you to where you'll be staying from now on." They finally stopped in front of Life Zone number 2. Liang Yu glanced around and let out a sigh of admiration. "This place isn't so bad, is it?" At the same time, somewhere far away, there was Zhang Yida quietly watching a cat in the yard. Seeing it so content, he couldn't help but try to coax it. "Hua Hua, I've been feeding you for a week now. From now on, you're my cat. Come home with me, okay?" As he spoke, he gently curled his lips, his face unable to hide his excitement, yet also full of assurance. "Just follow me home, and I promise that every day, you can eat this kind of food until you're full," he said while waving his hand invitingly with an attitude half serious, half sneaky, tempting. The room is extremely warm, with a fireplace to heat it up. Outside it's cold, and the ground is frozen. "What are you still doing here, Hua Hua?" Ignoring him, it lifted its head and looked through the glass, where the light shimmered, then stopped at the spot where Yang Han and Karan were chattering endlessly. In that moment of silence, the old memories between it and Yang Han suddenly flooded back to the days of being held close, chapter after chapter. He still didn't give up but continued his gentle persuasion. "Hua Hua, do you want to come inside and take a look? The room is very cozy." When he saw it slowly approaching, he almost burst out laughing but still tried to keep a calm expression, hopeful. Not missing the chance, he quietly turned around to open the way in. There are many other delicious treats inside the room. "Do you want to come in and try some?" Until Hua Hua had completely stepped into the house, Zhang Yi immediately clenched his hand in delight. Finally, it's done. A few seconds after just setting foot there, it directly leaped onto the expensive sofa worth a fortune and started clawing it to shreds. Yet Zhang Yi not only wasn't angry but also smiled with a doting, standard poop-scooping look. "It's okay. Everywhere in the house, you can look wherever you want. From now on, this place is your home." Sitting on the other side, Karan watched the scene before her, choked up. "Luckily, this cat can't turn into a girl. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd have no place left in this house." Watching Hua Hua bounce and leap around the house tirelessly, Zhang Yi silently nodded in approval. Good, it's starting to get familiar with the environment." After running through every nook and cranny as if inspecting the property's quality, it finally collapsed from exhaustion and curled up. Seeing it obediently lying still, he quietly approached, thinking it was resting. He planned to try another step of contact, but unfortunately, before his hand could even touch it, Hua Hua woke up. Its fur stood on end, accompanied by a low, wary growl. Seeing Hua Hua let out a long, soft meow, Zhang Yi also froze, feeling awkward. Waiting until it was willing to lie back down, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Dealing with women had never been this troublesome. Yet he persisted, teasing it back and forth several times. By this point, it had finally relaxed and fallen asleep, so Zhang Yi's hand was finally safe. With everything settled, he collapsed onto the sofa, his body limp. Phew, it's finally mission accomplished. From then on, Hua Hua officially blended in with everyone in the house. During the day, it would sunbathe with Yang Mi, lazily sprawled on the dressing table, half dozing. While waiting for Kunai to finish tying her hair, at night, it would climb onto the bed, squeezing between Yang Huan and Kunai, lying belly up as if proving that it was the emperor itself. A few days later, Zhang Yi walked into the control room with a curious expression. "Han Han urgently called me here like this. Is there any new discovery, Yang Han?" She didn't answer immediately but focused on operating for a while longer. Only after finishing did she turn around. "The person trying to infiltrate the shelter's network has already been found by me. Upon hearing that, his gaze fell on the blazing red dot at the border. Between the southwest area, West Mountain District, Northwest District, and Lujiang District. Less than 30 kilometers from here. He couldn't help but be surprised by this discovery. So close? Yang Han didn't even look up, just curled her lips in contempt. The opponent's technique was very basic. Probably just some mainstream district programmer's work. Then she cheerfully listed each step of the operation. Moreover, the equipment wasn't high-end either. I infiltrated it very easily. The data in the computer has already been encrypted. It will still take some time to crack it. After giving a brief overview, she quickly emphasized the most important discovery. But based on the information gathered so far for analysis, in the West Mountain District, there truly is a large organization existing. When she turned around, Yang Han couldn't hide her calm expression as she announced, "Not long after, we will come face to face with them." Of course, he didn't have a single trace of worry, even arrogantly. Declared that if they come, they won't be able to escape. Anyone who wants to break the peace here, I will take them down. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a firm instruction. Han, you continue monitoring their signal. After cracking the data, I wanted to gather more intel about that organization. Next, Zhang Yi stepped down into the basement step by step, appearing with that familiar, relaxed demeanor. It was me. As soon as she heard me, she pushed up her goggles in surprise. "Boss, why are you here?" Without answering right away, I leisurely approached, then tilted my head with a warm smile. "Just came to see how your work's going." The moment I finished, she beamed and handed me a new item. "Boss, check out this good stuff." Zhang Yi took it, and as his hand tightened around the item, a delighted grin spread across his lips. "Good stuff, just what I needed right now." In his mind, he immediately envisioned its combination. Sniper ability paired with a special skill, plus this, truly like a tiger, gaining wings. With a silencer, it could solve the problem of revealing my position from the gunshot sound. Cutting off his train of thought, Zhang Yi gave Karan a thumbs up. "Great job, Karan. Truly like delivering coal on a winter day." She beamed. "Try it out and see if it suits you. If it doesn't feel right, I can adjust it." Then, Karan enthusiastically clenched her fists and proposed with a radiant smile. "Boss, from now on, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll do my absolute best to make it for you." As if waiting for those very words, Zhang Yi leaned over and draped his arm around her shoulder in a friendly manner. "This time, I came here for that very purpose," he laid out a series of items, completely ignoring the embarrassed look on her face. "Kunyen, grenades, mines, and explosives. Can you make these things?" Seeing her still silent and not answering, he hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Is it very difficult?" Stung by that question in her professional pride, Kunyen immediately jumped up with a furious expression. "How can that be? Boss, you're underestimating me too much. I thought it was something complicated. The difficulty isn't even as high as a new energy battery cell." Then she crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking aggrieved. "I feel like I've been looked down on by you. And yet you have me make these things." The translator could only silently throw up his hands at this kind of genius. "Are these all things that require very little skill?" Without letting him say another word, she began to give her assessment. "The things you mentioned are actually not used much in real warfare anymore. If it were 100 years ago, these weapons suitable for solo combat would have been useful." Then Kunyen drawled with a doubtful tone. "And explosives? Even middle school students can make them if they have the materials." The translator finally spoke up. "The era of extreme cold has arrived. All kinds of high-tech weapons and forging frames have almost all turned into scrap metal." With a tense and decisive expression, he analyzed straight to the point. "War now is a war between people. The scale is getting smaller and smaller. If that's the case, then mines and explosives will have their use." And then the volume of his words gradually grew louder as the translator continued excitedly. "I've found the intrusion signal. It is likely that the organization has a large armed force. To ensure safety, security measures must be heightened." After explaining for a while, I myself suddenly realized my mistake. So that's how it is. How embarrassing. I didn't know about these things just now. Please comfort him. It's fine. As long as you do a good job. You don't need to worry about anything else. I will protect you. Those words moved her to the point of choking up. "You treat me really, really well. I don't even know how to repay you. How can I repay you? The first time I met you, I felt an extremely strong connection." He slowly emphasized each word to comfort her. "You look a lot like a younger sister of mine. The moment I saw you, I couldn't help but want to protect you." Karan's spirits immediately lifted. "Really?" To this question, Zhang Yi answered without thinking. "Of course it's true. Could I lie to you?" Karan also happily nodded. But deep in her heart at this moment, there was a sense of loss. But can it only be as a younger sister? While she was sitting in a daze, his sudden action startled her. Be good and listen to him. There's no need to worry about anything. He has everything under control. Relying on his handsome looks and top-tier acting, Zhang Yi continued to declare his claim. As long as I am still here, I will not let you suffer any harm. Hearing those sweet, melting words, Ran had no more doubts and nodded repeatedly. Before leaving, he still didn't forget to turn back and give instructions. Alright then, you go ahead and get busy. Take care of your health, don't overwork yourself. These words instantly plunged her into a sea of emotion. As soon as he turned around, Zhang Yi revealed a sly grin. It was full of calculation, though the trick wasn't particularly clever. But he absolutely had to pull Karan to his side. Such a rare talent must be made to devote herself wholeheartedly. He shrugged, putting on a look of helplessness, as if he were enduring some noble sacrifice. When the time comes, selling out his looks wouldn't be out of the question. And then Zhang Ilya grabbed the silencer that Karan had given him earlier, silently affirming that no matter what, something as dangerous as a weapon must be firmly held. In his own hands, Zhang Ilya took out his phone from his pocket, quickly typed a message, and sent it to the group chat with Uncle View and Fatty. The content was brief, mainly reporting the situation and issuing a warning. An unknown force had appeared, and the higher-ups had lost control. So they must stay absolutely vigilant, and especially not reveal their abilities under any circumstances. On the other side, Chun Lei and Ji Guang saw the notification and immediately opened it. Both glued their eyes to the screen, not missing a single word. After a moment, they sent back a reply confirming they understood the situation, along with a message from Uncle View. You take care too, nephew. Zhang Ilya read it, then quietly put his phone away. For now, this was all he could do. He couldn't leave this place either. He raised his hand to rub his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. But right now, the most dangerous side was Fatty's. In his mind, a map of the area he had memorized earlier immediately appeared, along with the probe signal source. From the shelter on the straight road, he arrived at the Cloud Gap Manor just as he passed through the Jin family estate. His thoughts immediately shifted. Zhang Yi hastily sent a message to Chun Lei, telling him to come to him if he was in danger. And if he couldn't fight back, he should come to him. As he strode down the long corridor, he reminded himself not to hesitate. The Ice-type ability user was indeed very useful. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never let Fatty get into trouble. On the other side, Chun Lei was lying on his back on the bed, snickering. Brother Zhang really is. Even if someone was spying on something, it would be the villa he was staying in. Then he turned over, amused, and went upstairs. He couldn't hide his glee from Jin. It was just a dim, rural area on the edge of the city. House prices were cheap. With no status, who in the city would care? 27 kilometers west of the Jin family estate, Ziyang and Xie Huan quietly walked through the biting cold. He couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. This blizzard really didn't know when it would stop. If it dragged on for a few more months, the whole world might be buried. But she sternly retorted, the snow won't fall forever without stopping. The water element in the air has already condensed a lot. Then her brows furrowed as she continued, I heard that. Even the temperature at the equator has dropped to minus 20 degrees. Her tone clearly showed the understanding that belonged to Xie Huan herself. So from now on, there will only be frost and snow, and it will become less and less frequent. Perhaps this is the last bit of mercy the Creator has left for this world. After a while, the thick-furred dogs suddenly appeared amidst the white expanse. Ziyang leisurely climbed onto the vehicle and sat down, calmly, letting Ta Huan control the pair of beasts pulling the sled. They traveled a bit further, and she stopped, picked up the walkie-talkie, and reported the investigation status. Han Tang Fei Dong Yuan Hai, West Mountain area, complete. After she finished transmitting the information, he tilted his head curiously. Next stop, where are we going? Ta Huan turned around and replied, originally, our investigation scope was only within the West Mountain area. But according to Superior's orders, we have to conduct a special reconnaissance. Hearing the strange phrase, he repeated, special reconnaissance? She frowned, with a somewhat puzzled expression. A special task assigned by superiors, with unclear content. It's probably not something important. We'll investigate once and then return to report. Looking toward the distant row of houses ahead, she spoke up to guide. That place is the riverbank. We follow the river, and we'll find it. Then Ta Huan retreated back to her seat. Let's go, the last stop. Once we're done, we can head back. Next, she let out a long whistle, a sharp sound echoing through the hazy void. It sounded no different from a silent code. The pack of snow dogs immediately stirred, their limbs taut. Their steps were perfectly in sync as they pulled the vehicle, dashing away. After following the winding river, the two finally arrived. Huan and Ziyang also set foot in the Chenzi family. Amid the white snow covering the view, the scene that appeared made Ta Huan slightly pause, as she originally planned to take a quick look. She didn't expect that during this harsh blizzard there would still be a village outside the wilderness. Two guard dogs immediately lunged forward, growling. Their barking echoed, tearing through the quiet white expanse. Seeing figures rushing out from behind the wooden fence, she couldn't hide her surprise. She didn't expect so many survivors to be here. Just after observing for a short while, she already had a comment. Not only were they not frozen to death, but they also maintained the village's scale. Truly unbelievable. Taking a few steps forward, Song raised his gun cautiously and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What are you doing in our east village?" Ta Huan calmly stepped forward and handed out a hard card while Yang also assumed a defensive stance. "We are on a mission. This time we came here to find and help survivors of the disaster. Everyone, don't worry." Upon hearing about the relief effort, Dong Lu stepped out from the crowd and took it to examine. After a careful look, he smiled warmly as he returned it. "So that's it. Welcome, welcome." Turning his head, he loudly instructed the people behind. "Go prepare some good food and strong wine. Today we have honored guests. We must treat them well." As the group moved forward, Dong Lu also didn't forget to add, "Each household, they all take a bit of the stored food. Give some out, don't be cold to them." Seeing him so solemn like this, Song couldn't help but wonder, "Old Six, we don't even know what their purpose is for coming here. Why are you so warm to them?" Dong Tang silently muttered something important. "Just knowing who they represent is enough." At this moment, his face was full of calculation. Now that the world is in chaos, as long as we can connect with big shots, then in the future, who knows, our Song family might have a chance to rise to the top overnight. After making his goal clear, he emphasized again, "Besides, it's just a little bit of food. We can afford to give it out." Song found it reasonable and nodded. "Old Six is right." After stepping inside and seeing the food piled high on the table, Ta Huan had to hold back his analysis of these villagers. They didn't seem to be too heavily affected by the snowstorm disaster, and their stored supplies were quite plentiful. Thinking this, she spoke up to probe. "The snowstorm is so severe, yet the village isn't much affected. How did everyone manage that?" Dong Duong immediately spoke up. "First, because the villagers of Dong Tu are self-reliant and self-sufficient, with a tenacious fighting spirit that refuses to be subdued by the snowstorm." Then he laughed heartily and couldn't help blurting out, "Second, I'm the village chief, so I've always taught everyone to stockpile food before the snowstorm arrives. Therefore, Dong Tu village has no worries about it." Dong Tang's eyes lit up with excitement. Not to brag, but no one has ever starved to death here. Ahua beside him almost choked, having been village chief for only a few days. Previously, it was all old man Ba from Dongtang who directed. How did he manage to accomplish all of Lao's work? Yet Ta Huan still looked impressed and spoke up to probe, asking if Dongtang village had a lot of food supplies. "That's right," Dongtang replied cheerfully, taking one look, and knowing she wasn't very knowledgeable about the market of Tianhai City's agricultural industry. Continuing with an enthusiastic expression, he confidently began to reveal everything without holding back. 3/10 of Tianhai City's vegetables are supplied by our village. Our family provides them." Before she could finish boasting, Dongtang suddenly froze, as if someone had slammed on the brakes in the middle of the village square. "No, if we reveal our reserves, what if they want us to use our supplies to help others?" Noticing the slight shift in expression, as if someone had doused him with cold water mid-sentence, both Ta Huan and Ziyang were taken aback and fell into an awkward silence immediately after. Dongtang quickly regained his composure and corrected himself with a cautious look. "But this blizzard lasting over a month has also destroyed a lot of our food supplies. We can only maintain enough to keep us fed and warm." After listening to his explanation for a while, Ta Huan nodded and spoke in admiration. "Jinzi Jia, maintaining full supplies is already very impressive." Dong Dong, upon hearing the praise, was delighted, claiming that only their village had the best quality village houses. Then, unable to contain himself, he proudly boasted, "These ice houses were all built under my guidance. We solved the housing problem." Dong Dong finally revealed his true nature of craving admiration. "Which other village has such smart people?" Many houses were buried by snow, making he frustrated inside. He really knows how to put on a show. He only cares about showing off. Unaware that he was being targeted, Ta Huan and Ziyang smirked. "I didn't expect this old man to be quite capable." Ziyang finally spoke up in praise. It's all created by people. Your village is full of talented folks. He stroked his beard proudly. We also need some skills to earn extra income to support our families. Not stopping there, Dong Dong kept showing off his generosity. You too, don't be shy. Eat up. Before the fragrant banquet filled with specialties, Ta, Huan and Ziyang both smiled without speaking. Truly a wealthy village. While pouring wine into the cups, he took the chance to probe with a few words. You too, can you let me in on when you plan to deal with the blizzard? Ta, Huan not only showed no hesitation, but also told the truth unexpectedly. Everyone, rest assured about this matter. We already have a plan to resolve the blizzard. It will begin soon. Hearing these words, Dong Dong was overjoyed. What great news! These past hellish days have truly been unbearable. Relying on us alone, it was impossible. Sony also chimed in, a mix of excitement and curiosity, but without any concrete news yet. He didn't know when it would end, and instead asked with a frown. You and your calm reply, from Jia Huan. It's almost over. This blizzard won't last much longer. Isn't it much smaller now? At most, a few more months, and you'll see her gone. He replied without a hint of hesitation. Ziyang admired him, speaking without even flinching. If I hadn't known about this beforehand, I'd probably have believed it too.